Chapter 1. In the continent of the Five Elements, Southern Fire Empire, City of Lihua. Within the Southern Fire Empire, the city of Lihua can only be regarded as a medium-sized city. Yet, it flourishes in all aspects. The station military presence is merely a scant 2,000 troops, yet the public order here is remarkably well maintained. The broad streets are immaculately clean, with the surfaces of all main roads paved in the Southern Fire Empire's distinctive dark red granite, crafted into bricks for the roadways. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it is also remarkably durable. As long as there is no human interference, it can withstand hundreds of years of use without issue. As evening descends, the sunset paints the sky with brilliant hues, and the city of Lihua becomes increasingly tranquil. After a day of relatively unhurried labor, the populace begins to embrace their moments of respite. Numerous nightlife establishments come alive in response. Yin-Yang Funqing stands as one of the most renowned bars in the city of Lihua, situated in a prime location along the main thoroughfare. Its dominant color scheme, much like the majority of the city's architecture, is red, yet it boasts an even more vibrant hue. The tall two-story structure is not its most compelling feature, rather, is the open-air plaza that draws patrons in. The outdoor plaza spans nearly 500 square meters, with a circular bar at its center measuring 10 meters in diameter. Each evening, the bar's most celebrated mixologists perform their craft here for the guests. Even on rainy days, the plaza never lacks for visitors, as a retractable canopy can be swiftly deployed to cover the entire area. The Southern Fire Empire experiences no winter, thus the nights here are never desolate. At this moment, several mixologists at Yin-Yang Funqing have taken their positions, and the number of guests in the outdoor plaza is steadily increasing. For them, this is the most bustling time of the day. An elderly man clad in a red robe steps into the plaza. As he crosses the threshold, a smiling server promptly approaches, guiding him toward a seat near the center bar. The 10 tables surrounding the central bar do not accommodate ordinary patrons. They are reserved for the bar's esteemed guests. Undoubtedly, this elderly man in the red robe is one of them, seated at a table that faces the street of prime location. The elderly man possesses a head of grizzled short hair, a bulbous nose, and small eyes. His stature is unremarkable, rendering him quite inconspicuous. However, the faint crimson glimmer that occasionally flickers within his small eyes seems to carry an unsettling allure. Old Yang, will it be the same as usual? A middle-aged man clad in formal attire approaches, bowing slightly in a refined manner. Only patrons at the VIP tables receive such personal attention from the bar's owner. With a hint of resignation, Old Yang replies, "Aside from the unique flavor of your signature Yin-Yang Funqing, there is little here that captivates my interest." The owner smiles slightly, saying, "Please allow me a moment." As he speaks, he turns to the oldest mixologist behind the central bar and snaps his fingers. The mixologist immediately understands, retrieving a clean, crystal mixing jug and commencing his first task of the evening, which is also the most significant one of the day. In no time, various spirits are poured in succession into the mixing jug, a filter is placed inside, and the lid is secured. The jug begins to dance joyfully in the mixologist's hands. Crafted from transparent white crystal, the mixing jug allows for a clear view of the liquid's colors inside. As the mixologist shakes with rapid precision, the red liquid within the jug swirls like a cluster of flames, a sight to behold. When the flames finally settle in the mixologist's hands, the lid has mysteriously opened, and he pours the dark red liquid into a martini glass from a nearby lamp. Instantly, a pale red flame ignites above the liquid, releasing a rich, slightly spicy aroma that wafts through the air. The fluid motions of this seasoned mixologist, combined with the fragrant allure of the signature Yin-Yang Funqing cocktail, earn applause and smiles from nearby patrons. Old Yang is no exception, nodding appreciatively at the mixologist. When his gaze falls upon the drink, his small eyes betray a hint of eagerness. Soon, the exquisite drink is presented before Old Yang. He accepts it directly from the server, taking a delicate sip while seemingly oblivious to the flames dancing atop the liquid. With a sigh of satisfaction, he praises the bar owner. Yin-Yang Funqing never disappoints. After 5 years, it still keeps this old drunkard entranced. No wonder your business thrives. The bar owner smiles respectfully. I am delighted to hear that. At that moment, an incongruous voice breaks the ambience. Is this what you call good wine? It's nothing but garbage. The voice is not loud, slightly raspy and weak, yet its arrogance cannot be concealed. The bar owner and old Yang turn simultaneously toward the source of the voice. They spot a small, ragged beggar squatting not far from their table, his gaze fixated on the Yin-Yang Diadem cocktail, his dim eyes filled with disdain. The bar owner's brow furrows as he casts a stern glance toward a nearby server. The server, realizing the beggar's presence, rushes over. I apologize, boss. I didn't see him come in. The bar owner waves his hand, signaling the server to promptly remove the beggar to avoid disrupting the business. In front of old Yang, he refrains from appearing overly forceful. The beggar rises on his own. His face is grimy, his small frame suggesting he is no more than 11 or 12 years old. His unkempt hair appears to have gone unwashed for days, and he carries an unmistakable, unpleasant odor. The server approaches with visible distaste to escort him away, but old Yang interjects, "Wait a moment." Without needing a cue from the bar owner, the server retracts his hand, hesitantly looking toward old Yang. Old Yang's gaze lands on the beggar. "Young lad, did you just say that this Yin-Yang Diadem is subpar? Pray tell, where have you encountered a better drink? Share with us." The bar owner quickly interjects, "Old Yang, what can a mere beggar know? Don't let him spoil your enjoyment." The people of the Southern Fire Empire cherish their spirits, and competition within the bar industry is fierce. The owner fears the beggar might mention another establishment with superior wine, potentially luring away this esteemed patron. After all, old Yang's daily visits contribute significantly to his revenue. Old Yang casts a glance at him, well aware of the bar owner's thoughts, and smiles. "Why not? Young lad, do you have any good suggestions? Speak up, and if you are correct, this gold coin shall be yours." Without any overt gestures, a gleaming gold coin has already been placed upon the table. To note, the most famous cocktail of Yin-Yang Diadem costs merely a single gold coin. This coin could easily sustain a modest family of 3 in the city of Lihua for an entire month. However, to everyone's astonishment, the beggar does not even glance at the coin. He raises his hand, pointing toward the central bar, and boldly proclaims, "If you wish to taste a true Yin-Yang Diadem, allow me to go there and gather the necessary ingredients." "You can mix drinks?" Both the bar owner and old Yang inquire in unison. The server nearby even stifles a laugh of derision. In the Southern Fire Empire, the profession of mixologist is highly esteemed. Yet, without the passage of time and experience, how could one hope to become a skilled mixologist? The beggar's words only come across as the ramblings of a dreamer. Old Yang's expression turns grave. "Young lad, honesty is the most important virtue in life. Do you understand?" At this moment, the bar owner feels unexpectedly relaxed, as he perceives the beggar merely as a boastful child, not a rival from another bar. The beggar, with his hands clasped behind his back, retorts coldly, "Why not let facts speak for themselves?" Old Yang furrows his brow. "Can you truly concoct a cocktail superior to this Yin-Yang Diadem?" A flash of anger ignites in the beggar's eyes as he exclaims, "If I cannot, you may take my life." Gazing into the beggar's eyes, old Yang is suddenly struck by a powerful sense of undeniable confidence emanating from this frail figure, coupled with an unwavering pride. How could such self-assurance arise from one so lowly? At this moment, the unfolding events here have garnered the attention of numerous onlookers, and the words of the young beggar have piqued the interest of many patrons. Some have already begun to shout, urging him to give it a try. The bar owner regained his composure and leaned down, whispering into the ear of the elderly gentleman, "Then let him have a go." The elderly man nodded slightly and addressed the young beggar. "I hope you can surprise me. Zhao, provide him with the necessary ingredients, and I shall cover the cost." "Zhao," the owner replied with a sycophantic smile, "It won't cost much. How could I let you bear the expense?" He waved his hand, signaling a waiter to escort the young beggar over. Listening to their conversation, the young beggar did not hesitate for even a second, turning immediately towards the central bar. The bartenders behind the counter, unperturbed by the sudden presence of this child, gazed at him with keen interest, clearing a workspace adorned with various tools. The bartender who had previously concocted the flaming passion smirked and said, "Little one, do you need me to introduce you to our selection of spirits?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the cabinet behind the bar, which housed hundreds of bottles of exquisite liquors. Another young bartender scoffed, expressing with a sarcastic tone, "Now even beggars dare to claim they can mix drinks. I truly wonder what the boss is thinking. Allow him to come here. Is he not concerned about the bar getting dirty?" The older bartender shot him a glance and murmured, "Mind your tongue. Did you not see that the elderly gentleman seems intrigued by this boy? Otherwise, do you think the boss would have let him in for no reason?" The young beggar appeared to hear nothing, not even glancing at them. Despite his frail stature, he stood tall in that moment, a flicker of pride igniting in his eyes, which burned with intensity. Without turning back, he stated his requirements: one portion of tomato juice, one of freshly squeezed lemon juice, one of Worcestershire sauce, one of Tabasco chili oil, along with salt and pepper. The earlier young bartender could not help but interject, "Are you planning to cook or mix drinks?" At this point, both Zhao and the elderly gentleman had approached the central bar. Zhao's expression darkened upon hearing the remark. "Just follow his orders. There's no need for such lack of decorum." The young bartender muttered under his breath, still reluctant, "Let's see how this beggar embarrasses himself." He then turned away. The young beggar remained oblivious to all, walking over to the designated sink at the central bar to wash his hands. He washed them with utmost seriousness, first wetting his grimy hands, then applying soap, scrubbing his palms together, and meticulously cleaning each finger, ensuring that every crevice and nail was thoroughly rinsed, even attending to his wrists. His freshly cleaned hands stood in stark contrast to his dirty, youthful face. The middle-aged bartender, who had previously prepared the flaming passion, initially displayed a look of astonishment, which gradually transformed into a demeanor of solemnity and seriousness as he observed the young beggar's actions, nodding slowly. As a bartender, one must not only focus entirely on mixing, but also respect the craft of their creations. This is a sign of respect toward the patrons as well as oneself. He noticed a glimmer of sincerity in the boy's gaze. Clearly, the young beggar had not been listening to their conversation, but was wholly immersed in the forthcoming task of mixology. Even for oneself, it is challenging to achieve such focus without intent. Yet, this child, merely 11 or 12 years old, and a beggar at that, executed these steps with remarkable fluidity, as if he had been doing this for years. His demeanor was not feigned. Every now and then, he would glance at the bottles on the shelf, his eyes filled with devotion and fervor, brimming with passion. The details dictate success or failure. The middle-aged bartender gleaned much from the simplicity of the young beggar's hand-washing ritual. A smile crept onto the elderly gentleman's face as he murmured to himself, "Quite intriguing." Upon finishing his hand-washing, the young beggar effortlessly retrieved a bottle from the shelf, its position just within reach of his height. When he returned to the bar, the ingredients he requested had already been delivered, a testament to the time he had spent washing his hands. The middle-aged bartender proactively presented a crystal-clear, polished decanter to the young beggar, who opened it and removed the filter. A fleeting moment of bewilderment crossed his face, as if he were lost in recollection. A circle of patrons had gathered around the bar, eager to witness just what this young beggar could accomplish. At that moment, he grasped the bottle in front of him and began to pour its contents into the decanter. It was midnight, and a new week was on the horizon. Here is the third chapter of the day. As the new book strives to reach the charts, I kindly ask both new and old friends to offer your support by casting your recommendation votes for Xiao-san. For those who have yet to bookmark the book, I would greatly appreciate it if you could do so. Thank you. Xiao-san will endeavor to craft an exceptional new narrative in return. If all goes well, tomorrow should also bring 3 chapters. The transparent, white liquid streamed into the decanter, and the young beggar's hands trembled slightly, revealing a lack of steadiness. Fortunately, not a single drop escaped from the decanter. The elderly gentleman, Zhao, and the bartenders recognized the bottle the young beggar had chosen. It was called Viper, a rather potent spirit. Pure spirits, devoid of fragrance, offer a pristine and unadulterated taste, making them a common base for cocktails. Through the transparent crystal decanter, one can observe that the small beggar has poured approximately 1/3 of the vessel's capacity with viper's wine, followed by 6/10 of tomato juice and 1/10 of freshly squeezed lemon juice. Finally, the small beggar, adhering to a specific ratio, judiciously added the desired Worcestershire sauce, Tabasco chili oil, salt, and pepper. After incorporating these condiments, the small beggar grasped a strainer, a faint hint of resignation crossing his face. Nevertheless, he placed it into the shaker, silently lamenting how long it had been since he last used such an implement. Yet now he found it indispensable. Lid secured, the small beggar lifted the shaker into his hands, which, being those of a child, struggled somewhat under its weight, further provoking derisive snickers from skeptics. It is well known that the essence of cocktail crafting lies primarily in the recipe, followed closely by technique. The ingredients previously added to the shaker by the small beggar were utterly perplexing as for his technique. The unsteady and pitifully small hands hardly conveyed any semblance of skill. Yet, in spite of the prevailing skepticism, the small beggar's hands began to move. He briefly gauged the weight of the shaker, taking a small step back. In that instant, his eyes sparkled like twin stars, his left hand retreating behind him as his right hand lifted the crystal decanter. Suddenly, with a deft flick of his fingers, he released it, letting it spin in a manner reminiscent of top, resting firmly in his palm. Gradually, the small beggar's right hand rose, the decanter continuing its rapid rotation. As if magnetized to his palm, the liquid inside, rich in tomato juice, had transformed into a vivid red hue, the decanter whirling like a crimson disk in his grasp. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Clearly, this small beggar was far from the simpleton many had presumed him to be. What followed was even more extraordinary. The hand cradling the decanter gradually ascended, the spinning vessel maintaining its vertical position, still firmly adhering to his palm, showing no signs of faltering. His right arm swept from his side, guiding the rapidly rotating decanter from right to left, ascending and descending in a motion akin to the sun's journey from dawn to noon and back to dusk. Throughout this display, the decanter remained upright, seamlessly spinning against his palm, a feat no bartender present could replicate, as they had never even witnessed such a maneuver before. The young bartender, who had previously mocked the small beggar, now gaped in disbelief, fixated on the sun-like red disk before him, unable to comprehend the small beggar's technique. The only one capable of discerning the secret behind his mastery was Yang Lao. Keenly observant, he noted that the small beggar's palm was not merely guided by his arm. It was in motion itself, albeit subtly, as his palm adjusted with rhythmic contractions and extensions, while his fingers danced like waves. Each movement synchronized with the spinning decanter. This was the secret to maintaining its rotation and adherence to his palm. Yet, while the principles may seem simple, the execution was profoundly challenging. A mere slip in rhythm would send the decanter tumbling to the ground. The small beggar's movements appeared slightly awkward, yet he persevered, an impressive feat for a child of merely 11 or 12. Just as the audience anticipated the small beggar's flamboyant display to culminate, he suddenly extended his previously hidden left hand, sending the rapidly spinning decanter soaring into the air. It was as though the sun itself had fallen, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. However, the small beggar's expression remained unchanged, his hands seemingly vanishing, leaving only a faint trace. In an instant, what had appeared to be a fallen sun re-emerged, and to the astonishment of the crowd, they beheld not one, but 3 suns. Yes, just as they began to suspect they were imagining things, a soft thud signaled the decanter's return to the table. The small beggar did not hasten to open the decanter, instead surveying the expressions of those around him, delighting in their stunned reactions to his 3-sun illusion, a subtle smile gracing his lips, pride gleaming in his eyes, albeit overshadowed by the beads of sweat on his brow. A testament to the effort exerted, he refrained from wiping away the perspiration, unwilling to tarnish his hands, gracefully unscrewing the lid to pour the slightly viscous blood-red liquid into a martini glass, precisely filling it to the rim. His right thumb rested vertically against the inner side of the glass, while his index finger encircled the outer edge, presenting the cocktail to Yang Lao in an impeccably poised manner. At first glance, this drink lacked the transparency and vibrancy of the previous bartender's flam, devoid of the fiery embellishment atop. Yet the blood-red liquid emanated an alluring, enigmatic depth. Yang Lao instinctively accepted the glass. Hearing the small beggar's voice echoing in his mind, true fire should ignite from within, not merely skim the surface, for it is the emotions that burn, not the eyes. This was the essence of true flam. Yang Lao raised a glass to his eyes, his nostrils flaring as he detected a faint, metallic scent, tomato juice mingled with lemon and alcohol, reminiscent of blood. The small beggar said nothing, for this cocktail bore another name, Bloody Mary. Yang Lao's gaze intensified, the glass reaching his lips for a delicate sip. The eyes of patrons and bartenders alike were riveted upon his face, anxiously awaiting his verdict. Ultimately, the quality of a cocktail is judged by its taste, not the technique. No matter how dazzling the presentation, if the flavor fails, it is rendered meaningless. As the first sip crossed his lips, Yang Lao's expression solidified, his demeanor transforming into one of stunned disbelief. The previously restrained aura evaporating as a flush of color spread across his countenance. Suddenly, without warning, his eyes ignited with fervor, ablaze with newfound intensity. Ah, what a fiery essence ignites from within! Boss Zhao, visibly anxious, inquired Yang Lao, "What does the drink taste?" Yang Lao turned to him, barely containing his excitement. "This is the most distinctive cocktail I have ever encountered, offering the most profound impact. It truly allows one to experience the flames of passion burning from within. Only by tasting it can one appreciate its uniqueness. If I were to assign it a title, 2 words spring to mind." He paused momentarily, scanning the captivated crowd before declaring with resolute conviction, "Unmatched." As he spoke, Yang Lao, as if fearing someone might claim the drink, downed it in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of fiery warmth enveloped him, the flames of passion igniting within, as if all 3 million pores of his body had unfurled in ecstasy. In consuming this beverage, he felt an overwhelming sense of having squandered his life, and the small beggar's earlier dismissive words regarding flam now resonated with poignant accuracy. Indeed, he had spent a lifetime indulging in mediocrity. No one dared question Yang Lao's judgment. He was not only one of the most seasoned patrons of the Fire City, but also among its most esteemed figures. Boss Zhao stood frozen. The other bartenders rendered speechless, while the patrons erupted into a cacophony of chatter, their astonishment palpable. "Where has the small beggar gone?" someone finally queried. Yang Lao snapped back to reality, scanning the vicinity, only to find the small beggar, who had previously stood behind the bar, had vanished. He turned swiftly to grasp Boss Zhao's arm. "Where is he?" I don't know." Everyone was too focused on Yang Lao, savoring the exquisite drink that the small beggar, being so slight, went unnoticed, and now he has simply disappeared. Yang Lao, disregarding further conversation with Boss Zhao, darted towards the bar's entrance, disappearing like a fleeting red cloud. The small beggar, after delivering the drink and leaving his parting words, strolled leisurely down the street, not in haste, yet feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Once a master of mixology, he now found himself in such a plight. With a deep sigh, the small beggar shook his head in resignation, the expression in his eyes betraying a maturity far beyond his tender years. In truth, this is precisely the case. His original name was Jiedong, a figure who did not belong to this realm. In his former world, at merely 32 years of age, he was renowned as the foremost wine deity globally. He crafted countless legends within the realms of mixology and wine tasting. The highest honor in the wine tasting community was the 5-star Golden Diamond Medal. But for him alone, the 6-star Imperial Diamond Medal was instituted, for his achievements were unparalleled. In his previous life, Jiedong had never strayed from the world of wine throughout his brief 32 years. Utterly enamored with it, when invited to appreciate a millennium-old exquisite wine unearthed in his homeland, he could not suppress his inner impulse and consumed a spoonful of the amber-hued liquid, now a viscous form. Thus he fell into an eternal slumber. Jiedong harbored no regrets. Were he to relive his life, he would make the same choice again. Even now, the enchanting taste of that viscous elixir lingers in his memory. His final thought before succumbing to sleep was that it was worth dying for. However, he did not perish, and even he could not discern whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Upon awakening, he discovered that he was no longer the illustrious wine deity Li Jiedong, but had transformed into a beggar named Jiedong, retaining only remnants of Jiedong's pitifully innocent memories. What vexed him most was that the entire world had changed. Having resided in this realm known as the Five Elements continent for a month, Jiedong found that, thanks to his original memories, language was not a barrier. Yet this once great wine deity now struggled to survive. Such a fate was unimaginable in his previous existence. Li Jiedong had never been one to bemoan his fate. Within 3 days, he gradually accepted his new identity, even expressing gratitude to the heavens for granting him a second chance at life. At the very least, his memories and passion for fine wine remained intact. Since he had arrived in this new world, he was no longer the former Li Jiedong. Thus, he resolved to embrace the name of this beggar, Jiedong. Jiedong's memories were painfully simplistic. He had no recollection prior to the age of 5. After that, he had survived by begging on the streets, with only a red cord around his neck, holding a white jade pendant inscribed with his name, which appeared to hold some value. He ultimately chose not to part with the jade pendant, as the memory of its original owner seemed to cherish it dearly. Yet he needed to survive and eat. A once great wine deity could not subsist on begging. Soon he discovered the most famous bar in the city of Lihua, the Flaming Passion Bar. Over the course of the month, in addition to gradually understanding this world, Jiedong diligently observed the area surrounding the Flaming Passion Bar daily. His knowledge of this world remained quite limited. He only knew that it was a nation at the southern end of the Five Elements continent, with flames as its totem. Fortuitously, he found that the people here also had a penchant for drinking. During this time, he sustained his new life with the cold, hard bread rolls and dried meat left by Jiedong's original owner, which he had discovered beneath a bridge. Every day, he meticulously observed the Flaming Passion Bar. Jiedong's observations were far from superficial. He was also keenly attentive to scents and sounds. His primary focus was to discern the distinctions between the wines of this world and those of his previous one, as well as their flavors and characteristics. Indeed, as a mere beggar, tasting them was out of the question. However, after crossing into this new realm, Jiedong retained one remarkable ability: his significantly heightened senses. The International Sommelier Association awarded him the unprecedented 6-star Imperial Diamond Medal due to his invention of the 6-sense wine tasting method. According to Jiedong's theory, wine tasting transcended mere taste. Smell, sight, and sound, touch, and intuition could also be employed in the process. In fact, he was the only one capable of achieving this in his former world. A quick aside for those with monthly tickets. Please cast your votes for Doluo first. To allow everyone to access more free content, the public period will last for 50 days, with VIP access commencing on February 1. During this time, all updates are free. I have always been generous. So please send in your recommendation votes. The second update will be uploaded soon for everyone to view. With the assistance of fellow readers, we have temporarily secured the top spot in recommendations. So I kindly ask those with recommendation votes to support Yin-Yang Crown as well to ensure our position that a new chapter will be released at 8 o'clock tonight. Outside the Flaming Passion Bar. As Jiedong in the guise of beggar, he could not afford to taste the wines, so he relied solely on observation, scent, and sound, utilizing his keen sense of smell, hearing, and vision, along with the experience of a wine deity. He meticulously noted the aromas exuded by the bartenders while mixing drinks, the patrons' expressions after consuming different wines, their physical reactions, and the commentary woven into their conversations. After a full month of diligent observation, Jiedong had grasped the majority of the flavors of the wines here and compared them to those from his original world. If anyone were to discover that he could judge wines in this manner and successfully craft cocktails, they would likely be rendered speechless. Moreover, cocktail recipes were highly precise. In this new world, he could adjust the proportions of mixing ingredients based solely on his observations. That Jiedong was undoubtedly deserving of the title of wine deity. As for Yang Lao, he was one of Jiedong's primary subjects of observation. To resolve his basic needs, he needed a means. However, with his pride and dignity as a wine deity, he could never stoop to being a mere bartender. Thus, Jiedong chose to focus on Yang Lao. Yang Lao frequented the Flaming Passion Bar, and with Jiedong's keen eyesight, it was evident that this elderly wine connoisseur possessed not only considerable tasting experience and a passion for fine wines, but also an extraordinary status. His appearance today was not coincidental. It was the result of careful planning and consideration. Every aspect, from the approach to the timing of his entrance, had been meticulously studied by Jiedong. Even his swift departure after mixing drinks was part of the strategy, a classic ploy of feigned retreat to entice. Jiedong's earlier size were not solely due to his current plight, but also for the frailness of this body. In his previous life, he had been tall and handsome, but in this existence, not only was he diminutive due to age, but his body was also exceedingly weak. The cocktail technique he had just employed, the three suns reflecting the moon, was a deliberate adaptation to suit this frail body. For the former him, it had been a simple maneuver, yet today, executed through this body, it had almost faltered. The three suns had been achieved, but the moon had not. It could only be considered a rough approximation of success. Of course, to outsiders, this was imperceptible. Additionally, due to his intense focus during the mixing process and the resultant physical exhaustion, he now felt an overwhelming weakness, to the point where even walking had become unsteady. An exceptional bartender must possess an equally exceptional physique. Otherwise, even the finest techniques cannot be executed. The Jiedong now faced this unfortunate predicament. Young brother, wait a moment. Jiedong was startled as a red blur flashed before him. And Yang Lao had already positioned himself in front of him. So swift. Is this the speed attainable by a human? Jiedong gazed at Yang Lao in astonishment, fully convinced that the speed at which Yang Lao had moved just now surpassed that of the 100-meter champion from his original world. He had remarkable hearing. When Yang Lao called out, his voice had come from at least several dozen meters away. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was right before him. This was simply beyond comprehension. However, from the change in Yang Lao's address, Jiedong knew he had achieved his objective. Observing the diminutive figure before him, whose face was obscured by dirt and whose malnutrition was evident, Yang Lao still found it hard to believe that the previous cocktail had been crafted by this child. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. Young brother, why are you in such a hurry? Jiedong cast him a glance. The drink was mixed. Why linger? Yang Lao marveled. The cocktail you just prepared, the Flaming Passion, is the most distinctive cocktail I have ever tasted in all these years. However, I am curious. If you possess such skill, why are you? Jiedong understood the implication behind his words. The innate pride surged within him, prompting him to unconsciously straighten his back. Wine is an art. To measure it with money is to tarnish its essence. Though I no longer have family and have fallen to the status of beggar, not everyone is deserving of the wine I create. Today's act was merely because I recognized you as a fellow lover of wine, and I wish to spare you from indulging in that rubbish. Though this sentiment was expressed by a mere 11 or 12-year-old boy. Yang Lao harbored no doubts due to the remarkable cocktail he had just tasted. Rubbing his hands together, a flicker of determination passed through Yang Lao's eyes, as if he had made a decision. Young brother, I will not beat around the bush. I wish to savor the cocktails you create every day. Is there any chance I may have that honor? You? On what grounds? Jiedong raised his chin, gazing up at Yang Lao, his eyes betraying not a hint of trepidation. Yang Lao met his gaze directly. Simply put, my only lifelong passion is wine. Along with this he spoke, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes. And an immense pressure, indescribable by words, abruptly released from his being. Jiedong felt a constriction in his chest. Instinctively retreating a few steps, the blinding red light erupted around the frail figure of Elder Yang. Centering upon him, yet under his control, the crimson glow surged only within a meter's radius of his body. However, within a 3-meter diameter, the air distorted, rippling like water due to the red light, and a colossal fiery red apparition materialized behind Elder Yang, resembling a great red bird. Its fiery wings unfurled, poised as if ready to take flight, while the red light enveloping Elder Yang shimmered with a golden edge, rendering him akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. The invisible authority emanating from him was the source of that immense pressure. Immediately thereafter, above his head, the red light coalesced into an object resembling a crown, radiant in white. The moment it appeared, It became the focal point of Elder Yang and the aura he exuded. Even the massive fiery bird behind him paled in comparison. This white coronet appeared extraordinarily resplendent, featuring a circular base approximately 5 centimeters wide, from which 9 triangular protrusions ascended, each adorned at its apex with a spherical ruby-like orb. Below the circular base, there were 3 complete red pentagrams and another half pentagram, all gleaming with the same brilliance as the orbs atop the coronet. Most striking were the flame patterns imprinted on the triangular tips, which seemed to flicker with life, undulating at the crown's apex. Due to the peculiar nature of this crown, Jiedong could not discern whether each triangular protrusion bore the fiery imprint. Yet he could clearly perceive the terrifying energy contained within this crown-like object. Jiedong was momentarily transfixed. Could this be some sort of sorcery? Apologies for the slight delay in the third update. For those who haven't yet added the book to their collection, please do so. And if you could spare a recommendation vote, it would be greatly appreciated as the transformation in Elder Yang continued. The temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply, waves of heat causing Jiedong's vision to blur. Elder Yang, pleased with Jiedong's astonished expression, smiled slightly and asked, "How about it? Am I now worthy of savoring the exquisite wine you concocted?" "Rest assured, I mean you no threat. I merely wish to convey that I possess the ability to alter the course of your life. That my name is Yang Bingtian, the headmaster of the Lihua Academy in the city of Lihua. I am a 7th level master of the fire element, known as the 5-crowned Yang Crown." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and the white coronet floated gently above his palm, rotating slowly without settling down. It was then that Jiedong noticed the 5 triangular tips of the coronet were imprinted with flame patterns, while the other 4 were not. Could these 5 flame patterns be what he referred to as the 5 crowns? Jiedong, pointing at the coronet in Elder Yang's hand, asked in a daze, "Could you enlighten me as to what this object is? Furthermore, what do you mean by the 5-crowned Yang Crown and 7th level master of the fire element?" I find myself utterly perplexed. This time, it was Elder Yang who appeared astonished, his eyes widening as he gazed at Jiedong, as if he were observing some peculiar creature. "You cannot possibly be unaware of the Yin-Yang Magus and the crown of Yin and Yang?" So hot, so hot. Jiedong felt the world around him growing increasingly hazy, a sensation of heaviness weighing down his head. Yet he shook his head, murmuring, "I do not know." A flicker of realization crossed Elder Yang's face. "It is no wonder you are unaware. Living day by day in destitution, you likely have not encountered this realm. Hey, are you all right, young brother?" Jiedong's body could no longer endure the strain, after a month of scarcely eating a proper meal. Coupled with his naturally frail condition, the concentration he had exerted while mixing drinks had nearly drained his strength. Now, under the relentless heat, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. The last sensation he felt was that of his body being caught, preventing him from crashing onto the hard ground. When Elder Yang caught Jiedong, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him had dissipated. Sensing the frailty of Jiedong's bloodline, he sighed softly. "This child appears to be a pitiable soul. I wonder why someone of such tender years possesses the ability to concoct such unique cocktails. Could he be a fallen noble?" He decided to take Jiedong back with him. With that, he lifted Jiedong's body, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished at the end of the street. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Jiedong gradually regained consciousness. The rich aroma wafted through the air, stimulating his acute sense of smell. Was that the scent of chicken soup? Slowly opening his eyes, he realized that the weakness he had felt prior had not entirely dissipated with sleep. Upon focusing, he discovered he lay in an unfamiliar place. The room was bright and clean, modestly sized at around 20 square meters, lacking in opulence, but decorated simply. What captivated Jiedong's attention was the mural on the ceiling, a vividly lifelike fire phoenix. Resplendent in crimson, its wings poised as if to soar into the sky. The edges of the fiery illustration were gilded, reminiscent of the red light he had seen emanating from Elder Yang. It dawned on Jiedong that the luminous apparition behind Elder Yang was indeed a fire phoenix. "You are awake?" Elder Yang's gentle voice broke the silence. Jiedong propped himself up, seeing Elder Yang seated at the table beside his bed, where a clay pot, a plate of braised meat, and 2 steamed buns awaited him. Glancing down at himself, he noticed that the grime had been washed away, and he was clad in fresh garments. The long-awaited sensation of cleanliness invigorated him. Looking toward the food on the table, Jiedong inquired, "Is this for me?" Elder Yang smiled and nodded. "Please, eat something. Your body is quite weak." Jiedong, feeling no hesitation, took an empty bowl from the table, lifted the lid of the clay pot, and without needing to look, he already knew it contained chicken soup, as his nose had informed him, to Elder Yang's surprise. Despite Jiedong's evident hunger, he ate with remarkable calmness, tearing off small pieces of bun and placing them in his mouth, pausing after consuming only half, and taking just a few thin slices of meat. However, he drank 2 bowls of chicken soup. Though his eating manner was not as refined as that of nobility, his naturalness exuded a harmonious aura. "Why not eat a bit more?" Elder Yang asked. Jiedong shook his head. "Having not had a proper meal in quite some time, my stomach is not accustomed to much. Overeating would be detrimental to my health." Elder Yang was taken aback, musing to himself on Jiedong's remarkably mature mindset. "Would you care to share your story with me?" Jiedong regarded Elder Yang, feeling warmth from the 2 bowls of soup that had chased away some of his weakness, and he sensed a bit of strength returning. "There is not much to tell that I come from a family that cherished wine. After its destruction, I found myself here. You are curious about my skills in mixing drinks? It is simple. It is a family tradition. Long before the events of yesterday, Jiedong had concocted this narrative. The more one spoke, the more likely one was to reveal inconsistencies, thus it was wiser to say less. He had never anticipated that his explanation would not raise Elder Yang's suspicions. But what did it matter? His true objective was not to protect his identity. Indeed, upon hearing Jiedong's words, Elder Yang furrowed his brow and scrutinized Jiedong for a prolonged moment. Yet, from the subdued pride and sorrow reflected in Jiedong's eyes, he found it difficult to discern anything conclusive. "It seems you are a child of misfortune." Jiedong placed his hands on the table and spoke solemnly. "I do not require your pity. You brought me here merely to have me mix drinks for you." Elder Yang regarded him with a knowing smirk. "And are you willing to do so?" Jiedong replied, "First, you must explain to me the transformations you underwent yesterday. Additionally, what is this Yin-Yang Magus you mentioned?" Elder Yang, upon hearing Jiedong's inquiries, responded, "It appears your family truly held wine in high regard, remaining oblivious to the world beyond. In our 5 elements continent, there exists a unique profession, one of paramount importance. Regardless of military or political realms, the primary standard for assessment is based on this profession. This profession is known as the Yin-Yang Magus." "The Yin-Yang Magus? So you are one, then?" Jiedong asked with curiosity ignited. His intrigue fully piqued. Elder Yang nodded. "Indeed, I am a Yin-Yang Magus of the fire element. The level and strength of a Yin-Yang Magus determine a person's future. Military officers need not be mentioned. Even civil officials are required to at least attain the level of condensing the Yin-Yang crown. Otherwise, they will not be entrusted with significant responsibilities. This holds true across the 5 great empires of the continent. Now, do you understand why I was astonished that you were unaware of the profession of Yin-Yang Magus?" Jiedong inquired with a hint of urgency. "What specific abilities does the Yin-Yang Sorcerer possess?" Yang Bingtian replied, "The capabilities of a Yin-Yang Sorcerer are exceedingly vast. Primarily, it is their combat prowess. A scholar-level Yin-Yang Sorcerer capable of condensing a Yin-Yang crown can defeat at least 10 adult warriors. The most powerful Yin-Yang Sorcerers are practically otherworldly beings, possessing the ability to effortlessly obliterate an entire city. The levels of Yin-Yang Sorcerers are theoretically extensive and cannot be succinctly summarized, however, if you choose to remain. There will be individuals who can instruct you. You recall that I mentioned I am the head of the Li Hua Academy. This institution specializes in cultivating fire element Yin-Yang Sorcerers. Your affinity for alcohol and the aura you exude indicate that your inherent nature is of fire. Regardless of your aptitude, I can facilitate your studies at the academy. In exchange for your bartending services, you would be considered a work-study student, with all your living expenses covered by the academy. What do you think?" Upon hearing Yang Bingtian's words, Jiedong's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Yang Bingtian smiled faintly, confidently stating, "Our Li Hua Academy ranks among the foremost junior Yin-Yang Sorcerer academies in the Southern Fire Empire. The program lasts 6 years, admitting only 60 10-year-old students each year. Given your age, you likely fall within this range. Annually, over 1,000 students apply to the academy, and the entrance examinations are exceedingly rigorous. Only those with exceptional talent are accepted. The graduation rate is an impressive 30%, placing us among the top 10 junior Yin-Yang Sorcerer academies on the entire continent. You take pride in a mere 30% graduation rate. By what criteria do you determine graduation? Jiedong queried, puzzled. Yang Bingtian, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, replied, I forgot how little you understand about the profession of Yin-Yang sorcerers. The standard for graduating as a junior Yin-Yang sorcerer is whether one can condense a Yin-Yang crown during their studies. Only those who reach the level of a 10th grade apprentice and successfully condense a Yin-Yang crown are permitted to graduate. Once one possesses a Yin-Yang crown, they become a genuine Yin-Yang sorcerer, making any future career significantly easier. Even if you choose not to work, the Empire will provide you with a modest living stipend (AS) for the graduation rate. Ordinary junior Yin-Yang Sorcerer academies would consider a 10% graduation rate a cause for celebration. Jiedong nodded, acknowledging, so, if I can become a Yin-Yang Sorcerer with a Yin-Yang crown after 6 years of study, I need not worry about my future. This indeed sounds like a splendid arrangement. A glimmer of pride flashed in Yang Bingtian's eyes as he remarked, of course, many strive to gain entry into our Lihua Academy. So, does this mean you accept? Jiedong stood, expressing his gratitude for the hospitality, and proceeded toward the door. Yang Bingtian, momentarily taken aback, quickly recovered and called out, Wait, what do you mean by that? Jiedong halted. Without turning back, he stated, with a mere 30% graduation rate, you expect me to dedicate 6 years of bartending for such a slim chance? If I merely seek sustenance, why not work at a bar instead? Yang Bingtian furrowed his brow, asking, then what is it that you desire? Money. Jiedong abruptly turned around, asserting, I have made it clear, do not measure my skills by monetary value. I can agree to your proposal, and I am indeed interested in becoming a Yin-Yang sorcerer. However, I have several conditions. Yang Bingtian also rose, slowly walking towards Jiedong, looking down at him. Young one, it has been many years since someone spoke to me in such a manner. His voice was calm, yet a flicker of anger shone in his eyes. Yang Bingtian held a prominent position not only in Lihua City, but across the Southern Fire Empire, and he found it difficult to accept being challenged by a boy he had rescued from destitution. It seemed he was silently questioning, what right do you have to negotiate terms with me? Jiedong raised his chin, meeting Yang Bingtian's imposing gaze that you're wondering what gives me the right to propose conditions. Correct? Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. What I can offer in return will far exceed what I receive. Put it simply, the fiery cocktail on mixologist is still subpar. Yang Bingtian was momentarily stunned. That drink is also considered subpar. Jiedong's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow as he replied, my physical weakness and age constrain me from executing more advanced bartending techniques. In my mind, there are a total of 1,964 basic cocktail recipes and 3,162 unique cocktail recipes. Given adequate time and materials, that number will only continue to increase. That my proposition is this. Within the next 6 years, you will never be served the same cocktail twice. Each drink will surpass the quality of the one served today. That if I fail to uphold this promise, you may expel me at any time. So, do I now possess sufficient qualifications? As he uttered the last sentence, his voice brimmed with pride, tinged with a hint of emotion. In his past life, as a revered deity of bartending, he had never faced such direct skepticism. Although Jiedong was making an effort to embrace his new identity, the intrinsic pride within him prevented him from bowing to anyone, even in the presence of someone who might alter the trajectory of his new life. He remained resolute, just as he had never begged for alms, relying solely on the meager rations this body had accumulated to survive. Yang Bingtian was genuinely astonished. This child was exceedingly proud. However, if what he claimed was true, then he possessed ample grounds for such pride. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he instinctively inquired, what is your relationship with the esteemed Master Du Sikong, the president of the Bartenders Guild? My apologies, my wife accidentally copied this chapter twice when she updated it this morning. But it has been corrected. Today, as second update, the deity of bartending, Jiedong's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, stating, I have no connection with him. Did you not say that being a Yin-Yang sorcerer is the most noble profession in this world? Then why do you still address a bartender as master? By this time, Yang Bingtian's composure had stabilized, and he smiled faintly. That is because Master Du Sikong is himself a six-crowned Yin-Yang Sorcerer of the water element, a renowned sorcerer in the Northern Water Empire, and a formidable figure whose abilities surpass even mine. Moreover, the distinction between 5 and 6 crowns is significant, hence I must address him as master. Now, please share your conditions. Jiedong made a concerted effort to cast aside memories of his past life, silently reminding himself, "You are Jiedong now, no longer the famed bartender Li Jiedong. Since you have arrived in this world, you must live by its rules and strive to reach the pinnacle once more." Having solidified his resolve, Jiedong's eyes gleamed with clarity as he stated, "I have 3 conditions. First, I require a dedicated bartending room, and you must procure every type of liquor available on the market for me. This will ensure that I can create the highest quality cocktails possible, and no one other than you is permitted to enter the bartending room without my consent. I will be conducting my experiments there and cannot be disturbed. You must also replenish any missing spirits. All expenses will be your responsibility." Yang Bingtian laughed heartily. "That is only reasonable. I accept your terms." Jiedong continued, "The second condition is that I will only craft 1 cocktail for you each day. Aside from that, all my additional expenses will be your responsibility." Yang Bingtian paused, slightly embarrassed. "Why only 1 drink?" Jiedong shot him a glance. "Are you unaware of the saying, excessive indulgence diminishes flavor? 1 drink is sufficient to leave you savoring it all day. If I cannot achieve that, what use am I to you?" Yang Bingtian seemed to be imbued with Jiedong's unwavering confidence. "Very well, I believe in you that I agree to this condition, but your monthly expenses cannot exceed 20 gold coins. My salary is also limited." Jiedong nodded. "For the third condition, as you mentioned, I will be entering the Li Hua Academy to study. Therefore, I require your utmost assistance in helping me complete my studies and condense the Yin-Yang crown, ensuring a smooth graduation. Should I find it impossible to condense the Yin-Yang crown within these 6 years, I reserve the right to leave at any time." Yang Bingtian looked at Jiedong in surprise. "Kid, are you really only 11 or 12? Your thoughts are quite astute, nearly rivaling this old man as that I can assist you during your training, but aside from helping you condense the Yin-Yang crown, I will not impart any magical techniques. That I must clarify this in advance." "Magical techniques? What are those?" Jiedong asked, puzzled. Yang Bingtian explained, "Before condensing a Yin-Yang crown, you will not possess magical techniques. Only upon achieving a Yin-Yang crown can one begin to cultivate magical techniques. In essence, magical techniques are skills that utilize one's inherent Yin-Yang magical power. Generally, after condensing a Yin-Yang crown, Yin-Yang sorcerers either seek a mentor to learn magical techniques or pay handsomely to acquire magical technique books. However, the most effective magical techniques are those that suit one's personal style, and it is nearly impossible to purchase powerful magical techniques. Certainly, one can indeed create their own magical techniques. If successful, they would undoubtedly resonate most harmoniously with one's essence. However, such mastery requires relentless refinement." Jiedong inquired, "Does that imply you are unwilling to take me on as your apprentice?" Yang Bingtian's eyes reflected a hint of pride akin to Jiedong's own. "To be clear, while your concocted libations are commendable, to become my disciple, you must demonstrate sufficient talent. The selection process for apprentices among Yin-Yang sorcerers is exceedingly stringent. Thus far, I have accepted only 1 disciple." Jiedong raised his right hand, extending it towards Yang Bingtian. "What is the meaning of this?" Yang Bingtian questioned, glancing at his hand. Jiedong replied, "It is a deal." Yang Bingtian chuckled, shaking his head in mild disbelief. It was astonishing that, as a grandmaster of the 5th rank in the fire element, he found himself at a disadvantage negotiating with a mere child. Yet, recalling the thousands of cocktail recipes Jiedong had mentioned, he suppressed any irritation within. He patted Jiedong's slender hand, proclaiming, "Then it is settled," Jiedong stated. "As a connoisseur of fine spirits, this may very well be the wisest decision of your life." Yang Bingtian smiled in agreement. "I too hope so. Let us await the outcome. You are undoubtedly the youngest to negotiate terms with me." Jiedong then asked, "When may I enter the Li Hua Academy?" Yang Bingtian replied, "You are already within the confines of Li Hua Academy, as the dean. I reside here. This is but one of my resting chambers. However, it shall soon belong entirely to you. I will arrange for a wine cabinet to be constructed and delivered, and I will gather the items you require as swiftly as possible. The school term commences in 2 days. Take this time to recuperate. The Lihua Academy is not particularly expansive. After residing here for 2 days, Jiedong had essentially familiarized himself with its layout. The academy comprises 2 teaching buildings, 2 dormitories, 2 playgrounds, each with a diameter of 150 meters, and 10 testing grounds. The purpose of these testing grounds eluded Jiedong. They appear to be large, warehouse-like structures, arranged in a circular formation. After enjoying 2 days of hearty meals, Jiedong felt considerably revitalized compared to when Yang Bingtian had brought him back. It was only 2 days prior, upon gazing into a polished metallic mirror for the first time, that he truly comprehended his appearance in this new life. Compared to his previous existence, it could only be described as worlds apart. He was remarkably ordinary, yet he found solace in the fact that all the necessary components were intact and present. Yang Bingtian, true to his role as dean, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within a day, the wine cabinet had been assembled. The residence of Yang Bingtian was located on the top floor of one of the teaching buildings, where he occupied the space alone, with ample rooms available. Jiedong, of course, had no need for dormitory accommodation and settled into the modest resting room, which now boasted a complete an array of exquisite wines and bartending tools were at his disposal, including many of Yang Bingtian's prized collections. This morning, 2 updates were provided. Tomorrow, more excitement awaits. That I apologize for the inconvenience, as the modem malfunctioned and my wife was unable to update, leading me to rouse my assistant from slumber. Thankfully, it is not too late, and I appreciate your patience. I am grateful to each supporter of my assistant's endeavors. The Lihua Academy breaks for summer annually due to the oppressive heat of the Southern Fire Empire, resuming only in early autumn, resulting in a 3-month hiatus. That IT is currently the break period, rendering the academy quite desolate with few souls in sight. That Jiedong had anticipated that, with the approaching start of the term, the entrance examinations mentioned by Yang Bingtian would soon commence, allowing him to witness them. However, he was informed that the entrance examinations are conducted at the end of each academic year, with successful candidates gaining direct admission in the following year. After jogging a couple of laps around the playground, Jiedong's attire was thoroughly soaked with sweat. His physical condition was undeniably poor, and even with nutritious sustenance, improvement would not occur overnight. Whether for the purpose of mixology or his profound curiosity regarding Yin-Yang sorcerers, he understood the necessity of physical training to restore his body to a normal state. With the start of the term just a day away, he felt an anticipation he had not experienced in a long while. What, he pondered, is the nature of the Yin-Yang sorcerer profession? Lost in thought, Jiedong returned to the teaching building and entered his room, only to find Yang Bingtian awaiting him with an eager expression. The previous day, after everything was prepared, Jiedong had crafted a cocktail for Yang Bingtian. And following its consumption, the dean's demeanor had grown considerably warmer. As a great philosopher from Jiedong's past life once stated, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Having tasted Jiedong's concoction, Yang Bingtian began to regard his agreement to Jiedong's terms as exceedingly sagacious. What will you be preparing today, Jiedong? Upon seeing Jiedong's return, Yang Bingtian immediately approached him. Jiedong responded, I shall first take a shower and then prepare a drink for you. He was resolute in fulfilling his promises. This was a guiding principle of his character. Yang Bingtian urged, Then please be swift. The term begins tomorrow, and I must assess your yin-yang attributes to determine which element suits you best. What do you mean by yin-yang attributes? Jiedong asked, perplexed. Yang Bingtian elucidated. From the aura surrounding you, I can discern that your innate affiliation is with fire. However, fire is further divided into yin and yang. One represents yang fire, while the other signifies yin fire, each possessing distinct characteristics. My own cultivation pertains to yang fire, as a practitioner of the 3rd rank fire element. Conversely, if you're aligned with yin fire, you would be classified as a practitioner of the 4th rank. Understood. I shall proceed to wash up, Jiedong replied. The more Yang Bing Tian elaborated, the greater Jiedong's curiosity regarding the Yin-Yang Sorcerers grew. He began to perceive that the classification of these sorcerers bore resemblance to the concepts of Yin and Yang, the 5 elements and the heavenly stems from his previous life. Among the 10 heavenly stems, Bing and Ding are indeed associated with fire. However, he had not delved into this topic extensively, merely acknowledging the notion of southern Bing-Ding fire, unaware that Bing fire could also be referred to as Yang fire, while Ding fire corresponds to Yin fire. Adjacent to Jiedong's room was a washroom. After swiftly showering and donning fresh attire, he emerged to find Yang Bing Tian pacing restlessly within the room. Such a display of impatience was familiar to Jiedong from his previous life, and he understood Yang Bing Tian's urgency. Without further ado, he approached the BAR. Jiedong took hold of the cocktail shaker. He seemed to transform entirely. Yang Bing Tian's admiration lay precisely in Jiedong's profound focus during the mixing process. Though Jiedong's physical form was far from its former glory, his bartending skills remained unchanged, achieving a state where only the art of mixology occupied his thoughts. Simply put, the same ingredients combined by different individuals yield vastly different flavors, even if the proportions of the added ingredients remain constant. Yang Bing Tian held his breath, intently observing Jiedong's every movement. Fearful of disrupting his concentration, that Jiedong's actions were swift, he did not need to rely on sight. As he effortlessly grasped the required spirits from the cabinet behind him, a master mixologist, he could recall the precise placement of every bottle after merely one glance. 2 parts green absinthe, 2 parts Bacardi rum, 3 parts yellow gin, and to fill the remaining 3 parts, a specially acquired aromatic vermouth that Jiedong had requested Yang Bing Tian to procure. Once all the bottles returned to their designated places, the shaker was tossed into the air, and even Yang Bing Tian scarcely noticed when Jiedong sealed it that Jiedong utilized a standard crystal cocktail shaker, his favored choice from his previous life. Although crystal shakers are prone to damage, they at least affect the flavor of the drink, proving superior to their metal counterparts. Regrettably, there were no ice cubes available, Jiedong murmured to himself, raising his hands. He manipulated the crystal shaker, which danced gracefully between his palms, as if magnetically drawn to him. Throughout the swirling motion, Yang Bing Tian could distinctly observe the color of the liquid within the shaker, transforming. The entire mixing process was brief. When the shaker finally descended, it spun like a top upon the table's surface, the liquid inside swirling into a spiral formation. This technique, though simple, effectively eliminated any foam from the drink, negating the need for filtration. With a flick of his finger, Jiedong halted the shaker, removed the lid, and poured its contents into a glass, which exhibited a fascinating gradient of colors. The top was a vibrant pink that gradually faded into a delicate blue, culminating in a sky blue hue at the bottom, creating an enchanting visual effect. Mixology is an art form. The bartender infuses their emotions into the drink they create. Thus, when a bartender's mood fluctuates, the same cocktail can yield a distinctly different flavor profile. Please savor this drink, aptly named Charmed at IT, is best enjoyed in small sips. Charm? What a splendid charm it is, exclaimed Yang Bing Tian with genuine admiration as he accepted the glass. Upon the first sip, he found himself entirely captivated by the allure of this potion. Initially, it presented a mildly tart sweetness, yet with each sip, the flavor transformed, much like its HU, as the final blue liquid melded into a rich, enchanting essence. The unusual taste of robust and exhilarating anise oil harmonized with the gentle and refined notes of juniper. Leaving Yang Bing Tian in a euphoric state, Jiedong did not inquire about Yang Bing Tian's impressions of the wine. He simply waited quietly by, embodying the confidence of a deity of wine. Reluctantly setting down the highball cup, Yang Bing Tian felt an overwhelming urge to lick the glass clean, if not for Jiedong's presence. It was simply perfection. You are right. Such exquisite flavors should not be overindulged. Having such a delight, even once a day, is my utmost satisfaction. Forcing himself to awaken from that intoxicating reverie, Yang Bing Tian turned to Jiedong, his face now adorned with a broad smile, the wrinkles replaced by joy. Did you not mention you would assess my yin-yang attributes? Jiedong reminded him I had become so engrossed that I completely forgot. Yang Bing Tian chuckled sheepishly, flicking his wrist to reveal a radiant red gemstone bracelet, for which a slender, transparent stick materialized in his hand. The stick, a foot long, appeared to be crafted from crystal, embellished with markings resembling scales, each end capped with a small red and blue sphere. Here, grasp the blue end with your left hand and the red end with your right. Relaxing his entire body, Yang Bingtian held the crystal stick at its center and extended it towards Jiedong. Following his instructions, Jiedong complied. While Yang Bingtian pressed his hand against Jiedong's forehead, that a torrent of warmth surged from Yang Bingtian's hand into Jiedong's being, enveloping him in a soothing sensation that was indescribably pleasant. As the crystal stick began to transform in Jiedong's grasp, the blue from a sphere in his left hand spread outward, while the red from the right converged toward the center of the stick. Observing the nearly equal pace at which the colors expanded, Yang Bingtian furrowed his brow. Soon, the two hues gradually merged, converging precisely at the central marking. Could it be? Retracting his hand from Jiedong's forehead, Yang Bingtian bent down, closely scrutinizing the convergence of the two colors. His gaze fixated in a trance, Jiedong returned the crystal stick to him, teasingly stating, "If you wish to commend me as a genius." I wouldn't mind. It was rare to witness Yang Bingtian so astonished, prompting Jiedong to jest. "A genius. You are indeed a prodigy, yet merely a natural-born inept. In all my years of teaching, I have never encountered someone so thoroughly inept as you." "What did you say?" Jiedong gasped. Although this body was somewhat weakened, he could not fathom being a failure. Yang Bingtian pointed at the crystal stick and explained, "You see, your innate attribute is indeed fire. And this stick serves as a fire attribute detector. The blue signifies Yin fire, while the red denotes Yang fire. If one were to label you a genius, it would not be entirely erroneous. The balance of Yin and Yang is indeed remarkable. In my 60 years, I have never encountered anyone with a perfectly balanced Yin-Yang attribute. What is wrong with a balanced Yin-Yang? Isn't it beneficial for the body?" Jiedong inquired, perplexed. Yang Bingtian replied with a wry smile. "Precisely, for ordinary individuals, a balanced Yin-Yang constitution symbolizes longevity and is exceedingly rare. Yet for us Yin-Yang sorcerers, such balance is even rarer than pure Yin or pure Yang. Do you remember I mentioned selecting a cultivation direction based on your Yin-Yang attributes? Typically, an ordinary person's attributes are split 6-4, either leaning towards Yang or Yin, though we do not accept those with such marginal differences, as the minimal disparity makes it challenging to cultivate Yin or Yang crowns. Even if one manages to achieve that, future progress becomes arduous. That a minimum ratio of 3-7 is required for a 30% chance of cultivating a Yin-Yang crown. For instance, my own attributes are a rare 2-8 Yin-Yang, with Yang constituting 80%, and through relentless cultivation, I have attained my current status. Jiedong, somewhat dazed, remarked, "So, does that mean pure Yin or pure Yang bodies are the most effective for cultivating as a Yin-Yang sorcerer?" Yang Bingtian shook his head. "Not necessarily. Pure Yin and pure Yang bodies are so extreme that they seldom survive past 20 years, making them unsuitable for cultivation. Unless both parties are pure Yin and pure Yang and achieve balance before turning 20. The possibility of cultivation exists. However, they must remain inseparable, for separation could lead to fatal consequences. Therefore, the ideal constitution for a Yin-Yang sorcerer is a 9-1 ratio, heavily skewed towards one side. This is what we refer to as a peerless talent in the realm of Yin-Yang sorcerers." Jiedong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Then, can you tell me how I should choose if I wish to train as a Yin-Yang sorcerer?" Yang Bingtian's expression shifted slightly. "It is challenging. Since you possess innate Yin-Yang balance, you must not disrupt this equilibrium. Thus, if you wish to become a Yin-Yang sorcerer, you must cultivate both fire attributes, maintaining the Yin-Yang balance. While I would relish continuing to enjoy your concoctions, I cannot mislead you. Those with a Yin-Yang ratio of 3-7 cultivate at twice the speed of 6-4. And those with a 2-8 ratio cultivate at double that speed. Following this pattern, individuals with a 9-1 ratio cultivate at 8 times the speed of 6-4. However, your 50-50 ratio means each individual attribute is a mere 16th of the 9-1 speed, and dual attribute cultivation reduces it to 30-second. In such circumstances, achieving a Yin-Yang crown becomes nearly impossible. Yin-Yang Sorcerer who has not attained a Yin-Yang crown before turning 18 will likely never have the opportunity again. Thank you for sharing this information with me. For the first time, respect shone in Jiedong's eyes as he faced Yang Bingtian. Yang Bingtian undoubtedly relied heavily on the exquisite wine he crafted, yet he remained truthful, exemplifying the qualities of a mentor. Yang Bingtian gently patted Jiedong's shoulder. In truth, being a bartender is a commendable profession. Even if you're reluctant to serve ordinary people, I could recommend you to the Bartenders Guild. With your skills, you would undoubtedly shine in the world of mixology. Jiedong shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I still wish to try. Are you saying? Yang Bingtian's eyes widened. Yet he discerned the steadfast determination in Jiedong's gaze, akin to unyielding stone. I wish to attempt becoming a Yin-Yang Sorcerer. If my talents are lacking, I shall exert 32 times the effort. Since I have arrived in such a wondrous world, why not live once in a different manner? Even if I fail, what loss could there be? With the support of fellow readers, Yin-Yang has reached the pinnacle of popularity, and I am genuinely grateful to everyone that I kindly ask readers to continue using your recommendations and collections to support me. Please do not forget to add to your collections. Naturally, the more recommendations, the better. The best way I can repay everyone is with more high-quality updates. Today, there will be 3 updates, with another coming before 8 in the evening. On the monthly ticket leaderboard, our Doluo has fallen to 4th place. Although Doluo has concluded, it remains the culmination of a year's hard work for me during its final month that I hope those with monthly tickets will assist me in elevating Doluo once more. If Doluo can reclaim 3rd place, I shall provide 3 updates in gratitude to my readers tomorrow. Thank you all. I am 10 years and 9 months old, with over 7 years remaining. Even if I ultimately fail, it would not be too late for you to introduce me to the Bartenders Guild afterward. By that time, I should be able to craft even finer wines, Jiedong stated resolutely. Age was merely a remnant of this body's memories. Yang Bingtian, now serious, asked, Have you truly made up your mind? Jiedong affirmed. How can I know if I will not succeed without trying? He had never been one to easily concede defeat. Yang Bingtian nodded. Very well. I will assist you as much as I can. I shall not drink your wine for free if you can indeed cultivate both attributes to achieve a Yin-Yang crown. Regardless of future accomplishments, you would mark a significant milestone in the realm of Yin-Yang sorcerers. Rest for now. I need to ponder this matter carefully. Exiting Jiedong's room and closing the door behind him, Yang Bingtian muttered to himself, What kind of family could nurture such a child? Not only does he possess skills rivaling those of advanced bartenders, but his resolve is also remarkably steadfast. Perhaps he truly could transform waste into treasure. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Jiedong rose. He had always maintained the habit of early rising, especially since today marked the beginning of a new school term. The effort of 32 times will commence from today. With a vigorous fist pump and a brief wash, Jiedong hurriedly descended the stairs, resolved to jog a few laps to loosen up. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he realized that running would be impossible today. Despite the sun merely having risen, the academy, once desolate yesterday, had transformed into a bustling hub. Numerous children, around his age or slightly older, had come to the academy accompanied by their parents, and the dormitory area was particularly lively. The inability to run did not deter Jiedong from his intention to exercise. Instead, he commenced stretching on the spot. Though his body was frail, the benefits of youth were apparent. After a short while of activity, his body warmed slightly, as if he had gained a bit more strength. Hey, are you a new student this year too? A clear voice called from behind Jiedong. He turned to see a boy of similar age, dressed plainly, standing there. Though his attire was modest like Jiedong's, his appearance was striking. His delicate face seemed as if it could yield droplets of water, and his bright, lively eyes sparkled with vitality, enhanced by his crisp short hair. I'm from the Ding Fire Department. First year. What about you? The boy casually approached Jiedong and, without hesitation, draped his arm over Jiedong's shoulder in a friendly manner. You from the Ding Fire Department? Are you a girl? Jiedong asked, somewhat astonished, for at the tender age of 10, the distinctions between genders were not starkly defined. Ridiculous. I'm a pure man. Brother, want me to strip down and prove it to you? Who told you that the Ding Fire Department is exclusively for girls? The boy retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Jiedong frowned. about to respond when a thunderous voice echoed from a distance. "Oh, Baisu, you sissy. I'm going to teach you a lesson this time." A robust boy, towering over both Jiedong and the boy beside him, charged towards them. His striking red hair was quite eye-catching, and with broad shoulders resembling a young bull, he stomped forward with determination, seemingly targeting the boy next to Jiedong. "Good brother, help me out here. I want to forget your kindness." Baisu ducked behind Jiedong, peeking out from behind him and calling out to the approaching red-haired boy. "Carl, don't think I'm scared of you. It was just a kick during the entrance exam that sent you tumbling. This isn't over yet. This is my boss. If you have the guts, deal with him before you come at me." "What boss? More like a sidekick. Let us beat them up together," Carl bellowed as he charged in, and with Jiedong in the way, he threw a punch that in that moment, Jiedong realized he had been used as a shield. However, with Baisu gripping his clothes tightly from behind, there was no escaping this confrontation. In his previous life, Jiedong had been quite the fighter during his youth, drawing the admiration of girls with his tall and handsome stature, inevitably igniting jealousy among some boys. Although he lacked formal techniques, he possessed ample fighting experience as Carl's punch approached. Jiedong understood that if he were hit in his current condition, he would not only be incapacitated but also suffer greatly. Being used was preferable to being beaten, so he instinctively reacted. He lifted his right leg and delivered a precise kick. "You may be taller than me, but your arms can't possibly be longer than my legs." With a resounding thud, Jiedong's kick landed squarely on Carl's abdomen. The red-haired boy, while indeed formidable, was also caught off guard. Although Jiedong's strike knocked him down, the force propelled Jiedong backward as well. "Ouch, I'm finished." Jiedong had fallen, but the one who cried out was not him. It was Baisu, who had been tugging at Jiedong's clothes and, in a twist of fate, ended up as Jiedong's cushion. Jiedong swiftly rose to his feet and lunged toward the red-haired boy. Seizing the initiative, he assessed that Carl's imposing physique would be a challenge, and despite being used, he would still regard himself and Baisu as allies. Thus, he decided to engage. Baisu, momentarily stunned at Jiedong's sudden move, quickly followed suit and did not flee. In a 2-against-1 scenario, despite Carl's larger stature, he struggled against their combined efforts. Jiedong confronted him head-on, while Baisu played more cunningly, targeting vulnerable spots, though they were young and their punches lacked weight. Carl was cautious not to let them land. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." A voice boomed like thunder, and before Jiedong could comprehend, he found himself lifted effortlessly, as if riding on clouds. And upon landing, he saw a remarkably imposing man, seizing both him and Baisu with one hand each, while a swift kick brought Carl to his feet. That Baisu, feeling triumphant, looked down at Carl with disdain. Carl, his eyes blazing with fury, was about to charge when the gigantic man placed a foot on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. "You three are quite something. On the first day of school, fighting already. Stand straight." The burly man, like Carl, sported a head of red hair. However, compared to Carl, he was in a league of his own, appearing to be in his 30s. If Carl was a young calf, this man was the mightiest bull, with fierce eyes that commanded respect. "Enjoying a brawl, are we?" "Excellent. Yin-Yang Sorcerer who doesn't relish a fight is unqualified. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to tussle. However, to openly brawl on the schoolyard, you possess quite the audacity. You violated school rules. You three will not participate in the opening ceremony. Immediately, right now, turn around and run 20 laps around the playground. That if you can't complete it, go home and find your mothers. The last to finish will run an additional 5 laps. This shall be your opening ceremony. Begin." Without hesitation, Baisu darted off first. Jiedong, lamenting his misfortune, had resolved over the past few days that since everything was starting anew, he must truly start afresh. Reluctantly, he followed suit. Carl, seething with anger, glared at the two before joining the fray. The Lihua Academy boasted 2 playgrounds, designated for the Bing Fire and Ding Fire departments respectively. Presently, they were running on the Bing Fire playground, which was not vast, each lap measuring 200 meters. Yet 20 laps equated to a staggering 4,000 meters, a considerable challenge for 10-year-olds, especially for Jiedong, whose physique was notably frail. Numerous new and old students witnessed the spectacle, with the veterans chuckling while the newcomers cast wary glances at the formidable middle-aged man. With a fierce glare, the middle-aged man bellowed. What are you all staring at? Do you want to join in the laps too? Get to the auditorium for the opening ceremony immediately. I'll count to 10. If I see anyone lingering here, you'll join them in running laps. Regardless of their grade, the students dispersed in unison, none wishing to become the next unfortunate soul. The burly man touched his face, musing, am I really that terrifying? It has just a bit of extra flesh on my face. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the three boys running laps, particularly lingering on Jiedong. These three lads are quite remarkable. They remind me of my younger days, daring to brawl on the first day of school. Excellent, especially that little one. That kick was fierce, impressive for such a small stature. I don't recall such a student in last year's entrance exam. As they ran, the disparity in physical conditioning became starkly apparent. Without a doubt, Carl's powerful physique was not in vain. He bounded forward with each step, as if propelling himself off the ground. Although he had started last, he soon surged ahead of Jiedong and Baisu, taking the lead. While Baisu could not match Carl's strength, his steps were light, allowing him to keep pace without falling too far behind. As for Jiedong, the situation was less than commendable. Initially, he managed to keep up, thanks to his recent training, but as they completed 3 or 4 laps, fatigue began to set in, making it increasingly difficult to maintain pace with his two companions. After completing the 5th lap, Jiedong's breath began to grow labored, his legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, becoming increasingly heavy. Sweat soaked through his clothing, and the distance between him and Carl and Baisu widened. By the end of the 9th lap, Carl had lapped Jiedong, showing no signs of slowing down. Rather, he seemed to be accelerating. When Baisu overtook Jiedong, he jogged alongside him, perplexed. Brother, you don't seem well. How did you pass the physical test during the entrance exam? You helped me out a moment ago. Thank you. Jiedong cast him a sidelong glance and replied breathlessly, considering you didn't abandon me during the fight. I'll let it slide. Baisu patted his not-so-robust chest. How could I run away? Am I that kind of person? Jiedong retorted with a hint of irritation, a bit like it. Come on, do you want to lend you a hand? Baisu offered, reaching to support Jiedong's right shoulder to help bear some of his weight. Jiedong subtly sidestepped his hand, insisting, no, I can manage. You go ahead, don't worry about me. The burly middle-aged man in the center of the playground evidently noticed their situation. What are you doing? Hurry up and run. Do you want to be punished? Baisu stuck out his tongue and then accelerated again, chasing after Carl. By the 15th lap, Jiedong's stamina was completely depleted, and his speed had diminished significantly. Yet he showed no signs of giving up, knowing that to become a Yin-Yang master required an effort 32 times that of a genius. He resolved to regard this punishment as merely the beginning. The middle-aged man observed the 3 runners. At first, he had admired Jiedong's direct and forceful actions during the fight. However, as they ran, it became apparent that both Carl and Baisu possessed exceptional physical fitness. Able to run 20 laps without issue. In stark contrast, the frail student struggled visibly. How had such a student passed the entrance exam? Yet, the man's opinion shifted as he recognized Jiedong's unwavering determination. Despite his evident fatigue, Jiedong persisted, showing no inclination to halt or beg for mercy. What remarkable tenacity! Although his physical attributes paled in comparison to the other two, this steadfastness earned the middle-aged man's silent approval. When Jiedong completed the 16th lap, Carl and Baisu had finished their punishment. To everyone's surprise, Baisu's final burst of speed was astonishing, allowing him to match Carl stride for stride. Jiedong continued to forge ahead with resolute steps. Suddenly, he felt as if his body had lightened. Running no longer felt as arduous as before. A moment of clarity struck him. The limit, had he broken through his limits? He understood that in aerobic exercise, the human body reaches a threshold. Surpassing it equated to transcending oneself. His steps became much lighter, and breathing seemed far less laborious. From the 17th to the 20th lap, he noticeably ran with ease, pushing through the remaining laps. However, the punishment was not yet over. As the last to finish, he was required to run an additional 5 laps. As Jiedong began the 21st lap, a figure suddenly joined him. What are you doing? Jiedong turned to see Baisu alongside him. Baisu grinned. This is my fault, and you're suffering for it. How could I let you bear the punishment alone? Let's do this together. Before he could finish, the red-haired Carl appeared on Jiedong's other side. running while stating, "I'm not here to keep you company. I just want to prove that my stamina is equal to yours." Though he said this, Carl maintained a pace that matched both Jiedong and Baisu, the three of them moving in unison. "All right, all three of you, come here," the imposing teacher beckoned. The trio exchanged glances and jogged over. Upon stopping, Jiedong felt an exhilarating sensation coursing through his body, as if his legs were no longer his own. Yet, that liberating feeling considerably uplifted his spirits. The robust teacher surveyed the trio, snorted, and declared, "Today serves as a lesson. Remember this, that if you want to fight in the future, come to me first for approval. I'll find you a place where you can fight to your heart's content." Baisu quickly chimed in, "Teacher, we won't dare again." "Dare you say? Guarantee you just enjoying yourselves?" The teacher continued, "I don't dislike unruly students. I only detest those who lack effort. If you wish to always win in fights, you'd better work hard in your training. My name is Xiatian, the fiery Xiatian, the director of the fire class and your homeroom teacher for the first-year fire class. Remember my name. You, the one from the Ding fire class, listen well. I despise cowards. Speak to me with a louder voice in the future. Understood?" "Understood," Baisu quickly replied, though inwardly he grumbled, finding the teacher to be a larger version of Carl. Xiatan snorted. "Now get lost. You can skip the tedious opening ceremony. Go collect your uniforms and stay in your dorms. One thing I must remind you. The school rule that is most strictly enforced is that you are not permitted to leave the school grounds without permission." "Yes," the three replied in unison, exchanging glances filled with shared relief. Skipping the dull ceremony was certainly a blessing. Baisu and Carl cheered, pulling Jiedong toward the teaching building. Watching them depart, a smile crept on his Xiatian's rugged face. These three little rascals were indeed full of energy that he hoped they would prove to be teachable. As Jiedong and his companions walked toward the teaching building, Baisu cleared his throat and, glancing past Jiedong at Carl, proposed, "Hey Carl, how about we leave today's events behind us?" Carl scoffed, "Coward, thinking you can back out after taking advantage. Last time, you kicked me during the entrance exam while I was in front of you, snatching away my top physical score that I haven't settled that with you yet, and today you get to beat me up for free? You think I'll let that slide?" Baisu chuckled, "Let bygones be bygones. Besides, who doesn't have a competitive streak? You can only blame yourself for being careless. And right now, you can't even take on both of us." Jiedong shot him a glance and replied coolly, "Don't drag me into this. I only just met you a second before that incident." Although Carl appeared fierce, he was no fool. He quickly grasped the situation and was about to confront Baisu when Jiedong grabbed his shoulder. "But it seems we've formed a bond through this conflict. How about this? Since he kicked you, you can kick him back. As for today's fight, you initiated it. If you kick him back, we can consider the past settled and become friends." "Hey, brother, how can you betray me like this?" Baisu exclaimed, attempting to flee, only to be caught by Jiedong. "You must take responsibility for your actions. Do you want more friends in the future, or just to keep an enemy?" Baisu paused, looking into Jiedong's calm eyes, then at the eager Carl, and resignedly said, "I guess it's my bad luck. I planned to use you, but instead, I ended up being the scapegoat and getting beaten up. Carl, my brother, go easy on me." As he spoke, Baisu crouched down, covering his head with his hands, presenting his backside toward Carl and Jiedong, causing Jiedong to chuckle at the sight of this amusing character. Carl raised his leg, ready to kick, but ultimately refrained, instead using his foot to nudge Baisu back to his feet. "That I can't be bothered to deal with you." Carl glared at Baisu, ecstatic at escaping physical punishment. Baisu grinned. "So, does that mean we're friends now?" Carl scoffed. "Who would be friends with a coward?" Baisu retorted, "Is there no humanity for cowards? We're still people. You know, I didn't choose this. My Yin attribute exceeds 80%, which is why my voice is a bit high-pitched, but I'm a real man at heart." Carl raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You're a Ding fire student with an 80-20 split?" Baisu's mood shifted rapidly. At Carl's inquiry, he beamed with pride. "Of course. To be precise, my Ding fire attribute is at 85%. In 2 words. That's genius. Among the new students this year, my talent in the Ding fire class is unparalleled." Carl scoffed dismissively. "What is so great about 85% Ding fire? I'm an 85% Bing fire myself. Look at me. I don't boast about it." Listening to the argument between the two, Jiedong could not help but chuckle. "Oh, what are you doing now?" he inquired. Although he spoke lightly, he was inwardly astonished. According to Dean Yang Bing Tian's explanation of the balance of yin and yang, these two were undoubtedly genius-level yin-yang magisters, almost certain to gather the yin-yang crown. Carl's face flushed as he replied, I just can't stand his demeanor. By the way, I still don't know your name. Are you of the Bing fire system or the Ding fire system? My name is Jiedong. To be precise. Both of you are my classmates. That I cultivate both Bing and Ding systems. Impossible, Carl and Baisu exclaimed in unison. Jiedong replied nonchalantly, haven't you heard of yin-yang balance? Just because you are geniuses, does that mean I cannot be a failure? As he spoke, he was the first to stride into the teaching building. Carl and Baisu exchanged glances, their animosity evaporating. Observing Jiedong's somewhat desolate figure, they both instinctively pursued him. Baisu could not restrain himself and asked, Jiedong, are you truly balanced in yin and yang? But with your physical attributes, how were you admitted to the academy? Jiedong responded naturally, I came in through backdoor channels. I'm a working student. I merely wish to test my own strength. Is it impossible to cultivate into a yin-yang magister with yin-yang balance? All I need is to exert 32 times the effort. 32 times? And that's all. Baisu stared at Jiedong in disbelief. You're the crazy one. Carl shot back, Jiedong, I support you. My mother once said, as long as you work hard, even if you fail, it's not a loss. If you need help, just ask. Baisu, unwilling to be outdone, added, me too. From now on, we are brothers. Jiedong regarded the two without speaking, yet extended his right hand. Carl and Baisu placed theirs atop his almost simultaneously. Though Baisu was a fraction quicker, the three hands of varying sizes stacked together, their gazes meeting as they all smiled. When they arrived at the academic office to collect their uniforms and schedules, a small incident occurred. Both Baisu and Carl easily received their respective attire, but Jiedong requested to obtain both systems. When he presented the admission notice specifically crafted for him by Yang Bing Tian, the teacher in charge regarded him as if he were a monster. The morning is for the opening ceremony, and the afternoon we start classes. There's no humanity in this academy. They don't even let us rest. Baisu lamented as he examined the schedule. Jiedong shot him a glance. If you have the capability, shout a little louder. Baisu grumbled, I'm just venting. However, the afternoon class isn't bad. It's rare for the Bing Fire and Ding Fire systems to share a large lecture. There are hardly a few instances throughout the entire academic year. What should we do now? Carl suggested, let us go to my dorm. No one should be there now. Baisu scoffed, forget it. What is the point of going to your dorm with all your male classmates? Let us head to mine instead. Most of the Ding Fire students are girls, and there are quite a few beauties. I'm the only one in my dorm, unlike you all crammed into one room. Carl retorted, you sissy, forget it if I go to your Ding Fire dorm. 1T, I catch Yin energy. Curse it, Carl. If you call me a sissy again, I'll fight you. Enough, stop the bickering. Let's south go to my place. It's the quietest. I'll treat you to some drinks. Jiedong interjected, silencing Baisu and Carl. They exchanged glances, lowering their voices in unison. Can we drink at your place? Jiedong, puzzled, replied. What's wrong? Carl spoke mysteriously. Alcohol is banned in the academy. We were searched when we entered, but we got lucky because we're younger, so the search wasn't thorough. The older students are scrutinized more closely. If you have alcohol, you'll be my boss. My father started giving me alcohol when I was 5. This is the most painful part of starting school for me. Baisu confessed, clutching Jiedong's left arm. So what are we waiting for? Let us go. As Jiedong led them to his room on the top floor of the Bing Fire teaching building, Carl and Baisu were captivated by the sight of hundreds of various bottles of fine wine displayed in the cabinet. Of course, there were also some marinated meats that Yang Bing Tian had originally prepared for Jiedong. While he did not approve of drinking cocktails with meat, having it for lunch was acceptable. As the scorching sun reached its zenith, the first class of the new academic year at Lihua Academy commenced. Carl and Baisu sat in the back of the classroom, each wearing silly grins. Upon closer inspection, one could see that both boys appeared somewhat dazed. Jiedong, however, chose to sit at the front, partly due to his petite stature and also to better focus on the lecture. 32 times the effort was not merely a phrase. Baisu whispered, Carl, does what our big brother said mean that the wine we drank 1T be detected by the teacher? Carl replied irritably, can't you just smell it and find out? Can our big brother really deceive you? But I've never tasted such delicious wine before. It's so intense, so exhilarating. Baisu remarked, "Our big brother said the effects will wear off soon." "Then why do I still feel dizzy?" Carl seemed to regain a bit of clarity. "That's because your tolerance is low." "Look, I'm fine now that I've decided. I'll follow Jiedong from now on, eating meat and drinking fine wine." Immediately, right now, silence. A booming voice echoed throughout the vast classroom. The previously chaotic atmosphere fell silent. Without needing to look, Jiedong recognized who it was, with a total of 61 students from the Bing Fire and Ding Fire systems combined. Jiedong was the extra one. The rest comprised 30 students from each system, and the other grades were similar. Thus, the total student population at Lihua Academy was around 360. Although Jiedong possessed 2 sets of uniforms and 2 class schedules, he wore the Bing Fire uniform today. The Bing Fire uniform was red, while the Ding Fire uniform was blue, with no other distinguishing features. The back bore the name Lihua Academy in large letters, making the attire appear somewhat silly. It could hardly be described as exquisite. However, according to Carl and Baisu, the tuition for a single academic year here was an astounding 50 gold coins. Even if one managed to gain admission, not everyone could afford it, and this was without considering living expenses in the Five Elements continent. Currency primarily consisted of gold coins, though the minting styles varied by country. 1 gold coin equated to 10 silver coins or 100 copper coins. It was said that there was also a universally accepted currency, the Five Elements coin, equivalent to 100 gold coins. Teacher Xiaotan, clad in a crimson robe, ascended the podium. His attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Dean Yang Bing Tian. However, his bulging muscles were far from concealed by the robe, exuding a fierce aura that easily intimidated the group of generally 10-year-old children. Accompanying Xiaotian on the podium was another teacher, tall and slender, just half a head shorter than him. Her blue dress perfectly outlined her alluring figure. Appearing to be in her late 20s, though her demeanor was slightly aloof, Xiaotan's piercing gaze swept across the 61 students. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the desk, producing a thunderous bang that made the solid wooden podium groan. The abrupt noise startled the students, and the blue-dressed teacher furrowed her brow. "Who allowed you to sit like that? Stand up," Xiaotian thundered. All students hastily rose to their feet. It turned out that the students from both systems were seated in a haphazard manner. The varying colors of their uniforms created a disordered blend of red and blue from the podium's perspective. Bing Fire students, move to the right. Ding Fire students, to the left. Oh, you little ones already know how to pair up by gender? Immediately, right now. I will count to 5. If you're not seated properly by then, get out and run laps under the sun. Under Xiaotian's roar, no one dared to dawdle. The 61 students quickly scrambled to rearrange their seats. Jiedong paid particular attention to the demeanor of the clearly Ding Fire system female teacher. Though the teaching style of Xiaotian was rather brusque, the female instructor appeared utterly unfazed. Clearly accustomed to it, she commenced a roll call. "Those whose names are called, please stand and respond loudly." "Bing Hua system, Carl." "Here." Carl abruptly stood from the back row, his voice ringing out, drawing the attention of his fellow students. Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "That's how it should be. Everyone, stay alert." Soon, the names of the first 30 students from the Bing Hua system were called, with the last one being Jiedong. Here, Jiedong rose from the front row. While his voice lacked the booming quality of Carl's, it possessed a resolute strength absent in his peers. As Jiedong stood, both Xiaotian and the female teacher's gazes focused on him, with Xiaotian expressing mild surprise. "You are Jiedong?" "Yes," Jiedong replied succinctly and firmly. Xiaotian nodded. "You may sit down." Jiedong discerned the peculiar expression on Xiaotian's face upon learning his name, and without needing to guess, he understood it was undoubtedly related to his unique yin-yang balanced attribute. "I am Xiaotian, and I will be your instructor for the first year of Bing Hua system. Those who do not exert themselves in their cultivation should not blame me for being unkind. I will expel them at any moment to prevent wasting the hard-earned money of your parents." Following this, the teacher for the Ding Hua system, Xiaotian, would take attendance. Jiedong nearly laughed, thinking to himself, what curious names they have. One named Xiaotan and another Xiaotian, a harmonious pairing. He could only wonder if there were teachers named Chun Tian and Dong Tian in the academy as well. Jiedong, the first name called by Xiaotian, was indeed his. Here, Jiedong, who had just seated himself, had to rise again. Except for Carl and Baisu, All other students were stunned, believing they had misheard. Xiao Tian smiled slightly, her smile as enchanting as her voice, reassuring everyone that Jiedong was an exception. His method of cultivation will also differ from yours. This is a new endeavor for the academy. All right, you may sit down. Next, Biasu sprang up quickly, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Xiao Tian. Hello, Sister Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian chuckled. You should address me as teacher. Just as Biasu was about to respond, he caught sight of Xiao's piercing gaze and hurriedly returned to his seat. Carl, sitting to his right, muttered under his breath, I'm somewhat envious of you Dinghua system now. The roll call concluded swiftly, and Jiedong paid little heed to the curious glances of his fellow students. Although Xiao Tian had not explicitly stated it, anyone with a modicum of knowledge about Yin-Yang magicians would understand that his dual cultivation could only yield a 50-50 balanced physique, undoubtedly rendering him a top-tier waste. However, the majority were merely curious, for the Yin-Yang balanced physique was even rarer than a peerless genius with a 90-to-10 ratio. With attendance complete, the formal class commenced. Xiao Tian turned around and inscribed 5 characters on the blackboard, writing, Eastern Jia Yi Wood, Southern Bing Ding Fire, Central Wu Ji Earth, Western Gung Xian Metal, Northern Ren Gue Water. After completing this, he turned back, and Xiao Tian naturally stepped aside. Xiao Tian's gaze swept over the students, announcing, Today marks your first lesson at the Li Hua Academy, a grand class for both systems. Now, who among you can tell me the significance of the 5 characters I have written? Whether it was due to Xiaotan's overly straightforward demeanor intimidating the 10-year-olds, or some other reason, the vast majority of students maintained a watchful silence. However, Jiedong, seated in the front row, raised his hand without hesitation. Having decided to invest effort, he knew he needed to absorb ample knowledge. 32 times the effort required a clear direction. Xiao Tian nodded at Jiedong. All right, go ahead. Jiedong stood and stated. The 5 characters written by the teacher represent the 5 cardinal directions: east, south, west, north, and center, along with the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, as well as the 10 heavenly stems: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xen, Run, Ge, based on the literal meanings. Taking our fire attribute as an example, the south corresponds to fire, with Bing and Ding also belonging to fire. However, when categorized by Yin and Yang, we derive 2 distinct types of fire, Binghua and Dinghua. Thus, the southern Bing Ding fire may also be referred to as the southern Yang Yin fire. Bing and Ding are merely 2 designations. Why analogous reasoning? The other 4 elements should carry similar meanings. Among the 10 heavenly stems, the odd numbers represent the Yang attribute, while the even numbers signify the Yin attribute. For instance, in the case of Jia Yi Wood, Jia represents Yang Wood, while Yi represents Yin Wood. Xiao Tian nodded in appreciation. Very well. You may sit. Jiedong's insights stem from his recent understanding of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements, combined with knowledge he had gleaned from Yang Bingtian regarding Yin-Yang magicians, along with the 5 characters Xiao Tian had inscribed. Xiao Tian continued, Jiedong is absolutely correct. This continent is known as the 5 elements continent. What are the 5 elements? They are wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Furthermore, each element has distinct Yin and Yang attributes. Once divided, we obtain 10 types: Yang Wood, Yin Wood, Yang Fire, Yang Earth, Yang Metal, Yang Water, Yin Water. This is how we categorize the 10 systems of Yin-Yang magicians. At this juncture, he paused briefly and inscribed 20 more characters on the blackboard. The attributes of all 10 systems of Yin-Yang magicians are these. The heavenly stems correspond with the 5 elements and Yin-Yang. Jiedong has already elucidated clearly. Jia and Yi belong to wood, representing Yang and Yin Wood. Bing and Ding belong to fire, representing Yang and Yin Fire. By substituting the 10 heavenly stems into our classification of Yin-Yang magicians, their true names emerge: Jia Wood System, Yi Wood System, Bing Fire System, Ding Fire System, Wu Earth System, Ji Earth System, Gung Metal System, Xian Metal System, Ren Water System, and Gue Water System. Please make a note of this, as I will not repeat these foundational concepts in the future. Jiedong had to admit that this rough-tempered and fiery Xiao Tian, when teaching, displayed remarkable organization, progressing from simple to complex in a manner that was straightforward and comprehensible. Through text, diagrams, and narration, he had clearly explained the division of the 10 systems of Yin-Yang magicians and the origins of the 5 empires of the 5 elements continent. Those who could pass the assessment were certainly not dullards, and not one raised a question. All right, since there are no inquiries, we shall proceed. Students of the Bing Fire System, listen carefully as I will now discuss our Bing Fire System. Upon mentioning the Bing Fire System, Xiaotan visibly perked up, raising his voice a notch. Bing Fire represents Yang Fire, the most intense and unyielding fire, akin to the sun's rays, radiating with outward heat energy, in the context of the heavenly stems. Bing signifies the sun. Thus, our Bing Fire System is like the sun shining down, a fierce and explosive flame. Among the 10 systems of Yin-Yang magicians, in terms of individual attack capability, we rank second only to the gunmetal system. However, in terms of overall explosive power, we are undoubtedly the strongest. Moreover, according to the principle of elemental opposition, our Bing Fire System completely counters the gunmetal system. Therefore, it is not incorrect to say we are the foremost attackers among Yin-Yang magicians. Remember the term Yang. It embodies not only your future abilities, but also your mindset. Only by embodying Yang can you unleash the full potential of the Bing Fire System's unyielding ferocity. Xiaotian approached Xiaotian and smiled gently. Teacher Xiaotian has just introduced the Bing Fire to the students. Now allow me to introduce to you our Ding Fire. Though it is still fire, it is distinguished by the differences in Yin and Yang, that if we regard Bing Fire as belonging to the day, then Ding Fire is the fire of the night. Ding Fire embodies the flame of a candle, the glow of the underworld, the warmth of a hearth, the lights of countless homes, and the ephemeral fireworks in the sky, a spark igniting the vastness of the earth, while Bing Fire illuminates all. Ding Fire casts its light in a more localized manner. Ding Fire is gentle yet profound, its inner essence radiating warmth. Although we may not possess the ferocity of Bing Fire, we hold the most potent adhesive and corrosive qualities among the 10 forms of Yin and Yang magic. In an instantaneous burst of attack, we cannot compare to Bing Fire. However, once our Ding Fire strikes the enemy, they must endure a relentless searing. Bing Fire and Ding Fire each possess unique characteristics. Much like the distinct nature of the 10 forms of Yin and Yang magic, the 5 elements counter one another. There is no form of magic that is absolutely invincible. Yet, I wish to impart this, regardless of the type. Once you cultivate to a level where you can defy the elemental counteraction, you can become the strongest at this juncture. Teacher Summer had stepped aside, passing the lecturing duty to Teacher Autumn. Teacher Autumn continued. What I am about to discuss is the most crucial content of our lesson today, and I urge you to listen attentively. Should any questions arise, do not hesitate to ask, for this will determine your ability to graduate from the Lihua Academy and to become a true Yin-Yang mage. With that, Autumn's once cheerful demeanor turned serious as she stated, I trust that most of you have heard of the Yin-Yang crown and are aware that it symbolizes our Yin-Yang mages. What I will elaborate on now is the true symbolic significance of the Yin-Yang crown, its specific classification, and its functions that, as she spoke, Autumn stepped out from behind the podium and nodded to Summer, who stood beside her at a distance of 5 meters. They simultaneously raised their arms slowly, palms facing upward. With a sudden burst, amid the gasps of the students, vibrant red flames erupted from the palms of Summer, while blue flames emerged from Autumn's hands, captivating the attention of all present. The intense red glow and the ethereal blue light radiated from the 2 instructors, and Jiedong, seated in the front row, could distinctly sense that the red light emanating from Summer was akin to the aggressive warmth released by Yang Bingtian. It was a fervent heat that caused the air temperature to rise sharply. Conversely, the blue light and flames from Teacher Autumn appeared devoid of temperature, seemingly less grand than the red flames of Teacher Summer. Yet they instilled a profound sense of dread, even sending a chill through the heart upon gazing at the blue flames. Clearly, this represented the Bing Fire of the sun and the Ding Fire of the moon. Regardless of which flame it was, as they unleashed their magic, a delicate golden edge surrounded the red and blue light. Behind both Summer and Autumn, transparent phantoms materialized, their colors mirroring the magical energies they emitted. At that moment, Jiedong recognized the differences between them and Yang Bingtian. Although both were of the Bing Fire system, The Firebird phantom behind Summer appeared significantly more substantial than the translucent one behind Yang Bingtian. The latter's Firebird had acquired a hint of corporeality, while Summer's Firebird resembled merely a faint wisp of air. Teacher Autumn's phantom was not a Firebird but a coiled blue serpent, equally elusive and indiscernible. Jiedong gazed at Teacher Autumn in surprise. In his recollections, the southern Bing and Ding Fire had another interpretation, that of the southern vermilion bird, just as the eastern azure dragon represented the Jia and Yi wood. It would be logical that the divine beast associated with Bing and Ding Fire would be the vermilion bird. This bird, akin to a phoenix, was undoubtedly the phantom behind Summer and Yang Bingtian. Yet, why did the Ding Fire mage, Teacher Autumn, have a blue serpent behind her? Moreover, this serpent seemed to possess a pair of faint wings. The red and blue lights converged above the heads of the two instructors, forming crowns that became the epicenter of their magical release. The Summer's crown, akin to Yang Bingtian's, was entirely white, adorned with golden edges, featuring 9 pointed tips, each crowned with a red orb. The only distinction lay in the flame patterns atop the points and the number of stars on the crown's front. Summer's crown bore 3 points with red flame imprints, while the circular band below showcased 4 stars, half a star more than that of Yang Bingtian. But on the other hand, Teacher Autumn's crown was a sight Jiedong had never seen before. It was entirely black, edged in gold, also featuring 9 pointed tips. Yet each was crowned with a blue orb. 3 of the points bore blue flame patterns, while the circular band exhibited 2.5 stars. Enveloped in a radiant red glow, with the searing flames in his palms, Summer appeared as if a fire god had descended, his already formidable exterior intensified, even his eyes reflecting a hint of red. This was the complete battle state of the Bing Fire Mage and the Ding Fire Mage. As he spoke, Summer raised his hand, summoning the crown above his head to float down into his grasp. Among the 10 forms of Yin-Yang mages, 5 belong to the sun and 5 to the moon. What I am currently releasing is the Yang crown of the Bing Fire system, while what Teacher Autumn is manifesting is the Yin crown of the Ding Fire system. Both the Yang crown and the Yin crown serve as the source of power for Yin-Yang mages. The ability to condense these crowns is the fundamental requirement for any Yin-Yang mage. Supporting his Yang crown with one hand, he pointed to the 5-centimeter wide circular band below it, explaining, both the Yang crown and the Yin crown are divided into 4 parts. First, this circular band is known as the crown ring, which forms the foundation of the Yin-Yang crown. Each crown ring features 9 peaks, referred to as crown peaks, represented by the 9 triangular points above. Together, they constitute the most basic form of the Yin-Yang crown. You can see the 4 stars on my crown ring. These are called crown stars, and the flame imprints on the crown peaks are known as crowns. These elements symbolize the rank of a Yin-Yang mage. The crown stars represent our basic levels, divided into 10 ranks from 1 to 10. Remember, 1 crown star does not signify 1 rank, but rather 2. For instance, my Yang crown has 4 crown stars, indicating I have reached level 8 in my current title. That I possess 3 crown peaks adorned with imprints symbolizing our Bing Fire system, known as 3 crowns. The number of crown peaks with such imprints denotes the number of crowns. Once we cultivate our crown stars to 5, meaning we reach the 10th level, we can attain 1 crown through special cultivation methods. Likewise, our titles as Yin-Yang mages will change. Teacher Autumn also summoned her Yin crown into her hands, continuing from Summer. Regardless of the system, we all share the same classification of ranks, based on cultivation levels. We hold different titles. For those of you just beginning your journey, or those who have yet to condense your Yin-Yang crown, we collectively refer to you as apprentices for the Bing Fire system. You are Bing Fire apprentices, and for the Ding Fire system, you are Ding Fire apprentices. Once you obtain your own crown stars, you can prefix your title with the corresponding level. For example, half a crown star would denote a level 1 Bing Fire apprentice or a level 1 Ding Fire apprentice. When you reach level 5 as a 10-star apprentice and subsequently condense your own Yin-Yang crown, your title will change accordingly. At that point, you will possess 1 crown, and the 5 crown stars will vanish. Upon reaching another 5 crown stars at level 10, your rank will elevate again to 2 crowns. Our titles as Yin-Yang mages evolve based on the number of crowns, from lowest to highest. They are Apprentice, Scholar, Master, Grandmaster, Grandmaster of Masters, Celestial Master, Heavenly Master, Celestial Sovereign, an exclusive title. Summer interjected, thus my complete title within the realm of Yin-Yang mages is 3 Crown Yang Crown level 8 Bing Fire Master. While Teacher Autumn holds the title of 3 Crown Yin Crown level 5 Ding Fire Master. Today marks your first lesson. We shall cover theoretical knowledge only to this extent. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Teacher Autumn and I will gladly provide clarity. As they spoke, both Summer and Autumn retracted their magical energies, causing the Yang Crown and Yin Crown to fade away. The first to voice a question was still Jiedong. As an ordinary 10-year-old child, it was natural to feel a bit timid in a new environment. Yet this situation was clearly uncharacteristic of someone with a mental age surpassing 30. No sooner had Summer's voice faded than Jiedong raised his hand to inquire. Teacher Summer, I have 3 questions. First, regarding the final exclusive title among the 10 titles of the Yin-Yang Mage that you mentioned earlier. What is it? It should be attainable only after reaching 9 crowns. Correct? In the summer, she Ti and was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You have quite the imagination, young lad. The 9 crowns are merely a legendary existence, the ultimate aspiration of all Yin-Yang sorcerers. To be frank, you have no need to concern yourself with such matters. However, since you inquired, I shall enlighten you. The top-tier Yin-Yang sorcerers of the 10 elemental systems each possess distinct titles at the pinnacle of their craft. Our 3rd fire system is bestowed with the title, Victory's Light. The 4th fire system bears the title, Supreme Unity. As for the others, I'm not entirely certain myself. Jiedong's eyes sparkled with contemplation as he posed a second question. I noticed that both you and Teacher Ti exhibited an ethereal glow behind you earlier. Yours appeared as a great red bird, while Teacher Ti's resembled a large serpent with wings. What is the significance of this? Please remember to support the new book by saving it to your collection, he continued, and do not forget to cast your recommendation votes. In the coming days, I will be establishing the necessary settings. And to ensure clarity, while keeping it concise and engaging, my progress has been rather slow. Today, I have managed to complete 3 chapters, and tomorrow, I shall do the same. Releasing them at dawn, 5 p.m., and midnight, that I would appreciate your assistance in boosting my rankings tomorrow night. Thank you. It was Ti and who responded to Jiedong's inquiry. You are quite observant. Jiedong. However, as the saying goes, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Your question pertains to the topic of our next lesson. Our second class will focus on the significance of our respective totems and the Yin-Yang crowns. You will understand then. Jiedong nodded and asked, my final question is, although you and Teacher Ti belong to the 3rd and 4th fire systems respectively, I noticed a commonality when you both unleashed your crowns. Whether it was your Yin-Yang crowns or magical energy, a faint golden aura surrounded you. What is the meaning behind this? Upon hearing Jiedong's question, both Ti and Ti's expression shifted, and they exchanged astonished glances. Ti solemnly replied, that is something you need not concern yourself with at this moment. If you ever attain the capability to become a true Yin-Yang sorcerer and gain admission to a more prestigious institution for advanced studies, the instructors there will elucidate it for you. Jiedong, having observed keenly, noted the slight unease in their expressions when he mentioned the golden aura. There seemed to be a mix of excitement and subtle fear in their gazes. What could be the reason behind this? His curiosity piqued. He resolved to inquire about it with Dean Yin later that evening. Very well. Ti concluded, that shall be all for today. You may now engage in free discussion. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach the front at any time. Jiedong, come with me. With that, he strode out of the classroom, leaving Ti to assist the other students with their inquiries. Jiedong followed closely behind Ti as they exited the classroom. Upon reaching the upper floor of the 3rd fire system's teaching building, Ti led him into a modest classroom devoid of desks and chairs. Approximately 30 square meters in size. There were 10 cushions on the floor, and a phoenix emblem symbolizing the 3rd fire system was embossed on the door. Sit cross-legged on the cushion, Ti instructed. Pointing to the one in the center, Jiedong complied, while Ti seated himself opposite him, his coppery eyes glimmering with intensity. Any ordinary 10-year-old would likely feel unsettled under such a gaze. But Jiedong remained unfazed as he had faced Dean Yang without flinching. Despite Shi Tian's imposing demeanor, he could not sway Jiedong's resolve. With a cold snort, Shi Tian remarked, "It's no wonder your stamina was lacking during the running punishment this morning. It appears you entered through the back door. I truly wonder what the dean was thinking, finding such an oddity like you and choosing to nurture you. Entering through the back door?" Jiedong felt a twinge of discomfort at the phrase. Yet in truth, he had indeed managed to enter the Li Hua Academy through unconventional means. Unable to contest Shi Tian's assertion, he chose silence, his expression betraying no discontent. "Considering the dean's position, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, I must warn you, if you do not demonstrate significant progress within a year, I will unhesitatingly expel you from the third fire system. And not even the dean will be able to intervene." Jiedong remained silent, understanding that any promises or explanations would hold little weight. Only tangible results mattered. Noticing Jiedong's continued silence and his unwaveringly indifferent demeanor, Shi Tian found it somewhat peculiar. He reached into his robe and produced two unusual gemstones, displaying them palm up before Jiedong. Upon closer inspection, Jiedong recognized that one was white and the other black, strikingly resembling the Yin-Yang crowns previously manifested by both Shi Tian and Shi Tian, albeit reduced to the size of coin. The white gem emanated a soft, red glow, while the black one radiated a gentle blue light, akin to miniature representations of the third and fourth fire system's Yin-Yang crowns. The only distinction was that these gemstones were surrounded by a gray aura instead of golden. "Teacher Shi Tian, what are these?" Jiedong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Shi Tian gazed at the two gemstones, revealing a hint of longing mixed with solemnity. "You need not concern yourself with their nature. Simply understand that they will facilitate your journey into the realm of Yin-Yang sorcery. These are the dean's personal treasures, unrelated to the academy, that I fail to comprehend why the dean places such importance on you. What benefits did your family bestow upon him to warrant this?" Hearing Shi Tian's words, Jiedong felt a swell of admiration for Dean Yang, who indeed honored his promise to assist Jiedong in becoming a Yin-Yang sorcerer by presenting such valuable items. It seemed he would need to showcase his own abilities and concoct some exquisite elixirs to repay the dean's kindness. However, Shi Tian's disdain had ignited Jiedong's pride, prompting him to respond coolly. "Teacher Shi Tian, since these gems were given to me by the dean, your claims of wastefulness seem rather irrelevant. Furthermore, I have no familial connections to bribe the dean. I am merely an orphan. As for why the dean chose to bestow such precious items upon me, perhaps you should inquire directly with him. I respect you as my teacher, but is it truly appropriate to undermine a student's fragile spirit?" "You," Shi Tian stared at Jiedong, who stood tall and defiant before him, an amused expression gracing his features. Throughout the Li Hua Academy, he had been regarded as a fearsome figure, having punished more than a third of the students. Even the upperclassmen who had already manifested their Yin-Yang crowns trembled in his presence. Yet here stood a mere 10-year-old boy, whom he had punished earlier that day, now boldly challenging him. This was indeed intriguing. "How could I not perceive your spirit as fragile?" Shi Tian mused, his gaze now more fearsome than before. According to the Academy's 9th rule, defiance against a teacher warrants punishment. "Once we conclude our business, you shall run laps around the playground until I am satisfied that I can see that I may have been excessive earlier, and I will take responsibility for my actions. I shall run alongside you, without the aid of magic." Jiedong admired Shi Tian's candor and willingness to accept his faults. However, he couldn't help but think that this running arrangement hardly seemed fair. Judging by Shi Tian's physique, even 100 laps would likely pose little challenge for him at this moment. However, Jiedong's thoughts were primarily fixated on the two crystal crowns in Xia Tian's hands. Leaving him with little to say, Xia Tian's demeanor turned serious as he grasped a crystal crown in each hand and spoke in a low voice. "You do not yet need to know the origins of these crowns. Ordinary students, when they first begin their training, must, under our guidance, sense the presence of the fire elements, Binghua and Dinghua, within the air. Only by perceiving them can they absorb these elements through their cultivation, thus claiming them to enhance their strength. Yet, as a body of yin-yang balance, You must understand that while Binghua and Dinghua do not inherently repel each other, their balanced nature means that if that balance is disrupted, they will interfere with one another, making it impossible for you to sense their existence in the AI. It is only through these two crystal crowns that you can directly acquire the ability to perceive them, along with a certain measure of Binghua and Dinghua magic, thus commencing your training. In this regard, you have saved at least a month compared to ordinary students. I will now channel my magic to activate these two crowns. Infusing their energy into your body, you must earnestly perceive the distinct properties of these two different magical energies. In the future, as you continue your training, no one will be able to assist you. It will rely solely on your own efforts. Since you have chosen to embark on this path, I hope you can summon the same determination you exhibited while running this morning and apply yourself diligently. Understood, Jiedong replied, straightening his posture and responding earnestly. He closed his eyes, placing his hands flat on his knees, and relaxed his entire being. Regardless of what sensations he might experience next, he resolved to remain still. Following Xiatian's instructions, Jiedong assumed the proper position and shut his eyes. He had devoted himself to wine for 20 years, and few could rival his capacity for focus. Almost the moment his eyes closed, his mind entered a tranquil state. Xiatian cradled the two crystal crowns, a glimmer igniting in his eyes. Instantly, Jiedong felt the searing heat emanating from the Binghua magic, and the three-crowned solar crown of Xiatian reappeared above his head. Two streams of red flame surged forth from his palms, and the two crystal crowns brightened, coalescing into resplendent orbs of light. Taking a deep breath, Xiatian thrust his hands forward like lightning, pressing them upon Jiedong's left and right chest, imprinting the two luminous spheres onto him. Jiedong's body trembled violently. He felt the two currents surge into him from his chest, one scorching, the other warm. The burning flow brimmed with explosive energy, as if it sought to incinerate him entirely, while the warm current surged through every part of him like a spring, causing the intense heat to erupt in excruciating agony. Simultaneously, the warm energy seemed to freeze the blood within him. It felt as though he had plunged into a colossal yin-yang furnace, undergoing a trial by fire. Undoubtedly, the searing current was the Binghua magic released through the crowns, while the other, the warm current, represented Dinghua magic. Upon entering Jiedong's body, these two magical energies swiftly expanded along his meridians, alternating between a frenzied and a gentle warmth, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched his trousers tightly, yet he gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. Xiatian was equally tense. This was not his first experience with the crowns. However, using both yin and yang attributes on a single individual was a first for him. He closely observed Jiedong's changing complexion. Acutely perceiving the fluctuations of energy within his body, he dared not channel his Binghua magic into Jiedong, for it was an amount he could not withstand. At this moment, the energy from the crowns could only be absorbed through Jiedong's own efforts. Stay strong. The energy of the crowns not only guides the release of your dual attributes, but also aids in transforming your physical constitution. If you cannot endure this modicum of pain, how can you aspire to be a yin-yang mage? It will soon pass. A modicum of pain. Was this truly a mere inconvenience? Jiedong, however, had no spare thoughts to contemplate such matters. He could only perceive that Xiatian's notion of soon felt exceedingly prolonged. Sweat evaporated from Jiedong's body, rising like steam, carrying a faintly metallic odor. His body was riddled with impurities, under the purifying flames of yin and yang. These impurities were swiftly being eradicated, while the energies of heat and warmth coursed through him at an increasingly rapid pace. Xiatian clearly observed that 2 points of starlight began to emerge on Jiedong's forehead. A half-red and a half-blue crown star gradually took shape, converging at the center of Jiedong's brow, merging into a star that was half-red and half-blue, initially faint in hue. As the energy from the 2 crowns began to meld with Jiedong's body, this unique star gradually became more defined. A flicker of delight appeared in Xiatian's eyes as he internally mused. Indeed, it requires the simultaneous absorption of both Binghua and Dinghua for it to take effect. With his yin-yang balanced physique, none of the magic contained within these crowns is wasted. while others start as first-level Binghua or Dinghua apprentices. He directly becomes a first-level dual-element apprentice. As he observed the star's gradual completion, Xia Tian felt a surge of anticipation. What would it be like if this child truly succeeded in forming the Yin-Yang crown? After all, possessing the Yin-Yang crown signified that he could become a true Yin-Yang mage. As the crown star formed, Jiedong's expression gradually softened. The tumultuous energies within him began to settle, slowly converging at his chest. Jiedong could sense that there were two luminous points on either side of his chest, one blue on the left and one red on the right. Simultaneously, he noticed that when he concentrated, he could vaguely sense a similar aura in the air, albeit much weaker than the 2 points of light within him. Upon opening his eyes, he found that his Binghua Academy uniform was completely drenched, making him resemble someone who had just emerged from water. Yet, aside from the sweat, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was filled with an exhilarating sense of power. The second chapter of the day has arrived. Another chapter will be released at midnight. The first climax will gradually unfold at 18 midnight. A special event will also be held. I kindly ask all readers to assist in boosting the rankings. Please add this book to your shelf and cast your recommendation votes. Thank you. Awakening fully, Jiedong felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, albeit with a distinct disparity in sensation on either side of his body. The right side brimmed with explosive force, while the left was imbued with resilience and endurance. Since arriving in the Five Elements continent, Jiedong had been struggling in weakness, only recently able to fill his stomach. Now, after merging with the two crowns, he truly felt the existence of power, and his spirit had been markedly elevated, no longer experiencing fatigue from even the slightest exertion. Turning to Xia Tian, Jiedong sincerely expressed, "Thank you, teacher Xia Tian." Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I have already mentioned that these crowns belong to the dean. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards him. You have now completed the first step in the training of a Yin-Yang mage. When you return, take a look in the mirror. When you control the Binghua and Dinghua magic within you with your mind, the crown star you possess will materialize on your forehead. Both will be half-formed. This means you are now a first-level dual-element apprentice." "Already at first level?" Jiedong exclaimed in surprise. Xia Tian huffed impatiently. "You are merely fortunate. Without these two crowns, you might never have been able to wield both types of magic. Future advancements will not be so easily attained. Remember, during your training, you must absorb both types of magic simultaneously, and the quantities must be precisely equal. Otherwise, any imbalance will disrupt your body's yin-yang balance, rendering your efforts futile. Teacher Xia Tian, how should I proceed with my training? Since I am now a first-level dual-element apprentice, could you please teach me the cultivation methods?" Xia Tian snorted. "Have I not already instructed you? Sit cross-legged, relax your entire being, and use your mind to sense the dual-element magic you possess. Your current magic, or rather, your body, acts like a magnet. You must use your intent to draw on the wandering Binghua and Dinghua elements from the air. This is the method of cultivation. The initial 10 levels of training for a Yin-Yang mage are the most challenging, relying solely on your own perception and intent to slowly coalesce. This process is long and tedious. Many fail to form the Yin-Yang crown, not due to lack of talent, but because they cannot endure the monotony. With your dual-element cultivation and the inherent Yin-Yang balance of your attributes, you'll have to exert far more effort than ordinary students." "Thank you. Teacher, I will remember your words and exert more effort than my peers. I will prove my dedication through results. May I now begin your punishment?" A smile finally graced Xia Tian's face. From Jiedong's unwavering composure amid such agony, he could discern the child's resolute spirit. Moreover, given that Jiedong had previously disclosed his status as an orphan, Xia Tian's disdain for his backdoor entry into the academy was considerably alleviated. As for today as punishment, it could be overlooked. I might as well indulge in a bit of laziness. You have just attained first-level magical power. Return and commence your training, truly savoring the experience. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. I reside in room 501 on the top floor of the Fire Element Dormitory. Off you go. Jiedong rose to his feet, suddenly realizing that he had developed a fondness for this Academy of Fire, as well as for the straightforward and fervent Xia Tian, who had no tolerance for fools. after bowing respectfully to Xiatian. He exited. This evening descended, accompanied by the emergence of the twilight glow. It was once again the moment of day, transitioning into night. In the dean's office, Yang Bingtian welcomed a visitor. Greetings, Dean Yang. The visitor, a man in his 40s, was tall and slender, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. He wore a red robe adorned with a flame emblem encircled by a golden halo on the right side of his chest. This symbol denoted not strength, but status. Only members of the Yin-Yang Sorcerer Guild of the Southern Fire Empire would be attired in such a manner. Hello, please take a seat. Yang Bingtian gestured for the visitor to sit on the sofa. Dean Yang, I am a representative of the Imperial Yin-Yang Sorcerer Guild, and on behalf of the guild, I have brought you something. The guild leader is aware of your fondness for collecting various Yin-Yang magical technique scrolls. We have recently acquired one from a down-and-out Yin-Yang sorcerer, and we can offer it to you at its original price. Yin-Yang magical technique scroll. Let me see it. Yang Bingtian's eyes brightened as he eagerly signaled for the scroll to be produced. If his greatest passion in life was savoring fine wines, then collecting Yin-Yang magical technique scrolls was a close second. These scrolls are essentially imprints of certain Yin-Yang magical techniques inscribed on a special parchment. Generally, they predominantly feature supportive techniques, as offensive and defensive types require immense magical power for storage, making successful creation exceedingly rare. The method for crafting these scrolls has long been lost, so those available for purchase are almost invariably antiques. Yang Bingtian's motivation for collecting them was not for practical use, but rather for appreciation and study. The middle-aged man touched the red, gem-encrusted belt at his waist, producing a scroll approximately 1 foot in length, which he carefully presented before Yang Bingtian. Upon seeing the scroll, Yang Bingtian's eyes lit up. He was a connoisseur and could discern its age from its antiquated exterior. The scroll was a deep yellow hue, crafted from an unknown material, adorned with intricate dark patterns and some archaic script, not belonging to any contemporary language. The rich magical energy emanating from it left no doubt as to the formidable nature of the Yin-Yang techniques it contained. Observing Yang Bingtian's captivated demeanor, the middle-aged man smiled and remarked, after thorough research by the guild, this scroll is believed to be the creation of a master scroll maker from millennium ago, known as the all-directional indeterminate teleportation scroll. Its most remarkable feature is that it was crafted using the infusion of at least 5 types of Yin-Yang magical power, making it exceptionally valuable for collectors. So this is the scroll that is often deemed the least useful, yet, by exploiting the principles of the 5 elements, can harbor the most Yin-Yang magical power. The third update of the day has arrived, and the Essence Gathering event is about to commence. Everyone can prepare to seize the Essence. All those supporting this book will receive Essence. Additionally, I kindly ask everyone to cast your valuable recommendation votes to support our ascent in the Yin-Yang rankings. For those who have not yet collected the book, please do so. The middle-aged man chuckled, saying, Dean Yang, you truly live up to your reputation as a connoisseur of Yin-Yang magical technique scrolls. It seems I need not elaborate further. Yang Bingtian's eyes sparkled. Although this item could not be utilized, its research value was immensely high. Thus far, no entity within the realm of Yin-Yang sorcerers had successfully employed a combination technique composed of 5 types of magical power. The middle-aged man added, in truth, it is not entirely devoid of value. In critical moments, it could still save one's life. Yang Bingtian laughed lightly. Would you dare to use it? This scroll, known as the all-directional indeterminate teleportation scroll, is shrouded in uncertainty regarding where it may transport its user. One would only gamble with it in the face of a life-or-death crisis. Being teleported to an extreme height could result in a fatal fall. Or being sent deep underground could lead to suffocation. Wouldn't that be akin to suicide? Rest assured, I am quite intrigued by this item. How much do you ask? The middle-aged man extended a finger. 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins? Yang Bingtian was momentarily taken aback. This was no different from receiving it for free. I am not the only collector of Yin-Yang magical technique scrolls. This is a rare antique, and even estimating it at merely 1,000 years of age would be a gross understatement. At an auction, it could easily fetch 100,000 gold coins. The middle-aged man smiled. This is the price stipulated by the guild. Moreover, as you're a member of the guild, how could we possibly offer it at a discount to outsiders? The guild leader has stated 1,000 gold coins is the price. You pay this amount, and it becomes yours. Yang Bingtian's thoughts stirred. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that the old fellow had sent him a treasure that he could not refuse. What does he want me to do? The middle-aged man approached Yang Bingtian and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Yang Bingtian replied with a hint of annoyance. I knew it would be this matter. Very well. Tell him I shall consider it. However, it may not be feasible in the coming years that let's take our time. The middle-aged man responded. The guild leader has indicated that this is also a matter of honor for our Southern Fire Empire's Yin-Yang Sorcerer Guild. Please give it considerable thought. Yang Bingtian nodded thoughtfully. Having achieved his objective, the middle-aged man respectfully stated, Then I shall take my leave. Yang Bingtian casually placed the scroll on the table, gesturing for him to proceed. Do not trouble yourself. I shall see you out. The middle-aged man replied, There is no need for that. Will you not secure the scroll? Yang Bingtian smiled. You represent the guild, so it is only proper to see you off. I intend to examine this scroll further upon my return. Having acquired such a treasure, I must study it, and no one will disturb me here. As for the 1,000 gold coins, please have the guild leader deduct it from my guild benefits. It has been some time since I availed myself of the guild's offerings. The middle-aged man merely smiled, saying nothing further, as he departed with Yang Bingtian's company. Not long after they exited, a rhythmic knocking echoed at Yang Bingtian's office door. Dean Yang, are you in? A head poked in from outside. The intruder was none other than Jiedong, who had recently become a first-level apprentice of both the Fire of Ding and the Fire of Bing. Having returned from his time with teacher Xiaotian, Jiedong was filled with excitement. After taking a shower upon returning to his room, he intended to immediately begin experiencing the presence of both Bing Fire and Ding Fire magical energies. However, having spent a considerable amount of time absorbing the 2 crystal crowns earlier, it was now nearly evening, and most other students had already retreated to their dormitories or gone out for dinner. The significant exertion had left him quite hungry. Yet, recalling the benefits bestowed upon him by the 2 crystal crowns, he resolved to first prepare a drink for Yang Bingtian before seeking his meal. Thus, after a shower, he set about mixing the drink. As the saying goes, one must not forget the well-digger while drinking water. Yang Bingtian's gift of the 2 precious crystal crowns had left Jiedong with a favorable impression of him. Coupled with his recent physical breakthroughs and the transformative effects of dual magical powers on his body, Jiedong's physical strength had seen a noteworthy enhancement. Therefore, the drink he concocted today could be considered the pinnacle of what he could achieve in his current state. To Jiedong's surprise, when it came time to drink, Yang Bingtian did not come to seek him out. Little did Jiedong know that a guest had arrived for Yang Bingtian, residing on the same floor. Merely 1 room away, he naturally took the drink to him. Yang Bingtian, accustomed to living alone at the top floor, had completely forgotten about Jiedong. The fledgling bartender, Jiedong, approached Yang Bingtian's door and knocked gently. The door was ajar. Although his knock was light, it still swung open. Peering inside, he saw that Yang Bingtian was not in the outer room, prompting him to step inside. Dean Yang, are you there? Jiedong cautiously held the drink in his left hand. This drink was at least 3/4 the quality of what he could produce at his peak in his previous life. A glass of golden red elixir, its rich fruity aroma wafting from the rim. Without a hint of alcoholic scent, the care with which Jiedong held the glass indicated its rarity, not merely in terms of ingredients but also technique. After calling out twice without receiving a response, Jiedong's curiosity was piqued. Had the old wine connoisseur forgotten even the time to indulge? Never mind, I shall place the drink on his desk and wait for his return. Lost in thought, Jiedong approached the desk, and just as he was about to set down the exquisite drink in his hand, he caught sight of the ancient scroll resting atop the table. He has now ascended to the rank of a level 1 dual fire apprentice, and has begun to develop a faint sensitivity to the forces of yin and yang magic. Suddenly, he discovers that the scroll before him is imbued with a vastness akin to an ocean of magical energy. What could this mean? In Jiedong's eyes, the scroll resembles a unique form of art from his previous life, known as traditional Chinese painting. These paintings, once completed, are typically mounted on scrolls for preservation. Although the intricate patterns on this ancient scroll are unfamiliar to him, its style bears a striking resemblance to those of traditional paintings. Given that this is merely a painting, why does it emanate such fluctuations of yin and yang magic? Driven by curiosity, Jiedong holds a wine cup in one hand while using the other to grasp the scroll, shaking it lightly, which unexpectedly unfolds this ancient, all-encompassing, non-fixed teleportation scroll to Jiedong. It is merely a painting, and his inquisitiveness compels him to explore what lies within it, unaware that this very scroll would alter the course of his destiny in this new world. Can anyone guess where Jiedong will be transported? Who will he encounter? The answer shall be revealed tomorrow. There will be 3 chapters tomorrow as well, so I kindly ask all the loyal readers of Shaosan to support this book by collecting and recommending it. Thank you. A new week has begun, and I encourage those who enjoy this story to cast your valuable recommendation votes to help us climb the rankings of Yin and Yang magic. If you haven't yet collected this book, please do so. Thank you. Today will also feature 3 updates. Shaosan has always been generous, and I kindly ask readers to take a few seconds to cast your recommendation votes for Shaosan. A powerful surge of Yin and Yang magic erupted almost instantaneously, with 5 brilliant hues of blue, red, yellow, white, and black exploding forth. This terrifying fluctuation of magical energy not only caused the entire Lihua Academy to tremble, but also resonated throughout every corner of Lihua City. All Yin and Yang magic practitioners within the city turned their gazes towards the direction of Lihua Academy simultaneously. Such a colossal wave of magical energy was nearly equivalent to the manifestation of Yin and Yang magic techniques employed by a 6-crown celestial master. The moment the scroll unfurled, Jiedong found himself immobilized, and the scroll in his hand vanished, transforming into 5 radiant beams of color that enveloped his body. Instantly, thousands of intricate symbols seemed to come alive, filling the entire room. The overwhelming force of Yin and Yang magic caused the 2 points of dual fire magic energy that had just coalesced within Jiedong's chest to tremble violently, as if they might extinguish at any moment. What on earth is happening? Jiedong realized he had stumbled into a calamity. Previously, he had only witnessed Yang Bing Tian, Xia Tian, and Xiu Tian releasing Yin and Yang crowns and magical energy. Now, being truly immersed in it, he felt deeply the terrifying nature of this Yin and Yang magic. Yet despite the immense energy surrounding him, it did not inflict any harm upon him, aside from his inability to move. He felt no pain. The peculiar symbols around him began to swiftly merge into the 5-colored energy, which then spiraled into a massive vortex swirling around Jiedong's body, surrounded solely by these strange 5 colors. Jiedong felt as though everything around him had become illusory. Initially, he could vaguely perceive the scenes within the room through the radiant glow, but gradually, all he could see and feel were the brilliant hues of those 5 colors. He felt as though he were plummeting from a great height, the intense sensation of weightlessness causing his heart to leap into his throat. Yet paradoxically, his body remained utterly still, even the wine in his cup undisturbed by the tumult. The 5-colored radiance suddenly contracted, and the massive wave of magical energy vanished in an instant, restoring tranquility to Lihua City as if nothing had transpired. Yang Bing Tian had just escorted a middle-aged man from the Yin and Yang Magic Association to the Academy's entrance when he suddenly sensed the overwhelming surge of magical energy. Leaving him utterly astonished, he turned to glance towards the direction of the Fire Element Teaching Building, just in time to witness a dazzling display of colors erupting from his own room. "This is not good," Yang Bing Tian exclaimed in alarm, disregarding the middle-aged man beside him as he hurried towards the teaching building. The middle-aged man, too, realized the gravity of the situation and quickly followed suit. By the time they reached the front of Yang Bing Tian's office, several faculty members, including Xia Tian and Xiu Tian, had already gathered there. "Principal, what just happened? Did you break through to 6 crowns?" Xia Tian inquired curiously. Although the immense fluctuation of Yin and Yang magic had drawn them all in, the fleeting nature of the energy and the absence of any destruction left the teachers largely unperturbed. It was Yang Bing Tian's hurried return that piqued their curiosity. Yang Bing Tian did not respond to Xia Tian's question, but instead pushed open the door and entered swiftly. As he had suspected, the all-encompassing non-fixed teleportation scroll he had placed on his desk had vanished without a trace, and nothing else in the room had changed. Xia Tian, clearly the most impatient among them, followed him inside and could not restrain himself from asking, "Principal, what on earth is happening?" Yang Bing Tian stood at his desk, contemplating for a moment before turning to the gathered teachers. I TS nothing. It must be that a Yin-Yang magic technique scroll I had in my collection was damaged, causing the magic within to be released. Fortunately, there has been no significant loss that IT is getting late. So please return to your rest. The teachers, naturally, did not question Yang Bing Tian's words. Seeing that there was no immediate concern, they bid farewell and departed, leaving only Xia Tian behind. The middle-aged man from the South Fire Empire's Yin-Yang Magic Association could not help but interject. Principal Yang, it is impossible for the scroll to have damaged itself. We conducted a thorough examination before I brought it here. Yang Bing Tian nodded, sighing as he replied, I know that the scroll didn't simply break on its own. It is my fault for forgetting someone. All right, you may leave now, and regardless of the outcome, I will remember this favor regarding the scroll. When you return, you need not inform the president that the scroll has been used. Just say that I accepted it. The middle-aged man visibly relaxed, eager to avoid any potential regrets from Yang Bing Tian, and hurriedly said, Principal Yang, then I shall take my leave. This time, Yang Bing Tian did not offer to see him off. And the middle-aged man discreetly exited that moment. Only Xia Tan and Yang Bing Tian remained in the office. Teacher, what is truly happening? Xia Tan inquired again once they were alone, his expression having grown considerably more respectful. Undoubtedly, he was the only disciple Yang Bing Tian had. Yang Bing Tian forced a smile and replied, I forgot about that child, Jiedong. Alas, it is all my fault, Jiedong. What does this have to do with him? Xia Tian questioned in confusion. I already helped him absorb the 2 crystal crowns you provided. He has successfully become a dual-element level 1 apprentice. He was just with me earlier, Yang Bing Tian lamented. That is precisely the issue. The man who just left was from the association. The president sent me an all-encompassing non-fixed teleportation scroll. I forgot that Jiedong also resides on this floor. At this moment, he is likely the only one who could have entered my room while delivering wine. You know that Yin and Yang magic technique scrolls possess an inexplicable allure for practitioners. Since Jiedong has attained the ability of a level 1 apprentice, he would naturally be drawn to it. This child likely has no understanding of what a Yin and Yang magic technique scroll is. And the magical fluctuations we just experienced were probably the result of his curiosity leading him to open the scroll. Now we have a predicament. I cannot fathom where this child might have been transported. Xia Tian exclaimed in shock. Teacher, how could you allow Jiedong to reside here? He is merely a student. He should be in the student dormitory. What could this mean? Are you planning to take on a younger disciple? Yang Bing Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Come, let us check Jiedong's room, that if he is not there, then my suspicions are confirmed. The all-encompassing non-fixed teleportation scroll could have sent him to any corner of the continent. Perhaps even to the skies above or the depths below. For now, I can only pray for this child's safety, hoping he is unharmed. The blue, red, yellow, white, and black lights merged into a colossal vortex. Despite the absence of any pain, Jiedong found himself engulfed in a sense of panic. The feeling of fate slipping from one's grasp is never comfortable. If he were truly just a 10-year-old child, he might well be terrified beyond comprehension at this moment. Fortunately, with the memories of his previous life, Jiedong quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of panic. He possessed a modicum of psychological understanding and constantly reassured himself. After all, his life had already been reclaimed once. Having traversed to the 5 Elements continent, he was now enveloped by the radiant light released by this unknown scroll. The worst that could happen would be death. Or perhaps, another chance at reincarnation. IT felt as though only a moment had passed, yet also seemed as though eons had gone by. Suddenly, a profound sense of grounding enveloped him, followed swiftly by the fading of the vibrant multicolored glow surrounding his body. Before Jiedong could react, an unparalleled wave of scorching heat instantly enveloped him, the searing sensation making him feel as though he were emanating a burnt aroma. Within his chest, the red and blue points of light. Under the influence of this intense energy, flared brilliantly a half-red, half-blue crown star materialized upon Jiedong's forehead. Earlier that afternoon, after absorbing 2 crystal crowns, he had vaguely sensed the subtle presence of dual fire magic, Bing and Ding, within the air. But now it was vividly clear in his mind. Guided by the 2 points of magic that belonged to him, Jiedong perceived that his surroundings were saturated with dense streams of Bing and Ding fire magic, the sheer magnitude surpassing even that of his instructors, Xiaotian and Xiaotian, when they unleashed their respective Yin and Yang crowns. Where on earth was this place? In a state of shock, Jiedong opened his eyes amidst the scorching currents that felt as if they might melt him away. Before him lay an expanse of fiery red, the air around him twisted from the intense heat. An alarming temperature saturating every inch of his surroundings. Breathing in the warped air, Jiedong couldn't help but inhale sharply, his only thought being one of profound luck. What he beheld was an expansive lake of molten lava. Positioned less than a meter from where he stood, stretching into an infinite horizon, it resembled a vast sea of flames, akin to a colossal cavern. Albeit one, without boundaries, Jiedong found himself at the edge of the lava lake, nestled within a concave rock wall. Despite being 100 meters away from the lava, the searing temperature made him feel as if he could dissolve at any moment. The air was unbearably hot, each breath a laborious effort, and the burnt odor emanating from his school uniform grew increasingly pronounced, even causing his hair and eyebrows to curl slightly. What was this scroll he had opened? Why had it transported him to such a hellish realm of flames? At that moment, with the rock wall at his back and a lava lake before him, he found himself unable to move even an inch. Yet, curiously, the two faint glimmers of Bing and Ding magic within his chest had become exceptionally clear. He didn't need to consciously feel for them. The external Bing and Ding elements instinctively burrowed into his skin. However, this was an invasive intrusion. With his current status as a level 1 apprentice, he was woefully inadequate to absorb such pure and colossal energy that Jiedong sensed that if it weren't for his innate fire attribute and his newfound identity as a Bing-Ding dual-fire apprentice, he would likely have succumbed by now. Nevertheless, he continued to feel his body becoming increasingly heated, fearing that it wouldn't be long before he was reduced to a mere husk, scorched by the rising waves of heat from the molten depths below. Jiedong had never regretted his actions. What he yearned to understand now was the reason behind this predicament. Simultaneously, a tinge of sorrow washed over him, just as he thought everything was starting anew. Embarking on this path of a new identity, he was confronted with such a calamity that moment. A rich fragrance wafted through the air, a delightful blend of fruit and wine, spreading around him. Jiedong then realized he was still clutching the cocktail he had prepared for Yang Bingtian. Alas, under such intense heat, the cocktail was rapidly evaporating, with more than half of it already transformed into mist. The rich aroma emanating from this vanishing liquid. With a self-deprecating smile, Jiedong raised the glass to his eyes, mused that, regardless of the circumstances, being able to sip on a cocktail of his own, making before death wasn't too tragic. Just as he was about to down the exquisite drink, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded that a faint red light surged toward him, and Jiedong felt an inexplicable lightness in his body. The heat that nearly scorched him to a crisp abruptly vanished, and he could no longer sense the presence of the Bing and Ding elements. Even more astonishingly, the remaining half of the cocktail in his glass had mysteriously vanished, seemingly whisked away by that very red light. Could it be? Was he to be deprived of even this final indulgence before death? Jiedong's heart surged with irritation as he glanced ahead, discovering that a gossamer veil of red light enveloped the perimeter of his hollow, effectively shielding him from the oppressive heat. With the scorching temperatures dispelled, his mind cleared somewhat. Fixing his gaze upon the shimmering red light, he was captivated. Jiedong would never forget the sight before him. In the bubbling lake of lava, a colossal surge erupted like a water spout, shooting up to the height of his body before halting 20 meters away. The pinnacle of this fiery column extended a delicate alabaster hand, slender fingers resembling tender green shoots, the skin pristine as snow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding explosive lava flames. Frustration washed over him. He had been penalized for recommendation votes. Upon inquiring at the platform, he was informed that there were malicious vote manipulations. He could only gaze skyward in exasperation. The penalty was severe. The author was currently under tremendous strain, having to care for his ailing mother just days ago. And now, with her health restored, he found himself tending to his child amidst the chaos. Under these circumstances, maintaining a consistent writing schedule had become an arduous endeavor. To be candid, the author managed seamless updates, with the only respite during the new book period allowing for slight reductions in output. The author, like everyone else, deserved a moment to breathe. The Yin-Yang crown was gradually reaching its climax. Many readers had previously questioned the validity of the 32-fold setting. That was merely groundwork, and it would be resolved in the upcoming chapters, ushering in even more riveting developments. Each day, the author's creative efforts were all-consuming, and he earnestly requested continued support from his readers, urging them to click through the pages, casting votes, and adding to their collections. With their collective strength, they could ascend to the pinnacle of all rankings, providing the author with even greater motivation to create. He had always maintained that the support of his readers was the greatest impetus for his writing. Thank you all. Tonight at 8 p.m., there would be another chapter. Everyone was welcome to read and vote. Gazing at the hand, Jiedong was reminded of a delicacy, almond tofu, so pristine it appeared as if it might drip with moisture at any moment. Following closely was a rounded jade arm of the same hue, devoid of any blemishes. Even under Jiedong's discerning gaze, he watched as the arm gently swayed in the air, fingers making a motion as if to grasp. Almost instantaneously, a small orb materialized within her palm. The orb glowed a golden red. Upon seeing its color, Jiedong suddenly realized it was none other than the cocktail he had concocted. It appeared that it was not just the remaining half he had left, but even the portion that had evaporated into the air had coalesced into this small sphere. As the arm ascended from the lava, its owner began to reveal herself, a young girl, gracefully emerging from the fiery column, standing atop the molten liquid as if on a small platform. Upon seeing this girl, Jiedong was rendered speechless. In his previous life, he had remained a virgin until his last moment of drunkenness, not due to any aversion to women or physiological issues, but rather because of his relentless pursuit of perfection. That a quintessential perfectionist, it was this very quest that had propelled him to tremendous success in the world of spirits. Yet, ironically, despite having encountered countless beauties, he had never found a woman who captivated his heart. Jiedong never anticipated that the perfection he had sought for so long would only manifest in this world of the 5 elements at the tender age of 10. Indeed, aside from the word perfection, he could conjure no other term to encapsulate the awe-inspiring sight before him. The girl atop the fiery column appeared to be around 18 or 19, her flowing crimson hair cascading down her back, just grazing her waist. Her features were exquisitely flawless, so much so that even the most skilled sculptor would struggle to capture her essence. Her body boasted proportions adhering perfectly to the golden ratio, devoid of any excess flesh or imperfections. She possessed large, obsidian eyes, her lively gaze seemingly peering into the depths of one's soul. Draped over her body were just 3 flames, shielding her most intimate areas, while the exposed skin mirrored that of her arm, crystal clear and imbued with a youthful, dewy radiance. This was truly a divine creation. Jiedong, who had once held no beliefs, found himself convinced of the existence of a deity at this moment. Who else could sculpt such a perfect form? At first glance, Jiedong realized he had already fallen in love with the young maiden before him. No external force could deter his profound admiration for her perfection. Previously, he had only heard of the beauty of a lotus emerging from the water. Yet this girl, rising from the magma, appeared as suddenly and strikingly as a fiery red lotus, captivating him entirely. The moment he laid eyes upon her, he was ensnared. The maiden curiously examined the golden red water sphere in her hands, bringing it to her nose for a careful sniff, then inhaling gently, allowing the golden red liquid to flow silently into her mouth. Watching her delicate lips part and close, Jiedong felt a warm rush to his nose, and to his embarrassment, blood began to trickle forth. That moment, a singular thought consumed him. If only he could kiss those lips. He would willingly embrace death in that instant. That it was akin to his reckless pursuit of exquisite wine in his past life, leaving him unrepentant in death. The maiden uttered softly, her large black eyes gradually closing, her long lashes resting upon her eyelids, exuding an indescribable charm. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, suggesting immense enjoyment. "Can you tell me what this is?" Her voice echoed in the air, seemingly arising from all directions. Yet Jiedong noticed she had not moved her lips. It is a type of wine. Jiedong instinctively replied, though her voice jolted him from his reverie, although he reluctantly shifted his gaze. His mind had regained clarity. Where exactly is this place? The maiden did not respond to his inquiry, but slowly opened her eyes, wrinkling her adorable little nose. That is strange. I have tasted your human wines before. While they are delightful, they do not possess this flavor. Let me think. This wine has hints of orange, almond, and lemon from your world, but there are two flavors I cannot identify, perhaps because I have never consumed them before. I remember the taste of everything I have eaten. Jiedong's heart skipped a beat. You are not human. The maiden smiled faintly, cupping some of the magma beneath her, allowing the dangerously hot liquid to flow through her fingers. Do you believe a mere human could achieve this? You have yet to answer my question. What exactly was the drink I just had? Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Jiedong replied, It truly is wine, albeit a cocktail of my own creation. It is not surprising you have never tasted it before, for only I can concoct this drink in the human realm. Would you like to know its name? The maiden eagerly nodded, that of course. As he spoke of the drink, Jiedong's earlier feelings of inadequacy in the presence of the perfect maiden dissipated, replaced by a renewed confidence that it is called Midnight Sun, crafted from 4 parts vodka, 2 parts Cointreau, 2 parts almond brandy, 1 part pomegranate juice, and 1 part lemon juice through a special method. The flavors you could not discern are likely the pure alcohol and pomegranate juice. Initially, the Midnight Sun was intended to showcase 3 colors: black, golden red, and blood red, symbolizing the wickedness of night, the elegance of sunlight, and the warmth of day. However, I later felt that such color separation was meaningless. Colors can never truly represent a person's heart. Thus, I merged these 3 colors using a special technique, preserving the predominant golden red, resulting in this entirely new Midnight Sunday. I hope it brings a touch of warmth to the hearts of those who drink it. Wine possesses emotion. Only a cocktail that allows one to savor the bartender's inner feelings can be deemed authentic. Therefore, what I create is not merely wine, but emotion. Midnight Sun, a beauty that defies possibility. Intoxicating yet bewildering, leaving one in a state of melancholy. If you can experience these 3 sensations and then find warmth within, then this drink has found its true owner. It was evident that the real excitement was about to unfold. The author only asks for your daily reading, recommendations, and collections. Public access may be slower than VIP, but do not forget that public content is free. The author will extend public access for a full 50 days to allow everyone ample opportunity to enjoy free content. The author believes they have done their utmost. Supporting this new book relies on you. The brothers and sisters of the Tang sect, and every reader who supports the author. Thank you. Please collect and recommend this book. Your support is deeply appreciated. Our clicks and recommendations are not far from the goal. Please take a moment to collect this book before casting your valuable recommendation. Thank you. The maiden listened intently to Jiedong's explanation, seemingly immersed in his words, murmuring to herself, So this is what wine is like. That I truly felt everything you described. It is indeed delightful. However, I find your narration even more beautiful than this drink. Jiedong snapped back to reality, surprised by everything he had just conveyed that in the past. When mixing drinks for Yang Bingtian, he had always simply handed the finished product without elaborating. Yet today, faced with this perfect maiden, his heart was brimming with a desire to express himself. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had returned to the time when he was revered as a master mixologist. Regaining his composure, Jiedong stated, I have answered your questions. Now, could you tell me where exactly this place is and who you are? The maiden smiled radiantly. It has been ages since I encountered a human. I am quite curious about how someone so small managed to arrive here. This is the Earth's core, and my name is Yin. Jiedong frowned and shook his head. That name is unsatisfactory. It does not suit you that Lyin suggests ferocity, yet you do not exude that aura. Lyin smiled. Humans not say that one should not judge by appearances? Furthermore, I am not human. You have not witnessed my fierce side, so you cannot comprehend the meaning of my name. All creatures of the subterranean call me the Flame Empress. However, due to your beautiful description of that drink, I shall grant you the privilege of calling me by my name. Jiedong was astonished to observe that, at that moment, Li Yin's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. The previously gentle girl now radiated an aura of regal authority. An invisible pressure silencing the boundless magma lake below, causing not even a single bubble to dare rise. Yet, Jiedong did not falter in the face of her change. To him, it was merely a perfect elevation of her essence. Perhaps this was what it felt like to love someone. Regardless of her form, she remained flawless in his heart. You claim this is the Earth's core? What other subterranean creatures exist here? I do not understand, Jiedong inquired, perplexed that Li Yin smiled. You, human child, speak amusingly. Though you appear to be around 10 years old, you possess the demeanor of an adult. You can even concoct such a delightful drink. Your presence here suggests a certain fate. I shall indulge you with further conversation today. As she spoke, Li Yin stood atop the magma pillar, gracefully spinning on one foot, as if dancing. A fiery red gown enveloped her enchanting form, devoid of embellishment, yet exuding unparalleled beauty. Jiedong felt a sudden lightness in his body. Before he could react, he found himself floating uncontrollably above the magma lake. In astonishment, he hovered before Li Yin, encased within a soft pink light that had formed an orb around him. Do not fear, little human. Without my permission, nothing here can harm you. Li Yin's voice returned to its initial gentle tone, the regal authority dissipating. You must not have heard of this place that I doubt many humans know of its existence. Beneath the surface, there exists a group of subterranean beings distinct from surface dwellers. The underground comprises 18 layers, with the outermost layers housing weaker beings that it is impressive that you humans are aware of even the outermost layers. Yet whether humans or subterranean beings, we all coexist on this planet. Planet, do you understand? Jiedong nodded. I understand. The planet we inhabit is but a small part of the universe, rotating on its axis while also revolving around the sun. So, is this the core of this planet? Li Yin paused. Universe? What is that? I do not know. However, you seem to possess an abundance of knowledge. To say this is the core is not incorrect, as it is indeed the 18th layer of the underground. The very center of the planet. Jiedong remarked. Then that means you are the most powerful entity among the subterranean beings? Li Yin chuckled. As for that, I cannot say. However, in this core lake, I'm the sole inhabitant. Occasionally, I venture into your human realm for a stroll. However, I find myself prone to danger upon my arrival, and it has been quite some time since my last visit. Jiedong gazed at the peculiar shield enveloping his body, and, noticing the blazing figure standing upon the lava, could not help but inquire, with your formidable strength, are you still fearful of encountering peril? The flame responded enigmatically, Little one, that is a secret I cannot divulge to Jiedong. Exasperated, retorted, could you refrain from calling me little one? I have a name, Jiedong. The flame pondered momentarily before replying. Then I shall refer to you as little Jiedong. With a wry smile, Jiedong lamented, must you insist on the little prefix? The flame chuckled lightly, her laughter akin to the blossoming of spring flowers, causing Jiedong's cheeks to flush. You are indeed small. Why not allow me this appellation? Do you dislike your name? Perhaps I should call you little G, your little Dong Dong? Just stick with little Jiedong. Pleased as if triumphant, the flame grinned. Little Jiedong, how did you arrive here? You should know that not everyone can enter this realm. Jiedong shook his head. I am uncertain why I found myself here. I merely opened a scroll, and then I was enveloped by 5 hues of light, feeling as though I were plummeting downwards. Once the light dissipated, I arrived in this place. A scroll, you say? It must be a Yin-Yang magical technique scroll crafted by your kind, a rather intricate creation involving the 5 elemental techniques, judging by the energy fluctuations upon your arrival. It does not appear to be a teleportation scroll, but rather one of random transport. Have brought you down to such depths. The magic contained within that scroll is indeed formidable. Jiedong expressed his astonishment. Yin-Yang magical technique scroll. What is that? Can I return? With a graceful sweep of her crimson hair, the flame mused, Little Jiedong, why not consider a trade? Your brewed wine is delightful. If you were to supply me with it regularly, I would assist you in returning to the human realm. What do you think? All right, no problem. Jiedong responded almost without hesitation, surprising himself with the swiftness of his decision. Not solely for the opportunity to return, but also for the chance to see the flame again. However, your wine must be exquisite, and you must regale me with tales from your world. It can be quite lonely here, and I cannot easily depart. Should your wine fail to please, I might become irate, and who knows, I might just toss you into the heart of the lake. The threat posed by the flame seemed devoid of menace. She maintained her cheerful demeanor. Regaining his composure, Jiedong remarked, I have never deemed death to be a frightening prospect. Any assurance pales in comparison to reality. Wouldn't you agree? As Jiedong spoke, the flame laughed again, her delicate frame quivering with mirth. Despite being concealed by her flowing crimson gown, her captivating form remained breathtaking. Jiedong questioned his own resolve. Yet, whenever his attention fixated on the flame, it felt as though his heart was no longer under his control. You are quite an intriguing little creature, seemingly a child, yet attempting to emulate the speech of adults. However, meeting you today has genuinely brought me joy. Come, let me examine you closely. In an instant, Jiedong felt the red shield surrounding him expand, and the flame, previously perched upon a lava pillar, now stood before him. Her large, dark eyes mere inches from his face, he could distinctly sense the warmth of her breath, imbued with a unique fragrance, fiery yet serene, mingling with a fruity aroma reminiscent of midnight sunshine, and further enriched by the purest essence of fresh air, even carrying hints of the scent of dampened foliage. Amidst this searing world, the sudden whiff of such an unforgettable aroma completely enraptured Jiedong. Her dark, expressive eyes resembled deep whirlpools, firmly capturing his gaze and heart. The flame raised her hand, brushing gently over Jiedong's head, exclaiming softly, Yin-Yang balance. How peculiar! You humans possess a constitution of Yin-Yang balance as well. And an absolute one at that, without a hint of disparity. Her voice was melodious, and at such proximity, Jiedong found himself entranced, barely grasping her words. Hey, little Jiedong, what are you pondering? The flame playfully tapped his head, causing a rush of warmth to surge through him, igniting a sensation akin to steam radiating from within, leaving him utterly comfortable. The two sparks of fire magic within his chest shimmered, and his mind cleared. As if her gentle tap had dispelled his distractions. Little Jiedong, what account for your Yin-Yang balance constitution? You must be some sort of apprentice among your kind. I presume that it's my first encounter with a human possessing dual fire attributes of Yin-Yang balance. I find myself even more intrigued by you. Jiedong replied. I ascend Yin-Yang balance considered the least favorable attribute. It requires one to exert 32 times the effort to become a true Yin-Yang sorcerer. My Yin-Yang balance is innate. What did you say? The flame's brow furrowed, her smile vanishing, and her regal aura resurfaced. Jiedong, feeling the weight of her presence, found it difficult to breathe, pressed against the red shield. As though his very bones might shattered. Oh, my apologies. Realizing her effect, the flame relaxed her pressure, and Jiedong's body softened. She lifted him gently, a warm current flowing from her hand into him, and he felt considerably better. The flame, somewhat apologetic, remarked, I did not intend for that. It was merely your comment about Yin-Yang balance being the least favorable that ruffle my feathers, for I too possess dual fire attributes of Yin-Yang balance. Observed as she spoke, she grasped Jiedong's hand, standing side by side with him. Without any visible effort, the lava pillar that had supported her transformed into two towering flames that soared into the sky. And the world before Jiedong shifted into a duality of colors. Pure white on one side and profound black on the other, the distinction between the two flames stark and clear. You too possess the dual fire constitution? Jiedong exclaimed in astonishment. The flame nodded, saying, Thus, we truly share a bond. Who claims that our dual attributes are inferior? You humans pursue only a narrow path of cultivation, believing that possessing yin and yang within will suffice. Yet, one cannot thrive in isolation. To truly comprehend the capabilities of an attribute, one must embody both yin and yang. What if the progress is slow? Do you not possess combinatory techniques? If you master the dual Yin-Yang Sorcerer, you could execute your own combination techniques without needing others. Jiedong replied, I currently wish to solidify my own Yin-Yang crown and become an Yin-Yang Sorcerer first. I appreciate the confidence you've instilled in me. I shall strive diligently. The flame considered for a moment before suggesting, given our shared dual fire attributes of yin-yang balance, how about this? If you deliver wine to me daily, I shall permit you to train here for 3 hours. Train here? Jiedong inquired, astonished. The flame affirmed, training in my domain nullifies that 32-fold disadvantage. Your progress shall not lag behind that of others. Consider it a rental of my space, with your brewed wine serving as payment. Jiedong felt a surge of joy. This was news beyond his wildest dreams. Not only was there a chance to become a Yin-Yang Sorcerer, but he could also see the enchanting flame daily. What could be more splendid? The flame smiled gently, saying, "You may commence your training now. I shall not assist in enhancing your strength. The manner of your training is solely your responsibility." Jiedong stated, "Your permission to train here is already the greatest assistance you could offer. If I fail to achieve anything, I can only blame myself. However, I cannot linger any longer today. I must hasten back to report to Director Yang after I inadvertently open the scroll. Starting tomorrow, I will come every day, if that's acceptable." The flame nodded. "Very well, I shall now escort you back to the human realm. However, I must caution you not to speak of our encounter to anyone, nor divulge the experiences of this day. Should you do otherwise, I shall have no choice but to render you non-existent in this world." As she spoke, Lian delicately placed her slender hand upon Jiedong's left chest, causing his heart to violently contract, a torrent of intense warmth surging through him. Everything around began to dissolve into illusion, Lian's enchanting visage gradually morphing into a crimson specter. Yet her voice continued to echo in Jiedong's ears. "Remember my words. Let no one know of this place. When you seek me, touch your heart and call my name. During the process of transport, you must remain undisturbed for at least 10 breaths. Farewell, little Jiedong. I look forward to your fine wine tomorrow." With a burst of red light, beneath Jiedong's feet, a colossal red fire lotus quietly blossomed. As its petals unfurled to their fullest, they slowly folded back, enveloping Jiedong entirely. Once it formed into a bud, it gradually faded from view, vanishing into the air. Watching the bud's disappearance, a playful smile danced upon Lian's lips. "What an intriguing little thing," she mused, uncertain whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate. Cast down into the depths of the earth, yet awakened by the fragrant allure of wine, she hoped he would not disappoint her. "Little Jiedong, should you dare to speak of me to others, your heart shall be consumed by flames. In the realm of humanity, I have heard of the word friend. I wonder if we might become friends in the future. It has been long since I ventured into the human world. Yet alas, I am no longer free. Why does such immense power become a shackle?" With a soft sigh, Lian's crimson hair billowed behind her as the entire heart of the earth lake surged upward, quietly engulfing her somewhat melancholic form. The red light shifted, and Jiedong felt a sudden chill envelop him. The massive red lotus bud had silently opened, revealing its true form. The lotus itself no longer radiated fiery brilliance, instead gently releasing him into the stillness of the night. "Where am I?" Breathing in the slightly refreshing air, he glanced at the now vanished red lotus beneath him and surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find he had returned to the Fire Academy. He stood in a shadowy corner beside the Bihua teaching building. "Have I truly returned?" Jiedong touched his garments, the faint scent of charred remnants having vanished without a trace, everything restored to normalcy. The surreal sensation left him momentarily bewildered. Had it all been a dream? Was Lian merely a celestial being conjured by his imagination? Suddenly, he pulled open his front flap to look at his left chest. Instantly, his somewhat despondent heart began to race violently. There at the position of his heart, a vividly detailed and resplendent red lotus quietly marked his skin. Like a tattoo, it clung tightly to his flesh, each petal ablaze with colors not of the human realm. This is no dream. It is undeniably real. The wonder of it all was so extraordinary that even now, Jiedong struggled to accept it. He forcefully slapped his face, attempting to dispel thoughts of that exquisite visage. Yet it had already etched itself deeply into his heart. Taking several deep breaths, he managed to quell the tumult of his emotions and hastened into the Bihua teaching building. Upon opening the door as Jiedong stepped into his chamber, An excited voice rang out. "Ah, you're back." Startled, he saw a flame illuminating the oil lamp on the table. It was young Bingtian seated in a chair before the bar, his face alight with surprise at Jiedong's presence. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Jiedong lowered his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Director Yang. I shouldn't have touched your things. I thought it was merely a painting." Yang Bingtian visibly relaxed upon seeing Jiedong, exclaiming, "No worries at all. I'm just glad you're back. However, do be cautious from now on. Something should not be trifled with that. It's my fault too, for not locking the door. Now, tell me about your journey. Oh, and by the way, the painting you opened today is an intricate Yin-Yang magic scroll, known as the all-directional unstable transport scroll. It has the potential to send you to the other side of the continent, or even drop you from a height of 10,000 meters to your demise. That I am truly delighted you returned. Otherwise, I would have been perpetually anxious." Jiedong silently thought. Not only could it transport one to great heights, but it could also send one deep into the earth. Yet he kept this to himself, feigning astonishment as he patted his chest. "It seems I was rather fortunate, merely transported outside the city. After wandering for a while, I finally made my way back." Young Bingtian smiled as he stood. "My teacher once told me that luck is also a part of strength. I am genuinely happy you returned safely. It's getting late. You should rest." He began to walk towards the exit. "Director Yang, wait a moment. The wine I prepared for you was spilled during the transport. Allow me to concoct another glass for you." Yang Bingtian hesitated. It was late, and he thought better of it. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Jiedong insisted. "A promise is a promise, and I shall fulfill it. It won't take long." As he spoke, he swiftly made his way behind the bar, washed his hands, and retrieved the cocktail shaker. Gold spirit, lemon juice, pomegranate juice, and egg white. He measured and poured the 4 ingredients in a shaker in their proper order. With the lid secured, Jiedong entered a state of unprecedented focus, one he had never experienced even in his previous life. For in this moment, his mind was solely occupied with her flawless visage, and he could still feel the softness of her delicate hand as grip. Yang Bingtian's eyes. Jiedong had closed his eyes, a look of rapture gracing his face, while the shaker seemed to dance in his hands. The 4 colorful ingredients swirling together rapidly. Jiedong's movements grew increasingly swift, until even Yang Bingtian struggled to keep up, only catching glimpses of a pink glow shimmering in the light of the oil lamp. "Last night, my mother-in-law suddenly notified me that she had arranged for me to visit a health checkup center today, that I was instructed not to eat breakfast beforehand for blood tests and such. After 6 years of writing, I had never undergone a health examination, and with numerous ailments, I had no choice but to comply under my wife's insistence. Today, as planned for 3 updates, may be disrupted. The checkup center is over 30 kilometers from where my mother-in-law lives, making a round trip of over 60 kilometers. I will ensure the 2 updates happen as promised. If today's updates are not possible, I will definitely deliver 3 updates tomorrow. I hope everyone understand. It is evident that the narrative is about to reach a thrilling climax, and soon, the protagonist will rapidly elevate his strength. What wonders will Yan bestow upon him? What mysteries lie within this underworld? When will he be able to condense into the Yin-Yang crown? What are his principal abilities? In a week, I shall reveal all. Currently, our recommendation votes are lagging behind, and I sincerely urge everyone to lend their support to Yin-Yang. Thank you kindly, and please help out. I must now depart for my health checkup. Those who have not yet added the book to their collections, please do so. It is the greatest support you can offer. Thank you. This cocktail, which Jiedong seldom prepared in his previous life, is a rather common one, chosen because it was the first that came to mind. A duality of gentleness and fiery majesty embodied in this drink, reflecting the beloved figure in his heart. The cocktail is aptly named Rosy Beauty. Yes, the enchanting Rosy Beauty who intoxicates Jiedong's thoughts. After consuming the glass of Rosy Beauty, Yang Bingtian departed, seemingly touched by the emotions within the drink. As if recalling something dear, he merely bid Jiedong farewell before retreating to his own room. Jiedong, too, found himself lost in vivid recollections, unaware of when he had drifted into slumber. In the early morning, Jiedong was roused by a fervent knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the urgent faces of his newfound friends. Baisu and Carl, "Boss, Why are you still in bed? Hurry up. Today is Teacher Xiatian's outdoor class. He announced yesterday that anyone who is late will face dire consequences. Let's go. Still groggy from sleep. Jiedong was pulled along by Carl and Baisu to the playground. Why now? Most first-year students had gathered, and class was about to commence. The refreshing morning air jolted Jiedong awake, although Carl was less chatty than Baisu. He handed Jiedong a steamed bun and an egg. Good brother. Jiedong gave Carl a thumbs up, quickly devouring the bun and egg. Although the food lacked flavor, he had hardly eaten anything since last night. So he still found it quite delicious. Gather, Summer's voice, tinged with a hint of impatience, rang out. The students of the Binghua and Dinghua departments hurriedly assembled, displaying an unexpectedly commendable formation, perhaps due to the profound impression left by Teacher Summer. Teachers Summer and Autumn approached together. Summer donned a pair of earthy yellow shorts and a snug sleeveless vest. If he had already made a strong impact on the students yesterday, today's appearance was even more imposing. His muscles, resembling blocks of granite, were like those forged from bronze, and he stood there like a deity of strength, his robust physique exuding a commanding presence that intimidated the generally 10-year-old students. Summer nodded, pleased with the turnout. Starting today, the Binghua and Dinghua departments would have separate classes. The Dinghua students would be guided by Teacher Autumn, while I would take charge of the Binghua students. Shortly, I will lead you away from the academy for this morning's outdoor session, where your sole task is straightforward. Run a lap around the Lihua city. I will remain by your side throughout. But should anyone fall behind, do not blame me for being unmerciful. As he spoke, Summer raised his right hand, previously resting behind his back, revealing a roughly 1.2-meter-long rattan stick. Upon hearing Summer announce the task, a stir began to ripple through the Binghua students. But as soon as they caught sight of the rattan stick, an eerie silence enveloped them, with not a single voice of dissent emerging. Baisu, standing with the Dinghua group, exchanged glances with Jiedong and Carl, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Clearly, the outdoor session for the Dinghua students would not be as extreme as that for the Binghua group. Baisu, step forward, Summer commanded. Baisu, who had been reveling in his good fortune, heard his name called. His expression stiffened, and he hurriedly stepped out from the Dinghua line. Everyone's surprise, it was a girl who stepped forward from the Binghua group. Jiedong realized, as he had been focused on the lesson yesterday while seated, that the Binghua department had only this single girl, just as the Dinghua department had only Baisu as its male student. The girl named Zhugue stood among the Binghua students, remarkably tall, second only to Carl, and taller than her peers. Jiedong understood this might be due to her early development. What astonished him was the expression on Zhugue's face. It lacked the fragility seen on the faces of the girls from the Dinghua group. Instead, she exuded a certain toughness, and despite being only 10 years old, she possessed a spirited demeanor. Her large, pale red eyes were focused, and her movements were both simple and powerful. Viewed through the lens of his previous life, Zhugue resembled a young soldier. In contrast, Baisu's movements appeared much more delicate. While he could not be described as effeminate, he certainly did not exude masculinity either. Today's outdoor lesson was tailored for the male students. Zhugue, you will temporarily join the Dinghua group for this session, while Baisu, you will join the Binghua group. Switch places. What? Baisu was taken aback by the swiftness of his comeuppance, his expression falling. Yet he knew that Teacher Summer was resolute, and he reluctantly made his way to the spot where Zhugue had stood. Jiedong and Carl struggled to suppress their laughter, both feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, just as Baisu was approaching Zhugue's position, a red figure flashed in front of him, blocking his path. It was the tall girl from the Binghua group. Report, teacher, I do not need to switch. I want to participate in the outdoor class of the Binghua group. I am a member of the Binghua department and will not seek special treatment due to my gender. Please approve, teacher. Zhugue's voice was clear and strong as she returned to her position. Summer nodded approvingly, saying, very well. You can state Baisu, thwarted by Zhugue, felt a surge of frustration and shot her a resentful glance. Muttering under his breath, tomboy he then dashed to the back of the Binghua group to join Jiedong and Carl. Zhugue cast a cold glance at him, clenching her fists, set off with Summer's command. He took the lead, running at the forefront, followed closely by the 30 Binghua students along with Jiedong, who was dual element, and Baisu, the outsider. Having gained admission to Lihua Academy, All students, save Jiedong, had passed the Academy's physical fitness tests. So the peculiar outdoor lesson posed no immediate threat to them. Summer led them out through the South City Gate and began to circle around Lihue City. Although Lihue City was merely a medium-sized urban area, the distance to run around it was still quite daunting. The arduous journey for the 32 students had only just begun. After returning from my physical checkup, I've managed to write this chapter. I want to burden everyone with my health issues that I will continue to strive, aiming to produce another chapter by tonight as a token of gratitude to the supportive readers of my work. I would also appreciate it if everyone could cast their recommendation votes and add this book to their shelves. Thank you. Boss, where were you last night? You didn't even go to the cafeteria for dinner. Without you to guide us, we dared not venture to the top floor to find you, especially since I heard that the dean resides there. As they ran, Baisu inquired of Jiedong. Jiedong replied, I had some matters to attend to. Baisu did not press further, glancing at Zhu Gui, running ahead of them with a disgruntled expression. That tomboy is so full of herself. Boss, should we go give her a hard time? Before Jiedong could respond, Carl snorted and said, Save your breath, don't let her gender fool you. During the entrance exam, she was the top scorer in our bingo department, even surpassing me. I heard she has an innate attribute ratio of 91. Seriously? Baisu gaped, astonished that a girl could possess such a high ratio in the bingo department. Did she get her birthright wrong? Jiedong replied, The world is vast and full of wonders. Save your breath to conserve energy. Running a lap around the city must be at least several dozen kilometers. Let us just focus on enduring it for now. As they ran outside Lihue City, Jiedong felt his body beginning to warm up, with his blood circulation accelerating, providing a sense of comfort. At this moment, he deeply appreciated the benefits of absorbing those 2 crystal crowns yesterday, as his physical strength had significantly increased with the capabilities of a dual-element first-level apprentice, expelling a considerable amount of impurities. Moreover, it felt as if his body had been nourished by the powers of both the Binghua and Dinghua elements, enhancing his cardiovascular and muscular strength. Otherwise, merely running from the academy to the outskirts would have left him gasping for breath. Yet now, he felt no fatigue, only a sense of his joints and muscles loosening up. Instinctively touching the red lotus on his left chest, a surge of warmth filled Jiedong's heart, and he found himself eager to experience the perfect geothermal flame once more. This warmth seemed to awaken his energy, allowing him to keep pace with the group without lagging behind. Carl and Baisu were equally perplexed. Having not seen Jiedong for a day, they noticed a marked improvement in his stamina. They considered themselves among the top first-year students and had planned to stay close to Jiedong to assist him. However, it seemed that for the foreseeable future, such assistance would not be necessary. As time passed, after half an hour, the disparities in the students' physical capabilities became evident. Leading the pack was none other than the only female student, Zhu Gui, who was closely following Teacher Summer. The rest of the students began to lag, showing signs of fatigue, their speed diminishing at this point. They had only just transitioned from the southern section to the western city wall, with the northern wall still a considerable distance away. Pick up the pace. Keep up with me. Should anyone lag behind, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he spoke, he swung the rattan stick that Summer's intimidating tone acted like a shot of adrenaline, significantly boosting the student's speed. While continuing to run, Summer shouted, To become a Yin-Yang mage, mere magical prowess is insufficient. You must also possess abundant stamina and unwavering willpower. Indeed, the task I have set before you today is nearly impossible to complete, and such challenges will frequently arise in the future. Those who cannot persevere can consider the tuition fees paid by their parents as wasted and exit the academy at any time. Do you know why 30% of our graduates at Lihue Academy can condense their Yin-Yang crowns? It is because our students possess greater tenacity than those from other academies, turning the impossible into the possible. Stay sharp, run faster. Without a doubt, Teacher Summer's words serve as a tremendous source of encouragement for these young students. However, it only motivated them to endure for an additional 15 minutes. Gradually, more students began to fall behind. How much stamina could a 10-year-old child possess? Despite the commendable physical fitness of these young learners, fatigue began to take its toll. However, the arduous task of circling the city seemed almost insurmountable. The severity of summer was revealed in its true form for the first time, as it demonstrated to the first-year students of the fire element that the switch in his hand was not merely a prop. As he moved from the front of the group to the back, the crack of the switch was accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Undoubtedly, the shock of these cries proved far more effective than the earlier words of Teacher Summer. Amidst their painful struggles, they continued to sprint. Yet, upon closer observation, one could discern that although Teacher Summer appeared exceedingly stern, the strikes of the switch were not particularly forceful, and a faint red glow shimmered along its length. Those struck would, in their fright, sprint ahead, oblivious to the warmth emanating from the spots where they had been hit, providing a modicum of recovery to their exhausted bodies. The trio led by Jiedong maintained their position within the leading group. Though they did not advance as boldly as Zhu Gui, they certainly did not lag behind. Carl and Bai Su were increasingly perplexed. Although Jiedong's breathing had begun to grow labored, his rhythm remained unbroken, indicating he still possessed considerable stamina. That today's circuit was significantly longer than the 20 laps they had been punished with yesterday, and Jiedong's stark difference in endurance left them astonished. However, at this moment, both realized just how wise Jiedong's earlier advice to conserve energy had been. Even though they were undoubtedly among the elite of their peers, fatigue was continually assailing them. That tomboy has slowed down. Bai Su panted, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Jiedong, feeling the toll of exhaustion, glanced upward. Indeed, Zhu Gui, who had been leading, had noticeably reduced her speed, and right behind her the three of them, while other students remained far behind. Seeing Zhu Gui's pace falter, Bai Su's spirits lifted as he quickened his stride to catch up, exclaiming, "What's wrong, tomboy? Can't keep up?" Zhu Gui turned her head, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Su, but then suddenly broke into a smile. Before Bai Su could react, he felt as if something had tripped him, causing him to lose his balance and stumble forward. Just as he struggled to regain control, a sharp slap struck the back of his head. "Down you go, sissy." With a thud, Bai Su fell flat on his face. Zhu Gui halted, placing her foot on his back, her gaze cold. "Let this be a warning. Refrain from provoking me in the future. If I hear you call me tomboy again, I will set your hair ablaze." Yes, she spoke, her right hand extended, and with a whoosh, a plume of red flame erupted from her palm, rising nearly half a foot high. "Finally, I have penned another chapter. The initial stages of a new book are always challenging, and I strive to ensure its quality is commendable. Today, as physical training was exhausting, having driven over 60 kilometers back and forth. Yet, I managed to write 3 chapters. Utterly depleted, I have maintained my writing for 6 years without fail, persevering through any circumstances that I believe my readers are fortunate. For I present them with new content daily. Though I cannot converse with everyone, each chapter 1 write is dedicated to you, that I in my heart. Your significance is immeasurable, that I kindly ask my friends who enjoy my work to bookmark and cast their votes of recommendation. Thank you to this moment. Jiedong and Carl had also caught up, clearly noticing the 2 half-red crystalline stars appearing on Zhu Gui's forehead, a 5th-level fire apprentice. They exclaimed in unison. Zhu Gui cast them a cold glance, seemingly conveying that their understanding sufficed, before lifting her leg and turning to sprint away, her speed surging, clearly indicating her earlier slowdown had been deliberate. "Stop!" Jiedong shouted. Zhu Gui turned her head, giving him a disdainful look, yet showed no intention of halting her pace. Just as Jiedong prepared to chase after her, he was suddenly embraced tightly by Bai Su, who had just risen from the ground. "Boss, let it go." Bai Su's expression was grim, yet he clung to Jiedong tightly, while his other hand grasped Carl. "Sissy, are you afraid?" Carl snapped. Bai Su shot him a cold glance, and for some inexplicable reason, the normally assertive Carl felt as if he had been gazed upon by a venomous serpent. "She is a 5th-level apprentice. The 3 of us combined stand no chance against her. It would only lead to humiliation," Bai Su stated with unusual calmness. Jiedong couldn't help but wonder if this kid had also traversed through time like himself. His expression certainly did not resemble that of an average 10-year-old. "We are just letting it go," Carl asked in a low voice. Bai Su turned to watch Zhu Gui's retreating figure. "A gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too late. Once I cultivate my Yin-Yang magic, I will have my day of reckoning. Boss, Carl, this matter is mine alone, that I must overcome her through my own strength." Jiedong frowned. That wasn't said that one must be 10 years old to begin cultivating yin-yang magic. She doesn't appear older than us, yet she is already a 5th-level apprentice. Carl replied. The 10-year requirement for cultivating yin-yang magic is for common children like us. Families with powerful yin-yang magicians can administer various potions to enhance their children's physical abilities from a young age. Without hindering their future development, they may begin training as early as 7 or 8, thus staying ahead of us ordinary folk. However, Zhu Gui is undoubtedly a prodigy. I have only heard of first-year students reaching 3rd-level apprentices. This is my first encounter with a first year at 5th level. Generally, only 3rd-year students may achieve such strength, while 5th-level apprentices become more common in the 4th year. Isu interjected. Moreover, her ability to effortlessly control her fire magic indicates she has received excellent guidance. Far beyond our capabilities, it seems that during our time at the Fire Academy, we have little chance of confronting her. Nonetheless, there will be opportunities. I will never forget today as humiliation, and I shall return it tenfold. Who told you to stop? Keep running. Teacher Summer's roar echoed from behind. The 3 resumed their pace. This outdoor lesson would only conclude at midday, when the group of Fire Element students returned to the Fire Academy. Aside from Teacher Summer, only 3 remained standing. The 5th-level fire apprentice, Zhu Gui, was undoubtedly one of them, with Carl as the second. Although he lacked the formidable magical support that Zhu Gui possessed, his physical prowess was remarkable. To Zhu Gui's surprise, Baisu also managed to remain upright. Though he gasped for breath and was drenched in sweat, he gritted his teeth and held on to AS for the half that remained standing. It was naturally Jiedong. Despite his considerable improvement in physical condition, his previously poor state was not easily rectified. His endurance was commendable, and with Carl's assistance, he managed to stay on his feet, thus qualifying him as only half a person to not lie down. Sit up, Summer commanded, pulling each student upright and arranging them in a cross-legged position on the training ground. Exhaustion depletes one's spirit, rendering a person most sensitive to their thoughts. For us fire element yin-yang magicians, noon is the optimal time for cultivation, as the sun is closest to us and the fire magic flows abundantly. Close your eyes. I will help you sense the presence of fire magic. Absorb it with your heart and strive to become a 1st-level fire apprentice as soon as possible. Listening to Teacher Summer's words, Jiedong suddenly understood. All lessons had been meticulously planned. They first drained their energy before beginning to perceive fire magic. And indeed, the teaching methods of the Fire Academy were quite commendable. As he pondered this, he, like the other students, settled into a cross-legged position. Following yesterday's experience, Jiedong, being someone who could easily concentrate, closed his eyes and immediately sensed the presence of fire magic in the air. The sun above resembled a colossal crystal of fire magic, continuously radiating rich magical fluctuations. And oh wonder, Teacher Summer claimed that this was the best time for fire element yin-yang magicians to practice. Moreover, being in the open sunlight allowed for a far deeper connection to fire magic than his previous experience in a room. In contrast, the presence of fire magic in the air was faint, almost negligible. Of course, the magical fluctuations under the sunlight were incomparable to those at the Coral Lake. Tentatively, Jiedong used his mind to stimulate the red light at his chest, representing fire magic, and called out to the external fire elements. The process was remarkably smooth, and Jiedong immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body. However, he soon sensed something amiss, as the light red fire elements entered his body and began to merge with his own fire magic. The surrounding fire magic emitted a faint blue glow, creating an almost protective barrier around his own fire magic, allowing the fire elements to be absorbed into him. However, he found himself unable to harmonize with his own yang fire magic, helplessly watching as these elemental energies slipped away. Do not expend your efforts in vain. This time is not suitable for you and Bisu to cultivate. The teacher continued, the Ding fire magic is best practiced at night. While your dual fire affinity, comprising both Yang and Ding, is ideally cultivated during 2 specific times each day, the twilight of dusk and the dawn of morning. Suddenly, a voice jolted Jiedong from his meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xia Tian standing before him, having approached at some point unbeknownst to him. With a flick of the vine in his hand, He pointed at Jiedong and then at Bisu, saying, Jiedong, you may go for lunch now. Bisu, return to the Ding Fire sector and seek out teacher Qiu Tian. She will guide you in your Ding Fire magic cultivation today. Only during dusk and dawn? Jiedong gazed at Xiao Tian in astonishment, a sudden realization dawning upon him. You mean to say that the transition between day and night is precisely the moment when the Yang and Ding fires achieve balance? Now, it was Xiao Tian's turn to be surprised. Nodding, he replied, Indeed, you are quite perceptive. However, the balance of Yin and Yang occurs only during a fleeting half hour. You must utilize this entire hour for your cultivation to yield results. This is also why mastering both Yin and Yang is so challenging. The pure Yang fire can be practiced effectively at any time, save for the noon hour, which is most favorable. Yet for you, that brief window is your only opportunity. Thus, even your 32 times the effort will not be easily attainable. Go now. You need not attend class this afternoon. The main focus over the next few days will be to assist everyone in awakening their innate attributes. Thank you, teacher. Jiedong, having regained some strength, stood up alongside Bisu, who hurried back to the Ding Fire sector, while Jiedong made his way to the cafeteria to eat before returning to his solitary dormitory. For Jiedong, everything was just beginning. The encounter with Bisu earlier had left a profound impact on him, making him acutely aware of the sorrow that accompanies a lack of power in this world of Yin and Yang mages. He placed a hand over his left chest, contemplating the value of each passing day. Aside from the early morning and dusk, there was another place where he could also cultivate, the depths of the earth where the Flame Empress resided. That realm was home to the Core Lake. Provided he managed his time wisely, there would be no moments wasted. The Flame Empress had mentioned that he could practice there for 3 hours daily. With this thought, he promptly headed to the bar, concentrating intently as he prepared a cocktail. Upon completion, he refrained from pouring the drink into a glass or even opening the shaker's lid. Instead, he pressed his right hand against the position of the red lotus over his heart. Calling out to the Flame Empress, gentle warmth radiated from his left chest, swiftly enveloping his entire body, eventually flowing down to his feet and surging forth from the soles. An extraordinary sight unfolded as crimson lotus petals unfurled beneath his feet, stretching out languidly as if awakening from slumber. The petals gently curled, encasing his form. When the last petal enveloped him, he transformed into a magnificent red lotus bud. This soft red light emitted no energy fluctuations. With a flicker, he quietly vanished from the room in stark contrast to the all-encompassing teleportation he had experienced to the depths of the earth previously. This time Jiedong felt no sensation of falling. Instead, he basked in a warm, comforting embrace as the Yang and Ding fire magic within him glimmered faintly. The red hue obscured his vision, and within mere moments, the surroundings transformed back to transparency, revealing the searingly hot crimson world once more. However, this time, he was not positioned in the hollow, but was descending directly towards the core lake. The molten lava of the Earth's core was known for its terrifying temperatures. He had nearly been scorched when he had previously stood atop a 100-meter-high cavern wall. If he were to fall now, would he not be instantly reduced to ashes? Just as Jiedong was gripped by astonishment, he suddenly sensed the environment around him freeze in place. The red lotus enveloping him had morphed into a colossal red bubble, suspending him several meters above the lava, without the intense heat he had felt during his initial visit. The red lotus not only transported him back to the depths, but also shielded him from the oppressive heat. Surprised, are you? The Flame Empress's voice rang out, and Jiedong turned to see her beside him, also within the red bubble. Although it was not their first encounter, the awe he felt upon seeing her again remained undiminished. Dressed in a flowing red gown, her hands clasped before her long hair cascading over her left chest like dancing flames, she gestured towards the shaker in Jiedong's hands, inquiring, "Is this for me?" Jiedong nodded, twisting open the shaker's lid and offering it to her. "I was afraid it might evaporate by the time I got here, so I didn't pour it into a glass." The Flame Empress accepted the shaker, smiling. "Thank you, little Jiedong. You are about to begin your cultivation, aren't you?" "How did you know?" Jiedong asked, astonished. With a mysterious smile, the Flame Empress replied, "That is a secret." As she spoke, the red bubble carried them to the hollow in the cavern wall. Without any visible effort, she separated from the bubble, floating gracefully in midair. Do not squander your time. You only have 3 hours with me each day. When you wish to depart, simply touch the red lotus over your heart and bid me farewell. It will return you on its own. Jiedong inquired, "Can I split these 3 hours?" "Of course. If you have not returned after 3 hours, the red lotus will take you back regardless. Let me savor the delightful drink that little Jiedong has prepared for me today." As she spoke, she tilted her head back and took a sip. The liquid inside the crystal shaker was a milky white, reminiscent of rich cream. Jiedong watched her nervously as she sampled the cocktail he had crafted, which was markedly different from the previous one. If his earlier creation, Midnight Sun, had been imbued with gratitude, this drink, specially prepared for the Flame Empress, was infused with a different sentiment altogether. Utilizing the same ingredients under varying emotional states would yield a significantly different flavor. An exceptional mixologist must adeptly infuse their emotions into the drinks they create. During the preparation of this cocktail, Jiedong was filled solely with intense admiration, devoid of any impurities. The Flame Empress remarked, glancing at Jiedong with a smile. "This drink feels quite different from the last. Little Jiedong, you truly are an outstanding mixologist. Might you share its name with me? Wishing everyone a Merry Christmas." Today is Christmas Eve. Observing my wife's yearning gaze and the adorable Tang beside her, I intend to spend quality time with them these past 2 days. After 6 years of creation, I owe my wife so much. There will be no third update today, so no need to wait. If everyone is willing, please consider your recommendations and collections as Christmas gifts for me. Thank you. As for monthly votes, please direct them to Dahl. The new book requires the support of every reader, and, of course, it cannot IT as called White Moon. It consists of 5/10 Bacardi rum, 1/10 banana liqueur, 1/10 coconut liqueur, and 3/10 orange juice. The IT appears milky white with a slight yellow hue, sweet and slightly tart on the palate. The alcohol content is not too high, making it quite suitable for female consumption. The Flame Empress nodded, glancing at the shaker in her hand. "Next time, I shall use a glass. It would enhance the experience and no need to worry about evaporation. You may begin your cultivation now, within my red lotus shield. The Yang and Ding fire elements will be filtered to a level you can absorb. There is no need for concern. I shall savor this white moon slowly. Until tomorrow, the rosy luminescence faded away." Jiedong blinked, and the Flame Empress had vanished without a trace. Will she sense the emotions I infused into the drink? Jiedong pondered anxiously, as he had never truly been in love, let alone pursued a woman. In this regard, he was even more of a novice than he was as a Yin-Yang mage. Moreover, the disparity in their statuses was vast, leaving him with no choice but to channel his feelings through his craft. Settling into a cross-legged position, he closed his eyes, taking a full 15 minutes to calm his racing heart. However, the abundance of fire elements deep within the earth proved overwhelming. As soon as he emitted a guiding thought, the 2 distinct fire elements surged into him. The passionate and intense Yang fire elements intertwined with the soft and gentle Ding fire elements, merging with his dual magical affinity. This time, he did not experience the elemental repulsion he had felt on the training ground. Instead, Jiedong felt as though his body were being tempered within a furnace, as the rich dual fire elements converged toward his chest like a river merging into the the energy coursed through his veins. Jiedong felt as though his skin, muscles, and bones were indulging in a delightful symphony of sensations. The 2 distinct fire elements were stimulating his body, gradually instigating a transformation within him. After flowing through his form, these energies ultimately converged with the 2 points of magical power located at his chest, which were noticeably swelling bit by bit. Although the process was exceedingly slow, the growth was undeniably consistent. This marked Jiedong's first genuine foray into the realm of cultivation. As Yin had previously mentioned, before the formation of the Yin-Yang crown, Yin-Yang sorcerers could only rely on their will to perceive the elemental changes in the air, drawing them into their bodies to amalgamate with their own magical energy, thus becoming their power. Despite being a balanced embodiment of Yin and Yang, Jiedong absorbed the dual fire elements at a considerably slower pace than a sorcerer specializing in a single attribute. However, he possessed a unique advantage: his extraordinarily heightened senses. With merely his sense of smell, he could discern the general composition and flavor of the various spirits at the Burning Flames bar, underscoring the acuity of his senses. The six senses of a person encompass sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought, with the latter representing intention and perception. His ability to concentrate his will allowed him to attract external magical elements more swiftly, thereby expediting the absorption process. Moreover, at the heart of the Earth Lake, the concentration of the Bing and Ding fire elements surpassed that of the surface by an incalculable factor. Thus, Jiedong's cultivation speed at that moment even surpassed that of his classmates, specializing in a single attribute. Having not spent an extended period in this realm, Jiedong chose to return after approximately an hour. The Crimson Lotus transported him back to his chamber, upon reaching the status of a level 1 apprentice. The 2 points of magical energy at Jiedong's chest were merely the size of mung beans. If not for their faint luminescence, they could easily have gone unnoticed. After an hour of cultivation, he vaguely sensed a slight enhancement in his magical power. Though not overtly apparent, it was indeed an improvement that be why this time. Afternoon had arrived, which was not conducive for his nighttime cultivation. Jiedong reclined on his bed, resting while reminiscing about the entire process of his previous cultivation, reliving the sensation of the 2 types of magical energy entering his body. Gradually, a flicker of enlightenment arose within him, whether it was the Bing fire element or the Ding fire element. Upon entering his body, they seeped through his skin and gradually converged at his chest, although it felt as if they were filtered by his body, leaving only the remnants to merge with his magical energy. The speed of magical enhancement was not rapid. In reality, the 2 elements were not being filtered. Rather, they were being absorbed by his body. The warm sensation enveloping him was a testament to their subtle, yet profound impact on his physical form. It was akin to utilizing that searing energy to incinerate impurities within him, rendering his body's attributes more refined. While it may not expel a substantial amount of impurities like the crystal crown, this gradual transformation was still immensely beneficial. Jiedong's assessment was astutely accurate. During the cultivation process, the first stage, which involved consolidating the Yin-Yang crown over 10 levels, was of paramount importance. This significance stemmed from the fact that, during this period, they would amalgamate their bodies with the elemental attributes they possessed. Only by eradicating all impurities within could their bodies be entirely permeated by their respective elements. It was only through this process that the Yin-Yang crown could be formed. And the purer the body cultivated during this time, the closer it would be to the essence of the elements. Consequently, the rate of improvement in future cultivation would naturally accelerate. After thorough contemplation, Jiedong's understanding became increasingly lucid. Prior to forging the Yin-Yang crown, what he needed to do, and could do, was to absorb as much of the 2 fire elements as possible, maximizing his time for this endeavor. As evening approached, Jiedong commenced his cultivation in his room, eager to discern the disparity between practicing on the surface and in the heart of the earth. When the true cultivation began, Jiedong couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he was working with the same Bing and Ding fire elements, the concentration in the air here was at least 10-fold weaker. Furthermore, at the heart of the Earth Lake, the 2 elements would flow into his body without necessitating excessive guidance. However, within the academy, he was compelled to exert every effort of his will to coax the less concentrated fire elements in the air to merge with his own. It was noteworthy that this was still within the Southern Fire Empire, the region of the continent abundant in fire elements. The disparity in concentration, coupled with the difficulty and time required for absorption, was staggering. In O Wonderly Yin claimed that 3 hours of cultivation at the heart of the earth could compensate for the 32-fold gap between him and single-attribute Yin-Yang sorcerers. Nevertheless, even so, Jiedong did not relinquish his aspirations for cultivation within the academy. Even if those half hours in the evening yielded only 1% of the elemental concentration he would obtain at the heart of the Earth Lake. He would never give up. Every bit of energy accumulated was the foundation for future success. The Fire Departure Academy. Jiedong began to lead a structured, tranquil, and somewhat monotonous life. Each morning, he would cultivate for half an hour during the time when Yin and Yang converged, followed by daytime courses focused on the various knowledge pertaining to Yin-Yang sorcerers. In the evening, he would again devote half an hour to cultivation before preparing a cocktail for Yang Bingtian. After dinner, He would return to his room to concoct a drink for Lai Yin, then head to the heart of the earth to commence the most crucial 3 hours of cultivation. This routine repeated itself in a steady cycle. Ever since being spurred by Zhu Gui, both the somewhat effeminate Bai Su and the tall, robust Carl had thrown themselves entirely into their cultivation, neglecting to visit Jiedong for drinks. Their progress was indeed rapid. They not only became level 1 apprentices first, but also exhibited qualities that ranked among the best in their year. Second only to Zhu Jiyu, I did AS for Jiedong. The instructors paid him little attention. Even Yang Bingtian would only occasionally inquire about his cultivation progress. Naturally, Jiedong could not reveal his training at the heart of the Earth Lake, offering only casual evasions. Thus, no one was privy to the specifics of his cultivation circumstances or levels that, in the blink of an eye, an entire academic year had passed, and it was nearly time for the final assessments. Lai Yin, Jiedong softly called out, his hand resting upon his chest, invoking the name that haunted his dreams. The familiar crimson lotus unfurled, enveloping his body and whisking him away from his room. This process was one he had undergone over 300 times, becoming intimately familiar with it. The world, awash in fiery hues, was unchanged. The red lotus transformed into a bubble cradling Jiedong's form. "You've arrived," Lai Yin greeted with a smile, accepting the cocktail from Jiedong's hand, while he merely nodded, his gaze unwavering from her exquisite visage. Nearly a year had elapsed, and the moments he truly spent in Lai Yin's presence were but fleeting instants. After receiving his drink, she would depart, leaving him to his own cultivation. Over 300 days and nights, Jiedong's admiration for Lai Yin had not waned in the slightest. In fact, it had intensified. Though he did not truly know her, and their conversations were limited to a few simple exchanges each day, the emotions infused into the cocktails he crafted for her grew richer with each passing day. Jiedong was uncertain if Lai Yin could perceive this, but he was confident that his bartending skills had surpassed 50% of their previous perfection, had it not been for the differences in the alcohols of this world compared to his past life. The level of restoration would have been even greater. Lai Yin had always expressed satisfaction with his creations, never voicing any objections. This particular drink was named Gentle Sea Breeze, possessed a wave-like texture, and offered a sensation of continuous yet undulating impact. Jiedong routinely introduced the exquisite concoction to Lai Yin as she listened intently, savoring the delightful drink that a tacit understanding had long since developed between them. Jiedong's explanations brought joy to Lai Yin, while watching her gradually indulge in the libation he had prepared was a source of happiness for him. When he witnessed her expression shift in response to the flavors, an indescribable contentment blossomed within him. As Jiedong concluded his narrative, the glass was emptied. Just as he instinctively prepared to be sent to the cave wall to begin his cultivation, Lai Yin spoke up. "Little Jiedong, tomorrow marks the conclusion of your first academic year. Are you ready to make a remarkable impression during the final assessment?" Lai Yin returned the glass to Jiedong, inquiring with a smile. In truth, Jiedong had grown considerably compared to a year prior, not in age, but in stature. This year of cultivation had transformed him from his once frail self. While he was not as tall and robust as Carl, he now appeared as an ordinary 11-year-old boy. He had gained some height. His bronze skin radiated with health, and the academy's standard male student haircut framed his face. His gaze had become more resolute and composed, sparkling with vigor. Although he could not be deemed handsome, his steady demeanor left a lasting impression. Jiedong was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know I have the final assessment tomorrow?" Lai Yin smiled gently. "In truth, I'm aware of everything about you. The Crimson Lotus not only serves to transport you here and back, but it also acts as my eyes. This is the secret I once shared with you." Jiedong suddenly realized, so that's how it is. And oh wonder, upon recalling his first arrival here to cultivate, the flames had already been aware, indicating that she had been watching over him all along. "You still haven't answered my question," Lian chided softly, her playful reproach a sight Jiedong had never witnessed before. Indeed, the moment he encountered Lian marked the time when his willpower was at its weakest since arriving in this world. "I never anticipated making a stunning breakthrough. I merely aspire to diligently cultivate and become a true Yin-Yang mage as soon as possible." Lian pondered. "Are you so desperate for strength?" Jiedong replied. "Yes, I yearn for formidable power, Without it, one amounts to nothing in this world. Moreover, having chosen this profession, I must strive for excellence and devote all my efforts to it. Lian nodded affirmatively. I believe in that. For nearly a year, I have witnessed your dedication to daily cultivation. From the moment you first came here, you have never squandered a moment. Even though 3 hours of training with me yields effects dozens of times greater than an hour on the surface. You have never abandoned that time for cultivation. 300 days of unwavering commitment is indeed commendable. And having shared a year of drinking with you, if you're unconcerned about the opinions of your classmates at the academy, I possess something to impart that will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Are you going to teach me? Jiedong inquired with delight. His joy was driven more by the prospect of spending additional time with Lian than by the knowledge she would impart. Merely gazing at her and listening to her voice would accelerate his hormones. Although it wouldn't lead to the embarrassing nosebleed he experienced the first time, the indescribable intoxication she inspired had become his sole source of entertainment throughout the academic year. No matter how tedious or arduous the cultivation became, a mere glimpse of Lian would fortify his resolve. What he had not voiced was that one significant reason for his pursuit of power was Lian herself. He understood that he currently did not deserve her in any way. He must grow stronger. Only when he matched her strength would he earn the genuine right to pursue her. Thus, becoming a Yin-Yang mage was the only path before him. From this moment forth, the Yin-Yang crown shall be nothing short of extraordinary. May all book friends enjoy a Merry Christmas. May your wishes come true, and may all be well. Today, as Lian slightly nodded, she said, looked at as she spoke, she extended her right hand before Jiedong, and amidst a flicker of light, 2 tiny flames appeared in her palm. One was a golden flame, exuding the essence of fire of the 3rd rank. However, unlike the fire of the 3rd rank Jiedong was accustomed to, this golden flame contained an unimaginable density of energy. Though it appeared minuscule, its essence of utmost yang and strength far surpassed his own fire of the 3rd rank. The other flame was black, shrouded in an eerie darkness. Its faint black fire felt even more potent, ominous and mysterious, as if it hailed from the depths of hell. In comparison, his own fire of the 4th rank, akin to corrosive fire, might match it in energy intensity, yet the attribute of Yin was vastly inferior. These are 2 seeds, a recompense for the cocktails you have mixed for me over the past year. I shall merge them with your own dual fire of the 3rd rank, transforming them. You must have sensed that while these 2 flames I hold are indeed Yang and Yin fires, they are far purer than the 2 magics you currently cultivate. This is the fire I wield. The golden one is called the saintly fire of the 3rd rank, while the black one is known as the spirit fire of the 4th rank. With the addition of these 2 seeds, you shall possess flames akin to mine. However, there's a prerequisite I must inform you of. The magical power you have diligently accumulated over the past year will be condensed and consumed during the transformation into these 2 flames, resulting in a significant decrease in your magical power. Hence, you must contemplate this carefully. Are you willing? Of course. Jiedong responded almost without hesitation that in truth, the moment Lian mentioned the possibility of sharing her flames, he ceased to ponder any further. The mere thought of possessing flames akin to hers brought him immense joy. Lian cautioned, do not act impulsively. The magical power you have worked so hard to cultivate over this year may very well dwindle to nothing. Would you be content with a year of effort wasted? Jiedong gazed deeply at Lian, a hint of pride shimmering in his eyes. If I could toil for a year, I can certainly labor for a 2nd year. I fully comprehend the principle of rebuilding after falling. Trading a year of arduous cultivation for a qualitative transformation is undoubtedly worthwhile. Rebuild after falling? What a profound statement. Lian regarded Jiedong with surprise. You truly have impressed me, and no wonder you possess a balanced Yin-Yang physique akin to mine. Trust me, you will surely be grateful for today's choice in the future. A faint golden light radiated from Lian's eyes, and Jiedong felt a momentary daze. Rendering him unaware of his surroundings, the layer of crimson light enveloped his body, preventing him from collapsing. Lian gently stroked his head. Little Jiedong, you have indeed not disappointed me. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, I actually wish not to see you again, for you have made me accustomed to you. This is a bond one cannot afford to have. Had you hesitated even slightly, I could have steeled myself to cast you away. Had you not uttered the words of rebuilding after falling, I would not have continued to partake of your wine. But it seems my habit is destined to persist. Rebuild after falling. What a remarkable sentiment. Since it has become a habit, I must do something for this routine. This feeling is peculiar. I wish for you to disappoint me, so I can send you away. Yet I also desire to savor the delightful beverages you concoct. This sentiment is unprecedented since my inception. Let me observe how long your persistence lasts, and how resolute it truly is. As she spoke, her palm, aglow with the dual flames, quietly turned, imprinting itself upon Jiedong's chest. His body shuddered slightly, and then, red and blue, two streams of energy surged forth as though forcibly expelled from his pores. In an instant, the golden and black flames ignited, their surging heat filling the crimson bubble that enveloped both Jiedong and the Enda. Ikati felt as though the fire of the third rank and the fire of the fourth rank overflowing from Jiedong served as fuel for the golden and black flames. At that moment, on Jiedong's forehead, two crown stars with dual shadows distinctly appeared. One crown star was centered but differed from the half-red, half-blue appearance of his initial apprentice stage. Instead, the red and blue crown stars alternated in brilliance, both radiating a complete starlight. To the right of this crown star, leaning towards Jiedong's body, was a double-shadowed crown star, with the upper layer in red and the lower layer in blue. Also a complete crown star. Who could have imagined that within the span of just 1 year, Jiedong, deemed a waste due to his balanced yin-yang attribute in dual cultivation, had achieved the strength of a fourth-rank apprentice in both the fire of the third rank and the fire of the fourth rank. It is understood that reaching the fourth rank as an apprentice, even for a second-year student during final assessments, is an excellent achievement, while it becomes a common accomplishment by the third year. Though the conditions at the Earth Core Lake have undoubtedly provided Jiedong with the most suitable environment for his cultivation, the phrase diligence can make up for deficiencies applies perfectly to him. This is why Lian previously inquired whether he desired to make a stunning breakthrough or absorb the seeds of her two unique flames. T merely 11 years of age, having attained the strength of a fourth-rank apprentice in both the fire of the third rank and the fire of the fourth rank. How could he not create a stir? Amidst his unconsciousness, Jiedong heard Lian's voice, which resonated deep within his heart. The fire of the third rank is a yang fire, while the saintly fire of the third rank is the fire of utmost yang. The pinnacle of the fire of the third rank. The fire of the fourth rank is Yin fire, and the spirit fire of the fourth rank is the fire of utmost Yin. The pinnacle of the fire of the fourth rank. They're the kings of fire, capable of commanding all other fires. Not reveal your strength easily, unless in times of crisis. Learn to conceal your power to survive better. Now, I shall impart to you the method of restraining this ultimate dual fire, the divine lock of Yin and Yang. This technique will allow you to harbor the purest Yin and Yang powers within yourself, unleashing the true might of the saintly fire of the third rank and the spirit fire of the fourth rank only when needed. Time passed, though Jiedong could not discern how long it had been before he awakened from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself nestled within a hollow of the cave wall, his entire being enveloped in a peculiar state. The first sensation Jiedong registered was not a change in his magical power, but rather a shift in his vision. As he gazed ahead, the magma lake appeared to have grown even clearer. Moreover, there is no need to rely on thought to perceive. Merely by gazing with his eyes, he could effortlessly discern the vast accumulation of yang fire and yin fire elements hovering above the magma lake. The convergence of blue and red elemental light formed splendid ribbons, a sight to behold. Not only that, but he could also observe the changes in every bubble within the magma with remarkable clarity. His vision enhanced beyond measure compared to before. Vision was but a fragment of his senses. The innate sixth senses of Jiedong transcended the ordinary, and he soon felt a comprehensive enhancement of this ability. Particularly, the sensation of thought had geometrically multiplied in strength. Memories of the teachings on flames he had heard while in a coma flooded his mind, and the method of the divine lock of Yin and Yang manifested vividly within him. Simultaneously, his focus shifted to the dual magical energies residing within his chest. During his initial training, his Yang and Yin fire energies had resembled two tiny dots the size of green beans. After a year of cultivation, these dots had grown to the size of broad beans. However, at this moment, as his thoughts coalesced in front of his chest, Jiedong discovered that his dual magical energies had reverted to their original state. Akin to that of a first-level apprentice, the difference was that the once blue and red dots had transformed into golden and black hues. Could this be the seed of the Yang sacred fire and the Yin spirit fire? The flames of utmost Yang and utmost Yin. Jiedong was not disheartened by the diminishment of his magical power. On the contrary, he was filled with exhilaration upon witnessing these two colored flames in the hands of the flames. He sensed the terrifying intensity contained within this pure energy. Magical power could be rebuilt, and he could still restore himself to the fourth-level apprentice standard within a year. However, this primordial flame was not something that could be attained through mere cultivation. The transformation in his body alone was indicative of the formidable attributes of these two flames. Truly, the flames had bestowed upon him a magnificent gift. "Thank you, Lian," Jiedong called towards the magma lake. A bright light shot forth from the lake, floating gracefully until it came to rest before Jiedong. It was at this moment that Jiedong realized the protective red shield that had always surrounded him had vanished. Yet, even in this world of the Earth's core lake, he felt not the slightest warmth, as if he were in his own room, neither warm nor cold. The bright light was none other than an empty wineglass. And Lian's voice resonated from all around. "Do not be astonished. The Yang sacred fire and the Yin spirit fire are both sovereigns of flames. Although you have only just begun to merge with them, you have already developed a degree of resistance to flames. Remember the divine lock of Yin and Yang that I have imparted to you. Practice it during your leisure time when you return. Until you possess sufficient strength, do not reveal the ultimate flames lightly. 3 hours have passed. It is time for you to return." The red lotus reappeared, enveloping Jiedong's body as he quietly returned. Upon his return to his room, he noticed the sky outside was gradually brightening, nearing the hour of his usual dawn training. Placing the wineglass back on the bar, a faint smile graced Jiedong's face as he mused. "It has been a year, Lian. Have you finally begun to accept me? I shall not disappoint you. I will only strive harder in the days to come." The divine lock of Yin and Yang could be practiced even when one could not absorb Yin and Yang magical energies. It was now time to resume the cultivation of his dual magical energies. Having been reverted from a fourth-level apprentice to his original state, it would naturally require greater effort to regain his former prowess. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, as Jiedong commenced his cultivation, he was immediately taken aback. Firstly, with just a slight movement of his thoughts, his heart instantly calmed. Subsequently, the distribution of the Yang fire and Yin fire elements, now 100 times clearer than before, unfolded within his mind. Not only within the room, but his thoughts even extended 30 meters beyond. As his thoughts emerged, the two seeds of fire within his chest flickered slightly. Immediately, the elemental fire from the air surged towards his body at a speed several times faster than before, transforming into red and blue light points that penetrated his being. However, Jiedong found it peculiar that although the speed of his absorption of the dual fire elements had increased significantly, these elements vanished the moment they entered his body, not lingering as they used to, nor gathering towards his chest. Lian had not informed him of any differences in the cultivation of these two extreme flames compared to before, a stark contrast to the meticulously detailed teaching methods of his instructors at the academy. Perhaps Lian hoped he would comprehend it on his own. Jiedong, while enhancing his thoughts to absorb the external dual elemental energies, silently contemplated the changes in the flames. Gradually, as the sensations of prior cultivation returned, the fire elements merging within him began to slowly converge towards his chest, revealing their intricacies to Jiedong. At this point, he realized that his speed of absorbing the external fire elements was at least 5 times faster than before, yet the effectiveness felt unchanged. Nonetheless, Jiedong discerned that as this large quantity of dual fire elements integrated into his chest, their colors matched those of the two seeds of fire within him, golden and black. This revelation led him to an implicit understanding. Previously, his fourth-level apprentice dual magical energies had merely transformed into the ultimate dual fire of a first-level apprentice. In terms of magical power, it had shrunk to 1/4 of its former self, and the intensity of magical power bore little difference from that of a first-level apprentice. What had changed was the nature of the flames. Hence, it was evident that after absorbing this vast quantity of fire elements, the speed of his magical power enhancement had remained constant, indicating that during the absorption process, a substantial portion of the fire elements had been refined by his Yang Sacred Fire and Yin Spirit Fire, converting them into similarly attributed fire elements before merging. This explained why his absorption speed was quadrupled while the rate of magical power enhancement remained unchanged. Before 8 p.m., there would be another chapter, totaling 3 for today in the coming days. The author is set to unleash a barrage of content. Today, 3 chapters, tomorrow, 3 chapters, and an announcement about Monday's situation will follow. This is not merely a good thing. It is a tremendous blessing. The flames that require such refinement are solely for enhancing his inherent attributes. It is evident how domineering the attributes of these 2 extreme fires are. Furthermore, when cultivating within the academy, the availability of dual fire elements in the air is limited. When he returns to train with Lian, the boundless Yang fire and Yin fire elements will undoubtedly accelerate his progress beyond previous levels. If his prior cultivation path resembled a narrow, winding road, then with the gift of these 2 seeds of fire from Lian, there is no doubt that his path to cultivation will transform into a broad and prosperous avenue. After concluding his morning training, Jiedong quickly refreshed himself and made his way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Upon entering, he spotted his brothers, Bisuo and Carl, who had arrived ahead of him. The 2 of them appeared visibly excited. And upon seeing Jiedong, Bisuo waved eagerly. "Boss, we've prepared your breakfast." Jiedong approached the table and, puzzled, asked, "What is going on with you 2? Is there something worth celebrating?" Bisuo replied, "Boss, today is the final assessment. It has time to evaluate the results of our training over the past year. I heard the dean will be present." Jiedong then remembered that the final assessment was indeed today and couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He knew he couldn't disclose the changes in his flames to anyone. However, his magical power at this level would likely leave the teachers and Dean Yang looking quite grim. The final assessment is conducted grade by grade, from lowest to highest. The first group of 61 students from the first year of the Yang Fire and Yin Fire elements proceeded to the Academy Auditorium. As Bisuo had said, Dean Yang sat at the center of the podium, flanked by a senior female teacher who appeared to be of similar age. There were also over 10 other instructors from the dual systems present. Xiaotian stood at one side of the podium and announced loudly, "The final performance assessment for the first-year students of the Lihua Academy is about to commence. When I call your name, please step onto the stage and release your magical power. With the number of stars as your final evaluation, the assessment standard for the first year is a passing grade for second-level apprentices and excellence for third-level apprentices. That we shall begin with the Yang Fire system. Zhugue." Upon hearing this name, Jiedong, Carl, and Bisuo focused their attention. Over the past year, although Zhuge had not troubled Bisuo any further, she remained quite aloof, hardly engaging with other students, and apart from attending classes. She would return straight to her dormitory. It was rumored that her family had spent a considerable amount of money for her to have a dormitory to herself. Zhugue's figure was truly striking. Despite only being 11 years old, she already bore the semblance of a young woman, tall and slender, her face devoid of expression as she strode confidently to the podium, first bowing to Dean Yang and the other teachers before raising her hands with palms facing upward. With a sudden puff, 2 streams of crimson flames surged forth from her palms, soaring high into the air, reaching an impressive height of over a meter. An immediate uproar erupted within the auditorium. After all, only Jiedong and his 2 companions had witnessed Zhu Gui's formidable power among the students. 3.5 ruby-like stars clearly manifested upon Zhu Gui's forehead, in stark contrast to the astonishment of the first-year students. The teachers on the stage remained remarkably composed, as if they had long anticipated Zhu Gui's prowess to far exceed that of his peers. Yang Bingtian nodded in satisfaction. Xiaotian declared, "Zhu Gui, a level 7 apprentice of the fire element, with outstanding results." Next, from the fire element, Carl. The roster in his hands was organized according to the students' usual performances and overall abilities. Jiedong was an exception, due to his unique training timeline, differing from that of the fire element and earth element students. The teachers paid little heed to this seemingly inferior student with his yin-yang balanced physique, relegating his name to the very end of the list. As expected, Carl did not disappoint Xiatian. Red flames ignited in his hands as well. Though considerably weaker than Zhu Gui, the presence of two complete crown stars already attested to his strength. A level 4 apprentice of the fire element, his talent and diligence were beyond question. Compared to Zhu Gui, it seemed that Xiatian favored Carl, as a rare smile broke across his somewhat fierce countenance. The subsequent assessments proceeded rapidly, given that all 6 grades of the academy needed to be evaluated within a single day. Each student only needed to display their magical prowess briefly to complete the assessment. Taking to the stage in a manner reminiscent of a revolving lantern, the majority of students achieved level 2 apprenticeships, and even the occasional level 3 apprentice received Xiatian's approval, earning commendations for their excellence. As the assessments continued for the earth element, the first to take the stage was, surprisingly, Bai Su. Before stepping up, Bai Su shot a provocative glance at Zhu Gui, who, in turn, chose to ignore him, remaining seated at the front of the fire element students. An eerie blue flame erupted from Bai Su's palm, and 2 blue crown stars prominently appeared on his forehead. Like Carl, he too had attained the strength of a level 4 apprentice, undoubtedly securing his position as the top student of the first-year earth element class. It is worth noting that although both Carl and Bai Su possessed an impressive 85% in physical attributes, their transformation from ordinary individuals to level 4 apprentices within a single academic year was not achieved without considerable effort. Daily relentless training combined with innate talent yielded such results that, of course, Jiedong had previously consumed 2 crystal crowns provided by Yang Bingtian, and prior to attaining his ultimate dual fire powers, his dual-element magical abilities had already approached that of a level 5 apprentice. Surpassing both Carl and Bai Su.as the assessments for the earth element began to draw to a close, Xiatian called out Jiedong's name, simultaneously closing the roster in his hand. Jiedong sighed internally. What was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. He never anticipated experiencing such an embarrassing moment. Although he had gradually accepted his identity in this world, the memories of his past life lingered, particularly the pride associated with being the god of wine. Upon reaching the podium, Jiedong was met first by Yang Bingtian's smile and his somewhat reassuring gaze. Throughout the past year, Yang Bingtian, much like the flames, had indulged daily in the exquisite wines crafted by Jiedong, offering him training advice and imparting deeper knowledge of yin-yang magic. Yet perhaps due to his lack of confidence in Jiedong's yin-yang balanced physique, he had never inquired about Jiedong's progress. Standing there, Jiedong did not even lift his hands. His magical power at this level was insufficient to project flames outward with a slight mental effort. The crown stars appeared on his forehead, clearly representing a solitary star of combined red and blue, indicative of a level 1 apprentice, mirroring the situation from when he had utilized the crystal crown. Today's first assessment, Jiedong, dual fire level 1 apprentice, assessment failed, announced Xiatian with a furrowed brow, his disappointment and dissatisfaction glaringly evident. Yang Bingtian, seated directly across from Jiedong, let out a subtle sigh. His eyes reflecting disappointment, he understood the immense difficulty Jiedong faced in aspiring to become a yin-yang mage. However, having provided him with the crystal crowns, he had harbored a flicker of hope. Yet it now seemed that a year had yielded no progress, and the teachers regarded Jiedong with furrowed brows. Clearly, it appeared that under the current circumstances, Jiedong would be unable to coalesce the yin-yang crown. Xiatian spoke solemnly. Very well, the first-year assessments are concluded. Please exit the auditorium in order. Jiedong, please stay behind. One by one, the first-year students filed out, with Bai Su and Carl bringing up the rear. As they passed the podium, their glances towards Jiedong were tinged with concern. According to the regulations of the Li Hua Academy, any student who failed the assessment would be advised to withdraw. For failure to meet the assessment standards signified the loss of opportunity to become a yin-yang mage, rendering further study a mere waste of time. This was a matter of the school's graduation rate and reputation. Moreover, timely withdrawal could also benefit the students themselves. After all, if they could not become yin-yang mages, they might as well pursue other avenues while they were still young. Once the first-year students exited, only the teachers and Jiedong remained at the podium. Xiatian approached Jiedong. Speaking gravely, Jiedong, You are aware of the Academy's regulations. Over the past year, the Academy has provided you with the finest guidance. Yet you remain unable to progress. This leaves us with two possibilities. Either you did not exert effort in your training over the past year, resulting in no improvement in your abilities, or your talent simply does not align with that of Yin-Yang Mage, as your homeroom teacher. I must advise you to withdraw, regardless of which reason holds true. Until the night before, Jiedong had been brimming with confidence regarding today's assessment, and thus had not contemplated this issue. When Xiatian announced his decision to advise withdrawal, he was momentarily taken aback. The quality of education at the Li Hua Academy was notably commendable, and throughout this academic year, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Furthermore, there was another significant reason he was reluctant to leave the academy, but if he departed from here, how would he find the means to establish a private bar boasting the majority of the exquisite wines available in the market? Without a bar, how could he continue crafting drinks for Lai Yin? If concocting drinks for Yang Bingtian was his job, then preparing drinks for Lai Yin was his greatest aspiration. With this thought, Jiedong spoke urgently. Xiatian, I truly put in the effort. Please grant me another chance that I assure you that I will pass the assessment next academic year. Xiatian shook his head with a furrowed brow. Jiedong, everyone encounters a few opportunities in life. Since you have failed to seize this one, it has already slipped away. The school regulations are ironclad, given that you did not pass the assessment. You lack the qualifications to continue your studies here. Moreover, your inherent yin-yang balanced attribute indeed renders you unsuitable for training as yin-yang mage. Persisting in this endeavor would merely waste your time. You may go now and pack your belongings. Tomorrow, I will escort you from the academy. Perhaps there are better paths suited to your talents. Make tea that moment. A somewhat shrill voice rang out from the faculty area. Xiatian, a waste of space. Why are you wasting so many words with him? Just let him go. We have 5 grades waiting for us to assess. Jiedong turned to look in the direction of the voice, where a middle-aged man in his 40s stood, his demeanor cold, skin pale, and voice sharp. It was evident he was one of the teachers from the earth element, someone Jiedong had not previously noted. Xiatian turned to glare at the teacher. Teacher Lu Jun, please be mindful of your words. That M.Y. student is not a waste. Lu Jun scoffed. If he is not a waste, how come he remains a level 1 apprentice after a year? I fail to comprehend how he was even allowed to enroll in Yin-Yang balanced physique. Truly a rare waste of talent. You, Xiatian erupted in anger. His fiery temper was easily ignited, and he turned to confront Lu Jun. Enough, Yang Bingtian finally interjected, gesturing for Xiatian to calm down while directing his gaze toward the teacher named Lu Jun. Teacher Lu, be mindful of your statements, regardless of the student's performance. Once they enter the Li Hua Academy, they become part of our community. Poor assessment results stem from a multitude of factors that I do not wish to hear such remarks repeated in the future. We must respect every student. Lu Jun, begrudgingly silent, drew Yang Bingtian's attention back to Jiedong, letting out a slight sigh in front of so many teachers. Even if he wished to show favoritism, he could not do so. He had already done his utmost by providing Jiedong with those 2 crystal crowns. Though the outcome was as anticipated, it was nonetheless disheartening for this esteemed dean, who had grown accustomed to the exquisite wines Jiedong prepared for him. He had genuinely come to appreciate this quiet, talented boy with an exceptional skill in mixology. Jiedong, these are the Academy's regulations. I hope you understand. You may return for now, Yang Bingtian stated, though reluctant in his heart. He shared Xiatian's sentiment that allowing Jiedong to remain would only waste time. Furthermore, without passing the assessment, he would not be able to gain approval from the other teachers. He had made the decision that after all assessments concluded and the academic year transitioned into vacation, he would send Jiedong to the Bartenders Guild, where it was presumed he would find his most suitable stage. Just then, the hall doors were suddenly pushed open, and 4 individuals strode in. Who has such a lack of decorum? The teacher Lu Jun, a master of the fire element, was at a loss for an outlet for his frustration, with all the instructors from the Leaving Fire Academy present. Anyone entering from outside could only be students. Indeed, the newcomers were students, but when Lu Jun saw the person leading the group, his reprimanding words faltered, and a smile instantly replaced the frown on his face. Conversely, Xiatian furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, Who permitted you to enter? Are you not aware that it is the final assessment period? Zhu Tian, You're already a sixth-year student. Do you not understand this rule? Among the four who entered, three were familiar to Jiedong, Carl, Bisu, and Zhu Gui. The individual at the forefront was a tall young man, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with a handsome visage that bore at least a 6-point resemblance to Zhu Gui. There was an indescribable quality about him. Despite his youth, he walked with a certain regal bearing. Apologies, teacher Xiaotian, esteemed instructors, and the two deans that I heard from Xiaogui that there is a first-year student possessing a balanced yin-yang constitution and dual-element cultivation. I hope the instructors can grant this student another opportunity to try for a full academic year. Zhu Tian's voice was clear and powerful, neither submissive nor arrogant that Jiedong shot him a surprised glance. Then looked at Zhu Gui beside him and at Carl and Bisu, who appeared anxious behind them. He never expected Zhu Gui would seek help on his behalf. Xiaotian replied sternly, Zhu Tian, you should know this is the Academy's rule. Zhu Tian smiled faintly and said, Teacher Xiaotian, rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. This Jiedong is cultivating a rare dual-element ability, which naturally requires a different approach from our usual training. Perhaps next academic year, his performance will surge? Enough, Xiaotian's voice was firm. Zhu Tian, remember, you are merely a student of the Leaving Fire Academy at present, and you have no authority to interfere with the Academy's decisions. You all must leave immediately. For your reckless intrusion into the hall, you will be penalized with a lap around the city. Execute it immediately. Zhu Tian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Xiaotian taking on a peculiar quality. Then he turned to Zhu Gui, his expression revealing a sense of helplessness. What Zhu Tian said was not entirely incorrect. The rules were indeed unyielding, and Jiedong had failed his assessment. However, his life should ultimately be decided by himself. Yang Bingtian addressed Jiedong. Jiedong, you now have two choices. One is to leave the academy. The other, if you so wish, is to attend the next academic year's classes as an auditing student. Until your graduation in 6 years, you will not need to undergo any assessments. However, you will not be considered a true student of the Leaving Fire Academy. Of course, should you change your mind, you may leave the academy at any time. Only upon passing the graduation assessment at the end of the 6-year program will you be recognized as a graduate of the Leaving Fire Academy. An auditing student? That could work, as long as he did not leave the academy. Jiedong had no objections. What puzzled him was that, including the earlier mentioned Lu Jun, no one voiced opposition to Yang Bingtian's obvious act of leniency. I am willing to remain as an auditing student, Jiedong promptly replied. Yang Bingtian smiled slightly and said, All right, you may all leave now. However, you heard teacher Xiaotian's words. Jiedong, they came here to plead for you, and you must accept the same punishment as them, a lap around the city. Understood? Upon exiting the hall, Bisu and Carl erupted in joyous cheers, embracing Jiedong. Boss, you won't be expelled after all. We can stay together until graduation. This is wonderful. For Jiedong, this might not necessarily be a good thing. Zhu Tian's clear voice rang out, drawing Bisu's and Carl's surprised gazes towards him. Zhu Tian looked at Jiedong and said, I have never heard of anyone with a balanced yin-yang constitution becoming a yin-yang mage. Junior, if you wish to achieve something substantial, you must truly put in the effort. Jiedong sincerely replied. Thank you, Senior Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian waved his hand. No need to thank me. Thank Xiao Gui instead. I must now fulfill my punishment. Goodbye. With that, he turned and swiftly dashed away like an arrow, wearing the uniform of the fire element, disappearing from the academy in the blink of an eye. Moving with a grace that resembled gliding just above the ground, Jiedong and the others couldn't help but marvel at his speed. Jiedong's gaze shifted to Zhu Gui just as he was about to speak. Zhu Gui preemptively said, You need not thank me. You are a member of the first-year fire element, and I know you did not fail due to laziness, which is why I helped you. Jiedong was taken aback. How did you know I was not being lazy? Zhu Gui replied nonchalantly. Could a lazy person persistently run and train on the playground every day, regardless of the weather? However, whether you can become a yin-yang mage depends on your own efforts, and one can assist you in that regard, and I hope that during the graduation assessment, you will be my opponent. With that, she turned and ran off in pursuit of Zhu Tian. Watching her retreating figure, Bisu couldn't help but say, This tomboy, isn't tea without her merits. Why do I find her somewhat endearing today? Carl snorted dismissively. Forget it. Who was it that was always plotting revenge against her? Bisu remarked. Fair is fair. I haven't forgotten the disgrace from back then. However, this tomboy doesn't seem so intolerable anymore. Jiedong asked, Can you tell me what exactly is going on? Why does it seem like the teachers give Senior Zhu Tian some leeway when he appears? Carl explained. Senior Zhu Tian is a prominent figure in our academy. Boss, you really are oblivious to the world around you. He completed the condensation of the Yin-Yang crown in his 4th year and began practicing magical techniques and elemental cultivation. He is graduating this year and is one of the students being recommended to a higher institution. Additionally, he is Zhu Gui's older brother. As soon as we exited the hall, we sensed something was amiss. You were likely to be expelled. Just when we were at a loss, Zhu Gui went to fetch your brother. You know the rest. We truly owe this to Zhu Gui. Jiedong nodded. I will repay this favor one day. Bisu expressed some concern. Boss, Senior Zhu Tian mentioned that staying at the academy could hinder you. Jiedong laughed heartily. What? Do you all lack confidence in me? Since I chose to stay, I will certainly not give up, but you all need to work hard too, that if Senior Zhu Tian could condense the Yin-Yang crown in his 4th year. Why can't you? Let's strive together. 3 hands stacked atop one another. They exchanged mutual encouragement and confidence. When Jiedong returned to his dormitory, he felt a palpable sense of relief. He could finally remain and, most likely, would not encounter further troubles before graduation. The academic year was nearing its end, and a 3-month vacation awaited. He intended to stay at the academy, having nowhere else to go. That evening, he planned to discuss with Lai Yin about increasing his training time with her. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste? A brighter path of cultivation lay ahead. This was the 2nd update of the day. The 3rd would follow shortly. These 2 chapters were released together for everyone's enjoyment. 3 years later, evening, sitting cross-legged on his bed in quiet contemplation, 14-year-old Jiedong appeared much more mature. At this age, he stood nearly 1.70 meters tall, perhaps due to having lived 2 lives. He now exuded a sense of calm composure. His 3 years as an auditing student had been quite carefree. When Yang Bingtian decided to let him stay, it was not without selfish motives. After all, Jiedong's presence allowed him to continue savoring fine wines. Being an auditing student had its advantages. Jiedong could attend classes in the fire element or the fire element at any time to acquire knowledge he wished to learn. Moreover, he had more time to devote to cultivation. After much persistence on his part, 3 years ago, Lai Yin agreed to extend his time at the Earth's core lake by an hour. Throughout these 3 years, he had not squandered a single moment as the 4th year of his stay approached its end. No one in the Leaving Fire Academy was aware that Jiedong had acquired a level of strength that was astonishing. His body resembled a consuming abyss, with his skin shimmering constantly in red and blue hues, as the fire elements of both the fire element and the fire element surged into him. On his forehead, 5 complete crown stars were perfectly aligned. Except for the central crown star, which gleamed with alternating red and blue, the stars on the left side of his forehead were blue above and red below, while the 2 on the right were red above and blue below. Evidently, the left side of his body is predominantly governed by the elemental power of Ding Fire, while the right side is chiefly dominated by the elemental force of Bing Fire. This remarkable duality gives rise to such an extraordinary crown star. The significance of the 5 complete crown stars is singular, a 10th level apprentice of both Bing and Ding Fire. Indeed, after 3 years of diligent training, coupled with additional time spent at the heart of the Earth Lake, Jiedong's prowess has made remarkable strides, starting from the 2 seeds of fire bestowed upon him by the blazing flames. Both the Bing Wuyuanyang Sacred Fire and the Ding Si Mingyin Spiritual Fire have recently ascended to the level of a 10th level apprentice, as agreed 3 years prior. The exceptionally gifted Bisu and Carl have also recently reached the same pinnacle, embarking on their quest to condense their Yin-Yang crowns. Owing to their outstanding performances, they have been guided into seclusion by their mentors, Xiak Tian and Xiu Tian, to crystallize their own Yin-Yang crowns. In contrast, Zhu Gui had already completed the condensation of her Yin-Yang crown by the end of her 3rd year. Simultaneously, she did not linger at the Fire Departure Academy, but was directly recommended to a higher institution. It is said that she attended the same prestigious academy for Yin-Yang Sorcerers as her brother, Zhu Tian. As for the specific location, Jiedong and the others are unaware. following Zhu Gui, Carl, and Bai Su have become the focal points of the academy. Yet who would take notice of the auditing student Jiedong? Even young Bing Tian seldom discusses matters of cultivation with Jiedong anymore. This venerable dean has shown kindness, repeatedly offering to send Jiedong to the Bartenders Guild. But each time, Jiedong has declined. The half-hour suitable for cultivating yin-yang balance swiftly passed, and Jiedong opened his eyes, a faint golden light flickering within them. His gaze fell upon his hands. And with a mere thought, 2 flames erupted from his palms. The blue Ding fire emerged from his left palm, while the red Bing fire burst forth from his right. The juxtaposition of blue and red was strikingly unusual. Subsequently, Jiedong's expression shifted. His left eye's pupil deepened into an abyssal black, while his right eye's pupil transformed into a brilliant gold. In an instant, his entire aura underwent a fundamental transformation, exuding a regal presence that seemed to pity the world. Concurrently, the 5 crown stars adorning his forehead also shifted. The original red was replaced by gold, while the blue was supplanted by black. The interplay of golden and black luminescence was mesmerizing. The flames in his hands also underwent a transformation. The golden Bing Wu Yuanyang sacred fire radiated an overwhelming essence of utmost brightness and strength, while the black Ding Si Mingyin spiritual fire emanated an aura of profound softness and shadowy depth. In a flash, the brilliance of gold and black quietly receded, reverting to the previous red and blue. The divine lock Yin-Yang technique seamlessly concealed Jiedong's ultimate dual fire. The so-called divine lock Yin-Yang is in essence a method to control one's magical power attributes through sheer will. Without altering the fundamental source of magic, it reduces their Yin-Yang properties, resulting in flames that yield effects akin to ordinary Bing and Ding dual elemental magic, thus leaving no room for flaws. Undoubtedly, this is an exceedingly useful ability, ideal for concealing one's true strength, and not only allows control over the flame attributes, but also regulates the magnitude of magic released by Jiedong. Within the confines of the 5 crown stars, Jiedong can now dictate the level of power he wishes to unleash. The crown stars upon his forehead will respond accordingly. Even after crystallizing his yin-yang crown, he will retain the ability to manipulate the extent of his external power to confound adversaries. As he retracted the flames, a satisfied smile graced Jiedong's face. After 4 years here, he was finally poised to step into the realm of true Yin-Yang sorcerers. The flames had indicated that by tonight, he should be able to condense his yin-yang crown in anticipation, long absent, filled his heart. However, before venturing to the heart of the earth, he had not forgotten to prepare a fine drink for Yang Bing Tian, that a promise made must be fulfilled. With the glass in hand, Jiedong approached the door of Yang Bing Tian's office and knocked. "Jiedong, come in," resonated Yang Bing Tian's deep voice. Jiedong pushed open the door, walked to the desk, and set down the glass. Yang Bing Tian looked up at him, momentarily taken aback. The child he had known 4 years ago had now grown into a striking young man. Day after day, without fail, Jiedong had presented him with meticulously crafted drinks, even during his illness. This unwavering resilience and commitment set Jiedong apart from his peers. "Dean Yang, I'm leaving now," Jiedong said, following his usual custom of bidding farewell after placing the glass down. "Jiedong, wait a moment," Yang Bing Tian said, as if resolute. Jiedong, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something else you need?" With a sigh, Yang Bing Tian replied, "Jiedong, you have been at the academy for 4 years now, crafting drinks for me all this time. Yet I've been unable to fulfill my initial promise of helping you become a true Yin-Yang sorcerer. I can no longer delay your progress. Return and pack your belongings. Once this semester concludes, I will send you to the Bartenders Guild. I cannot jeopardize your future due to my own selfishness." Jiedong was momentarily stunned, a smile breaking across his face. "This is my own choice. I enjoy being here, which is why I've chosen to stay. Please take a moment to look this over." This is the 3rd update for today, released together with the 2nd, so don't forget to read the previous chapter. The 3 updates for today have been completed. Tonight at midnight, we will commence a grand release, totaling 5 chapters to be presented at midnight, 7 a.m., noon, 5 p.m., and before 8 p.m. Furthermore, there will be a special event at midnight, welcoming everyone to participate, vote, and assist in boosting our rankings in the forthcoming chapters. Jiedong will rise, condensing his Yin-Yang crown, and at this climax, he will unleash his full potential. One might say that the author is being generous, for our sole objective is to secure the top spot in both click and recommendation rankings next week. For those staying up late on Sunday night, please join us tonight. Thank you that I am aware of your close relationships with Baisu and Carl. However, they may soon condense their Yin-Yang crowns. Outstanding talents like them are often directly granted admission to higher institutions. I will exercise my authority as dean to recommend them for further studies at a prestigious academy. They will soon depart. Why linger here any longer? That you are still young. This is a crucial time in your life. Jiedong nodded and said, "Thank you, Dean Yang. Let us discuss this again at the end of the semester. I need some time to think." With a smile, Yang Bingtian lifted the cocktail glass. "Rest assured, while I may not be able to send you to the headquarters of the Bartender S Guild, I can at least recommend you to the Bartender S Guild of our Southern Fire Empire. As an old wine enthusiast, I still have some connections. There, I believe your future will be exceedingly bright. In truth, I am more reluctant to see you go than anyone else, aside from your concoctions. I can no longer enjoy any other fine wines." After bidding farewell to Yang Bingtian, Jiedong returned to his room, contemplating, "Dean Yang, for this final examination of the 4th year, I will surely surprise you. I wish to depart alongside Carl and Baisu, yet I do not intend to part ways with them. Zhugue, though I could not become your rival at the Fire Departure Academy, I will undoubtedly catch up to your pace at a higher institution." Standing behind the bar, a gentle smile gradually appeared on Jiedong's face. His soft expression filled with memories and the deepening sentiments cultivated over the past 4 years. Whether it be a secret affection or not, this emotion has only grown more profound within him. The cocktail shaker had somehow found its way into his hands, and the bottles, without needing to be seen, danced gracefully as they poured in his grasp. His focused emotions were released without reservation. As the liquid filled the glass, he placed his right hand upon his chest and softly called out a name that he could never forget. The crimson lotus enveloped him, and under the gentle red glow, he vanished without a trace. The familiar warmth and the surge of dual elemental fire quickly enveloped Jiedong's body. Although he had never delved deeply into it, nor possessed extensive abilities, he was well acquainted with the nuances of the heart of the Earth Lake. After all, he had spent over 1,000 nights here. "Are you ready?" The gentle voice of the flames echoed, as if composed of light itself. Appearing before Jiedong and accepting the glass from his hand, Jiedong gazed deeply at the flames, a habitual gesture, as if each visit he sought to engrave her image deeper within his heart. 4 years had passed, and he had never inquired about the origins of the flames, yet not a trace of time had marred her. She remained as captivating as the first time Jiedong had laid eyes on her. Still embodying perfection. "I believe I am ready." Jiedong raised his hands, and in this moment he felt no need for concealment. The resplendent golden yang, sacred fire of Bing Wu, and the enigmatic black Yin spirit fire of Ding Si surged forth from the palms of his hands, ascending several meters into the air, while the 5 golden and black dual-colored crown stars upon his forehead shimmered with extraordinary brilliance. The flames nodded at Jiedong, signaling that since he was prepared, they could commence. For him, this was the most crucial moment in his early cultivation. Regardless of what sensations he might experience shortly, he must not waver in his focus. He could only serve as a guide. The true condensation of the Yin-Yang crown depended upon his own strength. Jiedong clenched his fists tightly, and with a soft puff, the flames on his hands extinguished simultaneously. "I will succeed," he declared. A simple 7 words imbued with unparalleled conviction and tenacity, along with the pride that had lingered since his past life. The flames savored their drink, shifting slightly beneath them. Jiedong could only blink as the flames circled his body in a seamless motion. Soon after, he clearly observed that beneath them, in the heart of the Earth Lake, magma surged upwards, forming a colossal fire pillar with a diameter of 5 meters, shooting skyward. Jiedong felt no surprise at this transformation. Nor did his focus waver. He trusted that the flames would never harm him. The magma pillar paused beneath them, and the flames casually pressed one hand downward, causing the pillar to solidify as if it had become a tangible entity. Transforming its apex into a circular platform, the familiar pattern materialized before Jiedong's eyes. It was the unmistakable Taiji Yin-Yang fish, with the white within the fish now transformed into gold. The Taiji delineates the dualities. The dualities embody yin and yang. How curious that the flames recognized this symbol within this realm. Before Jiedong could ponder further, the flames instructed, "Sit cross-legged. You may begin. Do not overthink. I shall remain by your side." Without any need for further prompting from the flames, Jiedong took his seat at the center of the yin-yang fish. To his astonishment, the dual attribute fire elements surrounding his body were no longer the ordinary Bing fire and Ding fire, but rather the supreme Yang Bing Wu element and the supreme Yin Ding Si element, identical to his current innate attributes. This was evidently an optimal environment created by the flames for him to condense his yin-yang crown. With his eyes closed, Jiedong interlaced his hands between his legs. Except for his thumbs, the remaining 4 fingers entwined, palms facing upwards, while his thumbs pressed against each other, just as his own yin-yang balanced physique. He maintained his body in a relatively balanced state. The dual attribute magical power within him ignited simultaneously, and the 5 dual-colored crown stars on his forehead became exceptionally vivid. After 4 years of rigorous training, he was finally about to commence the condensation of his very own yin-yang crown. Over these 4 years, he had acquired ample theoretical knowledge. The Yin-Yang crown symbolizes the Yin-Yang Sorcerer's identity and represents their strength. The human body's capacity for endurance is finite. Even the most harmonious earth element can inflict tremendous damage once its concentration surpasses a certain threshold. Thus, when a Yin-Yang Sorcerer's cultivation reaches a particular level, and their body can no longer withstand additional elemental energy, it becomes essential to condense the Yin-Yang crown to continue progressing. Therefore, the Yin-Yang crown is also the source and foundation of a Yin-Yang Sorcerer's magical power. This marks the first of the explosive updates. There is no need for further elaboration that on Monday, we aim to reach the top of the charts with a total of 5 updates. The specific timing has already been mentioned in the previous chapter, so I shall not reiterate it. We have but one goal: to seize the first place on both lists. Shaosan is giving it their all. The second update will be before 8 a.m. Tomorrow. Preview. The next chapter is titled Condensing the Yin-Yang Crown. The new book truly requires the support of every friend. Shaosan passionately calls for recommendations and collections. None should be spared. Shaosan believes that a book written with such dedication will undoubtedly garner the support of all readers. Thank you, everyone. Please vote and do not forget to collect it. Thank you. The second update has arrived. I kindly ask friends to support Shaosan on the charts with collections and recommendations. Thank you. Today, 5 explosive updates are planned, with 3 more to follow. To be precise, the elemental power that the human body can endure based on its fundamental constitution is equivalent to that of a level 10 apprentice. While the human body improves through the enhancement of cultivation, after surpassing level 10, the rate of improvement cannot keep pace with the increase in magical power. Should one forcefully cultivate, they risk backlash from their own magical energy. The Yin-Yang crown involves condensing and compressing the inner magical power into a unique elemental body, concentrated in the chest. This compression and condensation prevent the magical energy elements from adversely affecting the body. This is also referred to as the Yin-Yang Sorcerer's original Yin-Yang crown. When a sorcerer requires combat, they will release their original Yin-Yang crown, swiftly merging it with the external elemental energies of the same attribute, resulting in the appearance of the Yin-Yang crown atop the sorcerer's head. Due to the original Yin-Yang crown's powerful attraction to same attribute magical energies, once a Yin-Yang crown is attained, a Yin-Yang shield will manifest around the sorcerer's body. The stronger the Yin-Yang sorcerer, the more formidable the shield formed by the external energies absorbed from the original Yin-Yang crown. In simple terms, even if a low-level Yin-Yang sorcerer were to ambush a high-level counterpart, their attack might not necessarily breach the shield generated by the latter. Furthermore, once the Yin-Yang crown is established, the shield formed by the elemental magical energies will continuously absorb the elemental energy of the same attribute from the surrounding air, further enhancing the sorcerer's magical power. Thus, after condensing the Yin-Yang crown, the sorcerer's cultivation speed will significantly outpace that of their pre-condensation state. Following the condensation of Yin-Yang crown, the enhancement of its original power becomes the focus of all Yin-Yang sorcerers' training. The more potent their original power, the greater the external energy they can absorb upon release. exponentially widening the gap in strength. The rating of Yin-Yang Sorcerers arises from this principle at this moment. Jiedong's task is to complete the condensation of his Yin-Yang crown, thereby entering another tier of Yin-Yang Sorcerer cultivation. Only by reaching this level will he be acknowledged as a true Yin-Yang Sorcerer, capable of registering within the guild and obtaining the professional identity of a Yin-Yang Sorcerer. Of course, for the average Yin-Yang Sorcerer, they would typically condense either a Yang crown or a Yin crown. However, Jiedong's endeavor is to condense the true essence of a Yin-Yang crown, specifically the dual fire attribute Yin-Yang crown of Bing and Ding. For ordinary Yin-Yang Sorcerers, condensing their own Yin-Yang crown is merely a process of compressing their magical power. Once the magical energy is compressed to a certain degree, it naturally forms the original Yin-Yang crown, completing the enhancement process. However, when Jiedong began his condensation, he immediately encountered a dilemma that as a dual attribute sorcerer. His task was not solely to compress and condense, but also to maintain the Yin-Yang balance of his attributes. Maintaining the balance of Bing fire and Ding fire during the compression process was an impossible task. In fact, throughout the history of Yin-Yang sorcerers, there have been instances of individuals with balanced Yin-Yang physiques attempting cultivation. Among them were those with both intellect and diligence, yet they ultimately failed at the crucial step of condensing the Yin-Yang crown. The process of compressing magical power involves constant transformation. How could one possibly maintain absolute equilibrium? Even relative balance is unattainable in such moments. The sorcerer's capacity to absorb external elemental energies is ever-changing. Even Jiedong's current mental focus could not achieve control, particularly as he now wielded the supreme Yang Bing Wu sacred fire and the supreme Yin Ding Si spirit fire. These two flames were far more challenging to control than ordinary Bing and Ding fires due to their intense attributes. When they operated independently, it was manageable, but now, as Jiedong sought to compress them, the two distinctly different flames had to merge for the compression to proceed. In this scenario, their extreme attributes generated fierce repulsion towards one another, creating significant turmoil for Jiedong. Just as he barely managed to control the two ultimate fires in contact, an issue arose. Boom! Jiedong felt as though his chest had exploded. The Bing Wu sacred fire and Ding Si spirit fire surged wildly, colliding against each other with ferocity. As if they intended to tear his body apart, he struggled to regain control, but the chaos resulting from the collision of these two potent flames was far from easy to manage. They clashed like sworn enemies, relentlessly attacking each other. Jiedong's chest had become their battleground. It had been a long time since he felt such heat, yet now it seemed as if his entire body was ablaze. His heart raced several-fold, and he was drenched in sweat. The moment the two formidable flames collided, they acted like magnets, irresistibly attracting one another. Even now, Jiedong found it impossible to separate them or halt the process of Yin-Yang crown condensation. However, despite this turmoil, Jiedong remained unperturbed. While striving to maintain control, he managed to stay composed. The reason was simple. The flames were right beside him, the sovereign of the 18th layer of the Earth's core. The Flame Empress was present. What was there to fear? Just then, the flames took action. She could not afford to wait in this situation. The collision of two extreme fires, if prolonged, would inevitably deliver an irreparable and devastating blow to Jiedong. Thus, at the very moment Jiedong began to feel intense pain, a delicate hand of flame pressed against his chest. With a soft utterance of break, a serene voice emerged from the flames. And Jiedong instantaneously felt everything in his chest come to a standstill. The two opposing flames, which had been fiercely clashing just a moment ago, halted in their contact. Following this, a roar, far more powerful than before, erupted within his chest. Amidst the deafening noise, Jiedong did not experience pain. His mind went blank, and his senses plummeted to their lowest state. He could only perceive, through sheer will, that the exquisite magical energy he had painstakingly cultivated over 4 years was being ruthlessly shattered. As if struck by a colossal hammer, dispersing into countless streams of fire that surged throughout his body, each wisp of the extreme flame caressed his meridians, racing swiftly within him. Meanwhile, the external Yin-Yang fish, composed of the flame's magical energy, unleashed a torrent of the Bing Wu and Ding Si elements, flooding into Jiedong's being. The expression of the flame remained tranquil, even as she leisurely savored her wine. To her, Jiedong's current magical energy was woefully insufficient, easily within her grasp. As long as she was present, no problems would arise. Gradually, his senses returned, and the excruciating pain caused Jiedong's body to tremble violently. His skin, meridians, bones, and internal organs felt as though they were ablaze, expelling golden and black flames from his orifices. This was true tempering, a scene that would never occur when ordinary Bing and Ding fire mages condense their Yin-Yang crowns. Otherwise, they would either be burned to death or exhaust their hard-won magical energy. Yet Jiedong was different. Although his self-cultivated energy was rapidly depleting, it was immediately replenished by the Bing-Wu and Ding-Si elements pouring into his body. He was like a piece of impure metal being forged in these two extreme fires. The forging temperature was steadily rising, and the pain intensified accordingly. At this point, a hint of seriousness flickered in the flame's eyes. Not concerning energy control, but rather her meticulous observation of Jiedong's physical condition. Should he prove unable to endure, she would have to halt the forging process. The condensation of the Yin-Yang crown was a singular event in any Yin-Yang mage's life. Thus, the foundation laid during this moment was paramount, determining Jiedong's future in cultivation. Therefore, the flame was determined to push the forging process to Jiedong's limits. Soon, Jiedong's body had essentially met the expectations set by the flame. Yet, to her astonishment, contrary to her predictions, he had not reached his limits. Though he struggled against the pain, his will remained unyieldingly steadfast, showing no signs of collapsing. Willpower is often humanity's greatest strength, as long as the will endures. The human body can unleash unimaginable potential. Jiedong's entire being seemed to burn, and the agony was something the flame had once experienced, making her acutely aware of its terror. And no longer sipping her wine. The flame's face bore a grave expression. Although Jiedong could still persevere, she realized she needed to observe him even more closely. Logically, he should have surpassed his limits, poised to collapse at any moment. Simultaneously, admiration shone in her eyes. For 4 years, Jiedong had nearly repeated the same training day in and day out. Yet, each day, the cocktail she prepared for him brought forth a different flavor while evoking the same sensation. Although she had sensed a subtle, transformative power influencing her for years, she could never bring herself to relinquish that feeling. Unbeknownst to her, for years had passed, this steadfast youth, who had remained consistent as the days turned into years, had gradually matured under her watchful gaze, and one understood better than her the sacrifices Jiedong had made for his cultivation over these 4 years. He had never once faltered. Otherwise, how could he have reached the level of a 10th-tier apprentice, capable of condensing the Yin-Yang crown in just 3 years after she bestowed upon him the seeds of those two extreme fires? If everything about the flame appeared perfect in Jiedong's eyes, then 4 years later, every endeavor Jiedong undertook could equally be deemed flawless by her. There were even moments when the flame wished to tell him to take a day off. Yet she ultimately held her tongue, knowing how beneficial such perseverance would be for Jiedong's future. The tempering continued, and Jiedong's body had become like a blazing inferno, shifting between golden and black hues. The extreme pain had distorted his features, and the impurities within him had long been incinerated by the ultimate Yin and Yang flames, fully integrating into every part of his being. The flame presided over this tempering process to render his body more pure. In terms of cultivation, the flame would not assist him. The abilities garnered through relentless effort were the most precious, while external forces would only affect his future. If Jiedong were to learn of the goals guiding the flame in his training, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Unfortunately, by the time he discovered these truths, it would be a long time hence. Enough was enough. The flame could no longer bear to witness Jiedong persist in such agonizing strain. Continuing would yield no further benefits for his body. He had already performed admirably. The hand pressed against Jiedong's chest slowly rotated before forcefully retracting. Instantly, Jiedong felt as though the flames rampaging within him had found their source, converging once more towards his chest. The wine glass in the flame's hand floated mid-air as her hands moved in unison before her chest, palms facing one another, forming claw-like shapes. Her right hand transformed into a brilliant golden hue akin to the Bingwu elemental Yang holy fire, while her left hand became a profound black, resembling the Dingxi nether Yin spirit fire. The intense golden and black currents surged violently between her palms. Simultaneously, the flames within Jiedong seemed to respond to the fiery energies in her hands. Upon reaching his chest, the two extreme fires ceased their mutual repulsion and instead fused together, spiraling violently to create a swirling vortex of gold and black. The flame's voice resounded in Jiedong's mind. Though the Bingwu elemental Yang holy fire and Dingxi nether Yin spirit fire represent the utmost in Yang and Yin respectively, their true nature is unchanged. They are both forms of fire. This Yin-Yang vortex symbolizes the fusion of your intrinsic powers of flame. From this moment forth, you are a true Yin-Yang mage. The dual-colored energy in the flame's palms crystallized into a black and gold orb, arranged in the shape of the Yin-Yang fish. With a flick of her fingers, it embedded itself in the center of Jiedong's chest, merging seamlessly with his intrinsic dual flames. Dimly, a unique crown began to coalesce at the very center of his chest. Situated within the black and gold vortex, this crown was not of a fixed color. It transformed in accordance with Jiedong's breathing, alternating between gold and black, flashing intermittently. In an instant, all pain vanished, and an unprecedented sense of power surged through Jiedong's entire being, as if he had seized control over the very fabric of the universe. Every aspect of his existence became vividly clear within his consciousness. Not only did the primordial Yin-Yang crown within his chest radiate shifting light, but every part of his body also transitioned between gold and black. Shaoxin always kept his word. This would be the third update for today. A fourth update will be released before 5 in the afternoon, followed by a fifth around 8 o'clock. Sincere gratitude to all. Let us elevate our shared Yin-Yang crown to the pinnacle of dual rankings and strive for stability. For those who have yet to bookmark, please do so. And to those with recommendation tickets, let us unleash a storm akin to Shaoxan's. Let the tempest rage even more fiercely. Jiedong remained unaware that only the purest elemental bodies could exhibit elemental changes with each breath. If one possessed a single elemental body, the transformation would manifest as fluctuations in the color of that specific attribute. That Jiedong's dual attributes created the extraordinary phenomenon of his two extreme flames shifting colors. This elemental body was, indeed, the greatest benefit derived from the prior forging of the ultimate dual flames. The black and gold vortex within his chest did not dissipate. It continued to swirl around the peculiar crown. Undoubtedly, this ever-changing crown of colors was Jiedong's primordial Yin-Yang crown. Neither a mere Yin crown nor Yang crown, but a true Yin-Yang crown. The golden and black radiance also emerged from Jiedong's exterior, spiraling upward to form an extraordinary Yin-Yang crown above his head. This entire crown was half black and half white, divided by a central peak, each occupying its respective side, the foremost central peak of the Yin-Yang crown. Flames of gold and black intertwined, representing the level of the crown. Centrally located within the crown's ring, a half-crown star appeared on the right side of the white portion, characterized by a black background and golden star. Outlined in black, it resembled the overlay of two celestial bodies, one black and one golden, each a half-star. There was a notable transformation from the previous state of excitement, which had not yet coalesced into the Yin-Yang crown. From this pinnacle of dual fire, the exquisite Yin-Yang crown, a radiant halo of golden light enveloped the ever-shifting flames surrounding Jiedong. For any practitioner of Yin-Yang magic, the crucial condensation of the Yin-Yang crown had finally been accomplished. From this moment forth, Jiedong was no longer merely an apprentice. He had officially ascended to the second tier of the 10 levels of Yin-Yang magic practitioners, the Bachelor's Realm, a dual fire attribute bachelor of the first rank. As all the luminescence gradually converged, the Yin-Yang crown above Jiedong's head seamlessly integrated into his being. When he opened his eyes, his entire demeanor transformed under the influence of the primordial Yin-Yang crown. Particularly, his black irises sparkled with a brilliance akin to that of flawless black gemstones, as if all impurities had been stripped away. "Thank you, Lian," Jiedong expressed earnestly. From the moment he began to condense the Yin-Yang crown, he realized that, Even with 32 times the effort, he could never become a true practitioner of Yin-Yang magic through sheer will alone. The opposing attributes rendered it impossible for him to merge his dual attributes unaided. It was Li Yin who facilitated this entire process. Yin smiled faintly, her smile forever drawing Jiedong's entranced gaze. What is there to thank me for? Little Jiedong, by your human conventions. I suppose you should now address me as teacher. Jiedong snapped back to reality and, to Li Yan's surprise, promptly replied, "No, I cannot call you teacher." His response was resolute, without a moment's hesitation. Li Yin, astonished, asked, "Do you believe I lack the qualifications to be your teacher?" "No, certainly not," Jiedong replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. "I apologize, Li Yin, but I truly cannot call you teacher. You are so beautiful and so young. To call you teacher would surely age you." Yin chuckled softly, her laughter dimming the brilliance of all flames in the heart of the earth lake. "You certainly know how to speak. If you choose not to call me that, then so be it. After all, we do not place much importance on such titles in our underworld." That Jiedong's argument was, in truth, quite feeble. But how could he articulate his true feelings? The only thought that occupied his mind was that if he were to address Li Yin as teacher, he would perhaps lose the right to share his innermost thoughts with her, even if one day he possessed enough strength. Though that goal seemed distant, Jiedong would never relinquish even the slightest hope. Bowing his head, he hesitated to meet Li Yan's gaze, fearing he might inadvertently reveal the affection he harbored within. The once great wine god of his previous life felt a sense of shame in the presence of such a perfect woman that he feared that if he expressed his feelings, Li Yin would vanish from his life forever. He dared not take that risk. He truly dared not, that he understood that, in Li Yan's eyes, he was merely a child. "What is the matter? Are you not happy to have officially become a practitioner of Yin-Yang magic?" Li Yin inquired with a smile. Noticing Jiedong's silence, Jiedong shook his head, his mind now steadied. He finally raised his gaze, stating, "I'm just a first-rank bachelor. The road ahead is still long. And thus, it is not yet time for celebration." Li Yin smiled and said, "Constantly pressuring yourself is indeed a commendable mindset. However, rigidity leads to breakage. As a practitioner of the dual fire attributes, you must remember the principle of balancing firmness and gentleness. Now, listen carefully. I shall explain your current state and the methods of utilizing your dual fire abilities." The completion of the Yin-Yang crown's condensation meant that, for any practitioner of Yin-Yang magic, the previous reliance on intent to guide elemental power for integration was no longer applicable. Your Yin-Yang crown inherently possesses immense attraction, thereby significantly enhancing your cultivation speed in the future. Of course, as you ascend to higher levels, the required elemental power will also increase. This is a boon for ordinary soul practitioners. However, for you, the formation of Yin-Yang crown brings even greater advantages. The Yin-Yang balance that has hindered your cultivation will no longer be an obstacle with the emergence of the Yin-Yang crown. As she spoke, Li Yin pointed to the area above Jiedong's heart. "Can you feel it? Around your primordial Yin-Yang crown, the Yang sacred fire and the Yin spiritual fire have formed a swirling vortex of fusion. This vortex not only aids you in better digesting and absorbing fire elements, but also assists in adjusting your Yin-Yang balance. This means that even if you absorb only one type of fire element, once it enters your body, the Yin-Yang vortex will help integrate it, achieving a state of Yin-Yang balance. From now on, aside from my teachings, you will no longer be restricted by time in your human world. You can cultivate at any moment." This was undoubtedly good news for Jiedong. With the removal of the Yin-Yang balance constraint, he was no longer limited to the twilight and dawn hours for cultivation. Even if he did not return to the heart of the Earth Lake, his cultivation speed would significantly increase. This marks the 4th update for today. I trust everyone enjoyed the explosive developments from Shaosan. There will be another chapter around 8 p.m., completing 5 consecutive updates. For those who enjoy this book, please add the Yin-Yang crown to your bookshelf. You will not be disappointed. Additionally, I would appreciate it if everyone could cast a recommendation vote for Shaosan. Thank you. Yin continued. Now, your primary focus should be on controlling your Yin-Yang vortex, which entails mastering the manipulation of your dual fire magic. With the Yin-Yang vortex, you can convert your magical power into either the Yang fire or the Yin fire at will, allowing you to function as either a single element practitioner or to employ both simultaneously. However, This requires a formidable degree of control on your part for seamless operation that, if executed well, utilizing the appropriate fire attributes at different times will grant you superior adaptability compared to ordinary practitioners of Yin-Yang magic. Conversely, poor control could hinder your performance. Therefore, in your upcoming training, in addition to enhancing your magical power, you must also begin to cultivate your control over the Yin-Yang vortex. Jiedong asked, "How can I control the Yin-Yang vortex?" Li Yin smiled faintly and replied, "It is actually not difficult. Controlling the Yin-Yang vortex involves managing the output of your dual fire. This can be practiced through magical techniques. Now that you have officially become a practitioner of Yin-Yang magic, it is time for you to train in magical techniques. Little Jiedong, extend your hands. I have two gifts for you." Jiedong extended his hands, palms facing up. Yin, you have already helped me immensely. There is no need for gifts. Yin shook her head. These two items are of no use to me. By giving them to you, I will have fewer worries. As she spoke, Li Yin approached Jiedong and grasped his hands. When Li Dong felt the softness and delicacy of Li Yan's hands, his heart quivered involuntarily. They felt as though they were made of the gentlest material, and Jiedong instinctively tightened his grip. His gaze intensifying with warmth like tea that moment, he thought of nothing else but how, if he could hold those hands forever, he would have no regrets, even in death. However, before Jiedong could fully savor this extraordinary warmth, two excruciating pains surged simultaneously from his palms. Despite having endured the searing dual fires earlier, Jiedong could not suppress a pain groan. Yet even so, he was reluctant to release Li Yan's hands. Li Yan had intended to hold Jiedong's hands tightly to prevent him from slipping away, but she noticed that he not only refused to loosen his grip, but also exerted all his strength to control the pressure of his hold, as though he feared injuring her despite his intense pain. Originally, she had only wished to gift him two important items, yet in this moment, she felt a peculiar sensation arise within her, even amidst such torment. He did not doubt her intentions. Rather, he seemed more concerned about causing her harm. Instead of resisting the pain with all his might, he focused on controlling his grip. She lightly bit her lip. A flicker of surprise and tenderness flashed in Li Yan's eyes, and she silently reassured herself that entrusting these two items to Jiedong was indeed a wise choice. Jiedong, why do you never allow me to feel disappointed in you? Jiedong remained oblivious to the changes in Li Yan's expression. To be precise, he was entirely unaware of her emotional nuances. The pain in his palms was excruciating, akin to a piercing agony that reached his very bones. While the Yin-Yang vortex within him spun with unparalleled speed, the primordial Yin-Yang crown shone brilliantly, and he distinctly sensed something penetrating from his palms into his body. This invading force was beyond his own power to resist. Swiftly merging into the Yin-Yang vortex and the primordial Yin-Yang crown, even integrating into his consciousness, all that remained before Jiedong's eyes were the colors black and gold, as his entire being quaked in agony. A torment so profound it felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder. The exquisite dual fire Yin-Yang crown reappeared above his head, a half-crown star flickered violently, and amidst this rapid pulsation, it gradually transformed into a complete entity. At 8T this moment, Jiedong's level astonishingly ascended, evolving from a first-crown bachelor to a second-crown bachelor. Observing Jiedong's body tremble as if it were sifting chaff, yet uttering not a single sound while striving to control the grip of his hands, a trace of sympathy flickered in Li Yan's fiery eyes. Nevertheless, she refrained from employing even a modicum of her own power to alleviate Jiedong's suffering. Enduring hardship is the path to transcendence. If she were to offer even the slightest assistance now, the two gifts she had bestowed upon him would fail to merge completely with his essence, rendering her efforts futile. Throughout the 4 years since Jiedong began his training here, Li Yin had not provided substantial aid, merely facilitating his transformation of flames and the previous condensation of the Yin-Yang crown. Everything else was the fruit of Jiedong's relentless endeavor. Her continuous observation of him was aimed at ensuring he established a solid foundation, akin to how the year of arduous magical training Jiedong initially undertook was repurposed by Li Yin as fuel for the dual flames. She deliberately prolonged the time it took Jiedong to condense the Yin-Yang crown, for the dual elemental body he now possessed was the finest reward for all his sacrifices. though his strength was still not formidable. He had already constructed a foundation unattainable by ordinary individuals. That a robust foundation paves the way for swift and stable future growth, undoubtedly the most effective path of cultivation. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, as the unbearable agony gradually receded, Jiedong's entire being slowly slumped down. Having endured the torment of condensing the Yin-Yang crown, compounded by an even greater trial, his willpower, though resolutely steadfast, could no longer withstand the strain. After barely holding on, the moment his spirit relaxed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a gentle pull, Lai Yin embraced Jiedong's body, but alas, he had lost all sensation. Otherwise, the spectacle of blood spurting from his nose might have reoccurred. She stroked Jiedong's head and sighed softly. "Little Jiedong, why are you so different from the humans I encountered before in the mortal realm? You compel me to find ways to repay you for these 4 years, not daring to owe even a fraction. This is the only way to maintain the purity of my spirit. In truth, it is you who now owes me. That I hope you seize this opportunity." As she spoke, the brilliance in Lai Yan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she laid Jiedong gently on the platform formed by the magma fire pillar. The golden and black auras in the air swirled around Jiedong's body like an ocean, gradually merging into him, soothing his spasming form after the intense agony. When Jiedong awoke from his slumber, he felt no trace of pain, but instead was suffused with a rich magical energy. Instinctively lifting his hands, he was astonished to discover an additional entity in each palm. A mark, to be precise, in the center of his right palm lay a golden sun. Indeed, a sun, an orb of golden light encircled by radiant golden patterns. Upon gazing at it, the sun in his palm blazed to life, its golden brilliance dazzling, as if he truly held the sun within his grasp. In his left hand, there was also a mark, but it was a black moon, similarly encircled by a ring of imprints. Yet, when Jiedong beheld it, he sensed not the radiance of light, but rather an all-consuming darkness, profound and oppressive. Astonished, Jiedong gazed at the 2 imprints in his hands. They were not mere drawings, but had fused seamlessly with his skin. Moreover, within his perception, these 2 patterns seemed to have merged with his consciousness, filling his mind with a wealth of knowledge. His entire demeanor now exuded an aura of dominance. Looking around, Jiedong noticed that the once intimidating magma lake now appeared as innocuous as any ordinary body of water, and the dual elemental auras of fire in the air seemed to be ingratiating themselves to him, instilling a sense of mastery over everything. "Oh, you like it. This is the gift I have bestowed upon you." That a faint red glow illuminated before Jiedong, as if Lai Yan had emerged from the void to stand before him. Jiedong rose from the magma fire platform, astonished, and asked, "Lai Yan, what is this?" With a smile, Lai Yan replied, "This is your future. My future." Jiedong was even more perplexed. Rising to his feet, his consciousness fully awakened from the haze of unconsciousness. He could distinctly feel the new presence within him. Lai Yin continued, "Let me tell you a story, and you will understand that I was not originally the sovereign of this realm. The true rulers are 2 individuals. The depths of the Earth's 18th layer are not governed by a single entity, but by twins. One, the Flame King, formed from the sacred fire of Yang. The other, the Dark Flame Demon King, born of the Yin fire. These 2 monarchs preside over the entire underworld realm, ruling the 18th layer. Despite being twins, they possess immeasurable strength, yet their opposing attributes lead them to perpetual conflict, battling daily in the depths of the earth. Their techniques are capable of cataclysmic destruction, and all beings in the underworld align themselves according to their attributes, resulting in ceaseless warfare that inflicts heavy casualties upon the realm. It was not until the emergence of the Red Lotus that tranquility returned. She defeated both the Flame King and the Dark Flame Demon King, eradicating them from this underworld realm, restoring peace and allowing every underworld creature to live relatively happily, free from the specter of death that loomed from the next potential war. "You are that Red Lotus?" Listening to Lai Yin recount her story with a smile, Jiedong felt a surge of awe and trepidation. The notion that she had vanquished the 2 great tyrants of the underworld seemed so effortless in her words. Yet the struggles she must have endured were unimaginable. For the first time, Jiedong recognized the immense power that Lai Yin possessed. When would he ever have the chance to catch up with her? The feeling of inadequacy weighed heavily upon his heart. Lai Yin nodded gently, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Perhaps it was the battle between the two monarchs that disrupted the balance of the underworld, leading to my birth in this realm. Their powers are indeed formidable. The two flames within you are not my creation, but originate from the two monarchs. They're innate flames. Both twins have reached the pinnacle of their respective flames. Facing them simultaneously would spell my doom. Their enmity was their undoing, allowing me to overcome them one by one that I refined their souls using my innate red lotus flame. But in doing so, my essence has been assimilated by theirs, altering my own flame's origin. The patterns in your palms are remnants of the magic spirits I left after refining them, or rather, the essence of their core. These spirits lack consciousness but retain the memory of all the powers they once possessed. In truth, these spirits are not energy, but memory, the memories of the two monarchs. This is the gift I bestow upon you. These two magic spirits encapsulate all the skills of the two monarchs. Measure it by your human standards of Yin-Yang sorcery. They encompass foundational techniques, precision techniques, ultimate moves, super ultimate moves, and even ultimate techniques, all of the highest caliber. Jiedong had learned at the Li Hua Academy that once a Yin-Yang sorcerer possessed their own Yin-Yang crown, they had the foundation to cultivate magical techniques. The significance of these techniques to any Yin-Yang sorcerer was second only to their Yin-Yang magical energy. No matter how potent one's magical energy might be, without powerful techniques to complement it, one could not become a true powerhouse. However, the classification of magical techniques differed from what Lai Yin described. The instructors at the Li Hua Academy spoke of only 3 types of magical techniques: foundational techniques, precision techniques, and ultimate moves. Foundational techniques are the most basic, accessible to any Yin-Yang sorcerer who gains admission to a prestigious academy, allowing them to select and cultivate those that suit them. Precision techniques, however, are not so easily acquired. Even esteemed academies may not impart them, and even if they do, they may not be suitable for every practitioner. Even among Yin-Yang sorcerers of the same element, their comprehension of identical precision techniques can vary vastly. Only by discovering the skills that suit oneself best can one truly maximize their potential. The technique known as the hit skill also bears another title, the slaughter technique, which is indeed an exceedingly formidable skill. Both the baseline skill and the hit skill are categorized into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. A 1-crown bachelor level Yin-Yang sorcerer can only learn baseline skills, while a 2-crown master level Yin-Yang sorcerer gains the opportunity to study hit skills. Generally speaking, high-level magical techniques are fiercely guarded by prestigious families, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire them. For a Yin-Yang sorcerer to grow powerful, a significant element of luck is involved in learning magical techniques. This has led to the emergence of merchants specializing in the sale of magical techniques. The prices for these techniques are nothing short of terrifying. This is also why Yang Bingtian once remarked that he would not accept disciples lightly. It is indisputable that if a Yin-Yang sorcerer can study magical techniques under a powerful mentor, the advantages are immense. As for the more advanced finishing techniques, the teachers at the Li Hua Academy have only a simple note. They are fortuitous encounters, exceedingly powerful existences. Any Yin-Yang sorcerer possessing a finishing technique becomes the center of attention on the continent. This encapsulates Jiedong's entire understanding of magical techniques. Yet upon hearing Lian's words, he realized how inadequate the knowledge imparted by the Li Hua Academy truly was. Magical techniques encompass not only baseline skills, hit skills, and finishing techniques, but also even more advanced super finishing techniques and ultimate techniques. Regarding the ultimate techniques, even Lian would only utter the word rare, underscoring their terrifying power. Lian, are you saying that I have already acquired the skill memories of the Flame Monarch and the Dark Flame Demon King? Jiedong's heart quivered slightly. He certainly understood the magnitude of such a gift. Lian nodded, stating that from a strength perspective, the two monarchs are undoubtedly the most powerful beings of the fire element. Had they not been overly combative, they would not have met such a fate. If you can fully master their skills in the future, then the human world will be at your command. Do not let the abilities of the two monarchs fade away. Instead, Elevate them within the human realm. Jiedong gazed at his hands, and to Lian's surprise, he did not exhibit excessive excitement or joy, only managing a wry smile as he said, Lian, you bestow upon me such a grand gift. How am I to repay you in the future? Had I known you would offer me something so precious, I would have certainly declined. For Yin-Yang Sorcerer, not having to toil to seek magical techniques in the future is an undeniable advantage. Moreover, these magical techniques are inherited from the two once great monarchs of the underworld. Lian smiled slightly and remarked, the lifespan of humans typically ranges from 80 to 100 years. While powerful Yin-Yang sorcerers can live beyond 200 years, I am not giving you these two magical spirits for free. The price you must pay is to concoct 99 years of exquisite wine for me. Are you willing? Looking up at Lian, Jiedong impulsively replied, even if you gave me nothing, as long as I am alive, I would always be willing to be your exclusive bartender. In truth, he withheld another sentiment, silently confessing his heart. Lian, do you know, if I could see you every day, I would be content. Upon hearing Jiedong's heartfelt words, Lian was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting ripple of emotion flashing in her eyes. Then she chuckled softly, little Jiedong, I have no need for you to be my exclusive bartender. Your exceptional bartending skills would be wasted if only I could savor them. Remember, you owe me 99 years of concocting wine. For years have already passed, leaving 95 years remaining. Jiedong nodded earnestly. All right, then there are still 95 years left. Lian shifted the topic, observing Jiedong's hands. The skills of the two monarchs are not easily wielded. You must reach a certain level of magical power and be able to bear the burden of those skills before you can awaken those memories and gain the right to use them. Currently, you can only use one baseline skill from each. Focus your mind on the palm of fiery sun and the dark moon, and you will access that memory. However, do not underestimate these two baseline skills. They form the foundation of all the skills of the two monarchs and, if mastered well, can rival even hit skills. Only by perfecting them and enhancing your own Yin-Yang magical power will you have the possibility of acquiring further skills. Now, off you go. Considering the time, you've been here for 3 days. The Academy must think you are missing. Today is likely the time for your 4th grade final assessments. 3 years ago, you were stripped of your formal student status. It has time to surprise them. I have been here for 3 days. Jiedong was taken aback, realizing he had unknowingly spent so much time while condensing the Yin-Yang crown. After bidding farewell to Lian, wrapped in the red lotus, he hurried back to the academy. With a flash of red light, as the petals of the red lotus faded, Jiedong found himself back in his room. Outside, the day had already brightened significantly. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was nearing noon, that he dared not linger, quickly changing into a clean fire element school uniform before rushing downstairs. Upon arriving at the training ground, he saw 3 formations of students standing neatly. Confirming Lian's words, today was indeed the day of the final assessments. The formations were arranged by grade, with his 4th grade at the front, followed by the higher 5th and soon-to-graduate 6th grades. It was evident that the preceding 3 grades had already undergone their assessments. According to the regulations of the Li Hua Academy, assessments commence from the lower grades, with students from higher grades waiting on the training ground. They are even prohibited from eating lunch before their assessments as a form of mental fortitude training. Undoubtedly, the 6th grade has endured the longest wait. Jiedong quickly joined the 4th grade lineup and immediately spotted Carl and Baisu, who stood at the forefront of the fire element classes. Both of them appeared to have undergone some transformation. 14-year-old Carl had surpassed a height of 1.80 meters, though he did not yet possess the robust physique of teacher Xiatian. He was undeniably quite formidable, with broad shoulders and a strong back, muscles bulging beneath his uniform, and a head of short, needle-like red hair. Jiedong could faintly see a faint red glow shimmering around Carl. Baisu, too, was no longer the effeminate child he once was. His skin was fair, and he had grown increasingly handsome, though he still bore a somewhat fragile appearance. However, the brilliance of his star-like eyes betrayed an undeniable strength that could not be underestimated. Jiedong felt a surge of joy, realizing they had both broken through. Uncertain whether it was fatigue from the previous day or the recent pressures weighing heavily upon him, he had developed a fever last night and felt utterly unwell upon completing his updates that morning. Managing to sleep until after 3, he was barely able to write this chapter and was on the verge of exhaustion. He would check in shortly. Tomorrow, 3 chapters, boss. Where have you been? We couldn't find you for days and thought you were missing. Upon seeing Jiedong, Baisu and Carl rushed over, excitement evident on their faces. Jiedong smiled and said, "Let's set that aside for now. Have you both broken through? When is it our turn for the assessment?" Carl replied, somewhat dejected, "It should be our grade soon. We have broken through, but after this academic year ends, we will likely have to leave the academy." "Boss, you," Jiedong patted Carl's shoulder. "Breaking through is a good thing. I've been here for 4 years already. Wherever you go to school, I will accompany you to D. You think my bartending skills won't allow me to make a living in any city? The requirements of advanced academies shouldn't be too strict. They won't prevent you from leaving the academy." Carl and Baisu both rejoiced, with Baisu laughing. "That's wonderful, boss. We were just worried about not being able to taste your concocted wines in the future. As for making a living, leave that to me." Throughout the 4 years, Jiedong had always been aware that Carl and Baisu had been supportive of him, whether in the fire element class or the earth element class. If anyone spoke ill of him, they would retaliate in secret. Their remarkable talents and status as top students had ensured that no one dared to label him as worthless. He had always cherished this brotherly bond in his heart. Just as he was about to share the news of his own breakthrough with these good friends, teacher Xia Tian's voice echoed from the direction of the teaching building. The 4th grade assessment. There was no time to explain. He had to undergo the assessment first. The 4th grade students formed an orderly line as they made their way toward the teaching building, with Jiedong walking at the forefront alongside Baisu and Carl. Xia Tian spotted him immediately, frowning as he inquired, "Jiedong, where have you been these past few days? Even though you are an auditor, you must adhere to the academy's rules. After the assessment, come to me for your punishment." "Understood," Jiedong replied respectfully. While teacher Xia Tian had a fiery temper, every student knew that he was quite protective and treated his students exceptionally well, earning the affection of the 4th grade students. As he followed Xia Tian into the auditorium, Jiedong's emotions stirred, echoing the excitement of his name. 4 years have elapsed, and today marks the moment to draw a conclusion here. Yang Bingtian observed Jiedong entering alongside the students, and he couldn't help but cast a discontented glance in his direction. The recent inability to locate Jiedong had genuinely caused considerable concern for this esteemed dean. After delivering a few customary remarks, the assessment commenced in the usual order, with the first to take the stage being none other than Carl, the top student of the 4th-year Fire Element Department, gazing at his proud disciple. Xia Tian found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, offering Carl a nod of acknowledgement. "Let us begin." Unlike previous assessments where he would extend his hands to unleash flames, Carl was enveloped in a sudden burst of red light, the blinding radiance causing the air around him to distort. A vividly visible red glow coalesced above his head, forming a white crown marked with a fiery red imprint atop a peak. The half-star on the crown clearly indicated his current rank, a 1st-tier fire bachelor, or rather, an 11th-tier fire bachelor. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the students, even though they were well aware of Carl's prowess. Witnessing him successfully condense the Yin-Yang crown evoked a wave of admiration. It is worth noting that the leap from a 10th-level apprentice to an 11th-level bachelor is of paramount significance among Yin-Yang sorcerers. Possessing a Yin-Yang crown serves as the fundamental testament to their capability. The instructors seated at the podium were surprised yet not overly astonished, clearly indicating that most were already aware of Carl's breakthrough. Xia Tian's voice resonated with exceptional clarity. "Carl, 11th-level fire bachelor, has successfully condensed the Yin-Yang crown, an outstanding achievement." Undoubtedly, when Carl descended from the stage, he became the focal point of the entire gathering. Subsequently, the assessment for the Fire Element Department became rather mundane, with the strongest among them merely being 7th-level apprentices. It wasn't until Baisu represented the Earth Fire Department that the atmosphere in the hall surged once more, achieving the same rank as Carl. He too was an 11th-level Earth Bachelor, with a 1.5-star Yin-Yang crown. Baisu swaggered down from the podium, feeling a sense of pride as the efforts he and Carl had invested over the past 4 years finally bore fruit. Having condensed their Yin-Yang crowns, they were now eligible for graduation, and given their age, they would undoubtedly be included among those recommended by the Academy to advanced institutions. the assessment for the Earth Fire Department swiftly concluded, and Yin-Yang Diadem smiled from the podium, stating, "Today, as fourth-year assessments have brought me great delight. Carl from the Fire Department and by Sue from the Earth Fire Department have both successfully condensed their Yin-Yang crowns. Their accomplishments are evident and will directly lead to their recommendation for further studies at advanced institutions. Other students should take them as examples, work diligently, and strive to achieve the status of a bachelor, truly becoming a Yin-Yang Sorcerer." Thus, the fourth-year assessments for this academic year conclude here. Just as Yang Bingtian was about to announce the end of the assessments, a voice suddenly interrupted, "Wait a moment." To audaciously interrupt the dean's words at Lihua Academy warranted punishment for disrespecting a mentor. The teachers furrowed their brows, while the students turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Jiedong rose calmly from the back row of students, meeting Xiaotian's stern gaze with resolve. "I also wish to undergo the assessment." Yu Xiaotian frowned. "Jiedong, as an observer, you are not required to take the assessment." A hint of pride flickered in Jiedong's eyes as he boldly approached the podium, addressing the gathered instructors. "I recall that 3 years ago, when I failed to pass the first-year assessment and became an observer. The teachers mentioned that if I were to achieve a breakthrough before the conclusion of all 6 academic years, I might still have the opportunity to officially graduate from Lihua Academy." Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. "Do you believe you are qualified for the assessment now?" Before Jiedong could respond, Lu Jun, a teacher from the Earth Fire Department who clearly had a contentious relationship with Xiaotian, scoffed derisively. "Students like you, born with innate deficiencies, do not merit our time. Even if you manage to cultivate to the 2nd or 3rd level of apprenticeship, what difference would it make? You remain incapable of becoming a true Yin-Yang Sorcerer." "Xiaotian, how do you manage your students?" Allowing him to interrupt the dean. 3 years prior, Jiedong had already found Lu Jun intolerable. Yet at that time, he had indeed been reduced to a first-level apprentice due to his extreme dual-fire condition and had nothing to retort. However, he was no longer the Jiedong of 3 years ago. Before the livid Xiaotian could speak, Jiedong declared in a low voice, "Indeed, I am an observer, but until I depart from the academy, I am still a member of ITAS, a teacher. To insult me as a waste of potential, is this how you exemplify your role?" Lu Jun, affronted by Jiedong's rebuttal, erupted in fury. Slamming his hand on the table, "You, an observer, dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Jiedong coldly retorted, "My homeroom teacher is Xiaotian, not you. What right do you have to reprimand me? Are you even worthy of being a teacher? I wonder what level of magical prowess you attained at the age of 14. I shall now demonstrate with facts who the true waste is." The students below were utterly astonished. Confronting a teacher in front of so many peers was a bold move. While Jiedong's actions brought satisfaction to many, his words were undeniably shocking. Even the formidable Zhu Tian and Zhu Gui's siblings had never been so audacious. Yet, at that moment, as the crowd remained in stunned silence, a dazzling brilliance suddenly erupted from Jiedong, the blinding red light, akin to flames soaring into the sky, enveloped his form, and amidst the soft golden glow, it swiftly coalesced above his head. When the white crown adorned with a complete star materialized above him, the hall fell utterly silent. The red light of the crown, along with the flames dancing atop the central peak, struck Lu Jun like a resounding slap across the face. "This is impossible." Lu Jun's first reaction was to exclaim in disbelief. Jiedong offered a cold smile, and at that moment, his demeanor transformed into one of unyielding pride, as if the deity of wine from a past life had returned. He remained motionless as the red radiance abruptly shifted, the explosive fire element instantly transitioning into the supple and resilient blue earth element. Simultaneously, the white crown above his head transformed into a black ink crown, with blue flames flickering atop it. The once fierce and tempestuous aura now altered. Lu Jun felt as if Jiedong's gaze was that of an icy serpent, staring directly at him, as the fire element crown emitted its brilliance from Jiedong's head. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. When it morphed into the earth element crown, the atmosphere erupted in uproar. The assembly of teachers seated behind the podium, including Yin-Yang Bingtian, rose abruptly. Their eyes filled with incredulity as they gazed at Jiedong, the condensation of a dual-element Yin-Yang crown. Even Yang Bingtian, who had reached the fifth-tier realm, had never witnessed such a feat. He never anticipated that Jiedong would genuinely achieve this. Jiedong appeared oblivious to the astonished expressions of the teachers before him, his hands slowly coming together in prayer before his chest. Instantly, the magical energy surrounding him transformed once more, red on the right and blue on the left. The two colors radiating distinctly from either side of his body. The Yin-Yang crown above his head similarly shifted to black on the right and white on the left, the flames atop the crown shimmering in red and blue. As he opened his hands, two distinct flames erupted from his palms. The simultaneous manifestation of red and blue flames within a single individual's grasp could only be described as breathtaking, further accentuated by the contrasting black and white Yin-Yang crown. At that moment, Jiedong's pride no longer appeared so glaring. Possessing a Yin-Yang balanced physique, his ability to cultivate to such a degree afforded him the right to be proud. Casting a cold glance at Lu Jun, Jiedong did not provoke him further, leaving Lu Jun with the impression that Jiedong deemed him unworthy of further engagement. Lu Jun's expression soured, and feeling humiliated, he could no longer remain there. Casting a resentful glare at Jiedong before hastily departing from the podium, as the flames receded, the pride in Jiedong's eyes also faded. Turning to Xiaotian with respect, he said, "Teacher, I have not brought shame upon you. May I now rejoin Lihua Academy as a member?" Observing Jiedong, Xiaotian's eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion as Jiedong's assertion of not having shamed him filled him with guilt. To other instructors, it appeared that Jiedong's achievements were solely the result of Xiaotian's instruction. However, in reality, Xiaotian had long since given up on this observer with a balanced Yin-Yang physique. Today's accomplishments were entirely Jiedong's own efforts. Fourth-year observer Jiedong. Final assessment results. Dual fire elements, 12th level bachelor, an outstanding achievement. Dean Yang, I request your permission to reinstate him as an official student of the academy. Only then did Yang Bingtian slightly regain his composure, nodding in agreement. The Yin-Yang dual attributes manifested in a Yin-Yang crown. This is indeed my first encounter. To achieve such results with a balanced Yin-Yang physique illustrates the immense effort Jiedong has invested over the past 4 years. I hereby grant permission for him to rejoin Lihua Academy as an official student, and since he has achieved graduation-level results, he will also be among those recommended for graduation. The assessment for the 4th grade has concluded. As soon as Yang Bingtian announced the end of the evaluation, Baisu and Carl could no longer contain their excitement and rushed forward, embracing Jiedong. "Boss, you've kept us in the dark for so long. It turns out that among the three of us, you are the most formidable, level 12, and you never even mentioned it." Jiedong replied with a wry smile. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that you both deliberately avoided the topic of cultivation whenever we met, fearing it might discourage me, that I never had the chance to share it with you. It's my fault. I admit my mistake." Carl and Baisu exchanged mischievous glances and grinned. "Well then, you'll be our dedicated bartender at noon." At noon, the three brothers, who had effectively completed their graduation assessment, celebrated in Jiedong's room with one cocktail after another. Even Jiedong, who usually prided himself on savoring fine drinks, succumbed to the exhilarating atmosphere. After 4 years of hard work, the veil of solitude and despair seemed poised to erupt at that very moment. The trio drank themselves into a stupor, collapsing in a heap within Jiedong's room. In the evening, Jiedong was the first to awaken from his drunken slumber, perhaps due to a biological clock shaped by 4 years of routine. He awoke precisely at dusk, the time when the yin and yang of the world intersect. He gently lifted his two brothers, who had fallen asleep on the floor, and placed them onto the bed before settling down on the floor himself. Despite possessing the Yin-Yang crown, he would not squander his cultivation time. This was his first practice session after breaking through to level 10 and becoming a dual-element bachelor. Truly, life is unpredictable. Just last night, Xiaosan had been feeling better, but then he received a call about his mother's sudden passing that afternoon. Shocked, he rushed over to why Aunt had suffered from acute purpura, with persistently low platelet counts. Her condition deteriorated rapidly, leading to internal bleeding from ruptured capillaries while bathing. Xiaosan spent half the night assisting his cousin with the funeral arrangements and only returned this morning. Today, there will be no less than 3 chapters. Tomorrow, I must help with the funeral, aiming to complete everything before New Year's Day. Perhaps there will only be 2 updates tomorrow. I hope everyone understands. Let me say this. Life is short. Cherish those around you. Let us show filial piety to our parents. Jiedong closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts on the golden and black vortex within his chest, the source of the Yin-Yang crown, and immediately sensed a difference from before. There is no need for him to guide it. The source of the Yin-Yang crown emanated a unique aura, quietly releasing its magical power and forming a special magnetic field around his body. The elements of Bing fire and Ding fire in the air swiftly began to coalesce within him. As these fire elements entered Jiedong's body, they were instantly drawn into the vortex in his chest, like moths to a flame, and assimilated by the Yin-Yang vortex, becoming part of his cultivation. Compared to before, not only was the speed of absorbing fire elements significantly faster, but the rate of digestion also increased exponentially. After merely half an hour of cultivation, Jiedong felt that the results were even better than several days of previous training, not accounting for the time spent at the geocentric lake. Just as Jiedong prepared to continue his cultivation, a knock echoed at his door, and he suddenly realized he had yet to mix drinks for Yin-Yang. Moreover, Yin-Yang was already aware of his current prowess and would likely have inquiries for him. Upon opening the door, he found Yin-Yang Bingtian waiting outside. A complex glint flashed in Yin-Yang's eyes as he beckoned Jiedong. "Come to my office for a moment. You don't need to mix drinks today. I have something to discuss with you." "Okay," Jiedong replied, closing the door behind him as he followed Yin-Yang to his office. Yin-Yang gestured toward the sofa, inviting Jiedong to sit while he pulled a chair over to sit opposite him. Gazing intently at the 14-year-old boy, Jiedong felt somewhat uneasy under Yin-Yang's scrutinizing gaze. "Yin-Yang, did you need something from me?" Yin-Yang sighed softly. "Jiedong, I called you here to express my apologies." "Huh, why?" "You have always taken great care of me," Jiedong replied, puzzled. Yin-Yang shook his head. "I have not shown you enough concern. Ever since you failed the assessment your first year, and given your unique balance of Yin and Yang attributes, I have long ceased to monitor your cultivation. I underestimated your determination. I never anticipated that today you would surprise me so greatly. A dual-element fire mage with balanced Yin and Yang attributes. You are the first in the Mage Guild. You have successfully navigated the most challenging hurdle. It is my fault for not being there to support your cultivation. Over the past 4 years, you have mixed drinks for me, allowing me to savor the finest cocktails. Yet I failed to fulfill my promise to you that I surmise that your recent absence was due to your solitary efforts to consolidate the Yin-Yang crown. This is my negligence." Jiedong's heart lightened upon realizing that Yin-Yang sought him out for this reason. In truth, he felt immense gratitude towards Yin-Yang. Had it not been for Yang Bingtian bringing him back, the once proud boy who had scorned begging would have struggled to even find food, let alone aspire to be a Yin-Yang mage. It was also Yang Bingtian who facilitated his serendipitous encounter with the all-dimensional teleportation scroll, leading him to meet the flame. For 4 years, diligently mixing drinks for Yin-Yang was Jiedong's way of repaying his kindness. Yin-Yang, had you not brought me back and cared for me over the years, I would not have achieved what I have today. You have done so much for me. I can only express my gratitude." Yin-Yang smiled slightly. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. You are a thoughtful child. Although I do not know how you accomplished it, the fact that you have become a Yin-Yang mage with a balanced body speaks volumes about your dedication over these 4 years. Let us not dwell on the past. What are your plans moving forward?" Jiedong replied, "I have broken through to level 10 and achieved the rank of bachelor. If possible, I hope you can grant me a recommendation for graduation, allowing me to officially graduate from the Fire Academy and pursue further studies alongside Carl and Baisu. Since I have chosen the path of a Yin-Yang mage, I intend to follow it through." Yin-Yang nodded. "This afternoon, I was contemplating this very matter. Given your current strength, graduating smoothly is a certainty. I have already instructed Xiatian to handle the graduation procedures for the 3 of you. Now, I have 2 options to offer you. The first is to be directly promoted to one of the 3 prestigious fire mage academies in the Southern Fire Empire. You may choose whichever academy you prefer. Outstanding students like you will be highly sought after. The second option, however, is fraught with both opportunity and risk. If you can establish yourself there, your future prospects will be limitless." Upon hearing Yin-Yang mention the first option, Jiedong was already quite satisfied, but the latter part piqued his interest. "Yin-Yang, what exactly is this second option?" Is there a risk even in attending an academy? Yin-Yang nodded. That is an academy with the highest elimination rate on the continent. And it is also the most elite institution on the continent. It does not belong to any single nation, being jointly established by the 5 great empires of the continent. Only the most exceptional talents from each discipline are admitted there. However, should you fail to meet their assessment criteria, you will be immediately eliminated, with no room for negotiation. Furthermore, even if you are recommended by our Fire Academy, you will still have to take their entrance examination upon arrival. Only by passing the exam can you officially become a member. Jiedong pondered thoughtfully. Is the quality of education there truly exceptional? Yin-Yang affirmed. Undoubtedly the best on the continent. It holds a significant position within the realm of Yin-Yang mages. With a status that is unparalleled, the advanced academies of various nations at most teach some basic techniques of magic. Even the most outstanding students are fortunate to learn 1 or 2 advanced techniques. However, within this unique academy, as long as your strength is sufficient, you can freely choose from basic techniques and advanced techniques. If you can pass the final assessment, you may even be rewarded with a signature technique. Graduates from this academy receive high recognition in any nation, and choosing to attend is undoubtedly a tremendous challenge. There, you will face the most talented peers from various disciplines, enduring immense pressure and the constant possibility of elimination. Frankly speaking, if you are considering a stable development path, I would prefer you not to choose this academy. However, if you aspire to become a pivotal figure in the realm of Yin-Yang mages, it is undoubtedly the best stage for you. Exhausted, I have finally written the 3rd chapter. Yet again, matters at home have arisen. Tomorrow, my aunt's funeral will take place that my wife's grandfather underwent heart stent surgery. I must go visit him. It is said that during the coronary angiogram, they discovered a 99% blockage. His life hung by a thread. It is terrifying. Yet thankfully he was saved. Fellow readers are well aware that the author has never sought objective reasons to halt updates. Such is the case now. This evening, the author strives to produce the updates for tomorrow, yet can only manage 2 chapters. I beseech your understanding. Recent family matters have been quite overwhelming, especially during this festive season. The responsibility of Yin-Yang Crown is entrusted to you. Dear readers, the author can only endeavor to write. As there is little energy left to solicit votes, I firmly believe that you will offer your unwavering support. Tomorrow, there will be 2 updates, and I shall endeavor to restore 3 updates the day after. Jiedong silently nodded, a flicker of determination illuminating his eyes. Pressure serves as motivation. Yin-Yang, I shall choose this second path. What is the name of this academy? Yang Bing Tian smiled faintly. I had anticipated your choice. That innate pride within you will not easily yield to anything. This academy is named after the harmony of the 10 divisions of Yin-Yang Sorcerers. And it shall be called Tiangong Academy. I have revealed all that I can. Tiangong Academy possesses many secrets of its own. Whether you can uncover those secrets will depend on how far you can progress within Tiangong Academy. Jiedong mused. An academy jointly established by the 5 great empires of the continent must surely harbor secrets. The very reason for its establishment is worthy of deep contemplation. Yin-Yang is evidently aware of this. Yet there must be some taboo preventing him from divulging the details. Yang Bing Tian continued. The admission process for Tiangong Academy is quite unique. It does not recruit students openly. Each year, Tiangong Academy allocates 30 slots to each of the 5 great empires, which are then distributed among the foundational academies for recommendations. This recommendation serves as a kind of examination permit. Only with it can one qualify for the entrance exam. You 3 are indeed fortunate. The allocation of recommendation slots varies yearly. In previous years, our academy had 2 successful candidates, Zhu Tian and Zhu Gui, who gained admission to Tiangong Academy. This year, we have received 3 slots, accounting for 1/10 of our Southern Fire Empire's quota. It coincidentally aligns with the fact that all 3 of you have successfully condensed the Yin-Yang Crown at a young age. Baisu and Carl have already made the same choice as you. Whether you can continue to cultivate together in the future will depend on your own abilities. Jiedong proclaimed, we will not disappoint Yin-Yang's expectations. Yang Bing Tian replied, tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. Carl and Baisu will return home to reunite with their families. If you remain here, I urge you to devote yourself to cultivation during this time. striving for improvement before the entrance assessment at Tiangong Academy in 3 months. In truth, I harbor no concerns regarding your admission. Your dual mastery of Yin and Yang is sufficient to open the gates of Tiangong Academy. Tomorrow, I shall be attending to matters outside, but before I leave, I will hand over the recommendation letters for the three of you. You and Carl, along with Baisu, should set out together, after 4 years of enjoying your cocktail services. I'll leave you with this bracelet as a memento that he spoke. Yang Bingtian removed a bracelet seemingly crafted from rubies from his wrist and placed it into Jiedong's hand. Jiedong had witnessed Yang Bingtian conjuring object from thin air using this bracelet on numerous occasions, and he understood its value. Dean Yang, you've already given me so much. I cannot accept any more. Yang Bingtian's expression darkened as he insisted on placing the bracelet into Jiedong's hand, refusing to allow any refusal. Consider it your wages for these 4 years. This bracelet possesses storage capabilities, accommodating 10 cubic meters of items. With it, your journey will be much more convenient. Not forget, you're the most exceptional bartender I have ever encountered. What would a bartender be without their tools and spirits? I have also gifted you those bottles in your room. Take them with you. I have left 500 gold coins inside as travel expenses. Its usage is quite simple. Just infuse it with fire magic, and it will naturally open a separate space for storing and retrieving items that Jiedong wished to decline once more. But Yang Bingtian interrupted, do not refuse any further, as long as you do not forget the Lihua Academy when you achieve great success. That will suffice. I possess many similar storage items. This is not an overly precious possession. Now, as we prepare to part ways, are you not going to mix me one last cocktail? As Jiedong donned the red bracelet, it seamlessly melded with his skin, emanating a gentle warmth. Jiedong remained silent. Yet Yang Bingtian's heartfelt gesture was etched deeply in his memory. As he watched Jiedong depart his office, Yang Bingtian's face broke into a faint smile, murmuring to himself, "Foolish lad, you have been deceived. After 4 years of savoring the exquisite beverages you create, how could I bear to leave you? My unparalleled bartender, soon we shall meet again." Neither Baisu nor Carl were surprised by Jiedong's choice of Tiangong Academy. The following day, as the academic year concluded, Yang Bingtian had indeed left the academy, and Jiedong and his companions received their recommendation letters and maps to Tiangong Academy from teacher Xiatian. The once vibrant Lihua Academy fell silent, akin to previous years during the holiday break. 2 months swiftly passed, and Jiedong's life became even richer and more fulfilling than before. During this time, in addition to diligently enhancing his magical prowess, he embarked on a new path of cultivation, magical techniques. The Flame Monarch and the Dark Flame Demon King bestowed upon him the foundational techniques from his memories. Consequently, Jiedong's training regimen transformed in accordance with these 2 foundational techniques. Each day, he dedicated 4 hours to cultivating his magical prowess specifically in the core lake. Meanwhile, when at the Lihua Academy, he devoted all his energy to honing these 2 skills. The rationale was simple. Practicing these skills inherently contributed to the enhancement of his magical power. In the human realm, the rate of magical power improvement while practicing magical techniques was no less than when he solely focused on cultivating magic. It was a win-win situation, refining skills while simultaneously boosting magical energy. After a refreshing bath, Jiedong emerged from his room. The monotony of the past 2 months had begun to wear on him. At least during the academic year, he could see Baisu and Carl. However, these past 2 months have been solitary. Although he had advanced rapidly under such circumstances, the Flame Monarch had once stated that rigidity may lead to breakage, emphasizing the need for a balance of strength and flexibility. Today, he needed to procure a certain spirit for the cocktail he was preparing for the Flame Monarch, as his supply had dwindled. It was fortuitous, as he could also take this opportunity to stroll and alleviate his tense emotions. After bidding farewell to the teachers remaining at the academy, Jiedong stepped out of the Lihua Academy. Having spent 4 years here, he could count the times he had truly exited the academy on 2 hands. As Jiedong crossed the threshold of the academy, a beggar hidden in the corner of the academy's entrance quietly rose and hurried off in another direction. The author is heading out now, with hopes of providing another update tonight. Strolling along the streets of Lihua City, The sensation of relaxation coursed through Jiedong's entire being, after a day of practicing magical techniques. The tension in his muscles eased in this newfound comfort, and he felt invigorated as he gazed at the shops lining the streets. As he walked, Jiedong contemplated. Indeed, the Flame Monarch was right. Relentless training may not yield the best results. Occasionally stepping out for a breath of fresh air is quite beneficial. However, this may be my last outing before leaving Lihua Academy, as in 10 days. Carl and Baisu will come looking for me. Tiangong Academy is situated in the Central Earth Empire. Although it borders the Southern Fire Empire, it is still quite a distance away. Departing 20 days in advance will afford us ample time. Since he was out, he resolved to purchase the dwindling stock of spirits. Prior to heading to Tiangong Academy, he aimed to prepare a few exquisite cocktails for the Flame Monarch. Once on the road with Carl and the others, he may not have the chance to visit her daily. Although Jiedong had not ventured out often, he was relatively familiar with the happenings in Lihua City, especially the locations selling spirits. He recalled them vividly. Soon, he acquired all the spirits he needed. With the storage bracelet gifted by Yangbing Tian, it was quite convenient. Only fire mages could utilize it, allowing him to easily store numerous items without difficulty. After purchasing the spirits, as Jiedong exited the shop, a hurried figure suddenly approached him. "Are you Jiedong?" The stranger blocked Jiedong's path, asking abruptly. Upon focusing his gaze, Jiedong realized it was a young beggar, no more than a teenager. Notably, beggars were a rarity in Lihua City. For years prior, Jiedong had been one of the few. Surprised that the boy could call his name, Jiedong inquired, "That's me. Do you know me?" The young beggar handed Jiedong a note. "Someone asked me to give this to you," before Jiedong could ask further. The boy turned and dashed away, disappearing into the crowd. Furrowing his brow, Jiedong moved to a secluded corner to store the spirits he had just purchased into his storage bracelet before unfolding the note to read. 5 miles south of the city, hurry. Baisu and Carl are in danger." The note was signed by Baisu and Carl are in danger. A tightness gripped Jiedong's heart, yet he was soon enveloped by a wave of confusion. Even if they are in danger, it should be someone else delivering the message to the academy. How could it possibly be directed to oneself here? This seems to be a mere opportunity taken while I have temporarily left the academy. Nevertheless, despite the doubt lingering in his heart, Jiedong resolved to investigate, as his acquaintances in Lihua City were quite limited, with only a few classmates aware of his relationship with Baisu and Kair. Even if this were merely a prank, he felt compelled to go. After all, if Baisu and Kair truly found themselves in peril, it would be too late for regrets. Without daring to waste any time, Jiedong hurriedly sprinted towards the southern city. Strangely, he was more familiar with the outskirts than with Lihua City itself, as it was customary for teacher Xiatian to punish students by making them run around the city. Jiedong vaguely recalled a secluded grove nestled in the hills about 5 miles from the southern outskirts. Upon exiting the city, Jiedong ran towards the grove while keenly observing his surroundings. Although he could not fathom who would seek to deceive him, the peculiar note had nonetheless instilled a sense of caution in him. However, his vigilance yielded little, as there were few pedestrians on the road, and no suspicious signs to be found. The Jiedong of now was no longer the frail little beggar who had first arrived at Lihua Academy. The distance of 5 miles was covered in the blink of an eye, and he could already see the grove atop the hill in the distance. Upon reaching the edge of the grove, Jiedong called out loudly, "Baisu, Kair, are you in there?" Silence enveloped the grove, and no response came forth. The Jiedong glanced around, carefully focusing his senses on hearing. After breaking through to the 10th level, his senses had sharpened significantly. Yet upon listening intently, aside from the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, no other sounds could be discerned. Dismissing his hesitation, he decided to venture inside and investigate further. Keenly observing his surroundings as he made his way deeper into the grove, his scrutiny was not solely for the purpose of locating Kair and Baisu. He also hoped to uncover some clues. However, to his disappointment, nothing was found, nor were there any signs of struggle. Could this truly be just a prank? Having penetrated halfway into the grove, Jiedong paused, glancing around with a slight frown. Who could be playing such a joke on me? Muttering to himself, Jiedong resolved to cease his search. It was evident that Baisu and Kair were not present here. Jiedong had not inquired deeply into the backgrounds of these two brothers. He had merely heard the mention that Ka heir hailed from humble origins, while Bai Su's family were merchants. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed. "Do you truly believe this is a joke?" Jiedong spun around sharply, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice, demanding, "Who is there? Step forward." Emerging from behind a tree large enough for two to embrace, a figure slowly revealed itself. Upon seeing this person, Jiedong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. "Teacher Lu Jun, what are you doing here?" Jiedong inquired, perplexed. It was none other than Lu Jun, the teacher of the Ding fire system, who had retreated in disgrace after being outwitted by Jiedong during the final assessment. Lu Jun wore a chilling smile as he replied, "I have been waiting for you." Jiedong's unease intensified, and he exclaimed, "So that note was sent by you?" Lu Jun offered a faint smile, his pallid face betraying an air of calm. "Indeed, I waited 2 long months for this day." "You truly are a diligent student. Even after the final assessments concluded, you managed to restrain yourself from leaving the academy for 2 months. And oh wonder you became the first mage to successfully cultivate both yin and yang attributes. I must admit, you are a genius." Jiedong replied nonchalantly. "Since you know I am at the academy, why not simply come and find me there? Why lure me here?" Lu Jun's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a cold snort. "Oh, you still not grasp the meaning of my summoning? You are just as foolish as that idiot Xiatian, incapable of thinking outside the box. If I were to go to the academy to find you, it would be all too easy to leave a trace and be discovered. I am a cautious person. I never leave room for future troubles. Hence, I'd rather wait 2 months than take any risks. Oh, by the way, I heard you once inquired about the totem of our Ding fire system when you first entered the academy. After 4 years of study, you should know by now. The totem of the Ding fire system is the Teng Shi." Jiedong replied coolly. "There are 10 systems of yin and yang mages, each possessing its own totem. The totem for the Bing fire system is the Zhu Ke, or phoenix, while the Ding fire system is represented by the blue serpent with wings that once appeared behind teacher Qiu Tian, known as the Teng Shi." Lu Jun nodded, stating, "Correct, it is indeed the Teng Shi. Our Ding fire mages are not as impulsive as those of the Bing fire system, who only know how to explode in the face of challenges. We can endure, like a serpent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with deadly precision, that we are the most formidable assassins." Upon hearing this, Jiedong understood that there was likely no room for negotiation today. So, Lu Jun had waited for him to leave the academy solely to bring him here for retribution. It seemed his earlier assertion had been accurate. Lu Jun truly was unworthy of being a teacher. "Retribution? You make it sound so simple," Lu Jun said coldly. "That bastard Xiatian took my Qiu Tian away, and his disciple made me lose face during the final assessment. Indeed, you are a cultivation genius. However, there are countless geniuses on the continent, yet how many truly manage to thrive? Today, I shall eliminate you, snuffing out your genius in its cradle, and then I will seek an opportunity to rid myself of that bastard Xiatian." At this revelation, Jiedong realized that Lu Jun and teacher Xiatian were indeed rivals, both vying for teacher Qiu Tian's affection. It was clear that teacher Qiu Tian favored Xiatian, and Lu Jun's jealousy had driven him to oppose Xiatian at every turn. During the graduation ceremony, Jiedong had inadvertently assisted Xiatian in utterly shattering Lu Jun's confidence. Lu Jun harbored resentment, which prompted him to seek revenge. Furthermore, judging by Lu Jun's demeanor, it was evident that his intentions were far from merely teaching Jiedong a lesson. As Jiedong contemplated the situation, he coldly taunted, "Lu Jun, is it your bravery to vent your grievances against me, a mere student, due to your issues with teacher Xiatian? No wonder teacher Qiu Tian looks down upon you. How do you intend to snuff me out? Do you truly mean to kill me?" Lu Jun suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "Why should he get all the good fortune? With his foolish pig brain, how could he be accepted under the tutelage of Din Yang and break through to the Three-Crown realm? How dare he take my Qiu Tian from me? True, I cannot defeat Xiatian, but if I kill you today and have someone deliver your corpse to him, can you imagine the expression on his face? As long as I act unnoticed, no one will ever suspect me that it serves to relieve the humiliation you inflicted upon me during the final assessment, the perfect twofold benefit. You have become a madman. Jiedong replied coldly. Simultaneously, red and blue lights erupted from his body, intertwining and gradually coalescing above his head into his own black and white Yin-Yang crown. However, unlike the situation 2 months prior during the final assessment, the crown now bore not a single star, but rather 1.5. Clearly, in the span of 2 months, Jiedong's magical prowess had indeed advanced a level, reaching the 13th tier of Bachelor. As the laughter subsided, Lu Jun disdainfully regarded the Yin-Yang crown above Jiedong's head. Very good indeed. You are a genius, achieving another breakthrough in just 2 short months. This makes killing you all the more pleasurable. Do you really believe that with your mere 13th level strength, you can contend with me? Even if I remain unable to break through the 3-crown bottleneck, killing you would be as simple as crushing an ant. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Lu Jun's eyes, and a torrent of blue energy surged forth from within him, coalescing above his head into a black crown. His crown bore 2 peaks marked with blue flames, and the crown circle boasted 4.5 stars. 2 crowns equated to a level 20, plus the 4.5 stars, making him a formidable 29th level Ding Fire Mage. Over the past 4 years, Xiatian had already broken through to the 4-crown realm, while according to Jiedong's recollection, Lu Jun had long since possessed the strength of 2 crowns, but had never managed to break through. The 3-crown threshold represented the second significant bottleneck for Yin-Yang mages, hindering his advancement. After 4 years without a breakthrough, his future appeared rather bleak. That it was no wonder he harbored such deep-seated discontent. The disparity between 13th and 29th levels was a staggering 16 tiers, with combat experience being indisputable in every aspect. Lu Jun held an overwhelming advantage. This was the chasm that existed between teacher and student. The cold Ding fire surged around Lu Jun's body, and without breaking through the 3 crowns, the light of the totem would not appear behind him. Yet the power of the 29th level of magic was sufficient to exert considerable pressure on Jiedong. Raising his right hand, a surge of blue flames erupted from Lu Jun's palm, and against the backdrop of those chilling flames, the malice in his eyes intensified. That if you must place blame, direct it at yourself for being the disciple of that scoundrel Xiatian. If you must resent, then let it be for your innate brilliance. I can hardly tolerate you prodigies. We are all human. So why should you have the opportunity to become a formidable force while I remain shackled at the 3rd crown? Lu Jun advanced step by step towards Jiedong, leaving a trail of withered plants in his wake, each step marked by a footprint illuminated by blue flames. Jiedong did not retreat. He stood his ground, coldly watching Lu Jun approach, and icily remarked, "Your unwillingness to strive will only lead you to curse fate. In my eyes, the chasm between you and Master Xiatian cannot be measured by reason. You are nothing but refuse. Allow me, this refuse, to extinguish the life of your brilliance. Perish." Lu Jun hissed, his hand ablaze with flames, suddenly flinging it forward. Instantly, a sphere of blue fire shot towards Jiedong. When the fireball first launched from Lu Jun's hand, it was merely the size of a fist. Yet in midair it swelled with the wind, rapidly transforming into a basin-sized blue fireball, hurtling towards Jiedong. Without retreating or fleeing, Jiedong executed a movement that left Lu Jun dumbfounded. He swiftly stepped forward, his body pivoting as he completed a half-turn, delivering a right punch that met Lu Jun's attack head-on. His fist turning to gold as he struck as midnight approached. I finally completed today as foundational updates. Today, Xiao San had to go out to visit his elders, hence 2 chapters were released simultaneously, with another chapter to follow. The moment Jiedong stepped forward to strike, the blue light enveloping him vanished entirely, and the red light receded in an instant, with even the Yin-Yang crown atop his head transforming into pure white. Lu Jun could not help but ponder. How could he retract his magic in the face of my attack? Is this not courting death? Let this corrosive fireball consume your life. However, Lu Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. He was taken aback to witness that the punch Jiedong unleashed, after stepping forward and pivoting, was enveloped in a solid mass of golden flames. That moment, even the white crown atop his head flashed with golden light. The fist of a 14-year-old boy collided with the basin-sized blue fireball, yielding results that completely confounded Lu Jun, the 29th level fire mage. With a whoosh, the blue fireball extinguished in an instant. And all Lu Jun saw was a flash of golden flames as Jiedong was sent flying. Lu Jun himself let out a muffled groan, retreating a step, feeling the magic power of the blue fire trembling within him. "It's impossible," Lu Jun screamed in desperation. This was a suppression of attributes. No, it cannot be. With a thud, Jiedong's body crashed against a large tree, slowly sliding down while spitting out a mouthful of blood. The gap between the 13th and 29th levels was indeed insurmountable. Although he managed to shatter Lu Jun's blue fire attribute, he could not dissipate the inherent energy contained within it. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that he had neutralized the blue fire attribute, significantly reducing the corrosive fireball's attack power. Otherwise, that single blow would have been enough to severely injure him. Lu Jun was correct. What he faced was an attribute suppression. High-level flames exert an absolute dominance over low-level flames. The punch Jiedong delivered in that fleeting moment was far from simplistic. It was the culmination of 2 months of rigorous training in the Flame Monarch's foundational skill, the Raging Sun Devour. When Raging Sun Devour was executed, it instantaneously drew upon the magic power within Jiedong, transmitting it through the yin-yang vortex at his chest and his right arm, ultimately condensing at his right fist, unleashing a spiral strike. This punch, seemingly straightforward, encompassed countless intricacies. Even after 2 months of diligent practice, Jiedong had yet to fully master it. Nevertheless, this foundational technique, under the condition of attribute suppression, effectively neutralized over half of Lu Jun's corrosive fireball's attack power, allowing Jiedong to merely experience a shock rather than sustained injury. Facing such a formidable adversary, Jiedong dared not hold back in the slightest. Thus, he immediately unleashed his Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire. Slowly rising from the ground, he regarded the astonished Lu Jun with a deep breath. With his willpower fully exerted, the yin-yang vortex spun rapidly, and a sharp, cold light suddenly erupted from Jiedong's eyes. Despite being acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and Lu Jun, he charged forward without hesitation. The yin-yang crown transformed back into a dual-colored black and white, and, as Jiedong sprinted, he spread his arms wide. Flames surged from his left hand while his right fist transformed entirely into gold. The full might of the Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire and the Ding Si Ming Yin spirit fire erupted in their utmost attributes. Although Lu Jun could suppress Jiedong in terms of magic power intensity, an undeniable gap in levels. When Jiedong unleashed both of his extreme flames without reservation, the unparalleled attribute suppression rendered Lu Jun breathless. Previously, when only the Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire was present, Lu Jun's Ding fire magic power had already begun to tremble. Now, with the addition of the same source Ding Si Ming Yin spirit fire, he felt as though the Ding fire magic power within him was on the verge of extinguishing. This moment, he could barely muster even 50% of his full strength. In truth, while Jiedong could completely suppress Lu Jun in terms of flame attributes, the level disparity between them was simply too great. If Lu Jun had maintained a balanced mindset and approached the situation calmly, relying on his significantly superior magic power, he could still have easily defeated Jiedong. However, once Jiedong unleashed the punch that was evidently a magical technique, the Raging Sun Devour, combined with the comprehensive attribute suppression, Lu Jun's mental equilibrium was shattered as he beheld Jiedong, whose eyes glinted with cold light and whose hands bore flames he had never encountered, gold and black. His inherent timidity surfaced, instinctively retreating. He raised his hands in front of him, conjuring a layer of blue flame as a shield, attempting to impede Jiedong's advance rather than engage in direct confrontation. In terms of momentum, the 29th level Lu Jun was entirely subdued by the 13th level Jiedong. Facing Lu Jun's defense, Jiedong showed no intention of halting. As he surged forward, he suddenly took a large step and unleashed another Raging Sun Devour. At merely 14 years of age, this punch radiated an aura of violence. In that moment, the ferocity buried deep within Jiedong erupted entirely. He understood all too well that Lu Jun was merely momentarily stunned by his extreme dual flames. Should Lu Jun regain his composure, the vast disparity in their magic power would render Jiedong utterly powerless against him. Thus, he faced only the grim prospect of death that, if he were to die, he would never again witness the flames. The mere thought ignited a fire within Jiedong's very blood, and as he unleashed this punch, the raging sun devourer, it reached a pinnacle state he had never before attained over the past 2 months. When the Bingwu Yuanyang sacred fire made contact with the blue flame shield, the ding fire within the shield extinguished instantly. Amidst a thunderous roar, a peculiar scene unfolded. Despite Lu Jun's magic power intensity being significantly higher than Jiedong's, Jiedong's punch failed to break through his defensive magical technique. Yet the Bingwu Yuanyang sacred fire disregarded such constraints. The effects of the raging sun devourer erupted instantly, transforming the previously blue shield into a radiant gold. Moreover, Jiedong's Bingwu Yuanyang sacred fire, through its extreme attributes, began consuming the magic power within the shield at an alarming rate. However, Lu Jun seized this opportunity to regain his wits. He recalled that while the scorching golden flames were indeed formidable, they had yet to breach his defenses, reminding him of the level disparity between himself and Jiedong. And no matter how special Jiedong's flames were, he remained at the 13th level. If he could not even penetrate Lu Jun's defensive baseline skill, despite Lu Jun's own attributes being suppressed, he was still far beyond Jiedong's capacity to contend with. What was there to fear? Yet, just as Lu Jun was about to regain his composure, he abruptly caught sight of a hand engulfed in black flames. That hand pierced through the now golden flame shield, breaking through to claw at Lu Jun's body. The wound was but a mere fraction, yet the black flames were an exceedingly terrifying presence. Lu Jun felt as though his entire body had succumbed to paralysis. An intensely cold aura surged from the relatively modest wound on his chest, overwhelming him with a sensation akin to his very insides being set ablaze. It was as if every organ within him were ignited in flames. Despite being a master of the fire element himself, this claw strike shattered his resolve. It was precisely due to Lu Jun's identity as a fire element mage that the impact of this strike felt particularly vivid. The incomparably pure dark fire suppressed his own flames to the point where they could not rise. In the face of similar elemental properties, the corrosive effect of the black flames bore down upon him with relentless ferocity. Not only did it breach his protective fire magic, but it also surged wildly into his body. The golden fire shield erupted into countless shards of light, bursting apart in an instant. Lu Jun found himself utterly incapable of channeling magic into the shield. The dazzling golden fist loomed large before him, and the brief moment of paralysis had profound, fatal consequences, leaving Lu Jun unable to muster the magic needed for defense. The claw, flickering with black flames, was not a mere whim of Jiedong. It was one of his foundational techniques, a skill bestowed upon him by the memory of the Dark Flame Demon King, the Dark Moon Claw. The Radiant Sun Devourer and the Dark Moon Claw were the two foundational skills Jiedong had honed over the past 2 months. They shared a common trait. When executed, all of his magical energy was mobilized in unison, allowing for the maximum convergence of Jiedong's fire magic. That he understood that if these two skills were indeed classified as foundational, they were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Previously, Jiedong had unleashed a full-powered punch of Radiant Sun Devourer against Lu Jun's defensive fire shield. The Bingwu Yuanyang sacred fire not only suppressed Lu Jun's ding fire, but also instantaneously ignited the magic that constituted his shield. While practicing these foundational techniques, Jiedong had alternated between them to achieve optimal results, which led to an almost instinctive response as he unleashed a Dark Moon Claw with his left hand. An unexpected outcome occurred. When the Ding Si Ming Yin spirit fire of his Dark Moon Claw made contact with the Bingwu Yuanyang sacred fire that was consuming Lu Jun's defensive magic shield, an anomaly transpired. Much like when he had condensed the Yin-Yang crown, the collision of these two extreme flames resulted in a violent explosion, forcefully breaching the energy barrier whose intensity far surpassed Jiedong's own magic. The claw penetrated the shield and struck Lu Jun directly, and it was precisely this element of surprise that left the awakening Lu Jun with no time to evade, in stark contrast to the straightforward ferocity of the Radiant Sun Devourer. The Dark Moon Claw was not only subtle and venomous, but also incredibly swift. That half-second of paralysis was indeed one of the claw's characteristics. Jiedong, seizing the opportunity, followed up with another punch of Radiant Sun Devourer as Lu Jun's energy shield shattered under the loss of support. The target was precisely the long mark left by the previous Dark Moon Claw. Given the preceding circumstances, Jiedong had begun to vaguely comprehend the relationship between his two flames, coupled with the guidance he had received from the blazing fire. The transition of this punch was nothing short of exquisite. Although this punch exacted a toll on Jiedong, draining his magical energy, with his golden flame-infused right fist struck Lu Jun, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Jun's body erupted in a display akin to fireworks, with golden and black flames scattering in all directions. Bursting forth from his chest, it was as if he had been struck by a bomb, the sound resonating loudly. Yet curiously, Lu Jun's body did not get sent flying by Jiedong's punch. He merely staggered back half a meter, as though some unseen force was pulling him back. This was not a result of Lu Jun's own resistance, but rather the special effect of the Radiant Sun Devourer, which, while delivering a powerful blow, also possessed a swirling force that prevented the struck enemy from being knocked away. With a thud, it was Jiedong, having unleashed the final punch, who first collapsed, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Each of his preceding strikes could be considered a superlative performance, entirely exhausting his magical energy. Though the Radiant Sun Devourer and Dark Moon Claw were advanced foundational techniques, Jiedong's relentless and continuous usage had pushed him beyond his limits, leading to his eventual collapse that he had already sustained injuries from Lu Jun's earlier attacks. And now, with his body overexerted, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, Lu Jun's plight was far more dire. Enveloped in the dual-colored flames, the golden fire had faded after the initial explosion, yet the black Ding Si Ming Yin spirit fire completely engulfed him. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, marred Lu Jun's chest, revealing a faint interplay of golden and black hues within. With a gasp, Lu Jun fell to his knees, and in the next moment, his body crashed heavily beside Jiedong. Have I killed him? This was Jiedong's first thought, yet he lacked the strength to rise, let alone ascertain Lu Jun's fate, merely watching as the black flames on him seemed to intensify. With his right hand weakly pressed against his left chest, in a haze of consciousness, Jiedong called out the two words he was most familiar with and yearned for: blazing flame. Earlier, upon first encountering Lu Jun, Jiedong had contemplated escaping through calling upon the blazing flame. However, transitioning from the call to the Red Lotus teleportation required at least 10 breaths, and Lu Jun would never allow the Red Lotus to appear and whisk him away. Now that he had finally brought Lu Jun down, regardless of Lu Jun's life or death, Jiedong found himself devoid of any fighting spirit and could only take this opportunity to call out. A flurry of red lotus petals brought warmth and a glimmer of hope. In his muddled consciousness, Jiedong felt as though his body was enveloped in a gentle current of warmth. In the next moment, he knew nothing more. Lu Jun could not thwart Jiedong's teleportation, for at the moment of his collapse, he had already ceased to breathe, caught off guard as the Dark Moon Claw, infused with Ding Si Ming Yin spirit fire, temporarily suppressed his magic. Having just employed the fire shield, his magical energy was already in a vacuum state. In this scenario, when the Radiant Sun Devourer collided with the black flames of the Dark Moon Claw, the resulting destructive force reached at least the level of an intermediate strike. This exemplified the advantage of a dual attribute mage, as previously stated by the Blazing Flame. The inherent combination of skills meant that 1 + 1 could exceed 2. Particularly in the combination of two extreme flames. As Jiedong's consciousness gradually returned, he felt himself enveloped in a searing energy akin to soaking in a high-temperature hot spring. Slowly opening his eyes, he was astonished to find nothing but a fiery red before him. Both inside and out, he was enveloped in warmth, and the sensation of this fiery embrace was remarkably comfortable. His awareness sharpened. The events leading up to his unconsciousness replayed vividly in his mind. Suddenly, as if pulled by some unseen force, Jiedong felt himself ascending. With a rush, it seemed he had broken free from something, and the red before him began to fade. It was then that Jiedong realized he had not been soaking in a hot spring, but rather within a lake of golden red magma. Surrounding his body was a layer of red light, which had shielded him from being incinerated by the molten rock. You feel better? The gentle, melodious voice of the blazing flame resonated. upon hearing her voice. Jiedong felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. He could not help but call out, "Blazing flame, where are you?" Having narrowly escaped death, he had never longed to see the blazing flame more than he did at this moment. He now understood deeply that he was no longer the carefree Li Jiedong, willing to risk his life for a taste of exquisite wine. In his heart, she had become the first existence to surpass even the allure of wine. The red light blossomed quietly, and that familiar figure seemed to stride through the void, appearing before Jiedong in an instant. With a gentle wave of her hands, a soft energy lifted Jiedong's body. Gazing up at the blazing flame, who towered half a head taller than him, Jiedong's emotions surged, and he instinctively grasped her hands. "I thought I would never see you again." The blazing flame unobtrusively released his grasp, gently ruffling Jiedong's hair. "It was truly perilous this time. Had it not been for your good fortune and strong fighting spirit, you might never have seen me again. The hearts of your kind are treacherous. It seems you must hasten to enhance your combat skills." As the blazing flame withdrew her hand, Jiedong felt a twinge of disappointment. A sense of inferiority washed over him once more, and the earlier surge of emotion quietly dissipated. "Blazing flame, how was I in the magma?" The blazing flame replied, "Though you triumphed over that individual, you have overexerted yourself far too severely, injured at its origin. I have placed you in the heart of the magma lake for nurturing, ensuring that your primordial Yin-Yang crown does not degrade due to excessive depletion." Jiedong gazed at the golden sun and black moon imprints in the palms of his hands. "Acknowledging that it was you who saved my life. Without the blazing sun's devour and the dark moon's claws, without those two extreme flames, I could never have lived to see you again. I wonder how Lu Jun is faring." The blazing flame replied nonchalantly, struck by the devastating combination skill effects of the two extreme flames. What other fate could he possibly meet? The Dingxi dark Yin spirit fire will completely dissolve his body. Just as he intended to kill you without leaving a trace, now all traces of him have vanished into that grove. Is he dead? Jiedong looked at the blazing flame with surprise. The blazing flame smiled slightly. "What's the matter? Are you nervous about your first kill, little Jiedong?" Jiedong shook his head. "Lu Jun has gone mad. It's best that such a menace is dead. I just didn't expect the effects of the two extreme flames to be so powerful. His magical power far exceeds my 16th level." Suddenly, the expression of the blazing flame turned serious. "If you think that way, you are mistaken. Though the Bingwu primordial Yang sacred fire and the Dingxi dark Yin spirit fire are indeed extreme flames capable of exerting attribute suppression over lower-level flames of the same attribute, the extent of their assistance can only help you to contend with an opponent of equal level in the case of the Yin-Yang crown. Your ability to kill him relied heavily on luck." As she spoke, the blazing flame waved her left hand, and a layer of faint red light coalesced in the air, transforming into a disc that illuminated with an image that was precisely the scene of Jiedong's previous battle with Lu Jun. The entire image began with Lu Jun unleashing a corrosive fireball, albeit at a slow pace. The blazing flame pointed to the blue fireball. This attack was not executed with all his strength. He used at most 30 to 40% of his magical power. Clearly, he did not wish to kill you in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if he had gone all out, even if you could counteract the attributes of the Ding fire, the energy he possessed, which outstrips yours by several times, would have been sufficient to tear you apart in an instant. His level is twice yours, yet you must understand that the increase in magical power with each level is not linear. The magical power of a 29th level is at least 4 to 5 times that of your 13th level. This disparity is beyond what attribute advantages can compensate for. However, it was precisely because he intended to toy with you that he afforded you an opportunity. The scene continued, magnifying Lu Jun's face as Jiedong was sent flying. "Did you see? Your Bingwu primordial Yang sacred fire's attribute suppression greatly shocked him. This person clearly lacks much combat experience. In such a situation, he allowed you to charge at him. Moreover, at this moment, he was already filled with trepidation, resorting to passive defense. What I did not anticipate was that when your two benchmark skills, the blazing sun's devour and the dark moon's claws, landed simultaneously at one point, the resulting combination skill would be so formidable it pierced through that layer of magical power. and you were able to swiftly connect and unleash your own attack power beyond expectations, achieving success in one fell swoop. Throughout the entire process, had he mustered the courage to launch even a single full-scale attack, you would have already perished. Not only do you feel fortunate, but I too share in that fortune. If I had faced both kings simultaneously back then, perhaps we would never have had the chance to meet. At this juncture, the blazing flame waved her left hand, dissipating the image in the air, and solemnly stated, "Before you depart from the Lihua Academy, leave everything to me. You must first complete the initial stage of magical skill training that I had not previously informed you, that if you can practice the blazing sun's devour and the dark moon's claws 1,000 times each, you will learn 2 new skills equivalent to the evolution of the 2 king skills. Do you remember how many times you have practiced?" Jiedong replied, "Before encountering Lu Jun, I practiced these 2 skills 512 times each. While at the academy, after exhausting my magic power from one use of the blazing sun's devour and the dark moon's claws, I was left with only 30% of my magic power. Insufficient for another attempt, I had to cultivate and gather my magic power again to practice. Thus, I could only practice around 8 or 9 times each day, like night. While with you, I did not wish to waste time on magical skills. Instead, absorbing the dual fire elements to enhance my magic power, a seriousness Jiedong had never seen before appeared in the blazing flame's eyes as she stated, "In 9 days, you are to head to the Central Empire. During these 9 days, I require you to practice tirelessly, regardless of exhaustion, to complete those 1,000 repetitions. The fire elements in the heart of the lake are abundant, allowing for rapid recovery of your magic power. Moreover, after your extraordinary performance, you should have gained some insights into the usage of the blazing sun's devour and the dark moon's claws, enabling you to utilize them more effectively. For these 9 days, you are not permitted any rest. I will supervise you continuously. Only by acquiring 2 benchmark skills can you better ensure your own safety." Jiedong nodded, affirming, "I will certainly strive to do so. However, Lihua, I wish to return to the academy each day. After all, I cannot allow the duty teachers to think I have disappeared in more than 10 minutes, she replied. "Very well," said the blazing flame. "Time is of the essence. Return to the academy briefly, then come straight back to begin." Understood. With the escort of the Red Lotus, Jiedong quietly returned to the academy. It was currently vacation time, so no one would likely notice his presence there. Were it someone else, they would certainly check the grove upon their return to ascertain whether Lu Jun had truly left no trace behind. Yet Jiedong did not, for he held not a shred of doubt regarding the words of the blazing flame. Hastily returning to his room, Jiedong made his way to the bar, washed his hands, and took up his familiar cocktail shaker. This was indeed his true purpose for claiming 10 minutes daily from the blazing flame. Upon calling out the name of the blazing flame once more and returning to the heart of the lake, he held in his hand a cocktail swirling with pink and blue hues. Taking the drink from Jiedong's hand, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in the blazing flame's eyes. "Little Jiedong, did you return solely to mix me a cocktail? Do not speak of the duty teacher's concerns. You know I can see everything about you." Jiedong scratched his head. "I still owe you 95 years. I cannot simply end it here. Besides, it has not taken much time. I will begin practicing right now." The blazing flame habitually ruffled his hair, though Jiedong felt somewhat helpless regarding this gesture. The contact with her body was undoubtedly a delightful experience. After 4 years, he had grown accustomed to it. A radiant red light burst forth from the blazing flame, transforming into a stream of light that shot toward the heart of the magma lake below. The moment that light entered the lake, a tremendous rumble resonated, causing the entire subterranean world to tremble. Before long, under Jiedong's astonished gaze, an irregularly shaped boulder, approximately 30 meters in diameter, slowly emerged from the depths of the magma lake. This stone was a deep red hue, freshly extricated from the magma, instantly distorting the already hazy air around it. The blazing flame descended along with Jiedong, floating beside the towering boulder that jutted 10 meters high above the magma lake. In an instant, her eyes transformed into a crystalline red, and Jiedong vaguely perceived red, ethereal lotus petals unfurling from all directions. Following this, the blazing flame's left hand swept outward. The delicate red blade of light floated forth, Resembling a thin veil of red gauze, gliding gently across the center of the boulder, impervious to the magma's heat, the boulder remained motionless, yet at its center, a brilliant red line was left behind. As the blazing flame retracted her left hand and swept upward, that brilliant red line instantly ascended, transforming the boulder above into a vibrant red. Subsequently, a multitude of red light points began to scatter in the air. Even the most exquisite fireworks could not compare to the splendor of this scene. Those red light points soared into the air, coalescing into a red bridge between Jiedong, the blazing flame, and the now flattened boulder. Such an extraordinary sight was enough to captivate anyone. Beneath lay the heart of the magma lake. At the center stood the boulder resembling a small island, and a bridge entirely formed of condensed energy spanned the void. The blazing flame's long skirt billowed as she glided along the bridge with Jiedong, swiftly arriving atop the massive stone amidst the rich fire elements. Release your magical power, or you will be unable to withstand the temperature of the stone platform. Remember, on this surface, you must consistently maintain your magical powers release to continue your training. Begin now. Jiedong nodded, and with a thought, the primordial Yin-Yang crown within his chest, now revitalized, radiated brilliantly, the Yin-Yang vortex continuing to swirl. Here with the blazing flame, he certainly did not need to employ the divine lock of Yin-Yang. He directly unleashed all of his magical power. The black and white, swirling Yin-Yang crown appeared above his head. Regardless of whether it is the fiery marks of the crown star or the crown peak, they have turned to shades of black, blending gold and silver instead of the original red and blue. At the moment when Jiedong unleashed his magical power, the flames retracted the protective shield that had been guarding him. Although he had already released 2 forms of extreme fire, Jiedong still felt a searing heat rising from beneath his feet. Without daring to delay, he promptly commenced his foundational technique practice. Stepping forward with his left foot, his body turned halfway, and with a fluid motion, he thrust his right fist forward. Every trace of the Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire within him coalesced with his movement, causing his right fist to radiate a brilliant golden glow. It struck the air with a thunderous sound, creating ripples in the heated atmosphere around him. Jiedong sensed that, compared to his previous practice, the speed at which he condensed magical power had noticeably accelerated, causing the Liang Ji to release its energy at an increased pace, and his magical power was compressed more solidly in that instant. Undoubtedly, the more severely the Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire was compressed, the greater the explosive force of this strike would be. After delivering a powerful punch, Jiedong propelled himself upward, advancing with his right foot while simultaneously swinging his left hand. The black Ding Si Ming Yin spirit fire clawed forth, emanating a radiance akin to a black light slash. The transitions between the 2 strikes were remarkably swift, and an overwhelming surge of magical power erupted from within him. Have you lost all sense? You've been training for 2 months, and yet you still don't have it right. The stern voice of the flames echoed. It was the first time Jiedong had heard such a tone from Lian. Aside from a novelty, he felt a tightening in his heart. Other than facilitating his training here, aiding him in condensing the Yin-Yang crown and imparting the memories of 2 great monarchs, Lian had never truly guided him in any significant manner. At this moment, it was evident that she had chosen to stay and personally instruct him. Though Jiedong possessed a stubborn persistence, it did not imply that he was foolish. He understood that Lian's presence was motivated by her concern for him. Especially after the perilous encounter with Lu Jun, the fact that Lian worried for him was already a source of satisfaction for Jiedong. Resolutely, he vowed that no matter how arduous these 9 days might be, he would not yield in the slightest. Yin approached Jiedong, holding a wine glass in her left hand, her gaze filled with intense pressure. Remember, the use of any skill must begin with complete commitment from the very moment you initiate it. When you step forward, you should already be channeling all of your magical power. Why do you wait until you throw a punch to fully mobilize it? This flaw alone will cost you 1/10 of your magical power. Furthermore, when you execute Liang Ji and a new claw, why are you releasing both types of magical power simultaneously? Have I not already told you that with the Yin-Yang vortex? You can control your magical power to transform into a singular type at any time. Only then can you unleash the full potency of these 2 foundational techniques, increasing their power by at least 30%. Jiedong, astonished, replied, "Are you saying I must first convert all my magical power into Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire, and then after releasing Li Yang Ji, convert it entirely into Ding Si Ming Yin spirit fire to execute in Yu Claw?" The extreme attribute transformation requires considerable time, making it challenging to connect these two skills. Yin snorted disdainfully. "That is because you are not yet proficient enough. Both foundational techniques are close combat skills. They require not only sufficient attacking power, but also speed. Your greatest issue now lies in your method of exerting force, and the speed at which you do so. In your confrontation with Lu Jun, you executed those last 2 strikes in accordance with my previous instructions. However, the 2 strikes you just performed fell far short. Carefully absorb the memories of the 2 great monarchs and continue practicing." Thus began Jiedong's arduous days. The tender gentleness of Li Yin vanished completely over these 9 days. On the platform at the center of the Earth's core lake, the sound of Li Yin reprimanding Jiedong echoed constantly. "Are you a fool? Is this how you exert force? How many times must I say it? You must channel every ounce of your strength from the moment you prepare to strike. How foolish you are. Can't you think differently? Don't you realize that using in Yu Claw first and then Li Yang Ji would yield better results? The half-second paralysis effect of a Yu Claw is not to be disregarded. Do not attempt to project your flames outward. You are not yet at that level. Doing so will merely waste your magical power. Idiot, with your current magical power, you should be able to execute both foundational techniques normally. Why is it that you can only manage one before your power runs dry? Shouldn't you reflect on this? With such abundant fire elements here, why is your recovery so slow? Can't you guide yourself more effectively with your mind?" Similar voices never ceased throughout the 9 days. Li Yin had transformed into the strictest of instructors. Even the slightest detail of Jiedong's performance would elicit her furious corrections, with relentless practice and countless moments of collapse to recover his magical power. Time flowed unceasingly at the Earth's core lake, and Jiedong had completely lost track of how long had passed. Yet his biological clock consistently reminded him when it was time to return to the academy. "Li Yin, I need to return for a moment." Jiedong managed to rise, his eyes now entirely crimson. Li Yin frowned as she looked at him, whom a crimson lotus swirled, transporting Jiedong's body away. At the moment he vanished, the tension on Li Yan's face eased, and her right hand traced a luminous circle in the air, illuminating Jiedong's form as it traversed under the protection of the crimson lotus. "Little Jiedong, do not think me too harsh. I simply wish to avoid experiencing the agony of heartbreak once more. Do you understand? That day, watching you on the brink of death while I could not save you was a pain I had never felt before. It was then that I realized how terrified I was of losing you. You are about to venture into an unfamiliar realm. Only by cultivating greater strength to protect yourself can you thrive in human society. Even I am uncertain of how I regard you now. Friend? Brother? Or something else entirely?" As she spoke to herself, Li Yan's body trembled slightly, her gaze fixated on the light curtain, for she saw clearly that Jiedong had nearly crawled to the bar. Barely managing to stand as he gripped its edge, his body swayed incessantly, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. Yet he still reached for the cocktail shaker. Biting his lip, his crimson eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Struggling to open the shaker's lid, he grasped a bottle to pour into it. However, due to his severe, trembling hands, he could not manage the correct proportions. For a bartender, unsteady hands meant failure in mixing. After 9 days of sleepless training, despite the intense fire elements in the Earth's core lake replenishing his magical energy and even restoring some physical strength, his mental state was on the brink of collapse. Jiedong's blurred consciousness began to lose control over his hands. Yet he did not surrender. With a sudden flourish, he seized a hurricane glass and smashed it against the bar, shards scattering everywhere. Jiedong gripped a sharp fragment and forcefully pierced it into the tip of his left finger. This was the moment when Li Yan's gaze froze. 10 fingers connected to the heart. The piercing pain jolted Jiedong's spirit into clarity. Without delay, he ignored the wound on his finger and, in that fleeting moment of lucidity, rapidly measured and poured several types of liquor into the shaker. He mixed them with astonishing speed. Why? Why do I feel a tingling in my nose? Is this the sensation of wanting to cry? But I do not cry. Why does it feel as though my throat is constricted? Little Jiedong, are you truly my fateful star? No, I cannot allow myself to fall deeper into this. Otherwise, I may find it impossible to extricate myself. Only to suffer further. Hell, Yin suddenly waved her hand, dispersing the light curtain in the air, her eyes flashing with resolve, as if she had made a decision. Before long, Jiedong reappeared at the Earth's core lake, enveloped in a crimson lotus, presenting the cocktail he had crafted to Yin. Taking the glass, Yin, with an expressionless demeanor, intoned, continued that Jiedong offered no further words and immediately immersed himself back into his skill practice. Although Yin had resolved herself moments ago, her gaze couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiedong's left hand. She vaguely noticed that the wound on his finger was charred, evidently the result of Jiedong using his flames to cauterize the cut, preventing blood from flowing. Staring at the exquisite drink in the glass for the first time, Yin felt a twinge of reluctance to consume it. Just then, as Jiedong executed Liang Ji and Inu Claw once more, his body suddenly froze in place. Behind him, a golden sunbeam flickered quietly, followed closely by a veil of pitch-black moonlight. Jiedong stood there swaying slightly, forcing himself to turn his gaze towards Yin, exclaiming, "I have succeeded." With countless accomplishments behind him, the ultimate dual flames within Jiedong erupted suddenly. Yet the tightly strung cord within his heart had quietly snapped, causing him to topple forward. Yin stepped forward, managing to catch Jiedong's body. She glanced at him, then at the wine glass in her hand, an indescribable emotion flowing from her eyes, gently embracing him. She carefully laid him flat on the ground, behind Yin. The crystalline red lotus flame blossomed once more as the fire elements in the air coalesced into shades of black and gold, enveloping Jiedong's body and nurturing his exceedingly fatigued form. Having completed this, Yin soared into the air, casting a deep glance at Jiedong before tightly gripping the wine glass, transforming into a red shooting star that vanished at the edge of the lava lake. When Jiedong awoke from his stupor, he was astonished to discover that, despite the scorching environment, he felt a refreshing sensation throughout his body. The yin-yang vortex within his chest spun normally, evidently more robust than it had been 9 days prior. During those 9 days of hellish training, he had scarcely had time to focus on his magical state. It seemed that while this extreme method of cultivation could easily lead to collapse, it undoubtedly favored the enhancement of one's power. Rising from the platform, he surveyed his surroundings and found no trace of Yin. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Yin, are you there? You should return. Your companions have gone to the academy to find you. You need not come frequently, but do remember to practice the 2 newly acquired fundamental techniques diligently. Also, be cautious in using the Yin-Yang Divine Lock technique to conceal your true strength." Yin's voice echoed from all directions. Yet Jiedong suddenly sensed something different in her tone. There was an absence of emotional fluctuation, utterly flat. Before Jiedong could utter another word, the red light surged up, wrapping around his body and quietly vanishing into the depths of the earth. Knock, knock, knock. That as soon as Jiedong returned to his room, he heard a hurried knocking. "Boss, are you there? They have already arrived." Jiedong glanced at his less-than-pristine attire and replied helplessly, "I'm here." Opening the door, he was met by Carl and Baisu, who had changed into ordinary clothing. Carl's attire remained simple, while Baisu was dressed more splendidly, albeit still in a straightforward blue, form-fitting outfit without excessive embellishment. "Boss, why did it take so long? Wow, you look all dirty and smell a bit. You haven't bathed in days, have you?" Baisu exclaimed. Looking at Jiedong with wide eyes, Jiedong welcomed them into his room. "Say, I've been training these past few days. Please wait a moment while I tidy up, and then we shall depart." Observing the sky outside, he noted that it was early morning. After a quick bath, he rushed to the cafeteria for some food, packed all the liquor from the cabinet along with a change of clothes into his storage bracelet, and thus completed his preparation. "Boss, you're not planning to wear your school uniform, are you?" Even Carl couldn't help but voice his concern. Jiedong looked at his fire element school uniform and questioned, "What is wrong with it? You both know I was picked up by Principal Yang. Aside from the school uniform, what else can I wear?" Baisu chuckled and replied, "My dad said that one should be low-key. It's best not to let anyone realize we are Yin-Yang Sorcerers. Boss, I figured you'd only have your school uniform, so I prepared this for you. 4 sets of ordinary clothes. all for a gold coin. Pay up. As he spoke, Baisu raised his hand, revealing a ring adorned with a blue gemstone on his index finger. In a flash of blue light, the 4 sets of clothing appear before Jiedong. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Jiedong was aware that Baisu requested money because he understood Jiedong's disposition of not accepting favors lightly. Accepting the garments, he handed over a gold coin. Saying, "Thank you," leaning against the wall, Carl murmured, "Indeed, women's hearts are more meticulous. It seems being effeminate has its advantages. Carl, if you call me effeminate one more time, I'll take you on," Baisu retorted with mock anger. Carl chuckled, "Yes, and strike a delicate pose while you're at it. You should say, 'I'll take you on.'" Watching the two banter, Jiedong felt a wave of warmth. It was wonderful to have brothers by his side. "Let us get moving. We have only 10 days to reach our destination, and time is of the essence." As the 3 stepped out of Lihua Academy, they couldn't help but glance back. For this was the place where they had shared for years of their lives. How could they not feel a bond? Sensing Carl and Baisu's reluctance, Jiedong placed an arm around each of their shoulders, reassuring them, "We will return. By then, we shall be the most formidable Yin-Yang Sorcerers, and Lihua Academy will take pride in us." Exiting Lihua City, the trio boarded a station carriage heading northeast. Their destination was not only the largest central empire on the continent, the Zhongtu Empire, but also the very heart of the continent itself, the capital city known as Zhongyuan City, often referred to as the center point of the continent. The Zhongtu Empire shared borders with the other 4 major empires, sprawling across vast plains, making it the absolute strongest empire on the continent, rich in resources and immense in power, much like the ancient central plains of Jiedong's previous world. However, Jiedong was perplexed. According to the knowledge imparted by Lihua Academy's professors, although there were 5 major empires, wars were seldom waged between them, especially given that the Zhongtu Empire occupied such fertile land. Surrounded as it was by the other 4 empires, it should not have such a tranquil border under normal circumstances. Yet, in reality, the 5 major empires coexisted in relative peace, with very few conflicts. Today, 3 chapters, tomorrow, an explosion. This is a special announcement for the upcoming explosion. This is the second update of the day, with another chapter to come before 8 p.m. Additionally, starting from midnight tonight, Shaoxin Zhou will release 4 consecutive chapters. Having finished dealing with matters at home, how could I not have a little explosion to thank everyone? I also ask everyone to collect and vote generously. The explosion schedule for tomorrow is 1 chapter at midnight, 1 before 8 a.m., 1 at 5 p.m., and 1 at 8 p.m. For those who love this book and haven't collected it yet, please don't forget to do so. Boss, we're almost at the border of our Southern Fire Empire. What shall we do next? My dad really is something. He said riding horses is unsafe. Otherwise, if we had brought a few horses from home, we might have already entered Zhongta Empire by now. Baisu complained somewhat. After 3 full days of traveling by carriage, the trio finally arrived at Xingho City, the border city of the Southern Fire Empire, deciding to rest and regroup here before continuing their journey. The Southern Fire Empire lay at the southernmost part of the 5 Elements continent, bordering the Western Golden Empire, the Zhongtu Empire, and the Eastern Wood Empire. They would have to cross the border from Xingho City on foot. As Jiedong sat on the bed in their room, spreading out a map to study the specific routes, pointing at the map for Carl and Baisu, Jiedong explained, "Look here, Lihua City is located in the west of the Southern Fire Empire. We have taken the shortest route to reach the border, and Xingho City itself is also a border city on the western side of the Southern Fire Empire. From here, we have 2 choices. The first is to head east, circumventing the Fengshuang mountain range that spans the 3 empires of Western Golden, Zhongtu, and Southern Fire, passing through Bingrong City in the middle of the Southern Fire Empire border to enter into Zhongtu Empire. We would then proceed north to arrive at Zhongyuan City. This route is easier to traverse, primarily along main roads, but we would have to travel at least an additional 500 miles. The Fengshuang mountain range is the 2nd largest mountain range on the continent, spanning nearly 1,000 miles laterally if we aim to navigate around it and enter the Zhongta Empire to reach Zhongyuan City within 7 days. Time will certainly be quite tight. The alternative route is to head directly northeast from Xingho City, traversing through the Fengshuang mountain range to enter Zhongtu Empire directly. although the mountain range is long horizontally. It is less than 100 miles in width. This way, we should be able to save a significant amount of time. However, the journey will be much more arduous that if we encounter magical beasts. It could pose a danger. Which route do you think we should take? Carl responded without hesitation, let us just cross over the Fengshuang mountain range. This way, we can at least save 2 days. Moreover, when our teacher, Xiatian, taught us about the geography of the continent, didn't he mention that the Fengshuang mountain range is an area with few magical beasts? They rarely appear, and if they do, they are usually low-level ones that we should be able to handle them. Before consolidating the Yin-Yang crown, teacher Xiatian imparted some fundamental techniques to me. Though they are not particularly powerful, they should sufficiently assist my magical prowess. Baisu scoffed, is that all you can do? Teacher Qiu Tian taught me the same. Although Xiatian had plans to instruct Jiedong as well, neither he nor Qiu Tian knew how to teach him, as none of them had ever encountered a Yin-Yang dual attribute sorcerer. Yang Bing Tian directly dismissed their plans to teach Jiedong magical techniques, stating that Tiangan Academy was the most suitable place for Jiedong's studies. The art of magic cannot be practiced indiscriminately. Should one engage in techniques ill-suited to oneself, it may prove detrimental to one's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiedong felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he possessed a few baseline techniques. Thus, it was settled. They would procure the necessary supplies at dawn and embark on their journey through the Frostwind mountain range. As night fell, he urged his companions to return to their rooms for rest. Jiedong had his own plans. As Carl had mentioned, the likelihood of encountering magical beasts in the Frostwind Mountains was minimal, and being seasoned Yin-Yang sorcerers, they could expedite their passage. Moreover, he had been feeling somewhat disoriented and restless in recent days, so he did not dwell too long on these thoughts. The trio booked 2 rooms at the Inn. Jiedong, citing his discomfort in sharing quarters, opted for a room of his own, while Carl and Baisu shared the other. His intention, of course, was to concoct a drink for the fiery spirit. Although they had been on the road for 3 days, he had not ceased this endeavor, which had persisted for 4 years. After Carl and Baisu retreated to their room, Jiedong immediately retrieved his bartending tool from his storage bracelet. With meticulous care, he crafted a cocktail and called out for the name of the fiery spirit. The heart of the earth lake remained as scorching as ever. Ever since the fiery spirit had created that platform amidst the lava, every time Jiedong initiated teleportation, he would appear directly at the center of the platform. A flicker of crimson light heralded his arrival, yet he found himself too preoccupied to appreciate the rich fire elements surrounding him, as his gaze darted around in search of the fiery spirit. But to no avail. Lian Yin, are you there? He called out loudly, yet received no response. It had been 3 days since he last laid eyes on her, awakening from his stupor without a glimpse of the fiery spirit. In the days that followed, after delivering the cocktails, he would be promptly teleported back to the surface. The fiery spirit had not made an appearance, nor had he heard her voice. Yet, he could feel her presence. If she were absent, how could he complete the teleportation process? But why did Lian Yin not wish to see him? Arriving with hope, Jiedong's heart brimmed with disappointment once more. The cup in his hand broke free and soared deep into the heart of the earth lake, while the crimson lotus light enveloped his body, transporting him back to the inn. Only after Jiedong's figure had completely vanished did the perfect silhouette of Lian Yin slowly materialize upon the massive rock, holding a wine glass and tastefully sipping the exquisite drink within. Her expression bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiedong's, her once bright eyes now flickering with a hint of disorientation, as if lost in contemplation. Shaking her head gently, she murmured to herself, no more overthinking. After all, he is merely human. Regardless of familial bonds or friendships, the prolonged time spent together will inevitably lead to an unendurable attachment. Should anything happen to him in the human realm, I would once again face the depths of anguish. It is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. It would be for the best not to see him, for both our sakes. Jiedong, I am sorry. Gradually, you will forget me that I wish you strength in your cultivation. Back in his hotel room, despite Jiedong's weariness from 3 days of travel, he found himself unable to sleep. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of Lian Yin would surface in his mind. He would rather endure her stern reprimands than live without her presence or voice. in these days. He felt as though his soul had been lost. After 4 continuous years of diligent cultivation, he now found himself lacking motivation. On the following morning, Jiedong and his companions procured a substantial amount of food and water within Xingho City, storing them in Jiedong's and Baisu's storage bracelets and rings. With these treasures in hand, their journey became considerably easier. Upon exiting Xingho City, the trio swiftly took to running, orienting themselves towards the northeast. In truth, there was no need for meticulous navigation. Xingho City was merely 100 miles from the Frostwind mountain range, and in the distance, they could already glimpse the mountains stretching like an endless, slumbering dragon. With the solid foundation laid during their time at the Lihua Academy, the 3 of them swiftly covered 100 miles, pausing only at the foot of the Frostwind Mountains to rest. After a brief meal, they resumed their ascent. While the range was named Frostwind from their current position, there was no sign of wind or frost to be felt. After all, the Southern Fire Empire lay at the southernmost tip of the continent, where temperatures remained relatively high. As for the origin of the mountain's name, Jiedong and his companions were unaware. Regardless of the elemental affinity, the practice of magic invariably serves to purify impurities within the body and enhance physical prowess. As all 3 were bachelor-level Yin-Yang sorcerers who had condensed their Yin-Yang crowns, a short trek posed no challenge. After traversing the initial peaks, they soon entered the heart of the Frostwind Mountains. As the sun gradually ascended from the east to its zenith, Jiedong wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Let us take a moment to rest and have a bite," he suggested. After a morning of travel, they had crossed 3 peaks of less than 1,000 meters. Based on their current pace, they anticipated crossing the Frostwind Mountains within 2 days. Upon entering the Central Empire, they could easily hire a carriage to reach Zhongyuan City within the next 5 days. Finding a relatively flat area, the 3 of them gathered together. Jiedong retrieved some cured meat and flatbread from his storage bracelet, along with 3 water pouches, tossing one each to Baisu and Carl, as fire magic users. They possessed an innate advantage when camping outdoors. Their flames could provide light and warmth, alleviating any concerns about consuming cold food. Jiedong picked up a piece of cured meat, igniting a red flame in his right hand to roast it. In a matter of moments, the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and he proceeded to heat a piece of flatbread, filling the air with its delightful scent. Carl mirrored Jiedong's actions, while Baisu looked around, seemingly at a loss. His flame, known for its corrosive and continuous assault, far surpassed Jiedong's in strength, yet its tenacious fire would render any meat inedible. Observing Baisu's forlorn expression, Jiedong smiled gently and offered him his roasted food. "Here, you eat first, I'll roast another for myself." Baisu's face lit up with joy, gratefully accepting the food and indulging heartily. Carl chuckled, a somewhat sycophantic grin adorning his large frame, appearing rather peculiar. "Boss, shall we fetch some wine to uplift our spirits?" Jiedong replied with mock annoyance, "No drinking at noon. If you do, it won't invigorate you, but rather put you to sleep. Tonight, we'll definitely camp in the mountains, and I'll ensure you have something to ward off the chill." As Jiedong began roasting another portion of food, a faint whiff of something fishy wafted through the air. Jiedong's heightened senses instantly alerted him, and he sprang to his feet. "Be cautious. There may be a situation." Carl and Baisu quickly joined him, Baisu even chewing on a piece of flatbread, his eyes wide with confusion. Could it be a magical beast? Surely, we can't be that unlucky. Jiedong's gaze sharpened as he focused on a direction, slowly raising his right hand. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, and with a resounding poof, a wild surge of crimson flames erupted forth. In an instant, a green figure leaped from the nearby thicket, and the trio exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Indeed, it was a magical beast, albeit only a little over a meter long, with glossy green fur, clearly a small wolf. It bore evident traces of magical energy, baring its teeth and growling at Jiedong and his companions. It was no wonder they laughed. Although their knowledge of magical beasts was limited, it was clear that this creature was an initial stage wood-type magical beast known as the Greenwood Wolf. In the realm of the 5 elements, magical beasts were categorized into 10 ranks, from low to high. In terms of strength, it was akin to the 10 titles of Yin-Yang Sorcerers. The first rank represented initial stage beasts, while the second and third ranks denoted intermediate stage beasts. Fourth to sixth rank beasts were high stage, and the seventh to ninth were termed super stage beasts, often referred to as emperor-level magical beasts. The 10th rank remained a mythical existence. Known as divine beasts, as rare as the highest echelon of 9-crowned special title Yin-Yang Sorcerers. Typically, wolf-type magical beasts inhabit plains or forests, but the greenwood wolf was one that thrived in mountainous areas. The creature before them was evidently an initial stage little one, akin to a sorcerer yet to condense their Yin-Yang crown. Furthermore, as all three were fire-type sorcerers, in the elemental hierarchy, fire countered metal and secondarily wood. With a 3-to-1 advantage, it was no surprise they felt at ease. "Let me handle this," Baisu declared, leaping forward with a grin, approaching the small greenwood wolf and extending the aromatic roasted cured meat towards it. "You want to eat, right? You came over drawn by the scent, didn't you?" The small greenwood wolf clearly could not comprehend what was being said. Observing the cured meat, it twitched its nose and approached. Ready to bite, Baisu swiftly stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewing vigorously while erupting into an unrefined laugh. "If you want to eat, you shan't get any. You think you can scare us? Ha! This little wolf is quite amusing, venturing out for a snack before its fur is fully grown. Come now, dear brother, out of kindness, I shall spare you." As he spoke, Baisu waved his hands, and 2 plumes of blue fire shot up, reaching nearly a meter in height. The little greenwood wolf, startled, let out a pitiful whimper and darted back in the bushes. The Baisu turned back, laughing heartily. "All sorted, such a tiny creature, attempting to rob us, utterly lacking self-awareness." Just as he finished speaking, Baisu suddenly froze, noticing that the smiles on Jiedong and Carl's faces had abruptly stiffened. "Come here," Jiedong shouted, the first to react, charging forward. Baisu instinctively turned to look, only to see that from the very same bushes, a gigantic wolf, measuring 3 meters in length and standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, emerged beside it. The earlier small greenwood wolf was angrily whining at Baisu. What a classic case of joy turning to sorrow. Having bullied the small, they had now attracted the attention of a large. Even a fool would know that the imposing wood wolf behind must be an adult. Terrified, he hastily lunged forward, sprinting towards Jiedong and Carl. Baisu caught only a fleeting glimpse, but Jiedong and Carl clearly saw that this giant wolf was no ordinary adult greenwood wolf. It bore 3 golden stripes in the shape of A on its forehead, unmistakably a greenwood wolf king. Young greenwood wolves were classified as primary magical beasts, while ordinary adult greenwood wolves were second-tier magical beasts, comparable to Jiedong and his companions, who had attained the bachelor level of magical mastery. The greenwood wolf king, as the mightiest of its kind, was a third-tier magical beast, equivalent to a dual-crown mage. Moreover, this classification pertained solely to its magical prowess, excluding its physical capabilities. Faced with the 3-meter-long greenwood wolf king, Jiedong felt an uncanny resemblance to the situation he had faced against Lu Jun. The only consolation was that their fire attributes had a restraining effect on wood attributes. Furthermore, after the grueling training in the 9th heaven, Jiedong had undergone significant transformation compared to his former self. Especially with the assistance of 2 allies, with a low growl, the greenwood wolf king suddenly charged at Baisu. Its massive form stirred a pungent wind, closing the distance in midair. Its right forepaw, glinting menacingly, descended upon Baisu's back. Jiedong's response was instantaneous. As soon as he saw the colossal greenwood wolf king emerge from the bushes, he had already surged forward. As he raced, both red and blue flames erupted simultaneously, with an extraordinary black and white yin-yang crown coalescing above his head. Although he concealed his ultimate dual fire, his magical essence surged forth unabated, fully manifesting at the 13th level. Just as Jiedong's body appeared poised to collide with Baisu, both Baisu and Carl felt a sudden blur in front of them, as if Jiedong's form had become ethereal. Trailing a faint afterimage, he swiftly crouched, seamlessly positioning himself behind Baisu. From Carl's vantage point, it appeared as though Jiedong had passed right through Baisu. The moment Jiedong darted past Baisu, the greenwood wolf king had already leapt into the air above him, its claws descending in an instant. The dual-colored flames transformed into a blazing red, merging into Jiedong's body. His right fist ignited in fiery crimson, unleashing a ferocious eruption as he redirected his momentum from a forward charge into a powerful downward strike aimed at the Greenwood Wolf King's right foreleg. Jiedong's earlier evasive maneuver had been executed with such swiftness that neither Bai Su nor Carl had fully grasped it. Nor had the Greenwood Wolf King, the hellish Nine Suns technique, honed through countless repetitions, unleashed its true might. With a resounding boom, Jiedong's right fist struck true, an explosion of blinding red flames engulfing the wolf's right foreleg. The entire body of the Greenwood Wolf King momentarily halted in mid-air from the impact. Once engaged in combat, Jiedong seemed to transform entirely. The skills he had diligently practiced manifested in that moment. Stepping forward with his right heel, his left hand, imbued with blue flames, struck against the Greenwood Wolf King's left foreleg, as the blue flames clashed with the fierce red flames of the blazing sun. Another thunderous roar erupted, a mixture of red and blue flames igniting into a miniature fire tornado, forcefully pushing the Greenwood Wolf King backward. By now, Bai Su had joined forces with a rapidly advancing Carl, and both witnessed this astonishing spectacle, exclaiming in unison, a solo combination technique. Yet Jiedong's actions were not yet complete, with the upper body of the Greenwood Wolf King thrown back by his assault. A glaring opening appeared. Jiedong propelled himself forward like a cannonball, targeting the exposed abdomen of the Greenwood Wolf King, but instead colliding heavily with the charred right foreleg that had been struck by the combined techniques of the Blazing Sun and Dark Moon Claw. Once more, the blinding red flames erupted, and amidst the ensuing deafening roar, the Greenwood Wolf King let out a mournful cry, its 3-meter-long form sent hurtling backward, the mixed red and blue flames trailing from its right foreleg to its shoulder, leaving behind a charred expanse. A series of combination techniques. Bai Su and Carl, who had initially intended to assist, were left utterly astonished. Although they had trained at the Fire Academy for 4 years, they possessed little actual combat experience and had only recently learned a few fundamental techniques. Witnessing Jiedong's fluid movements and terrifying explosive power, they could hardly believe their eyes. Panting, Jiedong retreated, while the Greenwood Wolf King tumbled on the ground, rolling back 5 or 6 meters before emitting another mournful cry. Its right foreleg was completely raised, refusing to touch the ground, clearly having sustained grave injuries. Jiedong, having lived 2 lives despite his limited combat experience, understood the wisdom of crippling a foe's strength rather than attempting to defeat them entirely. The true combat prowess of the Greenwood Wolf King was likely not far inferior to that of Lu Jun, its attributes merely countered by Jiedong's flames. The only possible shortcoming compared to Lu Jun was its intelligence. It appeared as though Jiedong had effortlessly repelled the Greenwood Wolf King. But in that fleeting moment, he had exerted himself to the utmost, employing 4 fundamental techniques in rapid succession to achieve such an effect, in addition to the Blazing Sun and Dark Moon Claw. His earlier maneuver passed by Su was also a magical technique, derived from the Dark Flame Demon King's foundational skill, Dark Moon Dance, a method for short-range evasion. The final thrust was a continuation of the Blazing Sun technique, known as Blazing Sun Collapse. First, he had disoriented the Greenwood Wolf King with Dark Moon Dance, followed by 3 successive offensive magical techniques in the sequence of Red Fire, Blue Fire, and Red Fire again, culminating in the effect of 2 combination techniques. Even with its immense physique, the Greenwood Wolf King could not endure such concentrated assaults. For at least a short time, its right foreleg was undoubtedly rendered useless. A Greenwood Wolf King with a missing leg would indeed be far easier to contend with. The second update is here. Please support Xiao San with your subscriptions and recommendations. Thank you. Today, we will have 4 updates in total, with 2 more coming this evening. Of course, if Jiedong had unleashed his ultimate dual fire, the results would have been even more terrifying. However, for Jiedong at this moment, utilizing the ultimate dual fire had considerable drawbacks, primarily due to its excessive consumption of magical power. The terrifying fire attribute requires a substantial magical reserve as its foundation. In simpler terms, if he would use ordinary red fire to execute the Blazing Sun technique, Jiedong could perform it over 15 times without exhausting his magical energy. However, Should he use the sacred fire of the red midday sun, he would need to rest and recuperate after merely 5 uses. In a full-blown eruption of the ultimate dual fire, he could only employ those 4 fundamental techniques once. Therefore, in the presence of his companion's assistance, opting not to use the ultimate dual fire was indeed a wise choice. Jiedong was also aware that his ability to repel the Greenwood Wolf King was largely due to the element of surprise. Although Dark Moon Dance lacked offensive capabilities, as had been the case when he faced Lu Jun's shield, it had caught the Greenwood Wolf King off guard. Isu and Carl approached Jiedong from either side, their expressions filled with astonishment. Only now did they realize the formidable combat power possessed by Jiedong, who wielded the dual fire of Yin and Yang. However, this was not the time for inquiries. All 3 of them simultaneously elevated their magical energy to its peak, forming a triangular formation with Jiedong at the forefront. Facing the Greenwood Wolf King, a gentle azure light radiated from the Greenwood Wolf King, spreading across the ground. Simultaneously, its right foreleg was enveloped in the same azure glow, glaring fiercely at Jiedong and his companions. Yet it refrained from launching another attack. Its charred right foreleg continued to twitch uncontrollably. Carl spoke in a low voice. "It's healing. Both wood and water elements possess healing magical techniques. Boss, what should we do?" Suddenly, Jiedong felt a stirring in his heart and shouted, "Be careful! Flames are about to erupt." As soon as he finished speaking, thick vines suddenly broke through the ground, sweeping towards the 3 individuals. Clearly, it was the Qingmu Wolf King utilizing its own magical powers to unleash a spell, intending to subdue the trio. Jiedong, while issuing a warning, had already half-knelt on the ground, unleashing a fist engulfed in blazing fire that struck the earth with tremendous force. The advancing vines were instantly shattered and scattered into fragments. Carl responded swiftly, a brilliant red flame erupting from within him as he spread his arms wide, spinning in place. Although he could not concentrate his magical energy to shatter the vines like Jiedong, he still managed to send a considerable number of them flying, preventing them from ensnaring his body. At this moment, the distinction between the fire attributes of Bing and Ding became apparent. Bing Fire was explosive, while Ding Fire exhibited persistence. Although Baisu reacted promptly, his body was still ensnared by the vines. The blue Ding Fire rapidly spread across the vines, corroding and burning them. It could not break free from the entanglement in that critical moment. Carl, having shaken off the attacking vines, seized a vine ablaze with blue fire that was wrapped around Baisu, and as the 2 fire attributes collided, a violent explosion ensued, forcefully severing the assault, entangling Baisu's body. This exemplified the inherent advantage of attributes. Had the 3 been facing not the Qingmu wolf, but rather a water or earth-type magical beast that countered fire attributes, they would undoubtedly have found it far more challenging to cope with the powerful magical attacks. Jiedong flashed forward once more, charging towards the Qingmu Wolf King. With the wolf injured and needing to expend a significant amount of magical energy for healing, it was exceedingly difficult for it to deal damage to the 3 fire attribute magicians. Thus, he was not concerned about Carl and Baisu suffering any harm at this moment. With one of its forelegs incapacitated, the wolf's mobility was severely hindered. It must not be allowed to heal its right foreleg, or it would become a formidable opponent. As Jiedong lunged again, the Qingmu Wolf King appeared somewhat flustered. With a fierce snarl, its azure fur bristled as it unleashed dozens of sharp, blue-tipped hairs, aiming directly at Jiedong. The loss of mobility in its right foreleg had drastically diminished its physical attacking power, making magical attacks its best option. The azure hairs transformed into piercing wooden spikes in midair, hurtling towards Jiedong in a wide arc. This was the Qingmu Wolf's specialty in area attacks. Currently, Jiedong possessed 4 foundational techniques, yet they all had a limitation. They could only be employed in close combat and not at range. This was not due to any inherent flaws in the techniques of the 2 great monarchs, but rather because his magical energy was insufficient. The external magical techniques required significantly more energy than he currently possessed. It would not be until he reached the 2-crown level that he might be able to cultivate such powers. Thus, this mid-range area attack technique posed a considerable challenge to him. However, Jiedong's training in the Hell of 9 Suns beneath the Earth's core was not in vain. The flame would never engage in futile endeavors in comparison to the powerful Liang burst. The flame hoped that Jiedong would harness the second foundational technique, the Dark Moon Dance, from the Dark Flame Demon King. In an instant, the blue Ding fire enveloped his entire being, and under the influence of the Dark Moon Dance, Jiedong felt his consciousness sharpen in response to the stimulation of the Ding fire, allowing him to discern the trajectory of each azure spike flying towards him. This was, of course, due to the fact that the Qingmu Wolf King was still a mid-level magical beast, and its attack power was limited. Nevertheless, for Jiedong, who stood at the 13th rank, to achieve this was no small feat. The blue Ding fire coalesced around him, approximately 3 inches from his body, as he charged headlong into the oncoming azure spikes. Suddenly, his entire form flickered rapidly within a minuscule range. Due to his astounding speed, a phantom trail followed behind him. Most of the azure spikes struck the air, with only a few grazing his form. Yet they were deflected by the peculiar Ding fire surrounding him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the perspective of the Qingmu Wolf King, it appeared as if Jiedong had effortlessly traversed through the spikes it had unleashed, vanishing and reappearing right before it. Had Jiedong employed the Dark Moon Dance with the Ding Si Mingyin fire, those inconspicuous wooden spikes would have been reduced to ashes, even using Ding fire. He sustained no harm at this moment. With Jiedong advancing, the Qingmu Wolf King had no time to attack Carl and Baisu trailing behind. The two, exchanging glances, swiftly turned their bodies sideways, raising their right hands to create a semicircular motion in the air before simultaneously thrusting them forward. A red and a blue flame, two contrasting attributes, suddenly coalesced in mid-air, intertwining before hurtling towards the Qingmu Wolf King. After unleashing the strike, both Carl and Baisu appeared somewhat pale. The speed of the fireballs was undoubtedly much swifter than Jiedong's advance. As he closed in on the Qingmu Wolf King, just 2 meters away, the dual-colored fireballs were already upon in desperation. The Qingmu Wolf King let out a ferocious roar, unleashing a burst of green light from its mouth. Transforming into a wooden shield that shielded its front, a deafening explosion ensued as the wooden shield shattered under the impact. However, the energy of the 2-color fireballs had been expended, and the green, blue, and red lights erupted simultaneously, causing a violent surge of magical energy that momentarily caused Jiedong to falter. It was important to note that while Carl and Baisu were single-attribute magicians, their combined strength far surpassed Jiedong's individual power. This synergy allowed them to utilize external magical techniques in a cooperative manner. Furthermore, the Qingmu Wolf King had already expended considerable magical energy and needed to heal itself, meaning its wooden shield was not in peak condition. Consequently, it was overwhelmed by this formidable frontal magical attack. How could Jiedong let such an opportunity slip away? The Liang burst reemerged, and the powerful strike instantly absorbed all flame surrounding him. The Yin-Yang crown atop his head, transforming completely to white. This was the lesson imparted by the flame. When executing a magical technique of a particular attribute, one must channel their magical energy through the Yin-Yang vortex and convert it entirely into that attribute to unleash maximum offensive power. While Jiedong's current strength was insufficient to fully control the Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire, wielding Bing fire posed no such issue. The Divine Lock Yin-Yang method inherently provided excellent control over magical energy, further augmented by the magical techniques inherited from the Flame Monarch, which greatly facilitated energy manipulation. In an unexpected maneuver, the Qingmu Wolf King did not raise its paw to counter Jiedong's attack. Instead, it suddenly lowered its head, ramming its head adorned with 3 golden stripes towards Jiedong. There was no need for it to use its paw to block. Jiedong understood this, as one paw was already heavily injured. If it used the other paw to counter Jiedong's strike, it would be unable to maintain its balance. However, Jiedong found it peculiar that the wolf would choose to absorb the blow with its head. Yet, as his Liang burst struck the Qingmu Wolf King's head, he immediately comprehended the rationale that, in a tremendous clash, it was Jiedong who was sent flying this time. He felt as though his right fist had collided with an immovable granite boulder, causing his fingers to throb with pain and the powerful recoil to send him hurtling backward. The wolf's head, being its most resilient part, was precisely why it had opted to absorb Jiedong's magical technique with its head. Nevertheless, the Qingmu Wolf King had underestimated the potency of the Liang burst. Being struck by Jiedong's punch was no small feat. The Liang burst instantaneously mobilized all of his Bing Fire attribute magical energy, compressing it from every part of his body into his right fist for release. Although Jiedong's current magical energy was insufficient to externalize this technique, the explosive force and heat generated by the Liang burst were astonishingly powerful. Compounded by the elemental conflict and the temporary depletion of the Qingmu Wolf King's magical energy. While Jiedong's fist failed to inflict any physical damage, the explosive Bing Fire energy surged forth without restraint. A charred fist imprint appeared on the Qingmu Wolf King's forehead. It opened its mouth wide, exhaling a torrent of heated air. It growled, leaping swiftly to the side of the small Qingmu wolf, seizing it in its jaws before turning to dart into the underbrush. Carl and Baisu rushed forward, intent on pursuing, but Jiedong, wincing from the pain in his fist, restrained them to do not follow. Never chase a cornered foe. Do not venture into their territory. This is their domain. Moreover, the Qingmu Wolf King may possess desperate skills. Should we provoke it further, we would surely regret it. Baisu, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, "It seems our strength is still far from sufficient. This mere third-tier magical beast has left us in disarray that if it weren't for your timely response, Chief, we would have suffered greatly." Carl shot Baisu an exasperated glare. "Who told you to toy with that little wolf? Did you really think the elder wouldn't come to protect it?" Baisu feigned innocence, replying, "How can this be blamed on me? The cunning Qingmu Wolf King is indeed elusive. When confronted, it not only fights back, but also flees. Should we manage to slay it, we might just procure a wood-type crystal core." Jiedong expressed his surprise, inquiring, "A crystal core? Do you mean a crystal crown?" Baisu replied, "Certainly not as we lack combat prowess. The Academy has not imparted such knowledge to us. I learned about it from my father. Why hunting magical beasts, one has the chance to obtain their crystal cores, which correspond to the attributes of the beasts themselves. I am unfamiliar with the crystal crown you mentioned, but crystal cores are indeed valuable. A core of any attribute can replenish its respective magical energy. To be precise, if I were to possess a second-tier magical beast crystal core, it would be tantamount to doubling my magical power. While the strength of my magical techniques would remain unchanged, my endurance in battle would significantly improve. However, it must be a core of the Ding Fire attribute. Yours must be of the Bing Fire type. Jiedong realized. So, it functions as a means to replenish magical energy. With such a core, we need not worry about depleting our magic, correct? Baisu shook his head, stating, "Not quite. The magical energy within a crystal core is finite. The cores of Tier 3 and below magical beasts are one-time use only. Once the magic is fully extracted, the core becomes useless and cannot be replenished. Only the cores of Tier 4 to 6 advanced magical beasts can be recharged by the Magic Master, and they may even recover some magical energy over time, though the speed of recovery depends on the core's inherent attributes. However, those cores are exorbitantly priced. Merely dreaming of them is futile. Even for a Tier 4 beast, Teacher Xiatian might struggle to handle it. The difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 beasts is akin to the chasm that separates us 3rd Crown and 4th Crown Magic Masters. It's a vast divide. Indeed, it is quite an accomplishment that we managed to drive away a Tier 3 beast today." Carl slung an arm around Jiedong's shoulder, exclaiming, "Boss, confess. Who taught you those magical techniques? Baisu and I were ready to astonish you. But you surprised us instead. That was a single-person combination technique, and a continuous combination technique at that. Had it not been for your devastating combo that crippled the Qingmu Wolf King's right foreleg, we might not have made out today." Baisu added, "Exactly. I've been training magical techniques with Carl for the past 2 months, and it took us a solid 2 months to finally master that Bing Ding fireball. Combination techniques are incredibly difficult to coordinate. We initially planned to make a splash at Tiangong Academy, but it seems you surpassed us by effortlessly executing a combination technique on your own." Baisu was correct. While combination techniques are significantly more powerful than ordinary magical techniques, they require at least 2 magic masters to perform, making successful execution quite challenging. Perfect coordination is essential, as each individual's method of releasing magic varies. Without rigorous practice, achieving flawless synergy is nearly impossible. Jiedong chuckled and said, "Do you believe me if I claim I taught myself? If you wish, I can share it with you." Carl shook his head, replying, "No need, boss. Your magical technique evidently suits only you. It requires dual attribute coordination, and if we were to learn it, it would likely be awkward. It's better to practice our own techniques. Teacher Xiaotian has said that the best magical technique is the one that suits you best. However, you could certainly give that combination technique we just used a try. You possess both attributes, and you might be able to grasp it immediately. Having an additional ranged attack skill would be beneficial." Teacher Xiaotian mentioned that if we perfected the Bing Ding Fireball, it could qualify as a hit-level technique. Although it is a low-level hit technique, it is still rare for us bachelor-level magic masters. Recalling the earlier moment when the Bing Ding Fireball had shattered the Qingmu shield, Jiedong felt a surge of excitement that if he could acquire a ranged attack magical technique, his strength would undoubtedly increase. He would not hesitate to seek their guidance. The Bing Ding Fireball was not particularly complex, being composed of two foundational techniques. As Jiedong began practicing, he quickly realized that both foundational techniques were quite simple, far easier than the Solar Devour and Lunar Claw. Both techniques involve condensing magical energy for an attack, but the Bing Ding Fireball merely draws magic directly from one's Yin crown or Yang crown, concentrating it into a sphere by sweeping the arm in a semicircular motion before releasing it. By combining the two fireballs and using an additional surge of magic for propulsion, the entire process is completed. This is significantly less complicated than the Solar Devour and Lunar Claw, which require an instantaneous gathering of magic from every part of the body and involve numerous techniques during release. Standing beneath the tree, Jiedong simultaneously traced semicircles with both hands on either side of his body before gathering them at his chest. The dual flames of Bing and Ding visibly coalesced into a sphere in his palms, Ding fire in his left hand and Bing fire in his right, before he thrust them forward. The two luminous orbs soared into the air, transforming into a Bing Ding fireball slightly smaller than the one by Sue and Carl had previously conjured, and hurtled towards a nearby sapling. With a thunderous impact, it struck the tree, igniting a spectacular display of fire, splintering the sapling and sending flames erupting in all directions. Carl and Baisu stared in astonishment at Jiedong, who had just executed the technique for the first time. Exchanging bewildered glances, that Jiedong turned to them and asked, "Did I perform it correctly? Was there anything amiss?" Baisu patted Jiedong's shoulder, exclaiming, "Boss, I'm feeling quite shaken." With that, he let out a long sigh, his face a mask of disbelief. Carl chuckled wryly, saying, "Boss, it took Baisu and me a whole month of practice to barely manage to cast that technique. And another month to ensure we wouldn't blow ourselves up in the process. We've been burned countless times. Yet you succeeded effortlessly on your first attempt." "I'm equally shaken," Jiedong laughed. "Perhaps this is an advantage of having dual attributes. However, in terms of power, it pales in comparison to what you both achieved together. I am using dual attribute magic alone, and naturally, there are no complications in my coordination. My method of channeling magic remains consistent. Therefore, executing a combination technique is simpler for me. While my Bing Ding Fireball may lack the potency of your combined efforts, let us not forget that I am alone. Having trained in the challenging foundational techniques of Solar Devour and Lunar Claw undoubtedly makes casting this Bing Ding Fireball a breeze. This ranged attack magical technique, while impressive, consumes a considerable amount of magical energy. With this single cast, I have expended a third of my magic that, if I were to use the extreme dual fire, I would likely only have the strength for a single strike." From his magical technique, Jiedong became even more resolute in his determination to diligently cultivate the two royal skills. The Bing Ding Fireball would merely serve as a supplement to his strength. The appearance of the Qingmu Wolf King had rendered the trio vigilant, and they dared not linger any longer, pressing onward into the deeper recesses of the Frostwind Mountains. Even if the magical beasts here were not particularly formidable, danger lurked at every turn. Should an adult Qingmu wolf appear today, their escape would be far from assured. However, their assessment proved correct. The presence of magical beasts in the Frostwind Mountains was indeed scarce. Especially after they traversed several modest peaks, they encountered not a single magical beast, nor even ordinary wildlife. As the sky gradually darkened, and the sun silently descended beyond the distant mountains, taking with it the light that had persisted throughout the day, Jiedong studied the map while pointing ahead. declaring, "Look, that mountain is the highest peak of the Frostwind Mountains. As long as we cross over it tomorrow, we will have only a short distance left to travel, though we should be able to exit the mountain range before nightfall." The mountain Jiedong indicated stood nearly 3,000 meters high. In a lingering glow of the setting sun, the summit was faintly visible, blanketed in pristine white. Such a sight is rare in the southern continent. However, only the peak bore this snowy mantle. Gazing at the sunset and the snow-capped peak while inhaling the fresh, invigorating air of the mountains, Jiedong felt his previously low spirits lift somewhat. He silently hoped, "Yin-Yang, I hope to see you tonight." Baisu plopped down against a large tree, exclaiming, "Boss, I don't want to move a muscle right now that I'm utterly exhausted." Carl fared somewhat better than Baisu. Turning to Jiedong to ask, "Boss, should we start a fire?" Jiedong contemplated before responding, "Yes, we not only need a fire, but a large bonfire. Beasts inherently fear flames. Even if magical beasts are present in this mountain, they would likely be of the wood or earth attribute that a massive bonfire would serve as a deterrent to lower-tier magical beasts. After we eat, you should rest first, and I will keep watch. Later in the night, you can take turns that we must remain cautious in the mountains. Encountering a magical beast is no trivial matter." Jiedong's hopes were not realized. After finishing dinner, he quietly returned to the heart of the Earth Lake under the pretense of detoxification, hoping to see Yin-Yang before Carl and Baisu settled down to rest. Yet, he still found no trace of her, and thus quickly concocted a cocktail before hurrying back as the evening settled. The cheerful mood dissipated entirely. Carl and Baisu had nestled into the tent they had erected, while Jiedong found himself unable to sleep, his gaze fixated on the fervent bonfire before him. Yet his mind was haunted by the flickering shadows of flames that a profound longing gnawed at his heart, intensifying with each passing day spent away from Yin, revealing the latter's significance within him, an essence that transcended mere words. Perhaps it was the fire that imparted a sense of tranquility. That night passed peacefully as Baisu and Carl took turns standing guard. Until the dawn broke, they encountered no wild beasts, let alone any magical creatures. After a simple meal, the trio devoted half an hour to cultivating their energies, striving to achieve their optimal states before embarking once more on their journey. For ordinary individuals, camping outdoors might easily lead to fatigue. However, these three were sorcerers, brimming with youthful vigor. Even Baisu, who had complained of exhaustion the previous night, awoke in high spirits. As they set off again, crossing a ravine, they entered the realm of the Frostwind Mountain Range's highest peak. Although no paths were visible, the flora grew abundantly, assisting them in their ascent. Soon, they climbed past the midpoint of the mountain. However, upon reaching this point, their pace noticeably slowed. The higher they ascended, the steeper the terrain became. To avert unnecessary danger, Jiedong retrieved a rope from his storage bracelet, tethering himself to Carl and Baisu, transforming them into a trio akin to grasshoppers on a single string. That Jiedong's reasoning was sound. As sorcerers, their physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary folk. Should one of them slip, the others would undoubtedly possess the strength to catch him, thus greatly enhancing their safety. Finally, as the fiery sun rose to its zenith, the trio entered the snow-covered expanse of the main peak. The temperature dropped significantly, and the occasional mountain breeze brought a biting chill. Carl and Baisu, having always lived in the Southern Fire Empire, found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to such cold. That Jiedong, having lived 2 lives, instructed them to don their outer garments and utilize their fire elemental magic for warmth, thus shielding them from the cold's grasp. Here, Jiedong noticed that the fire elements had become noticeably sparser than below. In his perceptive mind, the red and blue luminescent points were scarce, seeing that they were less than 200 meters from the summit. The trio sought a relatively flat area to rest momentarily. Baisu exhaled, relieved to be nearing the peak. Remarking on the mountain's difficulty, Jiedong replied, "I misjudged. It seems we shall struggle to exit the Frostwind Mountain Range before sunset today." Carl countered, "Surely the descent will be much quicker. If we hurry, we should be fine." Jiedong shook his head. "Such steep terrain will make descending no easier. It may indeed prove more challenging. Not let your guard down. We must exercise utmost caution. Let's check our ropes once more." Jiedong's wisdom increasingly earned the respect of Carl and Baisu. during this journey and throughout their camping experience from yesterday until now. The two youths, barely 15, naturally looked up to Jiedong for guidance in both strength and wilderness survival. In this desolate place, devoid of any cover, they harbored no fear of magical beasts, and thus closed their eyes, entering a meditative state to restore their magical and physical energies. Under Jiedong's insistence, this period of recuperation lasted a full half-hour before they resumed their journey. With renewed vigor, they scaled the final 200 meters. Reaching the peak of the Frostwind mountain range, the summit was vast and flat, spanning over 1,000 square meters, and the surrounding landscape was adorned with undulating peaks, evoking a sense of triumph akin to standing atop the world. "Ha ha! We've reached the summit!" Baisu exclaimed, unable to contain his youthful exuberance, his voice echoing through the mountains. Carl, too, joined in the revelry, imitating Baisu's jubilant shout. Baisu's voice was sharp and piercing, while Carl's was deep and resonant. Their cries harmonized like their intrinsic attributes, reverberating throughout the mountain range. Jiedong seated himself upon a protruding rock, recognizing that they would not descend the Frostwind mountain range that night, and with the sun still high in the sky. There was no rush to leave. He allowed them to revel in their triumph, confident that the snow atop the peak was merely a thin layer, posing no risk of avalanches. Meanwhile, his own mental age had long surpassed that of a carefree youth. So he simply sat, sipping water, gazing at the distant mountains, and thinking of Lai Wai. And as Carl and Baisu continued their spirited shouting, Baisu's voice pierced the air while Carl's resonated deeply, as if the very essence of the Frostwind mountain range echoed their jubilations. They shouted until their voices grew hoarse, then lay back upon the solid snow, gazing skyward. "What a release!" they exclaimed in unison, the exhilarating sensation even enhancing their magical flow. Carl remarked, "I feel close to breaking through to level 12. After acquiring the Yin-Yang crown, my cultivation speed has indeed increased. They say one encounters the second bottleneck upon condensing the 3 crowns. Thereafter, the speed of cultivation will slow due to the significant magical disparities between levels." Baisu rolled over, grinning. "I feel my magic is on the verge of a breakthrough as well. I will not lag behind you. Once we both attain the 3-crown strength, we shall traverse the world together." "How about it, boss?" Jiedong smiled slightly. "Who can predict what the future holds? Let's first strive to achieve the 3 crowns. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interrupted their light-hearted conversation. The 3 paused, startled, as Carl turned and quickly rose from the ground. "Boss, Baisu, did you hear that sound?" Baisu replied, astonished. "I thought I was mistaken." "What is that noise?" The sound continued, growing louder and more frequent. Carl and Baisu exchanged worried glances. "What is happening?" Jiedong, puzzled, stated, "It cannot be an avalanche. Avalanches do not produce such sounds, and we are already at the summit." The eerie noise persisted, sounding like a death knell, tightening the strings of anxiety in their hearts. Baisu urged, "What should we do now?" "We must descend quickly." "No," Jiedong replied firmly. "This noise seems to be that of cracking ice. If we hastily descend now, we may encounter an avalanche, leaving us with no chance to escape. Stay still and observe. Secure the rope tightly." They had previously unfastened their ropes when reaching the summit, and now hurriedly reattached them around their waists. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the 3 were struck with terror as they beheld a corner of the summit abruptly fracture. A massive section, spanning dozens of square meters, plummeted down the 3,000-meter-high mountain, detached from the summit without warning. Heavens! Thank goodness we did not rush to descend. The deafening roar reverberated, showcasing nature's formidable power. Faced with such grandeur, the trio felt insignificantly small. As the cracking sound ceased, their hearts, which had momentarily lodged in their throats, gradually settled back into their chests. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared trepidation, before they could speak again. An even more terrifying rumble erupted, and Jiedong, along with the others, felt the ground beneath them give way, their bodies rapidly losing weight as they slid downwards in their instinctive attempt to avoid the danger. They had positioned themselves at the center of the summit, yet unexpectedly, a massive fissure opened beneath them. As if the entire peak had been cleaved in 2, the 3 brothers were abruptly swallowed by the chasm. "Do not panic. Release your magic." Jiedong let out a furious roar, abruptly tugging at the ropes binding him, assisting by Su and Carl in stabilizing their bodies. Peering down, he discerned that their descent appeared to be rather shallow. Perhaps only a few dozen meters. He could vaguely see light reflecting below, suggesting a potential landing spot. In such dire circumstances, he could no longer afford to conceal his true prowess. The ultimate dual flames erupted instantaneously. With golden and black fire surging forth, he circled his hands at his sides, the blinding golden blaze and the ominous black flames swiftly reaching their zenith before converging at his chest. The ultimate dual-fire version of the Bing-Ding fireball was launched downward with a thunderous roar. In contrast to Jiedong's swift reaction, Carl and Baisu were considerably slower, unlike Jiedong, who had lived 2 lives and was abruptly thrust into chaos. They were engulfed in terror. Under Jiedong's urging, they could barely muster their magical energy to unleash their respective Yin-Yang crowns. However, achieving a coordinated attack akin to Jiedong's was utterly beyond their capabilities. Especially since their Bing-Ding fireball required their cooperation, it was nearly impossible to synchronize their efforts during their plummet. Indeed, Jiedong's judgment proved correct. Shortly after the Bing-Ding fireball was unleashed, a deafening explosion resonated from below. A dense surge of fire elements ascended, creating a powerful gust that momentarily lifted Jiedong and the others, significantly slowing their descent. The distance of several dozen meters was traversed in an instant. Jiedong's body rotated mid-air, converting all remaining magical energy into the Bing Wu Yuan Yang sacred fire. Delivering a fierce punch downward, Jiedong executed this series of actions, especially with the rebound energy from the ultimate Bing-Ding fireball mitigating their fall. Carl and Baisu finally managed to react, channeling their magical energy with all their might towards the ground below. The resonating thunder and exploding fire elements echoed and ascended within the crevice of the icy peak. This moment, the potency of their magical techniques was laid bare. Despite Jiedong's right arm feeling as though it would shatter from pain, he successfully dissipated most of the recoil through the ultimate dual fireball and the blazing sun punch, rolling upon impact with the ground. Although his clothing was torn by the uneven surface and his skin scraped, he ultimately sustained only minor injuries. Carl and Baisu fared far worse. The force they managed to counteract with their magical energy was insufficient, causing them to crash to the ground and lose consciousness. Jiedong's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, every bone in his body protesting with aching soreness, still reeling from the sudden upheaval. He struggled to rise and hurried to Carl and Baisu's sides. Drawing from his past life experience, he refrained from directly shaking them awake, instead checking for their breaths and listening for heartbeats. Confirming that they were not gravely harmed, he recognized their fortune in not having landed head first. They were merely temporarily stunned. Jiedong quickly removed his outer garment, draping it over his companions to keep them warm. At this point, his magical energy was nearly depleted, rendering him unable to conjure a fire for warmth. On this icy peak, their fire attribute magic was undoubtedly severely constrained. Once these tasks were completed, Jiedong began to survey his surroundings, raising his gaze to the bright sky. However, the height from their current position to the summit was at least 50 meters, with the ice walls on either side being completely vertical, even slightly overhanging, and as smooth as a mirror. A chilling breeze swept through, easily instilling a sense of despair in this desolate place. Fortunately, despite his magical energy being nearly exhausted, Jiedong possessed the ultimate dual flames, making it no easy feat for the cold to invade his body. Suddenly, as Jiedong pondered how to escape, the sinister voice akin to a demon resonated once more, plunging his heart into icy depths. At that moment, the 3 of them were ensconced within the fissure of the icy peak. Should the ice walls collapse again, their chances of survival would be non-existent. Just then, Jiedong spotted 2 enormous blue lights illuminating the darkness at the end of the crevice. The brilliant glow, akin to giant lanterns, intensified with the sound of cracking ice. A voice, chilling and filled with malice, echoed throughout the fissure. "Wretched humans, have you awakened me from my 1,000-year slumber? You shall pay the price for this transgression." "What is that?" Jiedong's heart tightened as, at that moment, an unparalleled and violent roar replaced the cracking sounds erupting from the depths of the crevice. What is that? Jiedong's eyes widened as he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if it were a tangible force, pushing him backward until he found himself beside his companions. The oppressive aura radiated a profound sense of fear, accompanied by an icy chill that enveloped his hair, eyebrows, and tattered clothing, instantly coating them with frost. Even with his ultimate dual flames, Jiedong could not help but shudder. The only thing Jiedong could do was brace himself in front of his companions, refusing to retreat any further. After all, he had previously experienced the pressure emanating from flames, and his body's resistance was quite formidable. The sensation from the flames was one of scorching royal authority, while the frigid aura before him felt as if it originated from the depths of a hellish abyss. Jiedong watched in disbelief as the two colossal blue lights, resembling enormous lanterns, began to move. Amidst the cacophony, a whirlwind of icy debris surged forth from the deepest part of the crevice, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The intense pressure, mingled with the icy currents, swept toward him. Instinctively, Jiedong raised his arms to shield his face, bracing himself for the possibility that his body might shatter under this extreme chill. However, as long as he drew breath, he would not allow his brothers behind him to be engulfed by this frigid torrent. At that moment, Jiedong suddenly felt a warmth radiating from his hands. Instinctively, he loosened his fists, allowing the blazing sun in his right palm and the black moon in his left to emit a subtle glow, as if stimulated by an external force. Despite the formidable cold rushing toward him, it could no longer breach his defenses. The frost adorning the tips of his hair, eyebrows, and clothing melted away. Vaguely, he perceived two ethereal, translucent shadows manifesting behind him. Though the figures were exceedingly hazy, they were undeniably real. One a pale gold, and the other a soft gray, both crowned figures standing resolutely at his sides, repelling the encroaching chill. A soft gasp escaped from the depths of the fissure, and the spiraling icy vortex abruptly halted. "What is this?" Jiedong exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the two radiant imprints on his hands. Although he sensed no colossal magical energy, he felt two distinct, inviolable, and immensely proud spiritual presences as he absorbed their commanding essence. Jiedong instinctively straightened his posture, indeed beneath the cold stimulus opposite to his fiery essence. The magical imprints of the two sovereigns hidden within Jiedong's palms were awakened. Water extinguishes fire, and ice is undoubtedly a manifestation of water. As the pinnacle of fire, the imprints of the two sovereigns not only contained the memory of their abilities, but also embodied their regal pride. In that fleeting moment, Jiedong felt the essence of the ultimate dual flames stirring around his previously exhausted Yin-Yang crown, pulsing with renewed vigor. The wills of the two sovereigns seemed to intertwine with his own. Despite facing the unknown peril, Jiedong experienced a unique sensation at that moment. His consciousness ascended to an unprecedented height. Merging with the wills of the two sovereigns, he envisioned the grandeur of their dominion over the underworld, and felt their regal, imposing presence. The fear that had once gripped his heart evaporated in an instant, and his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. That a tempest of emotions surged within Jiedong. Rage, wildness, and the wrath of an affronted authority, all erupting from the depths of his being. The dual-colored Yin-Yang crown, adorned with golden and black stars, began to coalesce above his head once more. The years of arduous cultivation under the Hellfire Nine Suns, combined with the potent influence of his elevated spirit, underwent a remarkable transformation. Though the fire elements in the air were exceedingly sparse, they still flocked toward his form, which now resembled the very center of the world's flame. The crown stars upon his Yin-Yang crown swiftly multiplied from 1 to 2, propelling Jiedong's prowess to the rank of a level 14 scholar. In that moment, despite his strength still being meager. However, his spirit was imbued with the dignity of a formidable warrior, and the chilling aura that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell could no longer instill even the slightest pressure upon him. The earth trembled with a resounding roar, and from the depths of the fissure, an immensely colossal figure slowly emerged from the darkness, two enormous orbs of blue light swaying amidst the cacophony. Standing tall at not yet 15 years of age, Jiedong harbored but a singular thought in his heart. Even if he were to perish here, he must never diminish the majesty of the two great monarchs. Previously, he had ample opportunity and time to summon the name of the flames and teleport to the center of the earth, yet he refrained from doing so. He could not abandon his brothers. In his mind, the notion of fleeing did not even flicker. What is a brother? To live and die together is to be a brother. With each explosive roar, the air quaked violently. Finally, as the light of day broke through, Jiedong discerned the gargantuan figure drawing closer. Despite his consciousness being intertwined with the spiritual imprints of the two great monarchs, he could not help but inhale sharply at the sight of the titanic form. Dark purple scales cloaked its entire body, a terrifying physique towering 5 stories high, nearly filling the entire fissure. Its length was obscured from view, while the eerie blue orbs served as its eyes. 2 massive wings were folded tightly against its back, and its fearsome head hung low, the booming sound resonating from the ground beneath its weighty steps. Its robust hind limbs resembled solid bridge piers, with droplets of saliva cascading from its razor-sharp teeth. What manner of creature is this? Jiedong suddenly recalled a powerful and sinister being from the western realms of his past life, a dragon. The dragon-like monstrosity continued its advance, coming to a halt just 50 meters from Jiedong. Its colossal eyes regarded the shadow behind Jiedong with uncertainty. The climax began. Miserable human, have you awoken me from my slumber? Who are you? The dragon-like beast spoke, lowering its head slowly, its front claws waving slightly in a surprisingly human manner as it gazed at Jiedong. Jiedong replied solemnly, "If we have disturbed your sleep, I sincerely apologize. However, please take note that I am human, yet I am not a humble one. Who are you?" The dragon let out a roar that echoed through the skies, raising its head in utter arrogance. "I am the master of this realm, the great ice and snow dragon, Frostwind. This mountain range bears my name. You believe your power is anything but insignificant compared to mine, though I know not how you have come to bear the essence of the two great monarchs. Slaying you would be easier than crushing an ant beneath my foot," Jiedong retorted coldly. "And so what? You may take my life, but you can never force me to submit." The dragon Frostwind slowly lowered its head, its gaze oddly fixed upon Jiedong. Despite the disparity in size between their eyes, Jiedong remained unwavering in his stare. "Tell me, from whence comes the essence of your two great monarchs?" "Perhaps I may spare your life." Frostwind bared its teeth, revealing gleaming white fangs. Jiedong proudly met its gaze. "Since you have recognized the essence of the two great monarchs within me, do you truly believe I would yield to you?" The ice and snow dragon appeared enraged, a fierce roar erupting from its throat, releasing a blinding purple light that engulfed its form. Although the essences of the two great monarchs awakened within Jiedong due to external stimuli, he remained painfully weak. As the pale, purple light flickered, he felt an icy chill enveloping him, the radiance from his palms dimming instantaneously, the essence of the two great monarchs completely suppressed as a wave of frigid air surged forth, accompanied by the expanding purple glow. Was he to depart from this world? Jiedong's once proud gaze now turned somewhat bewildered. He made no attempt to flee or react, for he knew it would be in vain. In this moment, he preferred to reminisce about the most beautiful memories as he approached the end of his life. After 4 years in this world, he was to return to the embrace of death. Yet he bore no regrets, for in this world, he had met the flames. A tender smile graced Jiedong's face, which had begun to freeze, and the dragon before him seemed to fade away, leaving only the ethereal figure that resembled a spirit of fire. Longing shone in Jiedong's eyes as he silently conveyed in his heart, "Lian, do you know, I love you. You are the first woman I have ever loved, though I may never see you again or mix drinks for you. Knowing you and thinking of you as I depart is also a form of happiness for me. I owe you 95 years. If there's a next life, I shall seek you out again." A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of Jiedong's right eye, and almost the moment it appeared, it transformed into a droplet of ice that gently fell away. The color purple enveloped every corner of his vision. Just then, Jiedong felt a sudden pain in his chest, an indescribable warmth surging through his body. The purple hue before him abruptly shifted to red, layers of translucent red light radiating from his form like blooming petals. The intense purple light halted and vanished, and the colossal ice and snow dragon Frostwind reappeared in Jiedong's sight. its mouth agape, its enormous blue eyes filled with shock. Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. Even the icy tear falling from Jiedong's eye suspended in midair. The red light unfurled quietly, ultimately transforming into a resplendent red lotus beneath Jiedong's feet, supporting his body to a that moment. A delicate hand with slender, graceful fingers, skin as fair as snow, pierced through the void, emerging from Jiedong's form, extending its index and middle fingers to gently grasp the crystalline ice droplet. In the next instant, a fiery red figure seemed to step out from Jiedong, materializing before him in the frozen air. Even though he could only see her back, Jiedong's eyes blurred in an instant. He could no longer discern whether what lay before him was reality or illusion. This moment, only contentment filled his heart. Even if he were to perish the next instant, he would accept it willingly. Finally, in his last moments, he beheld Lian, the figure that haunted his dreams. How could he fail to recognize her flawless silhouette after countless memories? Frostwind let out a low growl, but this roar was vastly diminished compared to its earlier arrogance, resembling more of a lament. Yet, this low growl jolted Jiedong from his haze, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Suddenly, he understood and, in a single swift motion, leaped to Lian's side, positioning his not-so-mighty frame and narrow shoulders protectively before her. "Lian, you must flee to not worry about me. Why have you come? Hurry!" He realized that could be a 10th-tier water attribute divine beast. In that moment, Jiedong shed his prior arrogance and indifference. His eyes filled solely with urgency. Water extinguishes fire, and he faced a 10th-tier divine beast. He understood Lian possessed formidable strength, yet he was acutely aware of the peril of elemental weaknesses. He would not allow harm to befall the goddess of his heart, even if he appeared utterly insignificant before the Frostwind dragon. Naturally, Lian did not retreat, and the dragon Frostwind peculiarly made no further moves. Gradually raising her hand, Lian observed as the frozen tear melted in her palm. Seeping in her skin, a faint red glow seemed to flicker in her eyes. "Lian, you must leave," Jiedong urged anxiously, spreading his arms to shield her while glancing back at her. He saw the calmness in her expression and the subtle red light in her gaze. In the next moment, Lian grasped his right hand, gently pulling him closer to her side. "Kneel," her melodious voice resonated with an undeniable authority. In that instant, as Jiedong stood in bewilderment, a thunderous crash echoed from across the way. Just a moment ago, the once arrogant ice and snow dragon bowed down with a resounding thud. This segment has been crafted with care, and I hope you can forgive the slower pace. I recommend a friend's book, Xiansei's new work 2013 on Qidian. The link is below. Bookid1442549. Book named 2013, The Astonishing Arrival of Jiedong. He had never anticipated that such a scene would unfold before him. The tension and anxiety within him had now transformed into a peculiar and distinct emotion. He understood the formidable power of flame, yet he could not fathom that it could compel a dragon, which should have been the pinnacle of the beast world, to kneel with merely a single utterance, especially one that belonged to a mutually opposing attribute. Flame's scarlet lips vibrated, emitting an unusual sound and tone that, despite its awkwardness, was still enchanting as it flowed from her mouth. There was no longer any need to worry about her safety. Jiedong's gaze was solely fixed upon her. The gloom that had weighed upon his heart for the past few days vanished in an instant. At his most desperate moment, she had arrived. This alone was sufficient to convey everything, signifying that he still held a place in her heart. He did not concern himself with how Flame had come to be there. He only needed to know that she stood before him, and that he was firmly grasping her soft, delicate hand. Listening to Flame's words, the dragon Frost had completely prostrated itself on the ground, trembling and stripped of any semblance of dignity. A faint glow radiated from Flame, an intangible aura of authority that was not overwhelming. Yet, the dragon Frost did not dare to raise its head to meet her gaze, only producing muffled sounds. Suddenly, Flame's tone grew stern, prompting the dragon Frost to cautiously rise. Its sapphire eyes filled solely with a pleading expression. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Flame's eyes as she reverted to human language, stating, "I shall only say this once in that moment. It became clear to Jiedong that he could comprehend Flame's words. He instinctively turned to look at the pitiful ice dragon Frost, which, in silence, retreated a step, creating a deep indentation of 2 meters in the solid ice beneath its foot. Flame took Jiedong's hand, urging him forward. With each step they took, the massive ice dragon Frost took a step back, its enormous form gazing at Flame with eyes brimming with flattery and deference. Flame led Jiedong to the ice pit created by Frost's stomp, releasing his hand to point at the pit, instructing him, "Remove your clothing and lie down to—" Jiedong was momentarily taken aback. Flame turned to him, and in her gaze, he unmistakably detected a hint of tenderness. Feeling this warmth, Jiedong felt his blood rush to his head. It was not merely a 2-meter-deep pit before him. Even if it were the molten lava of the Earth's core, he would have complied without hesitation. Having previously given his outer garments to Karl and Bissois, he was now left only in his inner attire. He swiftly shed his clothing until he was clad in nothing but his underwear, preparing to leap into the ice pit. Remove everything, but a faint blush appeared on Flame's enchanting face, radiating an irresistible allure as she turned her head away. No longer looking at Jiedong, that he glanced at himself, then at Flame, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, steeling himself, he removed the last vestige of restraint and jumped into the ice pit. The ice dragon Frost had been watching the scene with wide eyes, and when it witnessed the blush rising on Flame's face, its jaw dropped in astonishment, gaping wide enough to swallow a carriage. Its astonished eyes bulged slightly. Flame seemed to sense Frost's gaze and shot at a cold glare, demanding, "What are you staring at? Hurry up." "Ugh," Frost whimpered, nodding vigorously, yet it hesitated, inching forward with its upper body slightly arched back, as if Flame were the most terrifying being in existence, and it dared not approach her. The coldness within the pit was undeniable, particularly in the absence of any clothing. Fortunately, Jiedong's extreme dual flames had regained some potency after sensing the wills of the 2 mighty rulers, allowing him to barely fend off the external chill. The large head of the ice dragon Frost emerged above the pit, and after a moment of hesitation, it raised one of its front claws and, despite its reluctance, eventually placed that claw into its enormous MAW. To Jiedong's astonishment, it suddenly bit down hard. "What is it doing?" Jiedong pondered in confusion. In the next instant, a viscous, deep purple blood sprayed forth from Frost's claw, cascading like a fountain into the pit, instantly enveloping Jiedong's body. An overwhelming chill instantly permeated throughout him. Frost dragon blood was even colder than ice itself. Jiedong instinctively wanted to leap up, but Flame's voice rang in his ears, commanding him to lie still and do not move. Gritting his teeth, Jiedong resisted the urge to rise. That moment, the deep purple blood had completely submerged him, rendering him unable to breathe. Even if he wished to move, he found himself utterly immobilized, for the blood had rapidly solidified, encasing him entirely. The ice dragon Frost was indeed colossal, and its blood was overwhelmingly abundant. In mere moments, the 2-meter-deep, 2-meter-wide ice pit was filled to capacity. Frost, resembling a miser, blew gently onto its claw, and instantly, the wound had completely sealed. In the next heartbeat, the once gaping wound was miraculously healed. Jiedong's earlier assessment had not been mistaken. This dragon, with its terrifying size, was indeed a top-tier existence among the world's beasts. Flame once again uttered the incomprehensible language, and the ice dragon Frost, seemingly resigned, puffed up its chest, and carefully opened a scale beneath its neck that resembled purple crystal. With its injured claw, it gently pricked the scale, and a drop of luminous purple blood fell, mingling with the already solidified deep purple blood. Instantly, a layer of purple radiance surged from the pit, filling the entire ice valley with a tumultuous wave of magical energy. The ice dragon Frost, which had previously endured significant blood loss without consequence, visibly dimmed in its gaze after this drop of bright purple blood fell, collapsing pathetically to the ground, casting a pitiful look at Flame. Only then did Flame nod in satisfaction, stepping to the edge of the pit. Under the incredulous gaze of the ice dragon Frost, she brought her slender right index finger to her mouth and bit down. In the next moment, A drop of golden-red blood sprang forth from her fingertip, falling into the ice pit. Though Jiedong was trapped in the ice and unable to breathe and besieged by the extreme cold, he remained conscious for the moment, thanks to the warmth provided by the source Yin-Yang crown. As the drop of bright purple blood from frost splashed into the pit, Jiedong felt his body tense suddenly. The earlier bone-chilling cold transforming into countless icy needles that seemed to pierce through him in an instant. Apart from his thoughts, he could no longer sense his own existence. However, when flames drop of fresh blood entered the pit, the purple luminescence dramatically intensified, shifting from purple to red. The once solidified, icy form melted away in an instant, vanishing the coldness completely as the deep purple dragon blood began to boil, enveloped in a red halo. Yet this seemingly boiling, deep purple dragon blood was not scalding. Rather, it was warm, quietly dispelling the coldness within Jiedong's body, restoring his awareness. A tingling sensation coursed through him, as if countless tiny needles were stimulating him. It was indescribable, a blend of pain and pleasure that compelled Jiedong to writhe within the dragon blood. Flame's voice echoed in the depths of Jiedong's heart, instructing him to endure, regardless of the pain. Although Frost was an ice dragon and its blood contained an aura of extreme cold, the properties had been neutralized by her blood. What remained was the most fundamental essence of dragon blood. The dragon blood would seep into his skin, flesh, meridians, bones, marrow, and organs. His body was too fragile. After the baptism of dragon blood, it would not enhance his cultivation, but would grant him a resilient physique. Activate your source Yin-Yang crown to facilitate your absorption of the essence of the dragon blood. When you can no longer endure, surface for air, then continue the absorption. The inability to breathe caused Jiedong's chest to feel as though it would explode. Yet upon hearing Flame's voice, he regained his composure. He did not feel gratitude towards her. Rather, an indescribable emotion surged within him at that moment. His foremost thought was not to disappoint Flame, followed by concern for his own condition. The source Yin-Yang crown activated instantly, and the vortex formed by the extreme dual flames within his chest began to whirl rapidly, propelling his blood through his body. He endured the increasingly intense tingling sensation, gritting his teeth. Initially, the tingling was confined to his skin, but as time passed, it gradually permeated his muscles, bones, fascia, and even his internal organs. Finally, Jiedong could no longer hold on. He burst forth from the dragon blood, gasping for air. His eyes met Flame's focused gaze. The chest rose and fell violently as Jiedong once again submerged himself in the dragon's blood. And no matter how intense the tingling sensation became, it could not shake the will that had already been imbued with the proud majesty of two great sovereigns. Lian did not mention that her single drop of blood not only neutralized the icy attributes within the dragon's blood, but also served as a catalyst, allowing the energy within to explode forth, merging into Jiedong's body in a short span of time. Only in this manner could the effects of the dragon's blood be preserved to the fullest extent. Integrating with Jiedong himself, gradually, the tingling sensation vanished, and Jiedong felt a searing heat enveloping his body, as if he were being boiled. The previous discomfort transformed into a torrent of warmth that nourished him. And in that moment, all pain metamorphosed into unparalleled comfort. His bones erupted with a resonating crack, and the veins, skin, and muscles of his body became remarkably resilient. Stretching his body with force, Jiedong sensed that every part of him seemed capable of executing any movement under his will. A sensation of unprecedented expansion. With the slightest motion, it felt as if explosive power coursed through him. This was unrelated to magic, but rather a raw physical force emanating from within. Perhaps due to the influence of Lian's blood, Jiedong's dual fire magical energy had completely returned to its optimal state. The deep purple dragon's blood had now faded to a pale pink, clearly indicating that its potency had been entirely absorbed by Jiedong. With a soft pop, Jiedong emerged from the dragon's blood, and as he stretched vigorously, he seemed to have gained a few inches in height. Beneath his bronze skin, emanating waves of heat, a faint purple light shimmered, and the contours of his muscles became more pronounced yet remained understated, akin to the sleekest of sports cars. Suddenly, Lian turned her head away and urged, "Quick, put on your clothes." Jiedong realized for the first time that he was completely unclothed, and perhaps due to the stimulation of the dragon's blood, a certain part of his body was standing defiantly. Embarrassed, he donned his garments and remarked, "Lian, my two classmates." Lian waved her hand dismissively. "They are both fire attribute bodies. They will be fine at AS for the dragon's blood. I am only concerned with you. The rest is ineffective, as the saying goes." Sharing blessings, Jiedong, of course, did not harbor any illusions that the ice and snow giant dragon would produce more blood for him. He was also reluctant for Lian to bleed further, merely pondering whether the dragon's blood he had used would still retain its efficacy for Karl and Baisu. However, Lian saw through his thoughts and negated them. "Bring it here." Lian suddenly extended her right hand toward the ice and snow giant dragon. Feng Shuang, her commanding tone imbued with an undeniable authority that made Feng Shuang tremble involuntarily. With a pleading expression, Feng Shuang gazed at Lian, its massive dragon head shaking vigorously. Though filled with trepidation, its dragon eyes revealed a resolute glimmer. "Should I repeat myself?" A faint flicker of flame danced in Lian's gaze, prompting Feng Shuang to hastily retreat a step. Reluctantly, it raised one of its dragon claws, sketching something in the air while murmuring in a language Jiedong could not comprehend. An unusual purple symbol materialized in midair, in the next instant. With a ripping sound, a portal appeared in the space. Could this dragon truly tear through space? This was entirely different from the function of a storage bracelet, creating its own space. What kind of power would that require? Yet it remained so fearful of Lian, Jiedong realized he had consistently underestimated that captivating woman. Feng Shuang extended its dragon claw into the portal, begrudgingly retrieving an object that was an egg marked with red and black patterns. Perfectly round, with a diameter of nearly 3 meters, emanating a flickering crimson light. Filled with sorrow, Feng Shuang placed the enormous egg before Lian. Today, Jiedong was overwhelmed by an abundance of surprises. What could this gigantic egg be? Could it be? Seeing the ice and snow giant dragon Feng Shuang obediently presenting what was requested, Lian's expression softened slightly. Feng Shuang whispered to Jiedong, "Great human magician, could you plead on my behalf? If you could persuade Her Majesty the Queen to return it to me, I am willing to establish an equal contract with you and serve as your mount. What do you say? Humans can only have mounts after achieving the 6th crown, yet you could possess one right now. Our equal contract could last for 100 years. I will faithfully protect you. I am an adult ice and snow giant dragon, with the strength of a 10th tier magical beast. I am your human world. Few can contend with me. With me by your side, you will become the 5th dragon magician of your kind, a formidable presence. Jiedong understood the significance of the term presence, which could only be appended to the titles of the highest-ranked magicians of each element. During his studies at the Liuhua Academy, teacher Xia had informed them that the highest exclusive title for a 3rd-tier fire magician was Xingguang, while that for a 4th-tier fire magician was Tai. A 3rd-tier fire magician who achieved the 9th crown would be referred to as Xingguang Benzhua, while for a 4th-tier fire magician, it would be Tai. Jiedong realized that the ice and snow giant dragon was not exaggerating. Its strength was indeed comparable to that of a human presence. However, to Feng Shuang's astonishment, Jiedong shook his head. "I do not require your contract. First, you are a water attribute beast, while I am a fire attribute magician. You are not suited for me. Secondly, one should not be swayed by wealth, nor should one be moved by poverty, nor should one be subdued by power. When I was weak, you referred to me as a lowly human. After Lian's appearance, you now call me a great human. Though you are powerful, your fickleness reflects a lack of integrity that I do not desire such a mount." Listening to Jiedong's words, Feng Shuang was momentarily stunned, as if something new had emerged in its dragon eyes. Lian too regarded Jiedong, a subtle glimmer of intrigue flashing in her clear and profound gaze. Jiedong turned to Lian. "Lian, although I disdain its character, this is indeed a dragon egg, is it not? Regardless of its nature, we have no right to take away its offspring. For any creature, a child is the most precious treasure. Could we perhaps return it?" Lian raised a hand and placed it upon the red-black dragon egg, a simple gesture that caused Feng Shuang's heart to race. "Do you think this is its offspring? This is a fire dragon egg. Do you truly believe an ice dragon would lay a fire dragon egg? This egg was obtained after it killed a fire dragon that evade pursuit. It encased itself in ice here for a millennium. Dragons are inherently lustful. Its intent was to find an opportunity to hatch this egg and claim it as a pet. Feng Shuang is a female dragon, and the child within this fire dragon egg is male. Having reached this point, Lian felt no need for further explanation, and Jiedong glared at Feng Shuang once more. Feng Shuang, realizing it no longer had a chance, retracted its head, casting a begrudging glance at the fire dragon egg before slowly retreating into the crevice of the icy peak. Disappearing quietly into the darkness, Lian gently caressed the enormous fire dragon egg before her voice soft yet firm. Are you curious as to why it fears me so? Jiedong did not conceal his thoughts. Nodding in agreement, Lian turned to him. Do you recall me mentioning that there are 18 layers of worlds beneath the earth? This is considered an entrance to the underground realm a millennium ago. Feng Shuang offended a powerful fire dragon and sought refuge within my underground lineage, tasked with guarding this place. Although I cannot wield any power in the human realm, it is bound by the contract it has with our underground world. How could it dare defy my commands? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Jiedong asked, Lian, you are so powerful in the underground world, able to traverse between the depths and the surface. Why is it that upon reaching the surface, you cannot wield your abilities? Lian chuckled softly. It is not yet time for you to know. Once you possess the strength to protect me, I will naturally tell you that I must return now. It seems you have not been diligently cultivating these past few days. If you do not soon acquire the strength to safeguard me, how could I come to the human world to seek you? Feng Shuang will escort you back to the mountaintop. Do not forget my previous warning. Do not disclose anything about me to anyone. Also, the wine you have brewed these days has been rather bitter. I do not fancy it. You still owe me 95 years, which you must repay gradually. Raising her hand, she gently brushed Jiedong's left chest. Just as Jiedong was about to speak, she transformed into a streak of red light and merged with him. Jiedong felt a sharp pain in his chest once more as a magnificent red lotus silently emerged beneath his feet. Two of its petals unfurling to envelop the fire dragon egg, vanishing quietly along with Lian. Lian had departed, yet she did not take away Jiedong's elation. She had saved his life and rekindled his inner sense of happiness. The immersion in dragon's blood was of little consequence to Jiedong. What he truly valued was that Lian continued to partake of his wine and cared for him still. This is already sufficient. An energy imbued with a chill surged forth from the depths of the fissure, instantly enveloping Jiedong, Carl, and Besut. In an instant, he felt weightless, and the next moment, he had returned to the summit alongside his two brothers. Parting the dark clouds to reveal the bright moon, the clarity within his heart compelled Jiedong to let out a long, cathartic howl, reminiscent of Carl and Baisu's earlier expressions. This time, no troubles would follow, only the exhilarating release. Jiedong silently vowed within his heart, Lian, fret not, I shall dedicate myself to my training. When you return to the human world, I will protect you with my very life in the lake of the underworld. A crimson light coalesced as Lian quietly returned to this searing realm. The dragon egg lay silently beside her, this moment. Her expression starkly contrasted with the ease she had exuded when departing from Jiedong. As she raised her right hand, opening her palm to gaze at its emptiness, that was the place where her tears had previously seeped. Little Jiedong, do you know, you have truly stirred ripples within my heart. Why is it that, in your presence, I find myself unable to choose even the path of escape? Since evasion is out of the question, let me watch you grow ever stronger. The third update of the day has arrived. If you find it captivating, I kindly ask for your votes. All I require are your free recommendations and collections to support me. Thank you, she spoke to herself. Lian waved her right hand, causing the enormous dragon egg to float into the air. Layer upon layer of black and gold surging magical energy erupted from the lava lake at her behest, enveloping the dragon egg tightly and forming a colossal luminous shell. Lian murmured a few words, and that black and gold dual-colored shell solidified completely, gently sinking the dragon egg into the lava lake. Little Jiedong, I shall nurture it for you. When you possess sufficient strength, I will present it to you. Big brother, Thank you for saving us the peak of the ice and snow mountain. Carl and Baisu awakened in succession, although they had sustained some injuries from the shock. Their bodies, being those of Yin-Yang Sorcerers, coupled with their innate fire attributes, were not significantly affected by the cold nor gravely wounded. Jiedong refrained from informing them about the existence of the ice and snow giant dragon, Feng Shuang. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain how he survived before a 10th-tier magical beast. He merely told Carl and Baisu that after falling into the fissure, he gradually melted openings in the ice wall to create an ice ladder, leading them back to safety. Since we are brothers, there is no need for such words. Quickly recover. We must leave this place. Jiedong urged the two. Carl and Baisu nodded, immediately entering a state of meditation, as they needed to restore their magical power and stamina. Meanwhile, Jiedong seized the moment to continue his training. Farewell, Lian, he thought, the dimness in his heart already replaced by a fervent desire for strength. There was no time to waste. By the time the sun began its descent, the three had awakened from their meditations, and taking advantage of the twilight, they swiftly descended the icy peak. They passed one more night in the Fengshuang mountain range, and by noon the following day, they finally emerged onto the territory of the Central Earth Empire. After a brief stop for supplies in Fengtu City, located merely 50 miles from the Fengshuang mountain range, they boarded a carriage bound for Zhongyuan City. The Central Earth Empire was vast and rich, predominantly characterized by its expansive plains. The trio spent 4 days on the carriage, ultimately reaching their destination. To ensure they could continue their training uninterrupted during the journey, they had invested a significant sum of gold coins to hire a carriage. Aside from the driver, the spacious carriage accommodated only the three of them. This decision proved to be exceptionally wise. Traversing the Fengshuang mountain range reignited Jiedong's fervor for arduous training upon reuniting with Lian, while also making Carl and Baisu acutely aware of their own shortcomings. Within 4 days, they had reached the peak of 11th level magical power, successfully breaking through just a day before arriving in Zhongyuan City, thus attaining the 12th level bachelor cultivation. At last they had arrived. Enduring the bumpy ride while training was indeed a laborious task. Baisu stretched his body vigorously. While Baisu grumbled, Jiedong and Carl observed the grand city known as the central point of the continent. Just before entering the city, they were struck by awe. The city walls of Zhongyuan City were exceptionally broad. From outside the city, it felt as though the walls stretched to infinity. Should one attempt to run a lap around the city, it would likely take 2 days to complete. The earth-toned, wide walls imparted a sense of immense weight. Soaring to a height of 20 zhong, one could only wonder how much manpower and resources were required to construct such formidable fortifications. Every 50 meters along the walls, there was a gigantic emblem. The emblems were intricately carved, presenting 2 distinct shapes, one of a silver bird in flight, and the other of a 3-eyed fish, Jiedong. It resembled a 3-eyed whale. These 2 emblems did not appear on the walls of Zhongyuan City without reason. They were the totems of the Yang Earth and Yin Earth systems, namely the Wu Earth and Ji Earth. The silver bird was named Sky, while the 3-eyed whale was called Tian Yi. Jiedong knew little about these totems, but he surmised they were akin to the Zhuke and Tangsha, representing Yang and Yin fire, respectively. Upon entering Zhongyuan City, an overwhelming sense of grandeur enveloped them. All buildings were impressively tall and spacious, predominantly square in shape. Just as the architecture of the Southern Fire Empire was primarily red, the structures in Zhongyuan City were dominated by the earthy yellow of the Yang Earth. The wide streets could accommodate 8 large carriages side by side, with shops lining the sides featuring their own distinct archways. With a day remaining until the entrance examination, the trio felt no urgency and leisurely strolled down the streets, searching for an inn to rest and recuperate. As they walked, Jiedong suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to an exceptionally large building beside the main thoroughfare. He noticed this structure was a rare example of non-square architecture, featuring an oval entrance that was quite peculiar. Above the entrance hung a massive emblem, over 3 meters in diameter, depicting a cocktail shaker encircled by 5 rings, representing the colors blue, red, yellow, white, and black. "What is this?" Jiedong pondered. Carl and Baisu followed his gaze. And Baisu chuckled. "This must be the Bartenders Guild, likely the branch in Zhongyuan City." Truly, As the largest city on the continent, it is indeed remarkable that I've been to our Southern Fire Empire's capital, Jiedong City, where there is also a bartender's guild, but the building there is significantly smaller. Big brother, look, that cocktail shaker is the emblem of the bartender's guild. The 5 rings outside represent the 5 elemental attributes, symbolizing the 5 great empires. That it signifies that no matter which country one resides in, the presence of a bartender is essential. That it is said that the main guild is located in the Northern Water Empire, which boasts the most outstanding bartenders. That Baisu's words aligned with Jiedong's thoughts, yet he merely glanced a few more times before continuing forward. Carl remarked, "Big brother, aren't you going to take a look inside? Your cocktails are exceptional. Obtaining a bartender title should be a piece of cake for you. Having an additional profession would certainly make things more convenient in the future. I hear that bartenders enjoy good treatment, and if one can attain the title of master, they can receive benefits from a guild." Jiedong shook his head, casting a disinterested glance at the emblem of the bartender's guild as he moved ahead. The title of the former wine god rendered the notion of acquiring a bartender qualification for him utterly laughable. He held no desire to visit such a place in this lifetime. His aspirations had shifted from wine to the cultivation of sorcerer, and he was confident that even in a world filled with sorcerers, none could surpass him in the realm of bartending. You are young, yet your words are bold. Bartending is a noble profession, not one that just anyone can pursue. Do you think you can join our bartenders guild? At that moment, a slightly disdainful voice arose not far from Jiedong and his companions. The trio turned to the direction of the voice, where they beheld a young man in his 20s adorned in an exquisitely tailored, luxurious robe, strutting past them while casting a scornful glance at Jiedong, shaking his head in disbelief. Baisu retorted angrily, "What is so impressive about obtaining a bartender's qualification? My big brother is the best bartender." The young man was initially about to walk past the trio, but upon hearing the phrase "the best bartender," he suddenly halted, incredulous. Such arrogance! Even the wine god, Lord Duzikin, never claimed to be the best. Were you to make such claims? You haven't even grown into your own. Know your place and don't be an eyesore here. Jiedong had previously paid little heed to the young man's mockery. Accustomed to standing apart, he was indifferent to how others perceived him. However, the young man's arrogant remarks not only insulted him, but also belittled his 2 brothers. In the realm of sorcerers, he may not amount to much at present. Yet in the domain of mixology, such an affront is intolerable to Jiedong. With one hand grasping the enraged Carl and the other the furious Baisu, he calmly declared, "Very well, I shall demonstrate what I truly am. Baisu and Carl, we are departing." With that, he forcibly turned away, dragging his irate brothers along. The young man scoffed dismissively, arrogantly striding toward the mixologist guild. "Boss, that scoundrel has insulted us so brazenly. Why did you stop us? This is not your usual approach," Baisu exclaimed, visibly displeased. Jiedong patted Baisu's shoulder, assuring him that the latter would pay dearly for his words. "Baisu, Carl, I need your assistance. Carl, procure a rectangular table, approximately 1.5 meters in height and no less than 2 meters in width. Baisu, fetch a piece of white cloth, a bamboo pole to raise the cloth, and a pen." Exchanging glances, Baisu and Carl spoke in unison. "Boss, you," Jiedong interrupted with a cold smile, "have you not heard of crashing a party? What good is a war of words? Even if you were to beat him, would he yield? We must let actions speak." The eyes of Baisu and Carl lit up. Being young, they were unafraid of confrontation. Inspired by Jiedong's proud and resolute gaze, they turned and moved without hesitation. Standing at the street's edge, Jiedong gazed quietly at the imposing structure of the mixologist guild, breathing in a rhythmic manner. Mixology is an art form, and the cocktails crafted from different emotions yield vastly different flavors. What Jiedong required now was tranquility. Only in such a state could he embrace any challenge. Before long, Carl and Baisu returned. In the vast Central Plain city, locating such simple items was an effortless task. Jiedong accepted the table from Carl, his gaze now remarkably serene, akin to a still lake, devoid of any emotional ripples. Upon reaching the entrance of the mixologist guild, Jiedong set down the table, took the white cloth from Baisu, spread it out on the table, and picked up the pen, skillfully inscribing several bold characters. 2 guards stood watch at the entrance of the guild, noticing the trio halting before the main gate. They quickly approached. However, being mere mortals, Carl and Baisu would not allow them to interfere with Jiedong. Each blocking one, Jiedong raised the white cloth with a bamboo pole and addressed the guards. Inform the members of the Mixologist Guild that I await them here for 2 hours. Should no one dare to engage, I shall dismantle the insignia atop this archway. With a flick of the pole, the cloth unfurled in the wind, displaying 9 large characters that read, "Dare the Mixologist Guild engage in battle?" The guards exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unaccustomed to such a scenario. Point one remained at the entrance while the other hurried off toward the guild. Carl laughed heartily. "Boss, your words are quite imposing. However, the branch of the Mixologist Guild in Central Plain City is second only to the main guild in the entire mixology community." "Boss, Jiedong waved his hand dismissively. "Just wait and see." Observing the calm yet proud demeanor of Jiedong, both Carl and Baisu felt a surge of excitement. Setting up a challenge at their doorstep was akin to delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Though Jiedong was yet to turn 15, his audacity earned him their genuine admiration. Moreover, it was evident that Jiedong possessed more than mere courage. Under the sunlight, his black hair shimmered with a subtle hint of purple, and his tranquil gaze radiated an undeniable aura of dominance as he stared toward the Mixologist Guild. Jiedong retrieved 9 crystal-crafted mixing bottles from his storage bracelet, aligning them neatly on the rectangular table before him. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he fixed his gaze upon the Mixologist Guild. Awaiting their response in silence, it was not long before 3 individuals emerged from the guild. Aside from the guard who had gone to summon assistance, there were 2 others, one young, the same insolent youth who had previously belittled Jiedong and his companions, and the elder, appearing to be in his 50s, donned in a neat light yellow robe adorned with 4 stars on the left breast. Jiedong had heard young Bingtian mention that within the 5 Elements continent, mixologists are classified into ranks ranging from 1 to 9 stars. Attaining the most basic 1-star rank qualifies one for the profession. While 4 stars signify mastery, the pinnacle, 9 stars, is held by but one individual on the entire continent, the president of the Mixologist Guild, the god of spirits, Du Sikong. "You insolent brats, how dare you cause a commotion before our Mixologist Guild? Are you seeking death?" The young man, upon recognizing Jiedong and his companions, charged forward in fury. "Enough, Yesheng, do not be rude," the elder interjected, stepping in to prevent further escalation. He glanced at the 9 mixing bottles on the table before turning to Jiedong with a cordial demeanor. "Young man, may I inquire what grievances you have with our guild?" Jiedong replied coolly. "This individual questioned my worth earlier, and I have come to inform him of it." He claimed to represent the Mixologist Guild. "Thus, I am obliged to convey to you as well what I truly am." The elder cast an irritated glance at the youth named Yesheng. "Yesheng, though you have attained 2 stars, how can you tarnish our guild's reputation in public?" Yesheng, wanting to retort, hesitated under the elder's disapproving gaze. The elder shifted his focus back to Jiedong, stating, "Young man, I am Wei Hong of the Mixologist Guild. If we have offended you in any way, I apologize on behalf of Yesheng. Let us forget this challenge." Jiedong surveyed him coolly. "Mr. Wei Hong, I must decline your apology. It was not you who insulted me and my friends. Since I've set up this table, there is no chance of retracting it lightly. I shall remain here for 1 hour. Any member of your guild may challenge me. If anyone can best me in mixology, I shall immediately bow thrice and call you master. However, if no one succeeds within that hour, my request is simple. Let him kneel before me in front of your guild members and bow 3 times, addressing me as the god of spirits. Alternatively, if he refuses, you must remove the insignia from this archway." With the final declaration, Jiedong's voice was resolute, his gaze piercing, exuding an untamed dominance. In that moment, he seemed to revert to his past life, embodying the spirit of the legendary god of spirits, Li Jiedong, whose words left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing his proclamation, not only did Yesheng erupt in outrage, but even the elder, Mr. Wei Hong, could not mask his changing expression that Jiedong's words clearly dismissed the authority of the Mixologist Guild. Just as he had told Carl and Baisu earlier, he was here to disrupt their gathering. Wei Hong spoke sternly. "Young man, it is wise to leave a margin for future encounters. Your aggressive demeanor. Do you think your mentors will indulge you?" Jiedong smiled coldly. In this world, no one has yet proven worthy to be my mentor in mixology. Do not waste my time. You carry the scent of aged vodka and lemon, if I am not mistaken. You specialize in cocktails based on vodka. Your hands are large, and your palms are thick. You must excel in rotation techniques. Yet alas, age has rendered you too stable, robbing you of vodka's fiery essence, and no matter your effort or skill. You cannot capture vodka's true spirit. You are not my match. Summon someone of higher rank. As he spoke, Jiedong deftly wielded a mixing bottle into his palm, flicking his wrist as the bottle danced through the air. With a slight movement of his shoulder, the rapidly spinning bottle glimmered like a silver sun, and without any prior warning, 3 silver suns appeared above his head and flanked his body. This was the 3 suns reflecting the moon technique he had previously employed to catch Yang Bingtian's attention. However, compared to that time, he now exuded a calmness many times greater, executing the moves with effortless grace. Having been steeped in dragon's blood, Jiedong, though still under 15, had surpassed the pinnacle of his previous life. All the techniques of mixology were now at his fingertips, which was precisely why he possessed such confidence, standing proudly before the Mixologist Guild. He had entirely regained the abilities and confidence of the god of spirits. Li Jiedong. Yishang's bluster was abruptly silenced as he stood, dumbfounded, staring at the mixing bottles that had been returned to the table. Mr. Wei Hong's expression grew grave in an instant. At this moment, he had come to understand that the young man before him was far more than a mere impulsive challenger. Although he could also perform the technique of Sanyang Yingyu, he knew he could never do so with the same composure as Jiedong, especially given Jiedong's earlier remarks, which had elucidated his most adept capabilities with remarkable clarity. It was important to note that an empty cocktail shaker would weigh less and would be unable to utilize the inertia of any liquid within for rotation. To the casual observer, it seemed Jiedong was merely employing an empty shaker. Yet as a bartender himself, he was fully aware of this underlying principle. To be why now, a crowd of passers-by had gathered, drawn in by the words inscribed on the white cloth and the display Jiedong had set forth. The moment he executed the Sanyang Yingyu technique, applause and cheers erupted from many onlookers. Yishang's expression turned awkward as he realized he had provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. Nevertheless, he showed no sign of acknowledging his mistake, casting a fierce glare at Jiedong and declaring, "Just wait." With that, he turned and dashed toward the Bartenders Guild. Wei Hong's countenance gradually softened as he looked at Jiedong and couldn't help but inquire, "Young brother, do you truly have no teacher?" Jiedong replied nonchalantly, "I have no desire to repeat myself. I hope your guild does not let me down." Wei Hong sighed, saying, "It is commendable for a young man to possess such spirit, but do not let pride cloud your judgment. That would not bode well for your future. That I am merely a 4-star bartender, and in the guild, that is hardly noteworthy. While the technique of Sanyang Yingyu is indeed challenging, there are many skilled bartenders within the guild who can accomplish it. Young brother, I advise you to take the opportunity and walk away, that I can arrange for Yishang to offer you a verbal apology. With your talent, I believe you could easily attain the rank of 5-star bartender. After all, this is your profession. Why do you wish to oppose the guild?" Jiedong shook his head, stating, "What I have said stands firm. Furthermore, bartending has never been my profession. It is an art that I pursue that I would also advise you. If you continue to view it solely as a means of livelihood, you will never craft the finest cocktails." Well said. To that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the Bartenders Guild, with Yishang trailing at the rear, his demeanor markedly more respectful than before. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and with an elegant appearance. Upon his arrival, Jiedong's attention was immediately drawn to his hands. Long and fair, reminiscent of a woman's delicate fingers, but significantly larger. The fingers were slender and rounded, with no protruding knuckles. Just from the sight of those hands, Jiedong couldn't help but nod in silent approval. The Bartenders Guild, after all, had its share of talented individuals. Looking at the man's chest, Jiedong noted 7 gleaming golden stars arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. The individuals behind him bore either 5 or 6 stars as well. Upon seeing this man, Wei Hong hurriedly approached him and whispered a few words. Jiedong's keen senses picked up on the conversation. Wei Hong merely recounted the earlier events, neither exaggerating nor concealing any details. The leading middle-aged man nodded in response to Wei Hong, who then stepped back. The middle-aged man strode forward and soon stood before Jiedong. The crowd had swelled, blocking much of the street. The man smiled slightly and said, "Greetings, young brother. I am Chen Xiao, the vice president of the Central City branch of the Bartenders Guild. May I ask your name?" "Jiedong," was Jiedong's simple reply, merely stating his name. Chen Xiao smiled and said, "I have heard from bartender Wei Hong regarding the earlier incident. First and foremost, I would like to formally apologize on behalf of the Bartenders Guild for the words spoken by Yishang." As he spoke, he unexpectedly bowed slightly to Jiedong. Chen Xiao's actions garnered unanimous admiration from the onlookers. "Master Chen," Yishang attempted to interject, but was silenced by a cold glance from Chen Xiao. "Master," Jiedong scoffed. He had encountered many who claimed to be masters, yet how many truly deserved the title? While Chen Xiao's hands had indeed caught his attention, they were still far from being a sufficient counterbalance to his own abilities. Chen Xiao maintained his smile, stating, "The title of master is merely a compliment from friends. I humbly accept it. However, young friend Jiedong, it seems somewhat inappropriate for you to block the entrance to our guild. Why don't we step inside and discuss this further? Your execution of the San-Yang Yin-Yu technique has impressed me, and I sincerely hope to invite you to become a member of our guild." Jiedong shook his head. "No, thank you. I have no interest in joining the Bartenders Guild. Please observe the words I have written, and if you are unwilling to accept my challenge, I can simply turn and leave. If you accept, the wager regarding victory and defeat has already been conveyed to you by Mr. Wei Hong." Upon hearing this, a chorus of indignation erupted from the senior bartenders behind Chen Xiao. If the guild were to refuse the challenge in front of such a crowd, it would be tantamount to admitting inferiority to Jiedong. What would become of their dignity? Yet, even if they were victorious, defeating a mere teenager would raise suspicions of unfairness. Chen Xiao frowned. "Young friend Jiedong, must you press so hard? Press so hard?" Jiedong chuckled, refusing to relent as he stared unwaveringly at Chen Xiao. "Indeed, I will compel you. What will you do about it? Prove your strength if you can." This was the pride of a generation's master bartender, a facet of Jiedong that even Carl and Baisu had never encountered before. His unwavering confidence and defiance were infectious. Chen Xiao's expression hardened. "If that is the case, then please, let us delineate the terms of the competition," that Jiedong replied with a calm smile. "There is no need for elaborate equipment here. I will use but one method of bartending. Should you manage to replicate it or achieve a similar standard, even if you win, I shall accept it. However, if you cannot, then you shall lose." Without further ado, Chen Xiao stepped back, gesturing, "Please." Despite Jiedong being only 14 years of age, his ability to execute the San-Yang Yin-Yu technique was sufficient to command their respect. Moreover, from a practical standpoint, the manner of competition he proposed was highly advantageous to the Bartenders Guild in the realm of bartending. Each individual had their own specialty, which was indisputable. With 7 or 8 bartenders present, as long as one could execute a technique similar to Jiedong's, they would claim victory. Chen Xiao had already devised a plan in his mind. Not only must they win, but they must do so in a manner that upheld the reputation of the Central City branch. Jiedong, calm and collected, retrieved 9 highball cups from his storage bracelet, placing them behind 9 cocktail shakers. Upon seeing the storage bracelet, Chen Xiao couldn't help but display a flicker of surprise that he mused internally. This young man was not merely a bartender, but also a practitioner of yin-yang magic. Could he be a scion of a prominent family, perhaps a noble from the Southern Fire Empire? Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Jiedong arranged the 9 highball cups and, with a flick of his wrist, produced a bottle of vodka. An ordinary base spirit, clear and colorless. Yes, he opened the lids of the 9 crystal shakers. The expressions of all the bartenders, including Chen Xiao, grew serious. They were all seasoned professionals and could readily discern that Jiedong intended to mix cocktails using all 9 shakers simultaneously. The difficulty of this endeavor was undeniable. When crafting cocktails, one must maintain a steady hand to ensure that the various ingredients within each shaker blend optimally. Simultaneously utilizing multiple shakers demands precise control over each one in the Bartenders Guild. The 9-star assessment includes a fundamental challenge of mixing a single cocktail using multiple shakers. a requirement that only bartenders of certain ranks must meet. That it was evident that Jiedong's selection of 9 shakers was an exceptionally arduous task, one reserved for those of a 9-star rank. Chun Xiao contemplated. While he could barely manage to use 9 shakers at once, he could not guarantee success every time, even with his utmost effort. If this young man succeeded, the Central City branch would surely face humiliation. Unfortunately, the branch president was absent. It was only his 8-star prowess that might have deterred Jiedong. That a thin sheen of cold sweat began to form on Chun Zhao's forehead as he silently prayed that Jiedong would not succeed in this mixing endeavor. As the saying goes, only an expert can truly assess the skill of another. Jiedong lifted the vodka bottle and poured it steadily into the 9 cocktail shakers. All the bartenders began to focus intently on his movements. Although Jiedong's hands lacked the elegance of Chun Zhao's, they exuded remarkable steadiness. His eyes resembled the sharpest of rulers, pouring vodka consecutively 9 times without a single drop spilling. The liquid in the 9 crystal shakers was identical, neither exceeding nor falling short by even a fraction. This was just the 2nd chapter, and the 3rd will follow before 8 o'clock. Please enjoy, save, and vote to support. Thank you. The crystal shakers were colorless and transparent, leaving no room for any trickery before the multitude. Furthermore, Jiedong's actions were deliberate and unhurried, seemingly intended for all to see clearly. Vodka comprised 4/10 of the total mixture, followed by 3 additional ingredients: 1/10 raspberry syrup, 4/10 Cointreau orange liqueur, and 1/10 lime juice. Undoubtedly, these 4 ingredients were the most basic for cocktail mixing, and based on Jiedong's proportions, even the least experienced bartender from the guild, Nightshade, would recognize this concoction. Nightshade sneered dismissively. Isn't this just a falling sun cocktail? At this moment, not only had the crowd gathered around increased, but many low-ranking bartenders from the guild also emerged, congregating at the back, alongside higher-ranking bartenders who appeared at the entrance. How could they be unaware? A challenge to mix drinks had never occurred at the Central Plains City branch before. Until now, Jiedong remained calm and collected, systematically capping each shaker. Nightshade remained unimpressed by this commonplace cocktail. However, the expressions of the senior bartenders, led by Vice President Chen Xiao, grew increasingly grave. They understood that the more skilled a bartender, the more adept they were at showcasing their superior techniques with ordinary ingredients. The same components, when mixed by different bartenders, would yield vastly different flavors. Jiedong's choice to prepare the falling sun undoubtedly held its unique significance. Once all the shaker lids were secured, Jiedong's movement ceased, and he gazed intently at the 9 shakers before him. That moment, the outside world was entirely shut out. In his eyes and consciousness, only these 9 shakers existed. His breathing rhythm adjusted, and his spirit reached its zenith under his effective self-regulation. Perhaps influenced by Jiedong's aura, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Their eyes widened in anticipation to see what this audacious youth, boldly challenging the guild before them, was truly capable of. After taking a deep breath, Jiedong finally commenced. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the first shaker, flicking his wrist to send it soaring into the air, followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, and so forth until the 9th. Despite the total of 9 shakers, Jiedong's lightning-fast movements felt seamless. As the last shaker was tossed into the air, the first was just descending. Jiedong took a half-step back, his left hand circling as the first shaker fell, catching it effortlessly and sending it into a rapid spin in mid-air. His arms extended fully. He caught each shaker, tossing them upwards again. Standing firmly on the ground, his upper body swayed like a leaf in the wind, rotating around his waist as his arms flung outwards, engaging his waist, back, shoulders, arms, palms, and fingers in a dynamic dance. Miraculously, the 9 shakers began to orbit around him, their movements exquisite and agile. First, the motion was discernible, shifting left and right, up and down. But soon, it morphed into an ethereal display of brilliance, rendering his hands and arms indistinguishable. Only the shimmering orange-red shakers swirling in the air. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What Jiedong showcased was nothing short of miraculous. 9 shakers. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophe. Yet, they danced around his form, moving in synchrony, Spinning rapidly like 9 fiery discs, the Jiedong appeared as a vortex of power, drawing the shakers to him, manipulating them with deft precision. His gaze remained tranquil as still waters, never glancing at the shakers, yet their positions were under his complete control. Yes, they whirled and surged. The orange radiance intensified, reflecting dazzling light from the crystal shakers under the sun's rays. Suddenly, Jiedong called out, and in an instant his pace doubled. Even the seasoned master bartender Chen Xiao could hardly discern his movements, perceiving only a multitude of afterimages trailing behind him. Amidst the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, the 9 shakers seemed to hover in mid-air, tracing a parabolic arc while rotating at a dizzying speed, as if 9 suns shone down upon Jiedong. Of course, the shakers could not truly suspend themselves. All of this was a testament to Jiedong's astonishing technique. Thunderous applause erupted, akin to a clap of thunder. Even the city defense forces, hastening to the scene, couldn't suppress their excitement. In one wish to disrupt the miraculous spectacle unfolding before them. The bartenders of the guild stood utterly astonished. With 9 crisp sounds of impact, the 9 celestial orbs descended as if falling from the sky, landing gently on the table before Jiedong with remarkable precision, as if they had always belonged there. Jiedong's upper body swayed slightly before gradually stabilizing. That moment, the calmness in his eyes transformed into an unparalleled fervor. He had succeeded. Yes, he had triumphed. For the first time in this resurrected world, he had executed one of the most intricate bartending techniques from his previous life. Once it was through this very method that he had dazzled the International Bartending Convention, solidifying his legacy as a master mixologist in this world where he had lived for 4 years. He finally achieved this moment, this instant. The blood coursing through Jiedong's veins was boiling, steam rising from his head, sweat trickling down his face. But every drop was worth in truth. Jiedong could have chosen a simpler technique to complete the challenge against the guild. However, he did not opt for ease. He sought the extreme, an unparalleled pinnacle. He inscribed words on the white cloth. He had resolved to employ this technique reminiscent of the archer, shooting down the 9 suns, restoring his bartending prowess to its zenith. Even when he had no assurance at the outset, he still made that choice. This was the pride of a master mixologist, a pride unique to Jiedong, and the outcome proved a success. The cheers did not wane with the conclusion of Jiedong's mixing. Rather, they intensified with the crowd and even the city defense forces clapping vigorously, oblivious to their reddened palms. It was spectacular. The preceding scene could only be described as miraculous. Despite the lack of extravagant decor, Jiedong's unparalleled skill had captured their hearts. As Jiedong caught his breath, the thrill in his eyes gradually faded. He lowered his gaze to his trembling hands. Exhausted from the exertion, a wave of profound pride surged within him. Pride that had never been felt even when his will combined with the 2 great monarchs. Everything that had transpired in this fleeting moment encapsulated the entirety of his 30-plus years of life pursuits in his previous existence. It was a testament to his hard-earned achievements. Chen Xiao remained silent, his countenance ashen as if turned to dust, not to mention creating the illusion of the 9 suns suspended in mid-air. Even concurrently using 9 shakers was an arduous task for him. That moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Behind him, a group of bartenders had succumbed to silence. Yet their gazes remained fixed on the 9 shakers, unwaveringly attentive. Despite their awareness that the Central Plain City branch had suffered a resounding defeat today, the allure of witnessing such a miraculous moment ignited within them an insatiable desire to savor the exquisite drink crafted with such extraordinary technique. Nightshade's gaze towards Jiedong had completely transformed. In his eyes, there was no trace of disdain. Instead, a flicker of fervor shone through, not tinged with resentment, but rather a wild enthusiasm, as potent as the expression displayed by Jiedong while concocting his cocktails. Jiedong's breath gradually steadied, the primordial Yin-Yang crown's magical energy coursing through him, providing stability to his trembling arms. To be frank, had it not been for the infusion of dragon blood, Jiedong would never have dared to attempt such an advanced bartending technique. After all, he was still not yet 15, and his physique was far from that of his former self at the pinnacle of his past life. It is worth noting that in pursuit of these elite bartending techniques, Jiedong had never ceased his physical training in his previous life, particularly excelling in yoga. Without exceptional flexibility and explosive muscular power, one would have no opportunity to practice such high-level bartending methods. One by one, he opened the caps of the 9 cocktail shakers, and even now, the liquid within still swirled, a testament to the intensity of Jiedong's earlier mixing. Cautiously, he poured the liquid from each of the 9 shakers into 9 highball glasses. As he completed this task, the surrounding crowd erupted into applause once more, this time clearly including the senior bartenders from the Central Plains City branch. The 9 highball glasses, each containing cocktails made from the same ingredients, displayed a striking array of colors, transitioning from the pale yellow of the first glass to the vibrant orange of the last. The gradient of colors, resembling a sunset in descent, deepened with each subsequent glass. Arranged in a horizontal line, the 9 shades formed a mesmerizing ribbon of hues, a visual feast that was breathtaking in its beauty, leaving the onlookers in suspense regarding their flavors. This astonishing scene was utterly unfathomable to the bartenders present. At this moment, they fully realized that Jiedong's earlier enigmatic and miraculous mixing techniques were not merely for show. They were imbued with meticulously honed methods. The ingredients for the 9 cocktails had all been poured by their own eyes. And witnessing such a miraculous occurrence, especially one executed simultaneously, left them at a loss for words. Jiedong raised his gaze towards Chen Xiao, gesturing with a calm demeanor. "Please, indulge in a taste." Chen Xiao looked up at Jiedong. His lips pressed tightly together. Yet, he did not approach. The reality was laid bare before him. Regardless of his reluctance to admit it, he had no grounds to refute the truth. And "Oh, need to taste." We concede. The weight of these words, spoken by Chen Xiao, felt as if they carried the heft of mountains. Yet he was compelled to utter them, and within him, an indescribable mix of admiration and animosity towards the young man surged. He resented Jiedong for bringing disgrace upon the Central Plains City branch of the Bartenders Guild, yet he could not help but respect his extraordinary mixing prowess. In this moment, he comprehended fully that Jiedong's previous claims were devoid of exaggeration. His pride was entirely founded on his strength. He vividly recalled Jiedong's words. "With strength, you too can." Indeed, had he possessed such strength, he would not merely be a vice president. Perhaps only Lord Duzikin could match this young man in skill. Jiedong smiled faintly. "Since you acknowledge defeat, let today's matters conclude here. These 9 cocktails are my gift to you. Carl Baisu, let us take our leave that in this lifetime, he had once again flawlessly executed the method of shooting down the 9 suns. He had no desire to pursue the Nightshade any further. There was no need for Nightshade to kneel before him, nor for him to seize the emblem of the Bartenders Guild. The presence of these 9 glasses of cocktails was sufficient to attest to everything. Having spoken these words, Jiedong used a storage bracelet to stow away the 9 crystal shakers, leaving the 9 cocktails behind as he turned to exit the throng. "Wait a moment, esteemed bartender," Chen Xiao called out, urgency lacing his voice. "Could you please tell me what technique you just employed?" His address had shifted to one of respect. Mastery commands respect, and this was earned through strength. Without turning back, Jiedong replied, "This technique is called shooting down the 9 suns. If your guild's deity, Duzikin, believes he can replicate it, let him come to the Tiangong Academy to find me." Leaving behind these words, Jiedong pushed through the crowd, flanked by Carl and Baisu, as applause reverberated in the distance. Chen Xiao stood silently, pondering. "Shooting down the 9 suns? What does that mean?" "Tiangong Academy." Nightshade stepped forward quietly, kneeling before Chen Xiao. "Master Chen Xiao, today's events arose from my actions, and the branch has suffered disgrace because of me. I am willing to accept any punishment." Chen Xiao cast a complex glance at him, but still helped him up. "Yes, you have brought shame upon the guild, yet you have also allowed us to witness this unimaginable skill. As for our departure, we shall discuss it when the president returns." Nightshade gazed in the direction Jiedong and his companions had left, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Tiangong Academy. Jiedong, we shall meet again." Chen Xiao solemnly commanded, "Carry this table back to the guild. Not a single drop of liquid must be spilled." Among the crowd, voices began to arise, inquiring about purchasing the 9 cocktails. However, Chun Xiao had no mind to entertain such thoughts. He sensed that these 9 cocktails left by Jiedong held immense significance for the guild's future. He was also eager to discover the flavor that would emerge from these cocktails, crafted with such remarkable techniques. "Boss, you are incredibly powerful. I've never felt such exhilaration," Baisu exclaimed, gripping Jiedong's arm in admiration. If one were to describe his present demeanor, the term fangirl from Jiedong's past life would be most fitting. Not just Baisu, Carl also felt a surge of emotion, grasping Jiedong's other arm with a goofy grin. "Boss, when will you mix us that drink again? Just watching it was a delight." Jiedong chuckled at his 2 companions. "Don't shake me too much. I might fall apart. Once we settle down, I'll mix something for you. Right now, I just want to find a place to eat and rest. After days of traveling by carriage, aren't you tired?" Baisa laughed heartily. "We're too excited to feel tired. Let us stay at that and over there." As he spoke, he pointed diagonally ahead. Following his gesture, Jiedong and Carl were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances with Baisu. Before them stood a 5-story hotel, grand and resplendent, exuding an air of opulence even in broad daylight. The structure, while not particularly unique in design, was constructed from the finest materials. The exterior, made of uniform granite slabs, was adorned with 8 grand columns carved from white stone, showcasing its status and expense. Even in the continent's largest city, such a building was a rarity. Undoubtedly, its price would be commensurate with its appearance, and neither Jiedong nor Carl were affluent. "Baisu, are you sure about this? We're staying here?" Carl asked, exasperation evident in his tone. Baisu chuckled. "Of course. The conditions here are exceptional, and it's quite affordable. I've been here before, so trust me." Affordable? This time, even Jiedong could not suppress his skepticism. Baisu tugged them forward, insisting, "Just follow me." Reluctantly, Jiedong and Carl allowed themselves to be led into the inn, which seemed far from affordable. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the extravagant golden decor that enveloped them. The lavishness almost overwhelming. The 3 youthful figures drew the attention of the staff, and when one approached to inquire, Baisu swiftly produced a black card with golden accents from his storage ring and handed it over. "2 rooms, please." Upon seeing the card, the staff member's expression shifted immediately. Receiving it with utmost reverence and leading the trio to the front desk, Jiedong felt a pang of curiosity and asked, "Baisu, I've never asked before, but what does your family do?" Baisu chuckled. "We run a small business at a small business." Jiedong raised an eyebrow, pointing towards the pricing board behind the front desk, where the cheapest room was listed at 30 gold coins per night. "How small can your business be to afford us such luxury? This is too expensive for us." "Carl, I think we should leave." Carl nodded in agreement. "Yes, we definitely cannot afford this." Baisu panicked and quickly grasped them. Okay. I'll confess, my family's business is not small. My grandfather founded the Hoarding Commerce Association. This hotel is our family's property, and staying here 1 tea cost us a single coin." Upon hearing the words Fire Cauldron Chamber of Commerce, Jiedong felt somewhat indifferent. After all, his understanding of this world was still rather limited. However, Carl's expression changed drastically. "What? The Fire Cauldron Chamber of Commerce belongs to your family?" That is one of the top 10 chambers of commerce on the continent, with business extending from our Southern Fire Empire all the way to the Northern Water Empire. "Are you the young master of the chamber?" Jiedong, intrigued, inquired, "Is the Baisu family very wealthy?" "To what extent?" Carl held up 4 fingers, succinctly summarizing, "Richer than a nation. This guy is practically a class enemy. I just want to punch him for having kept this from us for so long." Baisu, looking aggrieved, replied, "Actually, I am wronged. If I told you earlier, would you still want to be friends with me? The family business has little to do with me, aside from this free card that allows me to eat, drink, and stay for free within the family business. My father only gave me 300 gold coins when I left that he said that if I don't achieve something at the Academy of Celestial Mechanics, I shouldn't come back. Our family has a rule that once you turn 18, everything must be earned by oneself. Only after achieving a certain level of success do you qualify to inherit a portion of the family business. Therefore, even this free card can only be used for 4 more years and will expire if not utilized." Jiedong remarked. "So, you plan to become a merchant in the future?" Baisu scratched his head and said, "I can't say for sure right now, but as the only son, I will eventually inherit the family business." Jiedong nodded. Even if he were to engage in commerce in the future, it would be wise to cultivate his skills as a mage now. At least for self-preservation. The rooms were arranged, and although they were at a hotel owned by Baisu's family, he still shared a room with Carl, while Jiedong occupied another. The three of them were exhausted from the journey. After a light meal, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Tomorrow marked the entrance examination, and they all needed to be in optimal condition to face what would undoubtedly be a challenging assessment. Thank you, truly, for each of your blessings. Today is my birthday, and I am very happy. This is Chapter 2. The third chapter will not be available until midnight, that a gathering for refinement will occur then. It is not that I am being lazy. My family will be celebrating my birthday tonight. Therefore, the update will be delayed. That I appreciate your understanding. Blazing flame. The crimson petals unfurled, enveloping Jiedong's form, and he quietly vanished from the opulent room. In the familiar scarlet world, he felt grounded, sensing the surging fire elements swirling around him, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. As his strength gradually increased, he had grown ever closer to the fire elements of this fiery realm. No longer was he the frail boy who could be scorched at any moment. Jiedong's surprise. Today, the blazing flame stood eagerly on the core lake's volcanic platform, gazing at him with an expression filled with longing. Blazing flame, what's wrong? This isn't like you at all. Not to mention that you suddenly vanished a few days ago. You usually only appear after I arrive. This waiting is a first. With her lips subtly pouting, the blazing flame expressed some discontent. Little Jiedong, are you hiding something? What was that you performed today? Jiedong then realized, chuckling, so that's what it is that I couldn't perform it before due to my physical limitations. It was thanks to you that I could soak in dragon's blood, which strengthened my body enough to execute that technique. I'll prepare some for you now. The blazing flame blinked, her irritation transforming into delight. That is more like it, but it can only count as a day's worth. All right, as long as you like it, I can prepare it any time. However, making wise a bit complicated, I'll need a table. The blazing flame smiled. That's easy enough. Just cut a block of stone. Only the blazing flame could casually declare that cutting through this hard, steel-like volcanic rock was simple. The temperature of the core lake was already quite high. Although Jiedong had a strong resistance to fire, he still broke into a sweat while preparing why, feeling fatigued as he began to cultivate, standing beside Jiedong, savoring each cup of the falling sun's essence. The blazing flame's gaze remained fixed upon the slightly pale face of the boy beside her, watching him silently. Hours passed in this manner until Jiedong finally awakened from his cultivation, only to find that the cups on the stone table were empty. Yet the blazing flame remained there, quietly observing him. When Jiedong looked up and met the calm gaze of the blazing flame, his heart felt as though it had been struck fiercely, and his focus momentarily drifted, even overshadowing the pleasure he had just derived from absorbing the dual fire elements. Blazing flame, have you been waiting here for me? Ah, the blazing flame snapped out of her reverie. I wasn't waiting for you. I was just contemplating some matters. Turning her head away, she concealed the slight panic in her eyes. Even she herself was unsure why. Ever since she saved Jiedong from the icy dragon frost, his status in her heart seemed to have shifted. Where she once viewed him merely as an amusing little friend, he now felt more like an inseparable family member. When the blazing flame turned back, her expression had returned to normal, showing no signs of any cracks. Little Jiedong, your abilities are still far from sufficient. After soaking in dragoness blood, your body will be significantly more resilient than that of ordinary humans, and you will possess a portion of a dragon's self-healing capabilities. While it cannot compare to a true dragon, your physique is considerably stronger. Additionally, the dragon's blood has increased your body's resistance to various attributes. Although Frost is an ice dragon, I neutralized the properties of its dragon's blood. Thus, besides having a strong resistance to fire, you now possess a certain degree of resistance to wood, earth, metal, and water. You can withstand both yin and yang attributes. However, your overall strength is still quite weak. You must not relax in your training for even a moment. As the queen of the underground world, there are times when I must attend to matters down below, which may cause me to be absent. But even in my absence, you must continue your training. Do you understand? Jiedong understood that the blazing flame was admonishing him for his previous lackadaisical attitude, and he felt a flush of embarrassment on his face as he nodded. Whenever the topic of training arose, the blazing flame's regal demeanor as a queen became evident. In such moments, she felt more like a teacher than a friend to Jiedong. The blazing flame instructed, "It's time to return. Dawn is approaching in the human world. You now possess 4 foundational techniques, and you must practice diligently to learn the next foundational technique. You need to use each of these 4 techniques 1,000 times. At the same time, your magical power must reach 2 crowns. This 1,000 times is not to be confused with your previous uses. It must be executed using the Yang sacred fire and Yin spiritual fire to count. Next time you come, you can directly practice your skills. Practicing the 2 monarch techniques also serves to temper your fire elements. Your magical power has reached level 14, a result of your arduous 9-day training." Jiedong asked, "Blazing Flame, how many foundational techniques do the 2 monarchs possess? When will I be able to learn their advanced techniques?" The Blazing Flame smiled lightly. "Don't you understand? The foundational techniques of the 2 monarchs are so termed because of your insufficient magical power. As your strength grows, each foundational technique can become an advanced technique. When you connect and utilize their skills, their power will far surpass that of ordinary advanced techniques. However, you might also consider learning some ordinary skills at the Academy of Celestial Mechanics. After all, the skills of the 2 monarchs consume a significant amount of magical power. Having some ordinary skills to mask your true strength during unnecessary moments is also advantageous. For instance, the fireball technique you just learned is quite practical." Jiedong nodded. "I understand. Blazing Flame, I'll head back now. Farewell." As the crimson lotus petals swirled around him, just as Jiedong was about to be transported away, the Blazing Flame suddenly called out, "Little Jiedong, remember, every time you prepare a drink for me, it must not be inferior to this one, all right? The way you concocted is delightful." The world before him blazed red, and the sound of the blazing flame echoed in his ears as Jiedong's body was whisked away. He now regretted having challenged the Guild of Mixologists for no good reason. Suggest it must not be inferior to Y. Such a top-tier technique is one he could only manage a few variations of. To create an even better cocktail, he would need to work on the ingredients. However, the better the ingredients, the higher the price, and he currently had no income whatsoever. Moreover, some exquisite spirits were not only expensive, but also hard to come by. Even money could not guarantee acquisition. Of course, Jiedong would never voice these concerns to the Blazing Flame. Regardless of her requests, he would strive to fulfill them as best as he could. The difficulties he faced were his own to bear. A new week has begun, and Little Sam's 29th birthday has passed. In this new year, Little Sam will work even harder to create better works for readers. Thank you for each of your blessings and support. Thank you. Thank you very much. The new book is climbing the charts, coinciding with the Grand Conference. The recommendation votes and collections are the greatest encouragement you can provide to Xiaosan. Returning to the inn, the sky outside was just beginning to lighten, and feeling the dual magical power of the pinnacle state within the Yin-Yang crown, Jiedong could not help but smile faintly. Ever since he condensed the Yin-Yang crown, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The imprints of the 2 great monarchs had assisted him in leveling up, and the remaining 3 levels were the result of his relentless efforts. In just over 2 months, he had risen to the 14th level. Although the journey was arduous, it was undoubtedly worthwhile that possessed the next foundational technique. One must attain 2 crowns. This was Jiedong's current goal. Seizing the balance of yin and yang in the morning elements, Jiedong rested for a while longer until Baisu and Carl came to knock on his door. The 3 of them had a light meal before departing the inn. Baisu had already inquired at this branch of the Fire Cauldron Hotel under the Fire Cauldron Chamber of Commerce. The Tiangan Academy was located to the north of Central Plain City, covering a vast area. Due to the city's enormity, it would take nearly an hour on foot to reach it. Thus, the 3 had set out early, taking the hotel carriage directly towards the northern part of the city. Sitting in the carriage and gazing out the window, Jiedong and his companions could not help but marvel at the city's grandeur. As they passed through the city center, they caught a glimpse of the heavily guarded imperial palace of the Central Earth Empire, its faint golden walls soaring 10 zhang high. Although it was early morning, the wide streets were already bustling with a multitude of people, merchants hurriedly opening their shops, while others were enjoying breakfast by the roadside. Creating a lively scene that proved to be quite wise for them to set off early. Even by carriage, it took them a good half hour to reach the northern city. "Young masters, we've arrived." The carriage came to a stop, and the driver lifted the curtain, gesturing respectfully for them to disembark. That Jiedong and his companions jumped down from the carriage. Biaisu addressed the driver. "You may return, if we pass the assessment today. We should be able to check into the academy directly." While Biaisu conversed with the driver, Jiedong's gaze was already directed ahead, his eyebrows twitching slightly, and a look of surprise instinctively flickered in his eyes. Just 100 meters ahead stood a tall wall, somewhat shorter than the palace they had just passed, though only slightly. This wall was at least 8 zhang high, presenting a pale yellow hue. While not as opulent as the palace's faint golden color, the vast wall was adorned with 10 uniquely intricate and brilliantly vibrant totems. Each set of 10 totems extended continuously to the sides, and one could only imagine the labor that went into such carvings. That it was noteworthy that each totem's square background on the towering wall exceeded a zhang in length. This was undoubtedly a monumental undertaking. Judging by the wall's width, it must stretch nearly 1,000 meters. Such grandeur could only be second to the imperial palace of the Central Earth Empire. Jiedong's eyes were immediately drawn to the third totem in a group, a fiery red phoenix, and the fourth, a blue serpent with wings, representing the fire element. The remaining 8 totems were equally exquisite, and from afar, the wall exuded an overwhelming sense of majesty. Without needing any introduction, Jiedong and his companions instantly understood that the wall before them belonged to the Tiangong Academy. Truly, it was a prestigious institution funded by the 5 great empires. Even in Jiedong's past life, he could not recall encountering an academy of such scale. "Boss, the main entrance is over there. Shall we proceed?" Carl inquired. Jiedong nodded, and the 3 of them walked along the wall towards the main entrance, which lay about 200 meters away. It was a grand gateway, 50 meters wide, constructed primarily of granite with marble facades and adorned with jade carvings. Flanking the massive entrance were 2 inscriptions. On the left side read, "Jia, Bing, Wu, Geng, Ren, seek knowledge in the daylight of Yang," while the right side proclaimed, Ding, Jiexen, Day, cultivate in the night of Yin. Above the gateway, for golden characters glimmered, reading Tiangong Academy. In front of the entrance stood 10 young men and women, each around 20 years of age, dressed in various colored uniforms. Lined up with a table in front of each, upon which lay papers. Behind them hung a banner proclaiming, "New Student Assessment Registration." Without a doubt, these 10 individuals represented different elements. To register, one merely needed to approach the respective table. Whether it was due to the early hour or the Academy's limited intake of students each year, there were not many people at the 10 tables at that moment. That Jiedong and his companions hastened over, eager to complete their registration and familiarize themselves with the assessment rules to gain an advantage during the evaluation. As they approached, they were momentarily taken aback to find that among the youth seated behind the 10 tables, 2 were familiar faces. Seated at the table representing the Bing fire element was none other than Zhu Gui's older brother, Zhu Tian, who had previously interceded on Jiedong's behalf during the final assessment. Zhu Tian was 5 years their senior and was now nearing 20. The other familiar face, however, caused the 3 of them to frown. Seated at the table for the Wu earth element, which represented the Yang earth element, was none other than Yi Shang, the 2-star bartender from the Bartender Guild, whom Jiedong had humiliated the previous day. Clad in a bright yellow uniform, he exuded none of the arrogance he had displayed yesterday. However, upon seeing Jiedong and his friends, his expression noticeably shifted. Biaisu leaned closer to Jiedong and whispered, "That's the one called Yi Shang. Why is he here at Tiangong Academy? He wouldn't seek revenge, would he?" Jiedong shook his head and replied, "Let's observe how things unfold. He belongs to the Wu earth element, which is different from our element. Let us register first." As he spoke, the 3 of them produced their respective recommendation letters. Jiedong and Carl approached Zhu Tian's table, while Biaisu went to the neighboring table, where a tall female student with long pink hair sat. "Senior Zhu Tian, do you remember us?" Jiedong took the initiative to greet Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian paused for a moment. Although he did not recognize Jiedong at first glance, he did remember Carl, as his physique was quite distinctive among peers. Soon realizing, he exclaimed, "You must be Carl. It's been 3 years since you left the Lihua Academy, and you only met Jiedong once, so naturally. The memory isn't vivid." Jiedong smiled slightly. "I am Jiedong. Did you forget? You advocated for me so I could continue as an auditor at Lihua Academy. Zhu Tian's eyes widened in realization. Ah, it's you. Looking at the recommendation letter in Jiedong's hand, he couldn't help but express his surprise. Could it be that you have already? Jiedong nodded. I was fortunate enough to condense the Yin-Yang crown. Receiving a recommendation from Yin-Yang, and came here with Carl and Baisu that I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Zhu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Processing this new information, his memories began to align. He clearly recalled his sister mentioning that Jiedong was a natural waste. Could it be that the Yin-Yang balanced physique could also condense the Yin-Yang crown? If so, did that mean he possessed both Yin and Yang fire? A bright glimmer sparkled in Zhu Tian's eyes that he did not say anything further, but nodded knowingly. I hope you all can pass the entrance assessment and bring fresh blood to our Bing fire element. Fill out this form and give it to me. With it, you may enter. The form was straightforward. It only required them to provide their name, gender, magical affiliation, and magical level. Jiedong did not conceal his magical level. Although he understood that Lai Yin encouraged him to hide his abilities for his own good, having once been a renowned wine god, found little merit in such concealment, much like his challenge before the bartender guild the previous day. Moreover, he possessed the ultimate dual fire, which he would not easily reveal. Thus, he directly filled in the number 14 that upon seeing Jiedong's stated level, Zhu Tian's brow twitched slightly as he stood up with a smile. Let us go. There are currently not many new students, so I will escort you inside. Jiedong and Zhu Tian exchanged glances, just in time to see Zhu Tian lightly nodding at him. And he immediately understood that Zhu Tian intended to offer them some advice before the assessment. After all, they all hailed from the Lihua Academy. Jiedong felt a warmth in his heart and nodded back in acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice called from the side. Jiedong, what a coincidence. We meet again. Jiedong and Carl halted, and Baisu, who had just completed his registration, frowned as well. The speaker was none other than Yishang. Clad in the Wu Earth element uniform, Zhu Tian expressed surprise. Senior Yishang, do you know these younger students? Yishang, who had not registered, stepped forward, wearing a constant smile that showed no trace of the humiliation he had suffered before Jiedong the previous day. I just met these younger students yesterday. Zhu Tian, your younger students are quite impressive. Wishing you all the best in gaining admission to the Tiangong Academy. Soon, we shall all be classmates. Observing Yishang's tranquil demeanor, both Carl and Baisu felt as if they had been bitten by a venomous snake. Clearly, this Yishang was even more formidable than he had been the previous day. Only Jiedong maintained his indifferent expression. Seemingly unconcerned, Zhu Tian courteously remarked, Senior Yishang, I shall escort them inside for the assessment now. Wai Yishang merely smiled and nodded, his gaze lingering on Jiedong's face before giving him another nod. From a look in his eyes, there was an unmistakable kindness, with no hint of the past grievances he had faced before Jiedong. It was only then that Zhu Tian led Jiedong and the others into the Tiangong Academy. As soon as they stepped into the academy, his expression shifted slightly, and he whispered, How do you know Ji Yishang? Jiedong, taken aback, replied, He is of the same gender as I. Zhu Tian nodded and said, He is a notoriously dangerous figure within the academy. The students at Tiangong Academy are divided into 3 tiers of study and cultivation. The lowest tier consists of those just entering the academy, who have yet to reach the 2-crown threshold and are known as bachelor-level students. The intermediate tier encompasses those with 2 crowns but fewer than 3, who are considered official students of the academy. Generally, students at this tier aim to reach level 30 and condense their 3rd crown before graduating. Comparatively, Tiangong Academy standards are a full crown higher than those of ordinary advanced academies. Those who gain admission here are all elites from various nations across the continent. However, within Tiangong Academy, there exists a special group known as the Yin-Yang Academy. Only those who complete the condensation of 2 crowns before the age of 16 may join. Each member is an elite among elites. A prodigious talent that AS for when one graduates. That is beyond my knowledge. That Jiedong's mind stirred. So, Ji Shang was indeed a member of the Yin-Yang Academy. Zhu Tian's expression grew grave as he nodded, stating, Competition at Tiangong Academy is exceedingly fierce, particularly manifesting in a rivalry among the various departments. Regardless of Yin or Yang attributes, like us from the Bing Fire and Ding Fire departments, we are undoubtedly allies, as we all wield fire. The strongest faction within the academy is, without a doubt, the Earth system, currently the most formidable among the Yin-Yang sorcerers. Jiedong is the leading figure of the Wu Earth system. Originally, he was not required to attend to the new student registration today. It is unclear why he suddenly appeared. Carl and Baisu exchanged glances, and without needing to ask, they understood that Jiedong was indeed targeting Jiedong. Unable to contain himself, Carl inquired, "Senior Zhu Tian, what level of sorcerer is Jiedong at present?" Zhu Tian replied solemnly, "The only certainty I can provide is that he has undoubtedly surpassed the 3 crowns. He entered the Yin-Yang Academy at the age of 15, and now, 6 years later, he is 21. He is among the elite within the Yin-Yang Academy, one of the top 10 experts in Tiangong Academy. As an ordinary student, I lack the qualifications to enter the Yin-Yang Academy, hence I do not know his precise magical prowess." Upon hearing Zhu Tian's words, both Carl and Baisu couldn't help but gasp in shock. Realizing the predicament they had landed in, not only had they offended a local tyrant, but they had also crossed a powerful 1.3 crowns. That level was equivalent to that of the instructors at the Fire Academy. The individual Jiedong had killed, Lu Jun, had yet to break through to that tiered. Jiedong, however, seemed unfazed as he muttered to himself, "I did not expect his bartending skills to be lacking. Yet his magical cultivation is quite impressive." With that, he cast a glance at Carl and Baisu, adding, "That matter between him and me is my concern. Should he seek trouble, I shall oblige. For now, we must first focus on passing the new student assessment." Zhu Tian furrowed his brow and asked, "Jiedong, have you offended Jiedong?" Jiedong smiled slightly and replied, "There's no need for concern, senior. It's hardly an offense, merely a small misunderstanding. The matter has been resolved." Observing Jiedong's calm demeanor, both Carl and Baisu couldn't help but share a silent, rueful smile. Indeed, the issue had been resolved. After all, Jiedong had thoroughly humiliated the entire bartending guild of the Yuanzhong branch with his formidable mixing skills. Carl and Baisu mused that if they were in Jiedong's position, they would harbor a deep grudge. They were perplexed as to why Jiedong seemed entirely unconcerned. Zhu Tian breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "As long as it is resolved, that is good. Proceed deeper into the academy to the main arena. There, individuals responsible for conducting assessments await you. The assessment consists of but one task: practical combat. Each pair of new students will join forces to challenge an official student with 2 crowns. New students may form any combination, but it must consist of 2 individuals and only 2 to pass. You must withstand the attacks of the official student for the duration of half a stick of incense. Failing to do so means you must leave the academy." Baisu could not help but question, "Senior Zhu Tian, what kind of assessment method is this? Shouldn't it be based on measuring magical prowess? We who have just condensed our Yin-Yang crowns possess little in terms of combat ability." Zhu Tian replied, "This is the academy's regulation, and I have no power to change it. Every student who enters the academy has undergone this process in practical combat. Every detail of your performance will be recorded by the academy. In truth, this is the most comprehensive assessment, gauging your overall qualities. Now, off you go. I still have to assist other new students with their registration." With that, Zhu Tian turned and left. Baisu and Carl's gazes fell upon Jiedong, who said, "Since the assessment requires pairs, your Yin-Yang attributes complement each other perfectly. With the Bing-Ding Fireball combination technique, passing the assessment should pose no difficulty. Let's proceed." Baisu asked, "Boss, if we are to pair up, what will you do?" Jiedong smiled slightly and replied, "What? Do you still doubt my strength?" Recalling Jiedong's formidable prowess when facing the Qingmu Wolf King, Carl and Baisu felt reassured. The 3 of them made their way into the Tiangong Academy. The academy itself was indeed vast. They traversed a wide forest path for at least 200 meters, passing a massive shadow wall adorned with numerous car portraits, before finally arriving at the main arena that Zhu Tian had mentioned. The main arena was paved with enormous azure bricks, each side measuring 10 meters, creating a sense of expansive visibility. This arena was at least 10 times larger than that of the Fire Academy, with different colored areas demarcating various sections. In the center of the arena hung a massive banner announcing the new student assessment, with magical lights flickering in the background. The trio approached swiftly. On the well-maintained arena, a few individuals were engaged in combat. Surrounded by a throng of spectators, the majority appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, Jiedong took note, somewhat astonished to find that there was not a single teacher in sight. Since arriving at Tiangong Academy, he had yet to encounter any instructors. It seemed that the assessments were overseen solely by the Academy's official students. "You must be new students. Hand me your forms." A youth, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, approached, collected their forms, and stated, "Pair up for the practical assessment. Please choose your partners quickly. Those standing here are new students for this assessment, while those over there are bachelor-level students from the Academy. Be careful not to select the wrong person. Once you've made your selections, come back to me." "Thank you, Senior." The arena was divided into 5 assessment areas according to the 5 elemental attributes: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, corresponding to the various colored zones on the arena. Notably, the students undergoing assessment were not necessarily aligned with the corresponding elemental attributes. It was merely concurrent assessments taking place across 5 arenas. Each year, only about 150 new students came to Tiangong Academy for assessment. So, with 5 arenas in use, the process would not take long. Jiedong observed closely, noting that each assessment area had 3 official students, roughly 18 or 19 years old, overseeing the assessments, with one responsible for evaluation and the other 2 monitoring the combat process and recording it. The official students conducting the assessments appear to be around levels 23 or 24. With 2 crowns of Yin-Yang, each display of magical technique in the arena was mesmerizing, leaving an impression of awe. The new students participating in the assessments were indeed the elite of the continent, each possessing at least a few foundational techniques, and the varying colors of their Yin-Yang crowns created a dazzling spectacle. Jiedong even spotted a level 15 new student undergoing assessment. Soon, this round of assessment concluded. With 5 concurrent assessments, 8 out of 10 students advanced, while only 2 failed to endure for half a stick of incense. The next group of new students prepared for their assessments, and those who had not yet found partners hurried to do so. A formal student, approximately 20 years old, called out loudly. Meanwhile, the official students who had just conducted the assessment stepped back, replaced by one of the previous recorders. Carl remarked, "Boss, it seems there aren't many left. Our group is about to go up." Jiedong replied. During the assessment, remain calm and composed. Don't rush into offense, and conserve your magical energy. When the opponent's attacks become overwhelming, use the combination technique. Surviving for half a stick of incense should pose no problem. Carl and Bison nodded in unison and stepped forward to register. When Jiedong turned around, he discovered that there were only 8 new students left to participate in the assessment, including himself. Among them, 6 had evidently paired up and approached the registration desk alongside Carl and Baisu. However, there was one exception, a small girl squatting on the ground, pouting with a look of deep distress. She appeared to be no more than 10 years old, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. So young. Could she really be here to take the assessment as a new student? Jiedong was taken aback. It should be noted that the qualification for the Tiangong Academy's assessment was to have condensed the Yin-Yang crown. For most individuals, 10 years old was merely the beginning of their cultivation journey. Could this little girl have already attained the Yin-Yang crown? With this thought in mind, he approached her, crouching down to ask, "Little sister, what's wrong? Are you here to take the assessment as well?" The little girl looked up at Jiedong, her eyes reddening. "Yes, I'm here for the new student assessment too. But they all refuse to team up with me, saying I'm too small and definitely lack combat ability. Yet I have really condensed the Yin-Yang crown." The word genius flashed through Jiedong's mind. This truly was a remarkable talent. "Little sister, I am also here for the new student assessment. Would you like to team up with me?" As the 3rd update arrived, with another one still to come that evening, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Jiedong's proposal. She sprang to her feet, grasping Jiedong's right hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, big brother. You're such a good person. I'm willing to team up with you." This little girl stood barely at Jiedong's chest, yet she was strikingly beautiful, her large, expressive eyes radiating innocent charm. Her unrestrained excitement even warmed Jiedong's heart. With a smile, Jiedong introduced himself. "I am Jiedong. What is your name?" The little girl giggled. "My name is Lungyu. Can I call you Jiedong Gij?" "Of course you can. Let us go." As Jiedong led the little girl over, Baisu and Carl looked on in astonishment, while the other new students regarded them with a mixture of pity and disdain. To be here for the new student assessment, this little girl, no more than 10 years old, was undoubtedly a prodigy, something the formal students would not question if she were to gain admission to Tiangong Academy. She would become part of the Yin-Yang Academy in the future. However, she was still far too young. For Yin-Yang sorcerers, physical condition was equally crucial. Without a certain level of physical strength, even ample magical power could not manifest potent spells. Partnering with someone as small and delicate as Lung Yu, what chance did they have to pass the assessment against two formally trained students? This was precisely why no one had previously chosen a pair with her. Unbeknownst to Jiedong, before they arrived, the little girl named Lung Yu had approached each new student, pleading for someone to team up with her, only to be repeatedly rejected until she squatted down in despair. Her feelings of grievance stemming from that experience. Although Jiedong was not particularly handsome, to Lung Yu, this big brother was the best person ever so much so that when they approached the registration desk, Lung Yu proudly lifted her chin, refusing to even glance at the other new students. Carl, Fire Attribute B, Baisu, Fire Attribute D. You'll face the assessment against the Water Attribute R, which counters your attributes. Jiedong, Fire Attribute B. Lung Yu, Water Attribute G. The formal student responsible for registration looked up at Jiedong and the still exuberant Lung Yu, his expression turning somewhat peculiar upon hearing the announcement. Jiedong couldn't help but chuckle wryly to himself that in the elemental cycle, water counters fire, which was indisputable. How could a water attribute sorcerer and a fire attribute sorcerer possibly cooperate? If Jiedong's dual fire integration could produce a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, then pairing with Lung Yu's water attribute would likely yield a result less than one. It seemed that this assessment would truly have to rely on his own strength. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? You could wait for some new students to repair. I've never seen a water-fire combination before, the formal student remarked, evidently concerned. Jiedong glanced down at Lung Yu, who looked up at him. Her large eyes filled with disappointment, her hands twisting nervously in front of her. Her eyes were reddening once more. Raising his head, Jiedong declared, "There's no need to wait that I will team up with Lung Yu. I believe my magical power might be a bit stronger, so how about we also have a senior water attribute sorcerer assist us?" The formal student smiled slightly, saying, "You have a good heart. But I must remind you, the assessment opportunity is only once." Before he could finish, Lung Yu suddenly raised her head in anger, shaking her small fist. "I want to hold back Jiedong Gij. You so mean. Why are you stopping Jiedong Gij from teaming up with me?" The formal student scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. "Since that's the case, you may team up. I'll assign you a senior water attribute sorcerer for the assessment point." 10 new students, paired off, stood on 5 platforms. Lung Yu stood beside Jiedong, looking up at him and saying, "Jiedong Gij, do you believe in me? Lung Yu want to hold you back." Jiedong smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Of course I believe in you, Lung Yu. Here's the plan. Once the assessment begins, you stay back and wait for the right moment, while I'll take the brunt of the examiner's attacks." Lung Yu blinked and replied, "All right." But an 18 or 19-year-old young man approached them, clad in black attire, with a circular emblem on his chest depicting a graceful woman surrounded by rippling water. Her features were obscured, yet she exuded an ethereal, watery allure. Seeing Jiedong's gaze fixated on the emblem, Lung Yu whispered, "Jiedong Gij, that's the totem of the water attribute goddess. Our water attribute G totem is the Xuan Wu." The water attribute formal student nodded at Jiedong and Lung Yu, introducing himself. "I am Luo Qingfeng. Are you ready?" Jiedong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lung Yu, and addressed Luo Qingfeng. "Please instruct us." The recording student lit a stick of incense. Luo Qingfeng's eyes sharpened, and a layer of dark light rippled from him like waves, as surging magical power coalesced above his head, forming a white sun crown that hung suspended. The water attribute crown bore similarities to the fire attribute crown, but the peak was adorned with a droplet design, and the stars on the crown were black. Luo Qingfeng's crown bore 2 peaks marked with water droplets, signifying a dual crown, with 2 half-black stars resting on the crown ring. He was evidently a level 25 water sorcerer. As Luo Qingfeng summoned his crown, Jiedong was not idle. A flash of red light signaled the manifestation of his own white crown above his head. Under the control of his divine lock Yin-Yang technique, he revealed only one of his magical powers, a single crown with 2 stars, marking him as a level 14 fire sorcerer. Behind Jiedong, a gentle magical aura emerged, and a black ink crown quietly appeared above Lung Yu's head. She unleashed her unique purple magical power. Showcasing a single crown with half a star, she was a level 11 water sorcerer. Today's 4th update has arrived, friends. Please support with votes and subscriptions. Thank you. Among the 10 elemental types, the water attribute represents yang water, akin to rivers flowing endlessly, while the water attribute Ji, also known as rainwater, embodies a more subtle essence. If the former is grand and magnificent, the latter is gentle and unassuming. Luo Qingfeng's presence brought a palpable sense of pressure to Jiedong, while Lung Yu behind him seemed almost non-existent, her water magic quietly emanating in soft purple light. Jiedong understood that this assessment would likely hinge solely on his own strength. If Lung Yu were to intervene, it might hinder him. Water counters fire, and even the strongest fire might not overcome water. Moreover, he had numerous hidden cards up his sleeve. As the fire magic surged forth, Jiedong dashed forward, while other new students sought to delay the assessment. Jiedong had no such intentions. He focused solely on one objective, defeating the opponent before him. Jiedong charged toward him. The water attribute Luo Qingfeng smiled calmly, extending his right hand. The 2 peaks of his crown radiated dark light, and 3 black water arrows coalesced, hurtling toward Jiedong's chest. That a closer inspection would reveal that these arrows lacked tips. After all, this was an assessment, not a life-or-death struggle. Clearly, he was showing restraint. The black water arrows, imbued with a chilling aura, flew toward Jiedong in a triangular formation. Jiedong, without any evasion, swiftly stepped forward with his left leg, unleashing the most proficient foundational technique, the blazing sun devour. With a powerful punch that in stark contrast to Luo Qingfeng, who was enveloped in a radiant black light. The moment Jiedong struck, the fire magic energy on his body abruptly vanished, coalescing entirely within his fist. As the fists collided, a tremendous plume of steam erupted, and Jiedong felt an icy chill in his right fist, indicating a noticeable depletion of his fire magic energy. Nevertheless, the magical force within his fist erupted with thunderous intensity. The essence of the fire magic lay in its explosive power. Undoubtedly, the blazing sun devour, originating from the flame monarch, fully exemplified the characteristics of the fire magic. Luo Qingfeng, upon observing Jiedong's status as a level 14 fire scholar, initially dismissed him as insignificant. After all, water extinguishes fire, and there was no doubt that his own prowess far surpassed Jiedong's. How could he possibly pose a threat? Yet, to his astonishment, his 3 water arrows suddenly vanished amidst Jiedong's blazing sun devour. Although Jiedong's body paused momentarily, in the next instant, he leaped forward, closing the distance between them to within 10 meters. Impressive, Luo Qingfeng exclaimed, realizing that those recommended for the Tiangong Academy assessments were far from ordinary. That seemingly simple punch was undoubtedly a high-level foundational technique. Faced with Jiedong's bold advance, he ceased using external magic techniques, stepping forward to unleash a dual palm strike. Instantly, the black light surrounding Luo Qingfeng surged forth, transforming into waves of darkness racing towards Jiedong. Though the powerful water magic energy was dispersed, the essence of the water attribute was fully manifested, with a magical power that far exceeded Jiedong's. Luo Qingfeng aimed to comprehensively suppress him, leaving no opportunity for a comeback. While Luo Qingfeng was taken aback by Jiedong's blazing sun devour, Jiedong was equally astonished. The magic power of this formal student was not even on par with Lu Jun's from earlier. However, the way he wielded his magic and selected his techniques was astutely tailored to counter Jiedong, indicating that his combat capabilities were undoubtedly superior to Lu Jun's. The overwhelming strength of magical energy combined with the absolute suppression of attributes. A flicker of light gleamed in Jiedong's eyes, subtly revealing a hint of purple. Even his black hair, illuminated by the sun, emanated a faint deep purple hue in an unforeseen turn of events. Jiedong did not halt or retreat in the face of Luo Qingfeng's surging water magic as he anticipated. Instead, he accelerated, angling his body with his right shoulder leading, and crashed forward. Strangely, the fiery red fire magic energy that had once radiated from his body suddenly retracted inward. "Be careful, brother Jiedong," Lung Yu cried out from behind, as a small point of purple water magic energy glimmered forth, no larger than a fingernail, flying at a leisurely pace. However, upon its release, Lung Yu's face turned pale. And with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground at a scene that left the audience in shock. Unfolded. Jiedong, harnessing fire magic, forcefully barreled into the surging water magic of Luo Qingfeng. Even more bizarrely, despite a violent tremor coursing through Jiedong's body, he still managed to break free from the waves of darkness. How is this possible? The two formal students responsible for recording events stood up in disbelief. Yet what shocked them further was yet to come. The moment Jiedong broke through the black waves, Lung Yu's tiny purple crystal of magic energy rebounded off the ground, tracing a graceful parabolic arc, soaring over the confrontations between Jiedong and Luo Qingfeng, and headed straight for Luo Qingfeng's head. Luo Qingfeng, taken aback, had not anticipated Jiedong's ability to emerge from his area of effect magic technique. It was crucial to note that this was a targeted technique, not merely a foundational one, and a mid-level one at that. As he momentarily froze in astonishment, the small purple crystal of magic energy descended. Having accumulated substantial combat experience, Luo Qingfeng instinctively raised his hand and threw a punch. He recognized the purple as water magic energy. To him, a mere 10-year-old girl who had just begun to coalesce her Yin-Yang crown could hardly pose a significant threat. It would be a simple matter to neutralize it. However, the instant his fist collided with the purple crystal, a chilling sensation surged forth, and the purple light vanished. Upon contact, he felt as though a sharp ice needle had pierced through the water magic energy enveloping his fist. Subsequently, the ice needle erupted within him, spreading like countless threads, an intense cold rapidly invading his skin, bones, and muscles, surging towards his internal organs. The sudden, overwhelming sensation left Luo Qingfeng astounded, forcing him to abandon any focus on Jiedong. His water magic energy erupted in a desperate attempt to expel the subtle encroachment of the water magic. Yet, this action left him frozen, the black light surrounding him flickering, his complexion paling, unable to move. Navigating through the tumultuous black waves, Jiedong showed no signs of hesitation. Covering the 10-meter distance in just 2 steps at that moment, the Yin-Yang crown above his head underwent a transformation, shifting from pure white to a dual tone of black and white, while the flames on his hands morphed into a blue on the left and red on the right, a combination of fire and ice. The ethereal blue light shot forth like lightning, his left hand clawing through the air. Luo Qingfeng, preoccupied with repelling the invading water magic, could only brace himself against the impending attack. It became evident that everyone had underestimated the little girl. Lung Yu, the magic technique she unleashed, in terms of energy concentration, even surpassed that of the two-crowned Luo Qingfeng. If it were merely a standard attack, given the disparity in their magical energies, he could have easily neutralized it in an instant. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. He suffered significant damage as Lung Yu's water magic penetrated his body. The chilling blue flames glided across the celestial totem emblazoned on Luo Qingfeng's chest, casting a purplish hue over him. As he struggled to fend off the water magic, he felt his body stiffen, as if the very blood within him had congealed, and his magical energy came to a standstill. The residual water magic, previously diminished, surged back, rapidly infiltrating his body. Luo Qingfeng was taken aback, having never anticipated that Jiedong could breach his extensive magical suppression. This was a targeted technique, not a mere foundational one. Moreover, the fire energy emanating from Jiedong appeared weak. Yet, upon contact with his own body, the chilling energy of the fire erupted, effectively disrupting the flow of his magical energy, having recognized that the previous purple crystal was indeed a targeted technique. He understood its formidable nature, but he believed that if Jiedong's attack had merely been offensive, he could sustain some damage, expel the water magic within him, and then confront Jiedong directly. After all, His magical prowess exceeded Jiedong's by more than 10 levels, and retaliating would not be a challenge. However, Jiedong's Dark Moon Claw was no simple attack. In addition to the overwhelming energy of fire rapidly spreading throughout Luo Qingfeng's body, it also induced a momentary paralysis effect. For Luo Qingfeng, that fleeting second was nearly fatal. It interrupted his defenses against the water magic within him and allowed the fire energy of the Dark Moon Claw to invade. This is the formidable power of techniques derived from two great monarchs. Although the Dark Moon Claw was merely a foundational skill of the Dark Flame Demon King, its application remained astonishingly potent. Jiedong's movements did not cease. He remained unaware that Luo Qingfeng was still battling against Lung Yu's water magic. He was simply surprised that his Dark Moon Claw had easily struck his opponent. Yet, this would not hinder his subsequent actions. The meticulously honed foundational technique seamlessly followed, transforming into a blazing right fist that struck fiercely at the same spot on Luo Qingfeng's chest, with a resounding impact. Luo Qingfeng's face flushed crimson, and in the next moment, a torrent of red and purple flames erupted from within him, accompanied by a horrific scream and a violent spray of blood. He did not fly backward. Rather, Jiedong's blazing sun devour possessed an inherent ability to absorb his opponent's energy, causing him to gradually weaken under its influence. Jiedong, having already executed the follow-up Dark Moon Claw, found his hand suspended in midair as he observed Luo Qingfeng. Bloodied and collapsing, he was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? How could a level 25 two-crown water mage be so easily overwhelmed? Jiedong pondered in confusion. He had not even employed the utmost fire energy. Merely combining two foundational techniques had produced such an unexpected outcome, which undoubtedly took him by surprise. His ability to break through Luo Qingfeng's extensive magical suppression was not solely due to the power of the blazing sun devour. It was also because his body, having been immersed in dragon's blood, possessed a strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, granting him remarkable resistance to all magical properties. Moreover, the frost dragon's icy essence was inherently water-based. Though water extinguishes fire, it could not vanquish Jiedong's skin, enhanced by the dragon's blood. Thus, Jiedong barely managed to concentrate his strength into a single point, breaking through the moria of Luo Qingfeng. The magical power of Luo Qingfeng far surpassed his own, and his control over magic was unmatched even by Lu Jun back in the day. The water element counters the fire element. In Jiedong's eyes, even if he could flawlessly execute three connections, coupled with a Dark Moon Claw and a fierce sunburst to create a triple combo explosion, it would still be unlikely to overwhelm Luo Qingfeng in one blow. However, the reality before him was undeniable. Luo Qingfeng, spewing blood profusely, was not feigning, but rather lay there with a visage as pale as gold leaf, having succumbed to unconsciousness beneath Jiedong's fist. The fifth round of the new student assessment had concluded in record time. The skirmish between the two sides was brief, yet the outcome was utterly unimaginable to anyone present. The two official students tasked with recording events rushed forward. One pushed Jiedong aside, while the other swiftly examined Luo Qingfeng's injuries. Soon, the student assessing the injuries turned pale and whispered something urgently to his companion, who darted off towards the edge of the training ground. Bingwe, her face ashen, approached Jiedong and grasped one of his hands. Jiedong Gidge, he just spat out so much blood. It's terrifying. You're truly formidable. Bringing him down in just 2 moves. Jiedong frowned slightly and replied with a wry smile, I am at a loss as to how this occurred. The student who had been examining the injuries lifted his head and glared fiercely at Jiedong. Neither of you is permitted to leave. Await the arrival of the academy teachers. Luo Qingfeng's condition was dire. Even as he lay unconscious, blood continued to pour from his mouth and nose, his skin flickering with hues of red, blue, and purple, which gradually faded. Before long, Jiedong noticed 2 figures in the distance, shimmering like fleeting light, approaching with remarkable speed. One radiated a green hue, while the other was enveloped in darkness, representing the colors of the wood and water elements, respectively. The moment Jiedong caught sight of these 2 colors, 2 men appeared before him. Both were middle-aged, seemingly in their 30s or 40s, their heads crowned with radiant Yin-Yang halos. unlike the naive youth he had been when he first encountered Yang Bingtian. Jiedong now recognized the significance of the yin-yang crowns adorning these two individuals, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The first man, exuding a green light, wore a white yang crown adorned with 5 peaks, each imprinted with green leaves, and 4 green stars sparkling around the crown. The other man also bore 5 peaks, but like Luo Qingfeng, his crown was marked with a black droplet, and 3 black stars shimmered around it. Among the yin-yang magic masters Jiedong had encountered, only Yang Bingtian could be compared to these two. The men before him were a grandmaster of the wood element, ranked 58, and a grandmaster of the water element, ranked 56, both formidable 5-crown grandmasters. The mere appearance of these two instilled in Jiedong a suffocating sense of pressure, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. The water grandmaster swiftly took hold of Luo Qingfeng's body. Placing one hand on his chest, a magnificent, ethereal human figure materialized behind him, closely resembling the emblem on Luo Qingfeng's school uniform. The totem of the water element, the Queen of Water. This totem manifestation was a phenomenon that occurred only after a magic master reached the 3rd crown. Having attained a certain level of magical power, the Queen of Water totem manifested. Faint black light transformed into countless shimmering specks, rapidly penetrating Luo Qingfeng's body. The water and wood elements were the most adept at healing, albeit through different methods. The wood element primarily stimulated the injured party's latent potential for rapid self-healing, while the water element nourished the body with its magical essence. That it was difficult to determine which method was superior, a point that had long been a topic of debate between the two elements. However, practical circumstances would ultimately be dictated by the level of magical power and the effectiveness of the magical techniques employed. Indeed, the power of a 5-crown grandmaster was formidable. On the continent, such magicians were at the pinnacle of existence, with those above the 6th crown being peerless. The black water magic flowed into Luo Qingfeng. The bleeding from his mouth and nose ceased, and his complexion improved slightly. Yet, the water grandmaster, tasked with his healing, furrowed his brow. The wood grandmaster stood nearby and inquired, "Han, how is the situation?" The water grandmaster replied gravely, "Not good. There's a threat to his life. Long Tian, lend me your strength. Together, let us pull this lad back from the brink." Long Tian, the wood grandmaster, was taken aback by Han's words. "It's that serious? Who was responsible for this? Don't leave. Wait here." Bingyue, somewhat frightened, clung to Jiedong's clothing and hid behind him. Yet Jiedong resolutely stated, "It was I who injured him." It was evident that the two newly arrived middle-aged men were teachers from the Tiangon Academy. Jiedong felt no remorse for his actions. The chaotic nature of combat and the indifference of magic left no room for sentiment. Furthermore, who could have anticipated that the seemingly formidable Luo Qingfeng would be so fragile? Long Tian and Han exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of confusion. Clearly, they could easily gauge Jiedong's magical strength and were baffled as to how he could have inflicted such severe damage on Luo Qingfeng. However, it was evident that this was not the time for inquiries. Saving a life took precedence. A gentle green mist enveloped Long Tian, and simultaneously, a green dragon silhouette emerged behind him, appearing slightly clearer than the ethereal figure of the Queen of Water that hovered behind Han. It was evident that Long Tian, at rank 58, possessed a deeper mastery than Han at rank 56. Han also rose, black mist swirling around him. The two shared a brief look, nodded at one another, and simultaneously raised their right hands. A wondrous spectacle unfolded before Jiedong, who was closest and observed intently. He distinctly saw a slender green sprout emerging from the palm of Long Tian's right hand. This sprout thrived rapidly, transforming into a verdant leaf. Meanwhile, around Han's palm, droplets of black light coalesced into a single black water droplet. Their movements were remarkably synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times. They unleashed the brilliance held in their hands simultaneously. The leaf unfurled in midair, drifting gracefully, while the water droplet descended directly onto it. Upon contact, a wave of dark green light erupted, engulfing the leaf, which expanded 100-fold, gently enveloping Luo Qingfeng's body. The intricate black veins on the leaf were clearly visible. The confluence of the dark green light merged seamlessly, illuminating the totemic figures of the Queen of Water and the green dragon behind Ruo Han and Long Tian, respectively, which suddenly became exceptionally clear. The entire training ground was enveloped in an indescribable surge of magical energy, allowing everyone present to distinctly feel their bodies rejuvenated by this extraordinary power, brimming with vitality. In mere moments, they found themselves in peak condition. What is this? Jiedong's pupils dilated in astonishment. Though he had never witnessed anything like it before, he could surmise that these two five-crown grandmasters were executing a combination technique, a grandmaster-level combination technique. No less, and one that transcended elemental boundaries. The water and wood elements, both masters of healing, had their respective strengths. However, when combined, they produced the most powerful healing effect in existence. Jiedong had utilized combination techniques before, but those have been variations of fire resulting from different yin-yang attributes. Whether it was Bing fire or Ding fire, they all stemmed from the same elemental essence, making combinations significantly easier. This was the first time he had witnessed a cross-element combination technique, and he could deeply sense the terrifying surge of magical power emanating from it. He realized that if these two grandmasters so desired, this combination magical technique could extend its healing effects across the entire training ground, creating a widespread healing spell. The magnitude of such a healing effect was truly astonishing. Even more surprising to Jiedong was the mastery over their magical powers exhibited by the two five-crown grandmasters. The yin-yang crowns atop their heads radiated intense halos, not only releasing their own magical energy, but also commanding the ambient magical power for their own purposes, concentrating the healing effects of this combination technique solely upon Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng's complexion visibly improved, taking on a healthier hue, while his chest rose and fell with significantly greater rapidity. The dark green combination technique's glow persisted only briefly before dissipating into the air, and the ethereal totemic figures behind the two grandmasters faded along with the vanishing halos of their crowns. The grandmaster of Rinshui, Shui Ruhan, nodded slightly and remarked, "There is nothing of great concern. Fortunately, we arrived in time to save this lad's life. However, his recovery will require at least a month. Now, please escort him to the Academy's infirmary for rest. He must not consume anything for a day and a night." After the two five-crown grandmasters had instructed their formal disciples to take Luo Qingfeng for recuperation, their gazes turned towards Jiedong and Leng Yu. The other four groups of examinees had long ceased their assessments, and at this moment, Jiedong and Leng Yu had become the focal point of attention. Jiedong felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly have anticipated that upon arriving at Tiangong Academy, he would encounter such trouble, having inadvertently inflicted severe injury upon a formal student responsible for the evaluation. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely he would pass the assessment. It was a relief if they did not seek to complicate matters further. The Rinshui Grandmaster, Shui Ruhan, approached Jiedong with a composed expression and inquired, "Are you two responsible for injuring Luo Qingfeng?" Jiedong replied, "No, it was not Leng Yu's doing. Everyone here witnessed that it was I alone who harmed him." Shui Ruhan smiled slightly. "There is no need for you to be anxious. I harbor no intention of blaming you. You're not the first pair to injure a formal student during the new student assessment, nor will you be the last. Magic knows no boundaries. This I can understand. The Academy will impose no penalties upon you. That I can assure you that you have both been officially admitted to the Academy. However, the circumstances surrounding Luo Qingfeng's injury are perplexing, and I hope you can assist me in clarifying what transpired. My name is Shui Ruhan. I am of the Rinshui element, so. His full name is Shui Ruhan." The handsome grandmaster appeared to be around 30 years of age, and Jiedong's instincts were remarkably keen. Indeed, he sensed no malice emanating from this Rinshui grandmaster. Leng Yu tugged at Jiedong's sleeve. "Brother Jiedong, I will go with you." Although Leng Yu was small, she understood the essence of loyalty. Beside them, the wood element grandmaster, Long Tian, chuckled lightly. "This little girl is quite amusing. Let us proceed swiftly and clarify the situation." Boss, Carl, and Baisu rushed over, their expressions filled with concern as they looked at Jiedong. Jiedong shook his head and offered a reassuring glance. "You two focus on your assessments here. Do not worry. I'll be fine. The two five-crown grandmasters led the way, while Jiedong held Lung Yu's small hand, following them across the expansive courtyard toward the teaching buildings at the rear. Upon entering the main teaching area of Tiangong Academy, Jiedong was struck by the grandeur of the surroundings. There were 5 main teaching buildings, each an exceedingly magnificent structure, varying in color and style. Aligned according to the cardinal directions, the southern building, vibrant red, was clearly designated for fire element students, resembling flames in its design. The north stood a black, water drop-shaped building for the water element, while the east featured a green, leaf-shaped structure for the wood element. The western building, conical and white, belonged to the metal element, and at the center was the circular, yellow building for the earth element. Behind these 5 teaching buildings lay the dormitory areas for each element. The two five-crown grandmasters brought Jiedong and Lung Yu directly into the central earth element teaching building. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall exceeding 1,000 square meters, which at that moment felt remarkably serene. The grandmasters did not lead them upstairs, but instead walked to the center of the hall, where a massive, 5-colored circular emblem was located, with a flick of his wrist. Grandmaster Shui Ruhan produced a palm-sized black token, upon which Jiedong's keen gaze discerned the faint inscription of Special 6. A layer of nebulous black light emanated from Shui Ruhan, causing the black section of the 5-colored emblem beneath their feet to illuminate, and a black platform rose from the ground. Shui Ruhan placed the token onto it. Grandmaster Long Tian gestured for Jiedong and Lung Yu to approach. With a creaking sound, the 5-colored circular emblem slowly sank beneath their feet, taking them downward. What an exquisite mechanism! Jiedong marveled, utterly captivated by the ingenious design, having never encountered such a marvel before. It was evident that this mechanism was related to the elemental magic in the token in Shui Ruhan's possession. Without the token, entry was impossible. What was this place? Why did the two grandmasters bring him and Lung Yu here? Surely, they would not intend to harm him. Given their prowess, they could easily eliminate him with a mere gesture. Adopting a mindset of acceptance, Jiedong, although surprised, quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Lung Yu appeared somewhat excited. Glancing around in curiosity, it felt as though the mechanism descended for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. The token reappeared in Shui Ruhan's hand and was imprinted into a depression in front of them, causing a portal to open with a cracking sound. They stepped inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere was not stifling despite being underground. The air was refreshingly clear. They found themselves in a corridor adorned with totemic designs of various elements on either side. The ground beneath them depicting the essence of the 5 elements, flames, droplets, and more. Shui Ruhan and Long Tian led them forward along the corridor, stopping at a wall, where Shui Ruhan retrieved the token once more, locating another depression to insert it, revealing another portal. Finally, they ceased their journey. This room was approximately 30 square meters, the stone door closing behind them. The walls were illuminated by flickering lights, the decor suffused with the essence of water. Shui Ruhan gestured toward a nearby chair. Please, make yourselves comfortable. This is my residence. Upon entering, Jiedong felt a slight discomfort, a result of elemental incompatibility. A fire element individual would never feel at ease with a water element counterpart, which was the nature of things. However, Lung Yu found the surroundings novel and promptly claimed a chair, glancing around with curiosity. Long Tian addressed Jiedong. Please recount the entirety of your experience during the new student assessment. Oh, and first, let us know your names. Jiedong and Lung Yu introduced themselves, and naturally, Jiedong, being the elder, recounted the events without omission, detailing his battle with Luo Qingfeng. He had not witnessed the moment when Luo Qingfeng was struck by Lung Yu's Gui water crystal spike. At that time, his vision had been obscured by Luo Qingfeng's Renshui magic. Shui Ruhan and Long Tian listened intently. Upon concluding Jiedong's narrative, Long Tian could not restrain himself from asking, "Are you a dual-attribute fire element?" Jiedong did not provide an explanation but raised his hands, demonstrating the truth. Flames of red and blue erupted from his palms. Upon seeing the dual-attribute flames, Shui Ruhan and Long Tian exchanged astonished glances. Shui Ruhan exclaimed, "Heavens! Another prodigy has emerged in the fire element. Why is it not from our water element?" Long Tian remarked to Jiedong, Very well. Being a dual attribute fire element indeed confers advantages beyond those of ordinary magic practitioners, enabling you to execute combination techniques that inflict harm upon your adversaries. However, I have several queries. First, how did you breach Luo Qingfeng's extensive magical suppression? His magic exceeds yours by over 10 levels. Logically, it should have been nearly impossible for you to escape his suppression. Second, even if you could break through his magical barrier, why did he offer no resistance when you attacked? He allowed your combination technique to strike him, resulting in a severe impact. Third, even if your combination technique were to strike, it should not have caused such profound injury. Upon examining his body, we found that his internal organs were severely damaged, while his skin, muscles, and bones sustained relatively minor injuries. With a magical power, it should not have been possible for you to incapacitate him with just 2 strikes. Listening to Long Tian's inquiries, Jiedong could not help but nod inwardly. Truly, as expected of a teacher at Tiangan Academy, and even more so as a 5-crown powerhouse, these questions struck at the heart of the matter. Yet, he felt helpless, as apart from the first question, the others were enigmas to him as well. The first question was not difficult to elucidate. When I surged against Luo Qingfeng's magical suppression, I converted all my magical power into the attribute of Bing Fire, which is solar fire. Simultaneously, I contained my magic, refraining from an immediate outburst. When I collided with his Rinshui magic, I then unleashed the concentrated Bing Fire magic in full. Rinshui, indeed, counters Bing Fire. Yet the explosive force of Bing Fire is the strongest among all elemental magics to be. Why, utilizing its instantaneous explosive power, I was able to breach Luo Qingfeng's blockade. That is impossible, Shui Ruin interjected with a furrowed brow. Rinshui is extremely effective against Bing Fire. Once Rinshui magic comes into contact with your body, your Bing Fire magic would be eroded and dissolved, rendering it incapable of unleashing its original potency. Given the vast disparity in magical levels, even employing a point-to-surface strategy, you could not possibly overcome the suppression of a 2-crown magic practitioner at level 25 with a countering attribute. These individuals are remarkably astute, thought Jiedong with a sense of helplessness. Perhaps it is due to my own resistance to the power of the Ren water that I once immersed myself in the blood of a high-ranking Ren water magical beast. At that time, my magical prowess was not yet formidable, and it had little effect on my body. Thus, I developed a certain resilience to the magical energy of the Ren water. Oh, a glimmer of light flashed in Shui Rian's eyes as she stepped forward. Coming face to face with Jiedong, in an instant, he felt a flicker before his eyes, and one of his hands was firmly grasped by Shui Rian. A frigid energy manifested momentarily, and although it lasted but a fleeting moment, the chilling aura nearly overwhelmed his yin-yang locking technique. Struggling to suppress his extreme dual fire attribute, a look of realization crossed Shui Ruhan's face. Yes, you are not deceiving me. Your skin not only possesses resistance to the magical energy of Ren water, but is also remarkably resilient, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, and no wonder. However, how do you explain the latter of Long Tian's inquiries? Jiedong shook his head, saying that, I do not know, I have disclosed all that I am aware of. At that moment, Shui Yu, sitting nearby, leaped from her chair. Jiedong, what you do not know, I do. I know the answer to your second question. That person was immobilized because he was struck by my signature technique. The Gui Shui essence, he had to resist the myriad invasions following the essence's explosion, which rendered him unable to move. Why gay? The Shui essence travels in a parabolic arc. Jiedong's line of sight was obstructed by the magical energy of Ren water. So naturally, he could not see it. Gui Shui essence. Upon hearing those 4 words, Long Tian remained unfazed, but Shui Ruhan's expression shifted. You claim to wield Gui Shui essence. Who are you, from the cold family of the Bei Shui Empire? Lung Yu blinked innocently and shook her head. Grandfather forbids me from divulging that. He says to remain low-key when out and about. I cannot reveal that I am from the cold family, nor that I possess the Yin-Yang crown at merely 10 years of age. Including Jiedong, a hint of amusement appeared on the faces of the 3 men in the room. This little girl was truly amusing. Shui Ruhan, deep in thought, remarked, that explains a great deal if it was indeed the Gui Shui essence. Then in a moment of surprise, Luo Qingfeng was likely restrained, and no wonder he fell victim to Jiedong's attack. But even so, the damage should not have been so severe. Wait a moment. Long Tian, who had been seated, suddenly sprang up, nearly hitting his head on the ceiling, and seized Shui Ruhan's shoulders. His sudden movement startled Shui Ruhan, but it also sent a shiver down her spine. Having shared years of companionship, they understood each other's intentions with a mere glance, and Shui Ruhan comprehended Long Tian's meaning. Could it be? Shui Ruhan murmured. Excitement gleamed in Long Tian's eyes. Aside from that, there was no other explanation but a trielemental combination technique, within the body, and moreover, a combination of conflicting attributes. Heaven, this is undoubtedly a groundbreaking topic. Jiedong, puzzled, inquired, "What are you all discussing? I do not quite understand." Long Tian replied, "Do not say you do not understand. We ourselves are not entirely clear. I can only vaguely surmise that at the moment your Bing and Ding dual fire combination technique erupted, the Gui Shui magical energy within Luo Qingfeng was not completely dispelled. As a result, the Bing fire, Ding fire, and Gui water magical energies collided within him in a peculiar manner, leading to a transformation, which we commonly refer to as a combination technique variation. It unleashed a terrifying energy, utterly dismantling his run water magical defense and inflicting near-fatal damage. This should be the crux of the truth. Shui Ruhan added, "Moreover, I can assure you that if this were to happen externally, it would be impossible to achieve. We have attempted this before. Conflicting attribute magical techniques cannot possibly form combination techniques. You two youngsters have, so to speak, pioneered a new frontier. This discovery is of utmost importance. We must report it immediately to the higher authorities." Long Tian nodded in agreement. "You should hurry to go directly to the Academy's board of directors. With the new semester approaching, the board members should all be present. As a practitioner of the Ren water, you are more knowledgeable than I am. I will remain here to accompany these two talented juniors." Haha, this is bound to cause quite a stir throughout the entire Academy. Apologies for the delay in uploading. There's another chapter tonight. Shui Ruhan cast a deep glance at Jiedong and Lung Yu, nodded, and hurried away. Lung Yu remained blissfully innocent, embodying the charm of a young girl, while Jiedong fell into contemplation, a trielemental combination technique, and one involving conflicting attributes, reflecting on Lung Yu's earlier description. Jiedong understood that her assurance of not holding back was no empty claim. From Shui Ruhan's demeanor, it was evident that the cold family of the Bei Shui Empire was far from ordinary. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Regarding the 10 elemental magicians, his understanding had undoubtedly deepened today. "Are you both graduates of the Tiangong Academy?" Jiedong inquired. Long Tian chuckled heartily. "Who told you I'm a teacher?" Jiedong was taken aback. "Are you not teachers?" Long Tian shook his head and replied with a smile, "Of course not. We, like you, are also students, albeit with more experience." "Students? 5-crown students?" Jiedong immediately thought of the Yin-Yang Academy mentioned earlier by Zhu. "Indeed," Long Tian affirmed, "that if you insist on calling us teachers, it is not entirely inaccurate. At times, we do fulfill certain teaching responsibilities. Within the Academy, we are considered a somewhat unique group." Jiedong stated, "You belong to the Yin-Yang Academy. Do you not?" Long Tian paused momentarily. "You are familiar with the Yin-Yang Academy?" Jiedong explained. "During my registration, I heard a former senior mention it. He was also a formal student of Tiangong Academy." Long Tian smiled faintly, aware that Jiedong's knowledge was merely superficial. "You are correct. We do belong to the Yin-Yang Academy. I rank 5th there, while Ruhan ranks 6th. There are no age restrictions in our academy. As long as one does not wish to leave and the Academy believes in their potential for further development, there is no rush to graduate. Moreover, the regulations for students in the Yin-Yang Academy are the most lenient. Junior, your performance in the recent freshman assessment was nothing short of astonishing. You might even be admitted to the Academy through special consideration. If that happens, you would be the lowest-ranked students to enter the Academy." Lung Yu blinked her large eyes, asking, "What benefits are there to joining the Yin-Yang Academy?" Long Tian chuckled. "There are many advantages. However, the competition within the Yin-Yang Academy is fierce. While we enjoy the highest privileges in the Academy, we also face dangers that ordinary students do not encounter. As for the specifics, only when you truly become members of the Academy will you come to know." Jiedong inquired. "Senior, there is a student named Jiesang in the Yin-Yang Academy. Correct? What is his ranking? From Long Tian's words, Jiedong had discerned that students in the Yin-Yang Academy were ranked. Given that Long Tian and Shui Ruhan ranked 5th and 6th respectively, it was evident that this ranking was based on strength. Long Tian expressed his surprise. You know that lad Ji Yesang. Are you also from the Ji family? But that cannot be. The Ji family is purely earth attribute, while you are of dual fire attributes. Jiedong smiled nonchalantly. I merely know him. Long Tian remarked, Ji Yeshang is indeed the most outstanding genius in the past decade. By the end of last year, he had already secured a spot in the top 10 of the academy. Ranking 10th. How many students are there in the Yin-Yang Academy? Jiedong promptly asked. Long Tian replied without hesitation, there are currently 48 students in the Yin-Yang Academy, if you're admitted through special consideration. That would bring the total to 50. It has been several years since any newcomers joined. Shui Ruin hastily departed from her residence, navigating through several checkpoints until she paused before a towering 5-meter-tall multicolored gate. With reverence, she placed the token marked with the character 6 into the recess beside the gate. Rohan, the board members are in session. Unless it is urgent, do not disturb them. As the gate opened, a tall woman in her mid-20s emerged, clad in a flowing lavender gown that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding an air of mystery. With short purple hair and purple eyes, she appeared as a personification of enigma. Shui Ruhin whispered, Third sister. If there were no pressing matters, I would not intrude upon the board members. It is just that. She leaned closer to the woman and whispered a few words that a look of surprise flitted across the face of the woman referred to as third sister. And she nodded, saying, You may enter with me. Shui Ruhan followed the woman in lavender through the gate, traversing a wide corridor until they arrived in a room spanning approximately 200 square meters. The walls of this chamber are adorned with peculiar 5-colored patterns, emanating a palpable sense of immense magical energy. Within the room, 9 individuals are seated around an elongated oval table, each distinct in appearance, with the majority appearing to be over 50 years of age. However, the individual occupying the highest seat appears to be merely in his 30s. Yet the profound weariness reflected in his dark eyes starkly contrasts with his youthful exterior. Each of the 9 individuals is seated in uniquely colored chairs, and a blue chair remains unoccupied at the far end of the round table. Beyond their color differences, each chair is intricately carved with a unique totem, crafted from diverse materials, all worthy of the term treasure. As the Grand Master of the 5-Crown Water Sect, Shui Ruhan has kept his head bowed since entering this chamber, not daring to even draw breath. Standing quietly beside the woman in purple, the middle-aged man at the head of the table furrows his brow, a glimmer of inquiry shining in his eyes. The woman in purple hastily approaches him, whispering a few words in his ear. Oh, is that so? Ruhan, please enlighten us about the circumstances. The voice of the middle-aged man is a stark contrast to his appearance, aged and deep, imbued with a captivating magnetism. Yes, Shui Ruhan respectfully steps forward, halting 2 meters away from the oval table, bowing deeply as he addresses, Greetings, esteemed director, and greetings to all the board members. The situation is as follows. He proceeds to recount in detail the assessments of Jiedong and Lung Yu, as well as his judgments regarding Long Tian. Upon concluding his account, a hint of astonishment appears on the faces of those present. The elder in red, seated in the fiery red chair, chuckles, Bing Ding's dual fire affinity. How intriguing! Setting aside the complexities of the tri-attribute combination technique, I have heard of this dual fire lad. Indeed, I must see for myself. The middle-aged man at the head of the table smiles. Brother Zhu, congratulations on the emergence of talent in the fire affinity. Once more, oh, you know this young man. The elder in red nods. He hails from the Li Hua Academy of Bing Tian. According to Bing Tian, he himself cannot fathom how this child achieved his cultivation success. The Yin-Yang balanced dual fire affinity has indeed created a precedent that I propose we grant him an exception to join the Yin-Yang Academy for focus training. Old Jew, that may not be appropriate, interjects a black-robed elder seated across from the elder in red. He is merely at the 14th level, and at the age of 14, if he fails to reach the 2-crown level before 16, he will not qualify for admission to the Yin-Yang Academy. As for the cultivation progress of a Yin-Yang balanced mage, none of us can say for certain. Achieving the Yin-Yang crown could very well be a stroke of luck. Who knows if he can achieve the 2nd crown? If his progress stagnates in the near future, would that not be a waste of time? Rules cannot be casually broken. I do not support old Ju's proposal. We should wait until he can reach 2 crowns by the age of 16. However, that young girl from the Lung family, allowing her to enter the Yin-Yang Academy would pose no significant issue. Clearly, having achieved 1 crown at the age of 10, she will easily reach the 2 crown level before she turns 16. Old Lung, I hear this girl is the jewel of your Lung family. Beside the black-robed elder is an elder in purple, who gently nods. Your wearer is indeed a rare talent within the Lung family in a century. She has come to take the entrance examination for our Tiangong Academy. Having secured her recommendation through her own merit, I have confidence in my great-granddaughter. With a resounding bang, the elder in red slams his palm onto the oval table, standing abruptly, causing the atmosphere within the 200-square-meter room to grow intensely heated. You old fogies, Shui and Lung, must you two always sing in harmony against us? Just because your water sect can grant exceptions, must we fire sect be excluded? Let us not forget, the current head of the Yin-Yang Academy is from our fire sect. The black-robed elder snorts, a chill suddenly emanating from him, dispelling the intense heat in the air. Old Ju, that fellow Frui can hardly be considered entirely of your fire sect anymore. Spare me your bluster. Can you be certain this dual fire lad is another Frui? Enough, enough. Let us not damage our camaraderie. The middle-aged man at the head of the table gestures with both hands, signaling for the two to cease their quarrel. He speaks in a low voice, based solely on the qualifications of these 2 children. Neither is yet worthy of admission to the Yin-Yang Academy. Their own talents have not fully manifested. Ordinarily, we cannot disrupt the admission rules of the Yin-Yang Academy. However, do the rest of you not find their tri-attribute combination technique quite fascinating? A tri-attribute combination with opposing properties, something we have never achieved in our years of studying the Tiangong magical arts. I have decided to establish this as a new research topic. Therefore, I support granting both children exception for admission to the Yin-Yang Academy. Of course, should they fail to reach the 2 crown level by the age of 16, they will be expelled from the academy. What do you all think? Aside from the 3, Old Ju, Old Shui, and Old Lung, the other 5 board members nodded in succession. The middle-aged man at the head of the table smiled slightly. Very well, it is settled, then. Yexin, you and Ruhan shall accompany these 2 youngsters to handle their admission procedures. The woman in purple replied respectfully, yes, and then exited alongside Shirohan as soon as they departed. Old Ju and Old Shui glared at each other once more, both huffing in indignation as they turned away. The middle-aged man at the head of the table shook his head in resignation. You two truly cannot coexist. After all these years, you still quarrel upon meeting. With the Holy Evil passage set to open in 2 years, let us continue discussing the candidates for this Holy Evil hunt. The new batch of graduates has already been sent to the Holy Evil battlefield. However, the current situation is not promising. We need to deliberate whether the Academy should lower the admission threshold to absorb more new students and strengthen our defenses. Jiedong and Lung Yu awaited in Shui Ruhan's chamber, while Long Tian refrained from elaborating further on the Yin-Yang Academy, instead providing them with a brief overview of the Tiangong Academy. The Tiangong Academy is an institution for all affinity Yin-Yang mages, encompassing students of all 10 affinities. That IT is divided into 5 main teaching buildings, each dedicated to one of the 5 elements. This is what Jiedong and the others had previously observed. Generally, students below the 2 crown level are accommodated on the lower 2 levels of the teaching buildings, while those above 2 crowns reside on the upper 2 levels. Once a student surpasses the 2 crown level, they can immediately advance without any additional assessments. In this regard, the teaching methods of the Tiangong Academy starkly contrast with the rigorous evaluations of ordinary mage academies. Here, students' initiative is fully engaged. Students below the 2 crowns, regardless of their affinity, can choose to study up to 5 foundational techniques, while those above 2 crowns face no restrictions on the number of foundational techniques they may select, with up to 3 targeting techniques permissible. Such privileges are unimaginable in ordinary mage academies, where each targeting technique can be valued at thousands of gold coins. The identity badge system for junior students features a badge engraved with the character to be worn on the left chest. While formal students at the 2-crown level are issued tokens, one side of the token bears the totem of their respective magical affinity, while the other side displays their identification number within the academy. The elite students of Yin-Yang Academy possess the most unique tokens, akin to the one Jiedong previously observed Shui Ruhan wielding. Not only do these tokens signify identity, but they also hold numerous special functions. All students of the Yin-Yang Academy conduct their training and studies in a concealed underground base, inaccessible without a token. The character on the token signifies special privileges, with rankings determined by individual strength. Moreover, any student within the Yin-Yang Academy may challenge a student ranked higher than themselves, provided they have the approval of an academy instructor and do so in an official setting. Should they succeed in the challenge, they will replace the defeated student's ranking, while the defeated student will drop one rank. Only the top 10 outstanding students of the Yin-Yang Academy may have the opportunity to learn ultimate techniques. This mechanism undoubtedly results in fierce competition within the Yin-Yang Academy. It is also a significant reason why grandmasters like Long Tian and Shui Ruhan at the 5-crown level are reluctant to graduate easily and prefer to remain within the academy. Who would not wish to learn ultimate techniques? Yet, achieving victory over higher-ranking students is no simple feat. Only through relentless practice can progress be made in a competitive environment filled with genius. How could the pace of advancement be slow? As the door swings open, Shui Ruhan and the woman in purple, Yi Exin, enter together. Upon seeing Yi Exin, Long Tian promptly rises, smiling. "Third sister, what brings you here?" Yi Exin replies with a gentle smile. "There have been significant discoveries on your end." "How could I not come?" At the sight of Yi Exin, Jiedong's gaze lingers only momentarily before shifting away without a hint of longing. While Yi Exin is beautiful, she pales in comparison to the perfection of the blazing flame. Furthermore, in his heart, it is the fiery red lotus that occupies his thoughts, leaving no room for another woman. Why Yi Exin's enchanting violet eyes shimmer as she inquires, "Are these the two youngsters?" Shui Ruhan nods. "Indeed they are. The young girl, much like you, belongs to the water of goo. With her, the water of goo has gained yet another prodigy." Yexin offered a gentle smile, waving at Lingyue, and said, "Junior sister, come here, let me take a look." Perhaps due to the mutual attraction of their shared affinity, Lingyue felt no fear as she stepped forward, looking up at Yexin, who towered over her, and remarked, "Big sister, you are truly beautiful." Yexin chuckled softly, replying, "Junior sister, you are simply the sweetest." Turning to the male junior, she continued, "You all come with me. I represent the Tiangong Academy to officially inform you that you have been accepted into the academy. And as an exception, granted admission to the Yin-Yang Institute. I will now escort you to complete your enrollment procedures. And starting tomorrow, you shall be a part of the Yin-Yang Institute." As she spoke, Yexin took Lingyue's hand and greeted Shui Ruhan and Long Tian before leading them outside. Have we truly joined the Yin-Yang Institute? Jiedong felt a surge of surprise within him, though he had not anticipated learning much in such a competitive environment. Undoubtedly, he would not lack for opponents to spar with, which would also better motivate his own progress. Yexin seemed indifferent to Jiedong's presence, merely guiding Lingyue ahead, while Lingyue occasionally turned back to offer Jiedong a sweet smile. As they delved deeper into this subterranean realm, Jiedong was increasingly astonished by the grandeur of the underground architecture, which appeared to extend inward in concentric circles, making their passage feel akin to navigating a labyrinth. After winding through several doors, Yexin led them into a spacious chamber. Before entering, Jiedong noticed the stone door was adorned with a circle of 10 elemental totems. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately greeted by a wave of intense heat. Lingyue gasped and quickly hid behind Yexin. A purplish glow emanated from Yexin, enveloping both her and Lingyue as she glanced back at Jiedong. The heat from the core lake no longer affected Jiedong, so the warmth here was of little consequence. Yexin observed Jiedong surveying the room, noting that he appeared completely at ease. The expansive chamber was strewn with various metallic creations, some identifiable as armor or weapons, while others were bizarre shapes, their purposes indiscernible. The room soared over 5 meters high and spanned 300 square meters, yet it housed only one occupant, clad in a tattered red robe with a wild mane of red hair. He sat cross-legged in a corner, clutching a peculiar metallic object in his left hand and a small fiery hammer in his right. He muttered to himself intermittently, occasionally striking the object with the hammer. Beside him stood a massive furnace, the source of the room's sweltering heat. Yexin gestured for Jiedong and Lingyue to remain silent, signaling them to wait patiently. Before long, the red-haired figure abruptly hurled the metallic object aside, producing a loud clang as it struck the ground. Despite its modest size, the sound suggested it was quite heavy. The eccentric figure then lifted his gaze towards Jiedong and the others, asking little Yexin, "What brings you here?" Upon his gaze rising, Jiedong finally discerned that the red-haired man had a rugged appearance, with a prominent alcoholic nose and small eyes that squinted into slits. Yet within those slits glimmered a striking brilliance. When he first entered, Jiedong had felt the heat wave, but it was not from the furnace. It radiated from this red-haired individual, whose fire magic was palpably potent. Observing this man, Jiedong felt as though he were gazing into the depths of the core lake, realizing the immense power of his fire magic. Despite Yexin being the third-ranked disciple of the Yin-Yang Institute, surpassing Shui Rehan and Long Tian in strength, she did not dare to be complacent before this red-haired figure. With utmost respect, she addressed him, "Master Zhu, the esteemed director has granted permission for these two junior disciples to enter the Yin-Yang Institute. I kindly request your assistance in creating their identity tokens that such a little one." Master Zhu's gaze swept over Lung Yue, and he laughed heartily. "So, she's a descendant of the Lung family. No wonder." He then squinted at Jiedong. Which family do you belong to? I cannot place you. How is this possible? Boy, come here." After glancing at Lung Yue, Master Zhu's attention shifted to Jiedong, and his previously squinting eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Jiedong, beckoning him forward. Instantly, Jiedong felt an overwhelming surge of heat enveloping his body, and with a gentle pull, the surroundings blurred past him as Master Zhu's large, alcoholic nose loomed closer. With a single, bony hand, Master Zhu reached toward Jiedong's core, aiming for the crucial energy center of the Yin-Yang crown. Instinctively, Jiedong crossed his arms defensively and activated the Dark Moon Dance. Due to the sudden proximity, he could no longer employ the sun-devouring flames. Instead, he shifted his body, thrusting his right shoulder forward as his internal magic instantaneously transformed into fierce fire, unleashing a radiant burst of energy to counter Master Zhu's advance. This entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, akin to Jiedong's usual training responses, from being drawn to Master Zhu to evading his palm using the Dark Moon Dance, culminating in the explosive release of the sun's fury. A flicker of surprise crossed Yexin's eyes, clearly astonished by Jiedong's audacity to retaliate and the fluidity of his movements. Master Zhu laughed heartily, his hand extending to seize Jiedong's shoulder where the sun's fury had erupted, creating a resounding explosion of red flames from Jiedong's right shoulder. Yet, Jiedong merely felt a searing energy radiating from his shoulder, rendering him weak and unable to summon his magic any further. An impressive foundational technique, Master Zhu remarked, astonished, as his other hand pressed against Jiedong's chest.